side who's been really strong in pushing this. Please welcome a guy with his own border with Canada, New Yorker, Chuck Schumer.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tim. And first, let me thank Tim and his co-sponsors, Amy and Mark. Tim has done an amazing job here. He has been persistent. He has been focused. He knew how important this was even a month or two ago before we saw the menace of all these tariffs. So Tim deserves a lot of credit from Virginians and from Americans for getting this issue to the point where we now will have a vote on it. And the Republicans are squirming because they know very simply that tariffs are simply a tax increase. Let's listen to one of them, Senator Mullen. He said tariffs is a tax and it'll be passed on to consumers. Rand Paul said tariffs are simply a tax. And here's the most galling thing. President Trump says, quote, "I couldn't care less if prices go up to American families." America, you hear that? Donald Trump says he couldn't care less if you pay more. And it's not just a little. The estimates go as high as $6,500 more for the average American family. To the family that's sitting down Friday night and trying to figure out, do they have enough money to go on that vacation or to visit grandma or maybe to buy a car? Take away $6,500 and those dreams are out the window. And Trump couldn't care less? Give me a break. Give me a break. And so many jobs will be lost. In New York alone, we estimate that over 200,000 jobs could be lost. We have the Canadian border. In a city called Plattsburgh, on the northern border in Clinton County, 20% of the companies are Canadian-owned or Canadian-affiliated. Plattsburgh will just go into deep recession if this happens. So we're not going to we're going to do everything we can to fight. And oh, the most galling thing of all, why is he doing this? As Tim outlined, it's not fentanyl. You know, they always make up an excuse because they have no justification for what they're really doing. In this case, they say fentanyl, but the amount of fentanyl that comes over the Canadian border is minuscule. They're doing it so they raise revenue so they can give tax cuts to the billionaires like everything else. The whole government is geared, whether it's Social Security or Medicaid or Medicare or housing or agriculture, the whole government is geared to create the dollars that can give tax breaks to the billionaires. And one final thing. Yes, are there certain areas where tariffs might be needed? Yes, it should be pinpointed in specific areas. But typical of this administration, they use a blunderbuss instead of a scalpel. They use a hatchet instead of a scalpel.
Chainsaw.
They use a chainsaw instead of a scalpel. Thank you, Tim. And they just go after everything with huge destruction for the American people. You know, I've been a China hawk. And the kind of sort of imposing broad tariffs on China, which really has hurt us in trade every step of the way, makes sense. To do that to Canada, our friend, who our economies, our interrelated economies depend on each other, makes no sense whatsoever. But this administration makes no sense when it comes to tariffs. One final point. I've talked to New York business people. They hate uncertainty. Whether you're a small business person, a middle-sized business person, or a big business person. And the tariffs are so uncertain, so chaotic, such a mess, that business people are pulling back. So are consumers. They're saying, I don't know what's going to happen. I better not spend on that extra plant or training that extra worker. So this is just a nightmare for the American economy, a nightmare for the American worker, a nightmare for American businesses. We're going to fight it every step of the way. Thank you, Tim.
And now my co-sponsor on this from Minnesota, another great border state, Amy Klobuchar.
Thank you. Thank you, Tim. This is a big moment because this resolution really sets a line in the sand. And it says you cannot abuse your emergency powers to start an unjustified trade war. You cannot abuse your emergency powers, President of the United States, to hurt the relationships, one of the finest relationships in the world, the relationship between the United States of America and Canada. And you cannot drive up prices and risk jobs and put in place a national sales tax when you look at all the tariffs together, not just Canada, now predicted by experts to be at about $5,000 a year for the average family in America. So I first come at this as a Minnesotan, yes, a border state, with all respect to Virginia. We can see Canada from our porch. And for us, Canada is our #1 trading partner in the state of Minnesota. It actually eclipses #2, #3, and #4 combined. That's how much work we do. We are the 4th biggest exporting state for agriculture in the country. And so this is a major hit for northern tier states. I'm not surprised at all that Susan Collins has joined you in supporting this, Senator Kaine, because for northern states, this is a huge deal. Secondly, I come at it as the chair of the Canadian-American Interparliamentarian Group, go to Canada a lot. Remember well that it was Canada, the Canadian embassy, that had the words draped on their banner on front of their embassy, friend, ally, partner, the only one when times were tough for America, and the respect that other countries had for us. They have been our ally through times good and bad. They're the ones that when 9/11 happened, when our trade center went down, it was Canada that was the first country showing up at our side, being there, volunteering, helping out. This is a long-standing friendship and an incredible trade relationship. Part of our supply chain. As we looked at how we picked up after the pandemic, that was such an important part of picking up our industry again and how disruptive this will be. Third thing is, as ranking member on the Agriculture Committee, I see what this will do to us, how it adds to the cost of planting an acre of corn, an acre of soybeans, because as Tim mentioned, the fertilizer issues, all of the trade and supply chains we have back and forth. I was a strong supporter and am a strong supporter of the USMCA. I was the first one on, remember, one debate stage in the presidential election that was the first one to say I supported it because I could see the benefits. Wasn't perfect, but I could see the benefits. That is the place where Donald Trump should be negotiating his own trade agreement, whatever changes he wants to make with our relationships with Canada and Mexico. So I'm proud to be one of the original sponsors of this very important resolution. I love that we're picking up support. Tariffs as a whole, you literally read the words of Mitch McConnell and you read the words of Chuck Schumer when it comes to tariffs. They're nearly identical. That is unique. You look at the fact that the Chamber of Commerce has been out opposing the tariffs as a whole. I'm not talking about specific measures, but the tariffs as a whole, that the steel workers have been out there, that the home builders have been out there because of the cost of lumber. This is across the board, across the country, a national sales tax on Americans. And this is the moment to take a stand and stand our ground with the power of Congress.
And now, Senator Warner, as you know, Senator is on the Banking and Housing Committee, knows something through that about the housing cost effect of this. He's on the Finance Committee, which works on trade issues, and then he's the lead Democrat on Intel. And Canada's been one of the stellar partners we've had for a very, very long time on Intel matters. Senator Mark Warner.
Well, thank you, Tim, and I'm proud to join you and Amy. Amy, you may have the ability to look at Canada from your third floor window. My mom's parents were Canadian,
okay,
so I got something there. And I just by happenstance, I know the incoming Prime Minister, Mark Carney, and current Prime Minister. Talked to him last night, and the reaction of like.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. Caroline Levitt just coming to the podium. Let's listen in on Live Now.
In a mobilized tactical vehicle in Lithuania in the early hours of March 25th. Tragically, 3 soldiers were found deceased in Lithuania yesterday, and it pains me to confirm that today the 4th soldier was also found deceased. The President, the Secretary of Defense, and the entire White House are praying for the victims' friends and family during this unimaginable time. This is another stark reminder of the selfless sacrifice of our brave military men and women who risk their lives around the world every day to keep us safe. God bless them. On another note, at our southern border, there is more massive news. Southwest border crossings in March fell to the lowest level in American history, down 94% from March of last year under President Biden, when 137,000 illegal aliens poured across our wide-open southern border. Thanks to President Trump's leadership, Border Patrol agents are now back to doing the jobs they signed up for, securing the border, rather than serving as travel agents for illegal aliens. The Los Angeles Times captured the Trump effect on the border with a recent article. Their headline read, "California-Mexico border, once overwhelmed, is now nearly empty." With so few migrants coming into the U.S., they wrote, "Shelters that once served migrants have completely closed." Deportations of illegal aliens who threaten the safety of the American people are also continuing at a rapid pace. Over the weekend, the United States military transferred a group of 17 violent criminals from the Tren de Aragua and MS-13 terrorist organizations to El Salvador. And an illegal alien who was released by the Biden administration into our country was just arrested in Georgia and charged with the horrific killing of Camelia Williams, a mother of 5 and grandmother. The suspect has now been indicted on charges of malice murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, rape, aggravated sexual battery, and necrophilia, which, for those who don't know, necrophilia is a sexual obsession with a corpse. This suspect was ordered to be removed in July 2023, but the Biden administration allowed him to stay. This case represents the ruthless murderers, rapists, and pedophiles who Joe Biden and Democrats let into our country over the past 4 years through our southern border. They should have never been here in the first place. Keep this in mind the next time you see Democrats protesting future illegal alien removals from our country. President Trump is focused on fulfilling his greatest obligation, to keep the American people safe and to defend our country from violent invaders. Looking ahead to tomorrow, April 2nd, 2025, will go down as one of the most important days in modern American history. Our country has been one of the most open economies in the world, and we have the consumer base hands down, the best consumer base. But too many foreign countries have their markets closed to our exports. This is fundamentally unfair. The lack of reciprocity contributes to our large and persistent annual trade deficit that's gutted our industries and hollowed out key workforces. But those days of America, beginning tomorrow, being ripped off are over. American workers and businesses will be put first under President Trump, just as he promised on the campaign trail. The president's historic action tomorrow will improve American competitiveness in every area of industry, reduce our massive trade deficits, and ultimately protect our economic and national security. President Trump's economic vision is rooted in common sense. America will offer companies the lowest taxes, energy costs, regulations, if they make their products right here in the United States and hire American workers for the job. It's simple. If you make your product in America, you will pay no tariffs. We have already seen a number of the largest companies in the world respond to this economic approach. For example, Project Stargate, led by Japan-based SoftBank and US-based OpenAI, and Oracle, announced a $500 billion private investment in the United States-based artificial intelligence infrastructure. Apple announced a $500 billion investment in U.S. manufacturing and training. NVIDIA announced it will invest hundreds of billions of dollars over the next 4 years in U.S.-based manufacturing. And the Taiwan semiconductor manufacturing company, TSMC, announced a $100 billion investment in U.S.-based chips and manufacturing. These are just a few of the investment announcements that have already been made, and it is clear that President Trump's America First approach is already working. In our new media seat today is Mark Halperin, the co-founder and editor-in-chief of Two Way, a new live video platform that builds communities around interactive conversations with leaders and content creators from every subject area. Mark and his colleagues welcome all voices into discussions that are spirited but respectful. They have over 37.5 million video views, over 3.6 million watch time hours since the platform began just last year. This is new media in its truest sense, allowing the people to ask questions, make comments, and be an active part of engagement on the most important issues facing the country and our world. With that, Mark, please kick us off, and welcome to the briefing room.
Thank you, Caroline. Appreciate it. I'll ask you a question about tariffs and then one from one members of our community about education. It's perceived by some that companies or countries, if they change their policies either before tomorrow or after tomorrow, can have the president alter what he's planning for that country or that sector. Is that a possibility? And if so, what factors the president consider in making those changes?
Well, the ultimate change for these companies and these countries, Mark, will happen when they decide to do business in the United States of America. And as I just laid out, they will face no tariffs at all if these companies choose to invest here in the United States and to move their production and their manufacturing here to the United States as well. As for tomorrow, the president will be addressing the decades of unfair trade practices that have ripped our country off and American workers off. It has hollowed out our middle class. It has destroyed our heartland, and the president is focused on reshifting our global economy to ensure that America is once again the manufacturing superpower of the world. So
if they do something today or later in the week that's a pledge for future activity, would that be good enough potentially to alter the policy?
Again, the president has been looking at the very unfair trade practices of the past. Certainly, the president is always up to take a phone call, always up for a good negotiation, but he is very much focused on fixing the wrongs of the past and ensuring that American workers have a fair shake.
So if someone calls after tomorrow and says, hey, I'm ready to make a change, he'd be open to that?
The president is always open to taking calls.
Okay. A question from one of our community members. Katie Reeves is a school teacher in Wisconsin. She's taught K through 8 in public, independent, private, and private schools. And here's what she wanted me to ask you. She says, I see the elimination of the Department of Education as an excellent first step in the improvement of our school system. Do you see any further role the federal government can take beyond this, possibly in promoting the expansion of voucher programs or reducing the influence that teachers' unions hold over our schools?
Well, first of all, I want to thank Katie for her service to our country and our nation's children. Being a teacher is the most noble profession that we believe one can have. And the president said in his remarks when he signed the executive order to dismantle the Department of Education that he loves our teachers. And in part, this order is to empower our teachers to have greater decision making in the classroom. Nobody knows our nation's children and our students better than our teachers who are with them every single day. As for the federal government's role, to get to the heart of Katie's question, the president has made it clear to Linda McMahon that we need to find other places within our federal government for critical programs regarding education. Pell Grants, Title IX, lawsuits, etc., civil rights lawsuits, all of that are critical functions, special needs programs, nutrition programs, but there are other places throughout the federal bureaucracy where those things can happen and work. The Department of Education has been a very bloated bureaucracy. We spent trillions of dollars on this department, and for what? Our children are worse off as far as education goes today than they were when this department originated, and that's very concerning to the president. So,
the two issues she cited, are those priorities for the president? School education choice, vouchers, and diminishing the role of teachers' unions.
The president is very supportive of both of those things, particularly when it comes to school choice. He has said that school choice is the civil rights issue of our time, and he wants every child, regardless of zip code, socioeconomic status, how much money their parents have, to be able to go to the school of their choosing that best suits their educational needs. And he is going to empower state and local leaders to make those decisions on behalf of our nation's children. Thanks for being here, Mark. Jeff.
Just changing subjects for 1 second. The administration has expressed a complete confidence in how all the deportation flights to El Salvador were conducted. But now that the administration has conceded that there was an error of one Salvadoran national, will there be any reviews conducted? And does the president express any thoughts on the one error that was disclosed in court last night?
Well, first of all, the error that you are referring to was a clerical error. It was an administrative error. The administration maintains the position that this individual who was deported to El Salvador and will not be returning to our country was a member of the brutal and vicious MS-13 gang. That is fact number one. Fact number two, we also have credible intelligence proving that this individual was involved in human trafficking. And fact number three, this individual was a member, actually a leader of the brutal MS-13 gang, which this president has designated as a foreign terrorist organization. Fact number four is that foreign terrorists do not have legal protections in the United States of America anymore, and it is within the president's executive authority and power to deport these heinous individuals from American communities. It is a promise he campaigned on. It is a promise he is keeping. And every single person in this room should be grateful for that, considering especially MS-13 is very prevalent and prominent here in the District of Columbia, in Maryland, and in Virginia. And the president, the attorney general, everyone who has been involved in these operations is focused on eradicating these criminals and terrorists from our communities.
The vice president said he was a convicted member of MS-13. What evidence is there to back that up?
There's a lot of evidence, and the Department of Homeland Security and ICE have that evidence, and I saw it this morning. Steve.
Has the president fully made up his mind on the level of tariffs to impose tomorrow? We keep hearing about a 20% flat rate.
The president said last night he has made a decision and a determination. I was with him in the Oval Office earlier, and he is going to announce that decision tomorrow. I don't want to get ahead of the president. This is obviously a very big day. He's with his trade and tariff team right now, perfecting it to make sure this is a perfect deal for the American people and the American worker, and you will all find out in about 24 hours from now.
And are the car tariffs going to go into effect on April 3rd as scheduled?
Correct. Yes, they will.
Okay. And last thing, would you like to respond to the Chinese military drills around Taiwan?
Yes, I would. As a matter of fact, the National Security Council briefed me on this morning, and they said that the president is emphasizing the importance of maintaining peace in the Taiwan Strait, encouraging the peaceful resolution of these cross-strait issues, reiterating our opposition to any unilateral attempts to change the status quo by force or coercion. That is directly from the National Security Advisor. Just for you, Steve Holland of Reuters. Monica.
Thank you so much, Caroline. Elon Musk this week revealed that Doge found that the Biden administration issued over 2 million Social Security numbers to illegal aliens, found 20 million dead people marked as alive in the Social Security system. Has the White House confirmed these numbers with Elon, and is the White House looking into correcting this?
I'm not sure about those specific numbers that Mr. Musk cited. I can tell you what the Social Security Administration has said themselves, according to an Inspector General's report that was conducted last year, showing there was nearly $80 billion worth of fraud in this program. We know for a fact there are individuals who should not be receiving benefits on the Social Security rolls, and this administration is focused on cleaning out the waste, fraud, and abuse in every agency, but particularly in Social Security, to make it stronger for our taxpaying, law-abiding citizens who deserve these entitlements and programs. Because you did bring up Doge, I do want to tout the incredible efforts that have been made at the Environmental Protection Agency. And Administrator Lee Zeldin is just doing a tremendous job. Just yesterday and today it will be going into effect. He announced that taxpayers will be saved $8 million in annual lease costs by moving staff out of the 323,000 square feet of space that the EPA currently occupies, which is completely unnecessary. Yesterday, Administrator Zeldin also announced he will be shutting down a museum that the Biden administration built to tell a selective story about the EPA's history and climate change. It was a real pat on the back to President Biden. And guess how much American taxpayers paid for it? $4 million for this museum that I think only 1,000 visitors saw last year alone. And it will cost American taxpayers $600,000 per year to operate this museum. Well, it's not going to exist anymore. We're going to save taxpayers those critical funds. And Administrator Zeldin is very proud to announce that. And just at EPA alone, and the cuts that they have made, they've saved taxpayers more than $22 billion in wasteful grants and spending. Peter.
Thank you, Caroline. When the president goes down to Florida on the weekends, does he ever hear from, there are so many retired folks down in Florida, does he ever hear from any retired Americans who are stressed about these wild swings in the stock market because of the tariff uncertainty, and they're sitting there on fixed income or living off a 401k, and they don't know how much money's going to be left?
Well, certainly they are legitimate concerns, and the president takes those concerns very seriously, and he's addressing them every single day. And tomorrow's announcement is to protect future generations of the senior citizens you mentioned. It's for their kids and their grandkids to ensure that there are jobs here in the United States of America for their children to live the American dream, just like they presumably did. And as for their worries about their 401ks, their Social Security, I just addressed Social Security. This president is always going to protect it for our tax-paying senior citizens. As for their 401ks, look at what President Trump did for you in his first term. He is working on implementing that economic formula every single day by lowering inflation, lowering energy prices, massive deregulatory efforts, while simultaneously effectively implementing tariffs. And they'll hear more about that announcement tomorrow.
And you said that the president right now is with the trade and tariff team. They are very confident that this is all going to work. But
Yes.
what if they're wrong?
They're not going to be wrong. It is going to work. And the president has a brilliant team of advisors who have been studying these issues for decades. We are focused on restoring the golden age of America and making America a manufacturing superpower. And again, Peter, I would point you to the investments that have already trickled into this country. And the president hasn't even made his tariff announcement yet tomorrow. There have been billions of dollars in private investments from around the world pouring into American communities. What does that look like for those watching at home, for the people you mentioned worried about their own economic circumstances? It means more jobs in your communities, which means more money, more investments, more money in your pocket. That's what the president is committed to. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention the president's commitment to tax cuts, which we are counting on Congress to do, especially on Social Security.
And one more.
Sure.
Are the special elections today a referendum on the president?
I think first of all, as you know, I'm a government employee now, so I'm not very much allowed to comment on elections that are taking place. That's something to get used to, having just been on the campaign trail for quite some time. But the president is the leader of the America First movement and the MAGA movement. And that was made very clear on November the 5th when he received nearly 80 million votes. I could also say that it is the constitutional right of every law-abiding American in these places where these elections are being held to vote, and every American should exercise their constitutional rights. Sure.
Thanks, Carolyn. A few questions about this deportation case. First, I wanted to clarify something that you said to Jeff a few minutes ago. You said you'd seen evidence that this man was a convicted gang member. In what court was he convicted and for what?
This individual was an MS-13 ringleader. This individual was also engaged in human trafficking. And I'm glad you brought up this point again, because I would like to point out that if you just saw the headline from the insane, failing Atlantic magazine this morning, you would think this individual was Father of the Year, living in Maryland, living a peaceful life, when that couldn't be further from the truth. They didn't even mention in the title of that article, or even in the first paragraph, that this individual is an illegal criminal who broke our nation's immigration laws. He is a leader in the brutal MS-13 gang, and he is involved in human trafficking, and now MS-13 is a designated foreign terrorist organization. Foreign terrorists have no legal protections in the United States of America, and this administration is going to continue to deport foreign terrorists and illegal criminals from our nation's interior.
But a judge ordered that he should remain in this country. So are you saying that it is okay to ignore a judge's ruling if you don't like it?
Who does that judge work for?
He's an immigration
It was an
judge.
immigration judge who works for the Department of Justice at the direction of the Attorney General of the United States, whose name is Pam Bondi, who has committed to eradicating MS-13 from our nation's interior. And let me tell you why we've made this commitment. MS-13, may I remind each and every one of you, is a brutal and vicious gang. They raped and strangled a 20-year-old autistic woman to death in Maryland. They hacked 4 people to death with machetes in a park on Long Island. They have kidnapped, sexually tortured, and shot a teenage girl in Texas after she insulted them, allegedly. Killed and mutilated a 17-year-old girl in Virginia, stabbing him 16 times and cutting off his hands. They beheaded and cut out the heart of a man in Washington, D.C. They raped and murdered a 13-year-old girl in California. They sex trafficked a slew of young girls, including one who was just 12 years old. Raped an 11-year-old girl in Brooklyn while her brother was in the room. Sex trafficked a 13-year-old in Maryland and Virginia, miles away from this White House, even beating her 26 times on her backside with a baseball bat. Pressured homeless New Yorkers to undergo unnecessary surgeries such as spinal fusion in order to bolster their fraudulent lawsuits. These are vicious criminals. This is a vicious gang. And I wish that the media would spend just a second of the same time you have spent trying to litigate each and every individual of this gang who has been deported from our country as the innocent Americans whose lives have been lost at the hands of these brutal criminals. We maintain our position, and very strongly so. Jennifer.
One more on the tariffs. Can you say what the latest thinking is on the start date? I know you were just in the Oval. Are they all going to take effect this week on the reciprocal tariffs? And whenever they start, is that enough time for companies and everyone involved to adjust to that start date?
My understanding is that the tariff announcement will come tomorrow. They will be effective immediately. And the president has been teasing this for quite some time, as you know. He's talked a lot about April 2nd as Liberation Day in America. It would be taking place today if not for April Fool's Day. But tomorrow will be the day, and he's been talking about it for a while. And as a result, you've seen these companies make commitments to investing right here in the United States. Jasmine.
Thank you so much. I wonder, back on tariffs, what, if any, market indicators is the White House looking for to see if this tariffs plan is successful down the line?
Well, look, the president has been asked and answered this question about the stock market and whether he's watching it. And I've said, and he has said, the market is a snapshot in time. Yesterday, Dow futures were up. And there's been a lot of talk about the market, and it was up yesterday. So, look, the president wants to ensure that all Americans make out well, particularly Main Street. That's the focus of these tariffs. But as I've said repeatedly, just like they were in his first term, Wall Street will be just fine. Shelby.
Thanks. A bipartisan pair of senators sent a letter to the president today arguing that the recent strikes in Yemen are emboldening the Houthis and saying that Congress has not authorized war against them. Is the administration planning to consult with Congress at some point or going forward regarding the strikes, and any response on the letter?
Well, I would absolutely reject Congress's claims. Who made those claims in Congress?
Senator Jeff Merkley and Rand Paul.
Okay, well, I would absolutely reject those claims. These Houthi strikes have been incredibly successful. Last time I was at this podium, there were more than 100 successful strikes. There have now been over 200 successful strikes against the Houthis. Iran is incredibly weakened as a result of these attacks, and we have seen they've taken out Houthi leaders. They've taken out critical members who were launching strikes on naval ships and on commercial vessels, and this operation will not stop until the freedom of navigation in this region is restored, which is a critical principle. And this president stands behind our Defense Department, who's doing a tremendous job.
And are they going to, is the White House going to confer with Congress going forward on this?
I would have to ask our team here at the White House, but the president is well within his authority, as is the Secretary of Defense. Again, these are defensive strikes. The Houthis have been launching attacks on U.S. naval vessels and commercial ships for quite some time. Go ahead.
Caroline,
Yeah.
The pause on the Canadian and Mexican tariffs, the fentanyl tariffs, that's set to expire tomorrow. Is the president considering extending that pause?
Look, I will let the president speak on the specifics of the tariffs tomorrow. But as for fentanyl, we have seen this has certainly caused a national security crisis here in the United States. Fentanyl continues to be the #1 killer of young people in this country, and the president is very much focused on that. Deanna.
Thank you, Caroline. The president recently signed an executive order on making D.C. safe and beautiful. On the campaign trail, he talked about making New York great again. Does he have any plans on establishing a similar task force? Has he been pressuring Governor Hochul in any way in his conversations about New York and lowering crime?
Well, he has been in correspondence with Governor Hochul quite a bit on the issue of crime, also on the issue of congestion pricing, and so many other issues that are facing New Yorkers. And he wants New York to clean up their streets just as he does here in Washington, D.C. He also speaks to, Mayor Adams as well. So he's engaged with state and local leaders across the entire country to ensure they're doing their part to help American citizens in each and every state, regardless of if it's a red state or a blue state.
And then a question on Russia. Yesterday, the Russian government said that their new goal is 160,000 conscripts for the war. Has the president seen that number? And does he have any response given his recent conversations on peace talks?
Well, I can tell you what the president said last night, and that is he is frustrated with leaders on both sides of this war. He wants this war to end. There are men that are dying on both sides, and it's been going on for far too long. Our team continues to be engaged with the Russians as we are with the Ukrainians, and the president continues to be very, very much engaged on this topic every single day.
Caroline.
Sure.
Caroline,
Sure.
The president said over the weekend that he couldn't care less if prices went up on foreign cars because people buy more American cars. There's been consensus from a lot of economists that these tariffs could raise prices on other goods as well. Is the president comfortable with Americans on Main Street paying more because of these tariffs?
The president is doing everything he can, and this entire administration is doing everything we can to bring down the cost of living in this country. An inflation mess that was fueled by the previous administration's reckless spending, burdensome regulations that this administration is focused on slashing every single day. I just read you a statistic just from the Environmental Protective Agency alone. We're saving taxpayers money that's ultimately going to drive down inflation, and we're unleashing the might of our energy industry, which will bring down prices as well. To the heart of your question, because this is very important to the American people, you should trust what this president did for you in his first term. He effectively utilized tariffs while driving down inflation. It was a record low 1.4% when he left office. and he's focused on getting back to that. It's unfortunate the previous administration left us in this mess. Sure.
Representative Anna Paulina Luna left the Freedom Caucus over there, left support for her bill that would allow new parents to proxy vote around 12 weeks around the birth of their baby. Does the president support that bill?
I'm not sure. I haven't actually talked to the president about that bill, but I certainly can and can get a take on if he supports it or not.
Thank you. And one more. The D.C. Circuit ruled last week that the president can fire holdover Biden appointees of independent agencies. Will this ruling empower President Trump to dismiss more federal employees?
Well, the president has given the responsibility to his cabinet secretaries to hire and fire at their respective agencies, and they reserve that right. You saw the Secretary of Health and Human Services announced more layoffs today. This is all part of the administration's effort for a mass reduction in force in the federal bureaucracy here in Washington, D.C. to save American taxpayers money. As for agencies within the president's executive authority, the president retains that right. And we've seen there have been bureaucrats at some of these agencies that have been trying to act independent. They need to remember who they work for. It's the executive of the executive branch. You look at the United States Institute of Peace, for example. There was a little bit of a standoff with bureaucrats over there who didn't want to realize who they work for, and that is Donald Trump. And President Trump is focused on streamlining these agencies to save American taxpayers money, and he has every right to do that.
Caroline.
Sure. Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline.
Yeah.
In Gaza, the bodies of 15 rescuers have been found in their sort of ambulances where they were apparently killed by Israeli forces. Just wondering if the White House is going to be calling on Israel to investigate that and to try and avoid similar casualties involving rescue workers in future.
Well, as for the specific situation you just mentioned, I'll talk to the president about it and our national security team. What I can tell you is what I've spoken with the president on. He very much remains committed to backing Israel, and it was only because of this president and his team's leadership that we had a temporary ceasefire in Gaza, that we were able to bring many hostages home. And the president made it very clear to Hamas, you get the hostages out, all of them, or there will be hell to pay. And Hamas is certainly witnessing what it feels like for all hell to be paid, and the president supports Israel's right to defend itself.
Any progress at all on a ceasefire at the moment, as far as the president's concerned?
The president and his team continue to be engaged on this every single day. Sure. Go ahead, Tim.
So I'm just wondering, related to that, if you have an approximate date for the president's first foreign trip. I think there was a little confusion yesterday about what month he was talking about. And then will he need a ceasefire to be in place or closer, either in Gaza or in Ukraine, before that takes place?
Mm-hmm. The president will be heading to Saudi Arabia in May. As for specific dates and details, we will be reading those out to you as soon as we possibly can. I know our teams are working on the details of that trip. And then again, as for a ceasefire, the president's made it clear that's what he wants to see in Russia and Ukraine, and his team continues to be engaged on it every day.
And
Kelly.
Signal, you said case closed yesterday. Do you, as that case was closed, do you have anything that you can share about what was learned, how this can be avoided in the future, any sort of findings from that investigation?
The case is closed, and the president continues to have confidence in his national security advisor. Yes, Kelly.
Kelly. Thanks, Caroline. So
Sorry,
the president
Ed.
has said...
Ed, I'll come to you after.
The president
I'm
said...
glad you're so eager to ask a question.
It's Liberation Day.
Yes, it is.
Caroline, the president has said foreign countries and companies will eat the cost of tariffs. In his speech on Inauguration Day, he said, quote, instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens.
Right.
So then why did he have to tell the domestic automakers not to raise prices?
Well, that was a private conversation that was had. I'm not sure if that comment was made or was not made. But as for what the president said in his Inauguration Day speech, he's absolutely correct. A tariff will be a tax on these foreign nations, these foreign companies, and if they want to be absolved of that tariff, then they can come here to the United States of America to do business, bring their jobs here. Edward, go ahead.
Thank you. So Canadians have been negotiating with the Commerce Secretary over the trade, the tariffs. How many companies are mutually talking with the U.S. or countries are mutually talking with the U.S. to lower tariffs?
I don't have a specific number, but I can tell you there have been quite a few countries that have called the president and have called his team in discussion about these tariffs. But again, there's one country the president cares most about, and it's the United States of America, and doing what's best for the people who elected him to this office to restore restore their jobs, their wealth, and their prosperity. I'm looking at the clock. I have a hard out today. I have a hard out today because I'm actually heading over to the State Department with the First Lady of the United States. She will be delivering remarks at 1 o'clock this afternoon at the 19th International Women of Courage Award ceremony with our great Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. That starts at 1. This is the 5th year Mrs. Trump is participating and standing with brave women leaders who embody American values abroad. And the First Lady in her remarks today will highlight the profound connection between the love and courage that will be shown by this year's honorees. I encourage everybody to tune in at 1 o'clock, and then we'll see you all tomorrow for Liberation Day. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Caroline.
All right, so White House briefing, talking and getting a lot of questions on the tariffs that will be imposed tomorrow. The White House calling it Liberation Day. And this is Liberation Day Eve. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thanks again for joining us on Live Now from Fox, always worldwide for you. You did hear Caroline really preview the event that is coming up in about 15 minutes at the State Department. It is the International Women of Courage Award Ceremony, and we will have it for you uninterrupted right here on Live Now from Fox when it does get going in about 18 minutes or so. So let's take a 2-minute break. We'll be back with many more live feeds from all over the country when we come back. Back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Let's continue on with a live feed that is coming out of Capitol Hill right now. This House hearing on judicial overreach by courts against President Trump. Let's listen in, and as we wait about 15 minutes away from First Lady Melania Trump remarks.
They're here unlawfully in the country. They should be deported. But the idea that that should become the basis for a mass roundup and deportation of people who've never been charged with anything, who have no criminal record, strikes me as absolutely preposterous. And the administration, at least, was willing to come forward to say, okay, they have the wrong person. This was a mistake to have him, but now, c'est la vie, I suppose, he's stuck in El Salvador under a dictator who throws people into a prison that engages in torture. And my colleagues would rather go all the way down to the end of the field with Donald Trump rather than admit that that is a blatant violation of American due process and all of our constitutional values. I mean, that's just extraordinary to me that members of the House Judiciary Committee would be taking that position. That's a very serious problem. Now, Judge Boasberg, who's a conservative judge who was appointed to the bench by President Bush, correctly determined that the Alien Enemy Act of 1798 doesn't apply. It had only been used before in that original Alien Sedition Act period, World War I and World War II. It is for wartime. It is for the deporting of foreign nationals who belong to enemy states, or if there's a military invasion of the country. And it doesn't apply, so he said, we've got to use the Immigration Naturalization Act, but that requires a due process hearing. But that's too much for my colleagues who can evince no sympathy at all for this father of a 5 years. We're not a criminal court, whether he's done anything, but I do know, based on court records, he has no criminal record. He's not been convicted of anything. And suddenly they're saying, well, he's a member of MS-13. He had an asylum petition, which I'll enter for the record, which showed that he was actually being harassed and persecuted by a criminal gang, which was why he originally came to America. And the court determined, although his application for asylum was time barred, nonetheless, he has established past persecution based on a protected ground, and he has established the presumption of a well-founded fear of future persecution. So maybe you guys know something about the case I don't know, but that's why I believe in due process, because I think a court should be hearing this. I thank the gentlelady for her indulgence and her kindness.
Absolutely, thank you, Mr. Chair. I've heard the suggestion from some of our witnesses today that because President Trump eked out a narrow win-in, he should have the right to do whatever he wants with no checks on his power. And I find this deeply disturbing. As a former civics teacher, it feels like we failed somewhere along the way. Presumably, we've all had some basic civics education, and I'm hearing a shocking misunderstanding of how the Constitution works. Professor Shaw, thanks so much for being here. Let's briefly reestablish the fundamentals here. We have 3 branches of government, correct?
Correct.
Executive, legislative, and judicial branch, correct?
Correct.
And under our constitutional order, the head of the executive branch, the president, generally must obey orders by judges, correct?
Absolutely.
And one of the ways Congress oversees judges and the president is through impeachment or removal from office for violating the law or other egregious behavior. Is that correct?
Treason, bribery, other high crimes and misdemeanors, correct.
Thank you. But Congress does not remove judges because of a disagreement with how they ruled. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And why is that?
Judicial independence requires the judges not be constantly afraid that they will be removed from office if they issue a decision that is unpopular or that is, opposed to the interests of the political powers or that runs against the political winds. Judicial independence requires judges to be confident and secure in their rulings and not fear the consequences of those rulings other than reversal on appeal. That's a consequence judges can and should fear, but that really is the primary consequence.
And as you've said, this has a chilling effect. This entire presidency so far is about having a chilling effect on the way that government works. The House must not take up impeachment resolutions based on anything but serious misconduct or illegal behavior. Yet Republicans, including people on this committee who claim to respect the Constitution, have introduced impeachment resolutions against judges because they don't like how judges did their job. They've introduced 7 impeachment resolutions so far. I'm sure there are more to come. Trump and Musk have publicly called for the impeachment of judges that they just don't like. Just by introducing these impeachment resolutions, my colleagues have attacked and weakened the independent judiciary. Does a weakened judiciary, Professor Shaw, endanger Americans' constitutional rights?
The courts are a key guarantor.
The gentlelady's time has expired, but I will give indulgence. You may answer.
I apologize. I didn't see. Sorry. I think that an independent judiciary has been and continues to be a key guarantor of all of our rights. And so anything that threatens judicial independence is a threat to all of us.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. And I will just say in closing, I taught my students for years the Constitution requires that we respect the rule of law and not the rule of one man. Thank you so much for being here.
House hearing does continue, and what we will do is take our final break here of the hour while we do wait for the First Lady over at the State Department to be making remarks. So we'll be back in just moments on Live Now. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us. Coming up here in moments, we'll take you out to the State Department, where First Lady Melania Trump will be giving remarks alongside Secretary of State Marco Rubio. So we'll be taking that as soon as it does get going. In the meantime, let's take it back out to the House hearing on judicial overreach by courts against President Trump. Let's listen in on Live Now.
I have a question for you, ma'am. Do you feel more or less safe now that President Trump is back in the White House?
More.
And why do you say that?
Because he's getting rid of the criminals that were harassing all of us.
Do you think that President Trump is putting the priorities of America and the average American citizen above the priorities of the cartels and those people that want to destroy this nation?
Yes, because these people were causing immediate harm to citizens, not some imaginary harm that could happen one day.
I mean, if you had a message for the American people today, what would it be?
This is a real threat to our communities, not just mine, not an isolated incident, not just regulated to one building. These are all over the United States. Apparently, people have forgotten 9/11. There are dangerous criminals in our country, and if we don't start getting them out now, then when? After they victimize someone just like me?
I fought for this country. There are many people in this room that fought for this country. I flew 55 combat air missions in Baghdad in an Apache helicopter because I do not want to see animals in our country terrorize my fellow Americans. That's what we took an oath to do. As sitting here in the halls of Congress, it is also our responsibility to protect the American citizen first. For the record, as somebody has deployed all over this world, no other country operates like this. None. You cannot tell me a country that would allow 20 million people to enter their country illegally and their country do absolutely nothing about it. And for the record, this is the greatest country in the world. That's why there's 20 million people trying to enter it illegally. So therefore, we bear an even greater responsibility to keep these animals from entering our country to protect you, the American public. That's our job. President Trump won, and he was given a mandate for that very reason. He promised to protect us and put our priorities first. It is just that simple. I understand my colleagues on the left may disagree with this to a certain extent, but quite frankly, the mandate was already given to us, and ma'am, you're sitting here right now because you are terrorized by the very animals that had no business being in our country in the first place. I'll let you answer this last question, ma'am. As we move forward, what would you like us to do to protect you?
Briefly, please.
Stop wasting tax dollars trying to interrupt him and stop him from what he's doing. Do something to protect the people who elected you and put you in your spots. To look down and decide what happens to the rest of us.
Thank you, ma'am. I get back to the remainder of my time.
Gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Ross, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the witnesses for being here today. This is an extremely important issue for our country and for the future of our country. But let me be clear before I ask my question. Donald Trump's contempt for the judiciary is not new. He has fought civil cases against him because of real estate deals and people he hasn't paid. He's fought victims that he has sexually assaulted and he has been convicted of sexually assaulting. His disrespect for the judiciary is based on his disrespect for anybody who doesn't let him do whatever he wants, whenever he wants. And he is very dangerous right now because he is the President of the United States of America. And we are seeing him treat the people of the United States of America the same way he treated those poor contractors he never paid, the same way he treated women who he sexually assaulted. He is doing the same thing to the United States of America. So, Professor Shaw, on February 9th, Donald Trump told reporters that no judge, quote, should be allowed to rule against his administration's unconstitutional changes to how our government operates. And the next day, Vice President J.D. Vance posted on X, judges aren't allowed to control the executive branch's legitimate power. Just to be clear, Does the president decide what issues judges get to rule on under our Constitution?
No, really, since, Marbury versus Madison, 1803, judges and the Supreme Court, right, sitting at the top of the federal judiciary, have had the final word on the meaning of the Constitution and the laws and the consistency of laws or executive action with the Constitution. So in our system, it has been the courts and not the president who have had the final word.
Thank you for that. So I am going to quote Fourth Circuit Judge Michael Ludig, who I can testify, no liberal. I had a case in front of him. He was a tough customer in the Fourth Circuit. He was appointed by George H.W. Bush, and he recently noted in an op-ed for the New York Times, quote, "A country without an independent judiciary is not one in which any of us should want to live, except perhaps Mr. Trump while he resides in the White House." Trump has railed against the federal judiciary for years, as I said in my opening, and especially now that his administration is losing in courts nationwide. So, Professor Shaw, what could Congress do to stand up against Trump's attacks on the judiciary to ensure that it remains functioning, independent, and co-equal in our system of governance?
Well, I certainly don't think resolutions of impeachment for no other reason than rulings that, members disagree with are constructive from the perspective of preserving judicial independence. I mean, one thing that I would imagine that bipartisan support could, easily rally behind is judicial security, right? We are in a moment in which we have read about
All right, everyone, that is the House hearing that continues on right now, but we have another live feed that we want to bring to you. Let's go out to the State Department right now, where the International Women of Courage Award ceremony is starting. We will hear from the First Lady Melania Trump in just moments.
Women's Issues, or SGW as we call it here. I'm so honored to be with you all today at the 19th Annual International Women of Courage Award Ceremony. We are so excited to have so many distinguished guests and our courageous awardees. I'm so glad the weather in DC greeted you all with our beautiful cherry blossoms and a million blooms, just like the courage blooming all over the world, inspired by the incredible women we honor here today. Established by former Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice, this annual award celebrates women leaders from around the world who have demonstrated exceptional courage, strength, and leadership, often at great personal risk or sacrifice. 19 years, which is the same age as my son, is a testament to the importance of this award and the work it represents, a clear and powerful statement that the United States strongly supports the participation and protection of women and girls, the defense of their human rights, and their empowerment. None of this would be possible without leadership and support at the highest levels, starting with President Trump. Thank you to First Lady Melania Trump and Secretary Rubio for your deep, long-standing commitment to women and girls globally. We are so thrilled to have so many members of the Cabinet and Congress and their staff here as well. I'm so proud to be here representing SGW. Our mission has been to promote the rights and empowerment of women and girls globally as a cornerstone of U.S. foreign policy. As President Trump said, when women are empowered to participate in civic and economic life, their communities, their families, and countries are more prosperous, healthy, and safe. My office works across three main areas that, as the Secretary outlined, advances the President's America First vision. Making America safer, by ensuring the protection of women and girls from violence, a central part of securing our border, combating terrorism, and fostering global peace and security. Making America stronger, by advancing women's meaningful participation in political, peace, and security processes, leading to longer-lasting peace and stability around the world. making America more prosperous by supporting women's economic empowerment and fostering American investments, innovation, and interest over our strategic competitors. Now, the International Women of Courage Awards highlight the critical role women play in peace and stability. The 8 individuals who you will learn more about in just a moment embody those American values abroad and promote efforts that their countries and regions are more secure. I am pleased now to introduce their stories to you. Please see the screen.
At the House of Hope, I lead efforts to support survivors of gender-based violence, social reaccusation-related violence, and trafficking in persons. I am passionate about shaping a network of change makers to build a country where everyone can live free from violence.
Experience as a child marriage survivor motivated me to start up the organization so that I can be able to tackle issues of early marriage within my community and South Sudan at large. WOJE has empowered more than 15,000 survivors in the community.
أعمل في مجال المختطفين والمخفيين قسرا والمعتقلين تعسفا. نعمل مع الأمهات وبنات الرابطة والنساء المختطفين من أجل الإفراج عن أبنائهم والسلام دائما يبدأ من قلوب الأمهات.
Every person with disabilities deserves fair treatment. This is my life work and the mission of my organization. The work continues, but we are confident we have tools. Change is possible.
La question des droits humains est très problématique parce que mal compris, j'ai des motifs de satisfaction quand je réussis à convaincre les autorités à défendre un défenseur des droits humains. Et aussi, quand des personnes braquées contre les droits humains me disent, Madame, à l'issue de votre sensibilisation, j'ai compris, je m'engage à sensibiliser ma communauté.
On October 7th, I was taken hostage by Hamas terrorists. I survived 55 days in captivity. Upon my release, I vowed to tell my story because keeping it inside would destroy me. Courage for me means standing up for what you believe in. It means being true to your values and choosing hope and love even when faced with darkness.
I'm a journalist, and that's how I want people to see myself. And that's how I've made people see myself. The corruption story is unfortunately not going to end. And the impact I want to have is not to change governments. I want systems to change. I want laws to be put in place. I want institutions to be strengthened so that people are not able to abuse them. And that is what we have, as investigative journalists, always fought for. And that's what I will keep fighting for.
Conserving Tubataha is ensuring the food security of the country. As a marine protected area, we have become a model for other marine protected areas. We have brought pride to the country, and we have contributed to the global conservation goals. For me, courage means making a decision, making one's choices despite the uncertainties.
I think you can see the clear courage amongst all of these incredible women. Now, it is my distinct honor to introduce, from the great state of Florida, like myself, our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. Go Gators! Secretary Rubio has been a long, dedicated champion for women and girls around the world. As a U.S. Senator, he worked tirelessly to advance policies that strengthen women's roles in peace and security efforts, recognize their critical contributions to global security and American strength. He also worked to ensure that girls, particularly in conflict zones, have access to education. He played pivotal roles in making sure their efforts to end violence and human trafficking, striving to create safer environments for women and girls around the world. As a father of daughters, I know his passion for these issues is also deeply personal, driving his commitment to a future where all women and girls have the opportunity to lead, succeed, and thrive. Mr. Secretary, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for all of you for being here. Madam First Lady, thank you for joining us. We're so honored you would be here today with us at the State Department. All of our award recipients, you'll hear about them more in a moment. You saw that video, very moving, very touching. We'll learn more about them. All of my colleagues and distinguished guests. A special recognition for the members of our cabinet who are here today. Why don't you guys stand up so we can recognize you? Our Attorney General, the Secretary of Small Business, of Education, and of Labor. And we're missing Tulsi Gabbard because she's probably spying somewhere right now. So she's busy. But thank you for being here and joining us on this. And good afternoon and welcome to the State Department. This is a beautiful room. We don't use it often enough. But this is an appropriate setting in which to use it. And we're so grateful to be honoring this year's International Women of Courage awardees. This has been going on since 2007, when one of my predecessors, Secretary Condoleezza Rice, instituted this award. And since then, I've recognized over 200 women for their work promoting peace and prosperity and human rights in communities and in countries across the world. And what we recognize here more than that is not just their work, but the fact that they do so oftentimes at extraordinary risk to themselves, to their families, to their loved ones. Not just important work, but work that took courage. And that's why we recognize 8 women with the International Women of Courage Award here today. I'd briefly like to honor a leader. You saw her a moment ago, Katrina Fotovat. Did I say that right? Katrina, we call her Kat. There. And she's done a great job. Without you and your team putting this together, it would not have been possible. Thank you. I want to also personally thank the woman of courage who lives in my home, my wife, Jeanette, who rarely gets to join us. But, and I say that relatively speaking because, courage is, there are challenges with 3 kids under 22 years of age or 23, as you know, especially a 17-year-old that's still in high school, and they had the world figured out. Anyway, thank you, because without her, I would not be able to do this. So we thank you very much and for being here today. At the State Department, and under President Trump, we try to take every opportunity to defend and to promote women and girls across the world. During his first term, President Trump made women's economic opportunity an imperative. He established the Women's Global Development and Prosperity Initiative, which to date has reached over 12 million women worldwide. At home, during his first term, female unemployment reached the lowest level in 50 years. President Trump also signed the Women, Peace, and Security Act, a bill that I was very proud to have been a co-sponsor of when I was in the Senate. And it was the first comprehensive law passed in any country in the world, first law passed by any country anywhere in the world, focused on protecting women and promoting their participation in society. President Trump is also working now to fulfill his promise to end a brutal war that's going on in Europe as well as in the Middle East. Wars that aren't just costing the lives of soldiers and civilians, but where women in these wars, in these conflicts, as you will hear somewhat today, are kidnapped and they're assaulted, they're displaced, they're killed, their families are in danger. And one of our honorees today knows that too well, because on 7th October of 2023, Amit Susana was abducted from her home by Hamas. And upon her release, she shared details of the sexual violence she endured as a hostage, which allowed medical professionals to document the atrocities that she suffered. And this was at a time when people were denying that these atrocities were being committed, and even blaming Israel for Hamas's brutality. Her bravery, her advocacy brings much needed attention to the scourge of sexual violence and conflicts all over the world. Even as I speak to you now, there is sexual violence going on somewhere in the world in these various conflicts. It is a scourge. There is so much more to be said about the accomplishments and the courage and the leadership of each of these great women. And let me reaffirm the importance of protecting women and girls and promoting their well-being are American goals. But they also happen to be a strong goal of our president, President Donald Trump. So to our honorees, congratulations and thank you for your work to create a safer and more secure and just world. In a moment, it'll be my distinct honor to welcome the First Lady of the United States to speak to you. She too is a woman of tremendous courage and of great accomplishment. She's an inspirational leader. Through her Be Best initiative and her work now advocating the Take It Down Act, she's protected women and girls online and promoted their health and well-being. So, Madam First Lady, thank you so much for being with us today. I look forward to continuing to work with you to promote the well-being and prosperity of Americans. So, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome, it's a great honor to welcome the First Lady of the United States, Melania Trump.
Thank you. Please sit down, please. Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you, Secretary Rubio. Throughout my life, I have harnessed the power of love as a source of strength during challenging times. Love has inspired me to embrace forgiveness, nurture empathy, and exhibit bravery in the face of unforeseen obstacles. Today, we celebrate courage, a strength that is based in love. This truth is illustrated through our honorees, who prove that love can inspire extraordinary valor, even in the face of vulnerability. Their remarkable stories, a testament to the power of love in practice for family, community, and our world. This is especially evident in places where their passion defies convention and where it has been shown at great personal risk of stigma, persecution, or harm. The courageous Georgiana Pescu, one of our award recipients, exemplifies love in action. Georgiana is a watchdog who defends the dignity of Romanians whose voices cannot be heard. She fearlessly enters facilities designated as care centers to rescue people with disabilities who are unwittingly held captive. In fact, Georgiana usually shows up unannounced and discovers the unimaginable. Helpless adults and children bound, sedated, starving, and in extreme cases, dying. Thanks to Georgiana's brave work, dozens of offenders have been charged with human trafficking, exploitation, and even organized crime. We are honored to join an exceptional assembly of brave women who have shown their love and refused to let fear or hardship define them. Their collective achievements and dedication move us all. Let us also take a moment to acknowledge those who persist in their struggles. For each of them, love serves as a powerful catalyst, instilling a profound sense of purpose in their endeavors. To the women who are driven to speak out for justice, even though their voices are trembling. To the women who are motivated to rise up for their community when others remain indifferent. To the women who feel compelled to heal wounds caused by hatred and cherish peace. The 2025 International Women of Courage Award recipients came from diverse backgrounds and regions. Yet, love transcends boundaries and territories. It is a universal language. Their courage propels us of humanity forward by advocating to end violence against women and girls, promoting democratic governance, defending human rights, championing education, and fighting injustice. Through their efforts, they instigate progress for all of humanity. These extraordinary women illuminate the transformative power of love in shaping our world. Their journeys remind us that true courage is born from a deep commitment to others, showing that love fuels the call for justice. Through their brave actions, they inspire us to embrace our own potential for change, teaching us that while courage drives us forward, it is love that lays the groundwork for lasting impact. Let their stories motivate us to take courageous steps, knowing that each act of love can spark a ripple of transformation. Thank you, and thank you for being here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Beautiful remarks, weren't they? Just lovely. Thank you, everyone. I'm Tammy Bruce. I'm the spokesperson for the U.S. State Department. You guys are also great. Great looking room here. And it's an honor and a pleasure to be here with all of you. So good afternoon, Madam First Lady, Secretary Rubio, Mrs. Rubio, and distinguished guests. Today we celebrate the extraordinary achievements of 8 women from across the globe who have demonstrated unparalleled courage, resilience, and leadership in the face of adversity. These remarkable individuals have shown us that courage knows no boundaries and that the strength of the human spirit can overcome even the most daunting challenges. As we honor these exceptional women, we are reminded of the importance of their work and the impact these women have had on their own community.
State Department spokesperson Tammy Bruce speaking at this event at the State Department. We just heard from First Lady Melania Trump as well. We'll get back to this in just moments, but I do want to go out to some breaking news that we are following for you right now out in Boston. These are aerials of the aftermath of a truck that we are learning that has struck people out in Boston. So this is the scene right now. The truck is believed to have hit multiple people when it crashed off a street in Boston earlier today. Right now, it was being reported at 12:48 Eastern is when this incident happened. The yellow rental box truck that you can see right there in the middle of your screen, still on its side right now after the crash, and we have still first responders and at the scene, and this investigation continues with the police tape up as well. The road was closed between Tyler and Washington Streets, according to the police. The area is near Boston's Chinatown. So right now, these aerials continue on right here with the breaking news. We'll wait for more updates coming out of Boston here, but that is the latest as the scene continues to be investigated with the truck there on the side, on the sidewalk partially as well. All right, so the Skyfox looks like it is leaving there. We'll keep an eye on that. If we get any info from the ground or any news conferences, we'll be sure to bring that to you right here on Live Now. We'll take a 2-minute break. We'll be back with much more in just moments. Welcome back, everyone, here worldwide on Live Now from Fox. We continue to showcase just some of these aerials out of Boston right now of a truck that has struck people out on the sidewalk and street area in Boston. We're waiting to get more details from this incident, but obviously active investigation is going on right now, and you do have police blocking off several streets in this area. So again, if we get any sound from on the ground with the authorities, we will be sure to pass that along to you on Live Now from Fox. And also keeping an eye out in Massachusetts today. It's very busy as well for the Karen Reed trial, as the jury selection for the second murder trial is started today and is expected to go several weeks. So we want to know, and you can join in on the conversation as we'll continue to talk about the Karen Reed trial today and as the trial does progress. But you could scan the QR code there top right, and if you have any questions about the Karen Reed trial, we'll try to get some of those answered for you a little bit later when we talk to legal experts on this Karen Reed trial there. So you can see it right there on the screen. Let us know, and we'll be sure to try to pass along some of those questions to our legal analyst a little bit later on Live Now from Fox, everyone. All right. In the meantime, we do want to continue on with live feeds that are continuing to pop up right now. Let's go out to Capitol Hill, where we continue to have lawmakers speak just a day before the tariffs are expected to be put into place, as President Trump is calling tomorrow Liberation Day.
Having us and our allies put tremendous pressure on them with economic sanctions. And we know that if they have the ability to sell their oil around the world, that's only going to continue to fund more terrorist activity, and we need to put a stop to it. I'm proud to support the Maximum Pressure Act, a critical step in safeguarding American interest and global security. And as we all know, they are going to continue, and we have to. We actually have a strong leader now. We've stumbled over the last 4 years in our position in the world with dealing with Iran, and they've taken advantage of that. And I am proud to stand here with my colleagues to put the line in the sand and know that our president is going to do the right thing in leading and making sure that America's safe, that the Middle East is stable, and that we're going to stand with our allies in Israel and others in the Middle East to make sure that Iran can't do more destructive damage. So thank you again, and it's my honor to introduce freshman colleague, Mr. Troy Downing from Montana.
Thank you. And first, I want to thank Representatives Nunn, Pfluger, and Klein for their leadership, and for all of my colleagues here for standing up for what's right, and also for the Republican Study Committee. So R-S.C's efforts to codify President Trump's maximum pressure campaign and hold Iran accountable is incredibly important. There's a lot of us up here who have served, seeing this firsthand, as Representative Stubbe put. But put plainly, these efforts could not be more timely. On the other side of the world, Iran-backed Houthis in Yemen are attacking U.S. ships and disrupting global trade, while the Ayatollah's regime looks to step away from the negotiating table on a nuclear deal. But here in Washington, Republicans in Congress could not be more serious about imposing the toughest ever sanctions on Iran to thwart the development of its nuclear program and to dissuade its support for terror across the globe. In the face of Iranian threats, we're showcasing once again that when we work together in lockstep with President Trump, we can deliver real and lasting pain for America's enemies and those who wish our allies harm. Thank you again to my colleagues on the Republican Study Committee for your leadership. God bless our troops. God bless America. And I'm going to yield to my fellow Air Force veteran, Don Bacon.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Most of the salient points have been made, so I won't repeat all of them. But I do like to share a personal experience. I deployed to Iraq in 2007 and 8. I came there during the surge. We were losing about 120 troops a month. At that point was the peak of that fight. But as time went on, we whittled down Al-Qaeda, and the bigger threat became the Shia militias that were targeting America. And they became the biggest threat at the end. And these Shia militias were armed, funded, and led by Iranian IRGC. We lost 609 Americans from those Shia militias that were directed by Iran. 609 families that were lost a son or daughter, husband, wife, or mom or dad. That's a lot. We should never forget it. But it doesn't stop there. We also lost sailors on the USS Cole from Iranian-run terrorists. We lost those Marines at the towers in Beirut, the dorms, from Iranian terrorists. And Khobar Towers, we lost mainly airmen there that were killed by a terrorist that was Iranian-run. My friend, Tim Hahn, was killed in that attack. America should not forget what Iran has done, and we should not forgive until this regime is kicked out. We know that if Iran gains a nuclear weapon, will become an existential threat to Israel and our country. We cannot let that happen. So we want to have our foot on their neck economically and try to prevent every penny coming in or going out. With that, I get to introduce my friend, Dave Joyce.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all, and good afternoon. As has been stated, for decades, Iran has been both the largest sponsor of terrorism in this world, and the Biden administration emboldened this regime by tolerating Iran's threats against American citizens and U.S. interests. President Trump will end these threats now, full stop. He understands that allowing Iran to obtain nuclear weapons is an unacceptable risk. The Trump administration and Congress, as you can see, are going to work together to ensure that we take an aggressive approach against Iran and its influence. America will always stand against the sponsorship of terrorism and violence that targets our citizens and our allies like Israel. I look forward to leading the charge with my colleagues here today, and I now look forward to, as we all do, to answering any questions you may have.
Go ahead, and we'll call up anybody that is a subject matter expert if you have specific. Let me just say real quick, the people you see here come from different committees. Everybody serves on a different committee here in Congress, not just on the Armed Service or the Intel or the National Security Committees. But what you see today is the Republican Study Committee putting national security back into the national dialogue. It's a conservative word. We believe in national security. We believe in protecting Americans everywhere. Couldn't be prouder of the members that are on the stage and some that are not, that also have an interest in this. And with that, we'll go to questions.
Thank you, Congressman. So Congress has made little progress in codifying the president's executive orders. Are you worried at all that Republicans might be falling behind and really cementing Trump's agenda?
No, not at all. And in fact, just a couple of weeks ago, we stood here with our R-S.C. set in stone policy package of 8 different pieces of legislation that did exactly that. They're advocating for the executive orders, for the codification of those executive orders, for the agenda that we know is a mandate. We're working very closely with the White House, with the administration, and as we've heard from leadership in the last, in fact, just as recently as today, that they are working very diligently with the committees of jurisdiction to make sure that we do codify. I think you see that with the CRAs that are being passed, some of which have been signed into law, that are doing the things that President Trump said he would do. And we're all looking forward to getting to that reconciliation package so we can further the codification. Does anybody else have any words on that?
Thank you. My name is R-S.C. I'm with Iran International TV. 2 questions about this package you have introduced. Number one, the Ayatollah was speaking to masses 2 days ago in Iran after the month of Ramadan. And what he said about sitting down with President Trump in negotiations is that if the Islamic Republic in fact sits with the United States, it shows its weakness. And therefore, you and your colleague and what he calls the Zionist regime would increase the pressure on the regime. So that's why he doesn't want to directly talk to the United States. I want to hear your reaction on his thoughts. And also yesterday, his advisor, Ali Larijani, told the Iranian press that if Iran is being bombed by the United States, it would leave Iran with no choice but to march toward nuclear bomb. What do you think about these 2 questions?
Iran has no leverage. Iran has no friends. Iran is a pariah. Iran is by themselves. And the only choice they have from President Trump is to make sure that they never attain a nuclear weapon. That is the only choice that they have. This package, the strongest Iran sanctions and security package delivered to date, does exactly that. It sends a message to Iran, to the Ayatollah, that the Iranian people are not the target. It's the leadership that wants to gain a nuclear weapon and wants to continue that pariah state of sowing chaos and terrorism throughout the world. So they have two choices. One, they can make sure that they announce loud and clear to the world that they will not attain a nuclear weapon, or they face the consequences. And I think they're lucky that they have somebody who is so strong, President Trump, who has delivered an off-ramp for them. If I were them, I would make the choice of announcing loud and clear that they will not attain a nuclear weapon. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Nunn.
I think August said it directly. Let's look at the situation here. The Ayatollah has tried to have conversations with the United States in the past, and the Ayatollah has failed. The Ayatollah has been a coward at every moment where he could have done the right thing. The Ayatollah has chosen to punish the Persian Farsi people in a massacre that has existed for now more than 45 years. The Ayatollah is the one who is pushing Iran towards the precipice. And the Ayatollah is the one who's not only destabilizing the Middle East, but is the same entity who's attacked U.S. forces, U.S. citizens, and now shows up on the southern border of the United States and threatens America's national security.
If I may follow up on that question, what do you think about the advice?
All right, House Republicans talking about tariffs, also Iran sanctions as they try to get more tougher sanctions on Iran. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here. Thanks again for joining us worldwide on Live Now from Fox. We're keeping an eye on the breaking news, though, out of Boston, where this truck has hit multiple people and is now right now on its side out on the streets here of Boston and on the sidewalk there as well. This happened around 12:45 p.m. Eastern, and right now crews are still on the scene as this is an active investigation that is taking place right now. You do see the police tape up as well, and you have several police officers and detectives on the scene and around this block, and several blocks are shut down right now as they continue to investigate right here. We know that multiple people were injured. We don't have a specific number right now. We are waiting for more updates from Boston police at this time, but you can see the damage there from the truck there on its side. And again, we continue to bring you the latest here on Live Now from Fox. We know that the roads are closed between Tyler and Washington streets. The area is near Boston's Chinatown as well, and this was a rental truck there on its side. We don't know what the contents, if there were any inside, but you can see partly inside of that truck right now. And the Boston police spokesperson told media outlets of course the investigation is still very early. It happened at 12:48 p.m. Eastern and continues to be investigated right now. And we'll be keeping an eye on this one for you. If we do get any sound from police on the ground, we will pass that along to you. And of course, if we get any updates on the victims, we will bring that to your attention as well. We'll take another 2-minute break here on Live Now. We'll be back with much more in just moments. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. Again, we appreciate you continuing to be with us all right here, giving you different live feeds that continue to come in, and we bring them right back to you. Let's go back out to the State Department briefing for the International Women of Courage Award ceremony as it does continue, and you have the recipients right there giving some camera shots there, taking some photos. We just heard from First Lady Melania Trump, and it looks like this event is now wrapping up there, but just wanted to bring that to you to show you the close of that International Women of Courage Awards ceremony. Keeping you at the Capitol right now, House Republicans still taking questions on Iran sanctions and so much more.
A lack of enforcement of sanctions that are already in the book. Billions of dollars, tens of billions of dollars being paid by China for illicit oil on tankers that can be spotted on a map today that are not being stopped. We've seen Iran try its best to rebut 300 weapon systems fired at Israel. And who stood in the breach? The Israelis, led by the United States, backed up by Britain, France, Jordan, and other Arab partners who came to the table to collectively hold Iran accountable. We have seen the IRGC decimated. We have seen Hezbollah pushed back in the north. We've seen Hamas nearly obliterated from the map. And we have seen a ragtag group of terrorists out of Yemen being striked repeatedly here in only the first 10 weeks, something that didn't happen for the last 4 days. The entire suite of statecraft now is being brought to bear against Tehran. And it's more than, I would say, a pushback here. It is cutting off their very ability to maneuver in the space. The Ayatollah wants regime change, and the Ayatollah needs to come to the table and have a conversation about a future for the Iranian people, not be trying to dig centrifuges in the middle of a desert, because our allies and the United States will be very quick to end that campaign. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good. All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, House Republicans are wrapping up there for their news conference, and we will take a 2-minute break. Stay back, come back with much more in just moments on Live Now. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are back here with you. Let's go out to another live event that we have been following for you. This in-demand hearing on the House side featuring the former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich, testifying on the Judiciary Overreach Committee, talking about judicial overreach by courts against President Trump. Let's listen in on Live Now.
Move to El Salvador. And what really should happen is that every single one of those people should have to file their own lawsuits. and each district then judge should rule on it. That's the difference, the opposite of a nationwide injunction, right?
Actually, as I've said several times in the last 3 hours, there can be a provision by which the Supreme Court takes up that injunction.
So which is
it?
Do you oppose nationwide injunctions as a judicial coup d'etat?
No.
Or do you think nationwide injunctions are appropriate in certain circumstances but should have expedited appeal?
I believe that nationwide injunctions by an individual judge is far too much power, and that there can be a procedure.
Let's keep on with Judge Boasberg's case, okay? So he issued, and by the way, he did not issue an order on the underlying issue. He temporarily enjoined the president from whisking off people to another country without due process so that the legal issue could be resolved. Now, you say expedited appeal. That opinion, that case was already appealed to the district court, the Court of Appeals for the district court. They've already ruled. And by 2-1, they kept the temporary injunction in. It was a Republican appointee, Judge Henderson, who was one of the two. So I guess I'm confused as to what the problem is with a temporary nationwide injunction so that the issue can be resolved, and if necessary, ultimately by the Supreme Court. It sounds like you agree with me that that is the appropriate process.
The difference is whether or not you believe, one, that time matters, and
well, this was within a matter of weeks. It's now up before the Supreme Court. That's expedited, and I will say, I wholly agree with you, and to my colleague, Mr. Kiley, I would happily work to expedite appeals for nationwide injunctions. I hope my Republican colleagues would work with us to expedite enforcement of congressional subpoenas. The courts take far too long. I agree with you. But the notion that we do not have due process and that someone should be removed without due process based on false pretenses, which the administration now admits under a petition for habeas corpus, I would add, Mr. Larkin, and that there's no recourse because their mistake is now out of their control. I think even you, Mr. Gingrich, would agree with me that when you mistakenly accuse someone of being a gang member and you deport them, that it is incumbent upon you to fix that mistake. Do you agree?
I agree.
And with that, we're going to give you at least until, let's call it 2:30 to return. We stand in recess.
All right, so they are going to be in recess for about 45 minutes. We'll keep an eye on this hearing when it does get going once again. All right, we will take our final break here of the hour on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in just moments. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Coming up in just moments, you will see my colleague, Andy Mack. He will be with you for the next couple of hours, bringing the day's biggest top stories and headlines. We have another live event that we want to go out to. Let's go out to Milwaukee, where the police chief right now is giving some remarks. Let's listen in on Live Now.
Attempting to traffic stops, we still do. But there's so many other different tools that are being utilized. One of the things I know that we're working in cooperation with our state legislature and our elected officials. We started to tow. Our Fire and Police Commission allowed us to tow vehicles that are involved in reckless driving. I know there's some legislation looking at expanding that because we have to understand we have to take away the modality of how they commit the crime, which is their vehicle. But it's not easy. I think there's still some other particular things we can do. I don't know if there can be some level of going after the companies that tint the windows, especially when you talk about the windshield, which is illegal. So there's opportunities that we can still collaborate. I have a great relationship with the mayor and the common council and have the support of our Fire and Police Commission. But this is where the feedback and just seeing what are the opportunities that we can do to have another level of enforcement, another level to impact that particular reckless and disrespectful behavior of tinting all your windows around so that you can't see who the particular driver is.
James Robinson, thank you so much for your presentation and for being here today. In looking at your data, one thing I saw was an uptick in carjackings. Last summer, I was involved in one in front of the public market. The car behind me was carjacked. I called 911, and within a minute, I heard sirens, and you guys were on it, which was phenomenal. I'm just wondering how you're tackling that issue and what we can do as citizens to be more aware of it, more prepared for it, and respond to it.
So first, I just want to extend my apologies for your experience there, knowing that that's a traumatic situation to deal with. So there's a couple of things. Let's start with what we're doing. We have a number of different operations out there, something that's within our violent crime plan, Operation Winter Guardian, where there's a specific task force in the areas of concern looking for individuals who are taking the opportunity to unfortunately do that particular type of crime, carjacking. But as Summer Guardian is an engagement tool for gun violence, Winter Guardian is an engagement tool for carjacking. So we are going around to valets, we're going around to different businesses, doing informational, talking about how you can protect yourself, how your customers can protect themselves, because one of the things that we are dealing with in the age of technology is we just can't I put my phones on the table there, we can't get off our phones. We can't get off our phones. We, unfortunately, love our technology to a point where it's counterproductive of our safety. There's been times where there's been situations where individuals who are whether looking for maps or trying to respond back to that text, whatever, carjacking is a crime of opportunity. They look for those who are not paying attention. They look for those what we call an easy target. So that transitions to how you all can work to protect yourselves. Be vigilant. The unfortunate thing is that we are very good at catching carjackers, but I'd like us to be better at preventing. Meaning that if you allow the opportunity when you're in your iPad or laptop, there's better places to do catching up on work than inside your vehicle, especially when it's running. And don't get me wrong, it's not to say that it's victimizing the victim, because it's all about trying to what we call target hardening. Make it more difficult for those who want to get those or not paying attention to say, hey, you know what? And we hear this from those who are involved in that type of behavior. If they were paying attention, we would have went off to someone else. And so it helps to be vigilant, aware, and if somebody has to be on the phone, somebody be a lookout, just trying to understand, like, okay, there are signs out there, those who are, hanging around certain areas and unfortunately looking for, a target out there. Again, video surveillance and, talking to your businesses, valets, don't leave cars unattended too long. Ensuring that we have a good system in regards to making sure that we're putting our vehicles up. Because unfortunately, as in robberies, because carjacking is just a robbery, it's all about vigilance. It's all about not being a crime of opportunity because it happens so quickly. And so definitely working again to, have the, what we call target hardening, but we're doing our part because we're catching them, we're holding people accountable, and we're messaging that out to our public.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. I'm Kathy Eli, and I was mayor of Wallace Joseph for 8 years. Met with my police chief and my fire chief once a week for those 8 years. So I really became aware that your two departments, the fire department and the police department, are on the front line of the symptoms, the ramifications of social problems. And I encourage everyone in this room and elected officials to pay more attention, because our police departments can help us understand what root causes are that you're dealing with on a daily basis. So I want to thank you for that.
Appreciate it.
I also noticed that on your closure rates, everything was increasing on a positive rate, except for one area, and that was rape. And I'm just curious if you are aware of why that is.
So when you look at the numbers, and that's probably that first slide in regards to the reported incidents. So for human trafficking and sexual assault, those are some very difficult investigations. And what really makes it difficult is the reporting of it. And so it could be a glass half empty, glass half full. You know, there is what we call within the criminal justice field the undercurrent, underbody of data, meaning that those underreported crimes, those are the ones where, you know, people did not either come forward or felt not comfortable going forward. And so I'm a glass half full type of guy. Knowing that that is a sensitive, particular type of incident, having those who feel comfortable enough to report to us is a good thing in my eyes. Meaning that that gives us a chance to respond, impact, support, engage. You know, there's people from the, our domestic violence community here that, you know, we are looking for every particular resource and service, whether it's warm handoffs or instrumental partnerships. But seeing that there are more people coming forward to report and to engage a department where it's hard to have that trust. As you can see in my lapel, one of the things that we're proud of as a department, last year we were able to be bestowed the trust certificate for a large department from the International Association of Chiefs of Police. This is a commitment to building trust within the community. We are one of the few major city chiefs departments who have gotten that certificate, which is a partnership. We had to have like certain standards to be met, because we understand that without trust, you don't really get anything else. Support, cooperation. And so when we see these particular type of numbers, I would feel that our people are doing the right thing of engaging, connecting, and I would say nurturing trust with the community that we do serve to get those particular type of reportings.
I also want to thank you and the departments. There's been just a significant increase in the past 10 years of departments working together very collaboratively, and that has made a huge difference in how our county and our greater metropolitan area works together. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you. The greatest showing was the R-S-C. That was a huge, huge undertaking, and if it wasn't for the collaboration, not only citywide, countywide, but also statewide and nationwide.
Thank you for your presentation, and congratulations to the City Council and to the Mayor for supporting the Police Department. That's a good partnership.
Yes, sir.
My question relates to young people in the Youth Athletic League that you talked about some time ago. Could you give us a status report of your relationship with youths and sports and where it might be in the future?
So as we are, again, engaging in the Milwaukee Police Athletic League, I know that recent report I had that we had over 1,000 touch points with our youth in the city. And this is just a small core group of officers with the Milwaukee Police Department, but we also engage with our community liaison officers, our community partnership unit, and also other officers to have these particular touch points. But we have a number of different events like the Brought with a Cop. It works with not only the youth, but we have a cadet program, which is high school students who are engaged in working with the police department to, again, be exposed to the workings of the police department, but also auxiliaries and police aides. We work with schools. We work with a number of different community organizations. I believe in, I don't remember what the acronym is, how to help me out, UConn, the United Community, or, oh Lord, you don't know either? Okay. Well, these are the consortium of community organizations across the country, across the city that we work on, engagement at the parks. We work collaboratively with the Safe and Sound, love them. There's a real working hand in hand. As I said, coming into this particular position back in 2021, even when I was even the interim or acting chief, collaboration is a new public safety strategy. We all have a relative subject matter expertise to bring to the pot, bring to the table that we can use. And what we see now is that the collaborations are real, but they're being sustained. No more one-hit wonders. No more that we're just doing something to have a little feel-good story out there. These are being maintained, nurtured, and having people like Marcy Patterson, that is her direct prime directive to continue to navigate these relationships, build more, but also to continue to nurture the ones that we do have so that no one feels like we're just here and gone tomorrow. Because our youth, as you just said, needs this consistency out of us. But it's important to understand that we cannot be the only ones doing it. Our prime directive is law enforcement, meaning that we enforce the law. But we do have, most important, a hand in engaging and ensuring that we are taking care of and engaging the most vulnerable in our community, which is our youth. Is this water for mine, or is this a shared water up here? I don't want to. I didn't know. Did anybody else know this is all me? Nobody breathed on anything like that, did they? My wife's a physician. She'll be like, "You're not being very healthy right now." I'm just messing.
Good afternoon, Chief. My name is TJ Molinari. Thank you for your commitment to public service and for your team for being here and all you do for the city of Milwaukee. I'm a city of Milwaukee resident myself. We're very appreciative of all the service. Thankless job, so thank you.
Thank you.
My question is this. I've been following the developments at the New York Police Department and all the emphasis of information technology. The background of the commissioner there is in IT, which I found to be very surprising, but it makes sense. And given that, I was wondering if Milwaukee had thoughts on better ways to use IT in policing to improve effectiveness and improve performance of the department, if you had any thoughts on that.
Absolutely. We lean into technology. Technology is a game changer, not only for our institution, profession, but for all of our respective businesses. So as we all know, when you have staffing issues, there is some issues in regards to, is that the best individual to handle that particular type of work? Technology can be the game changer, or it can be a force multiplier. So we looked at technology from, again, using for our communication systems, for investigation systems. I know that we've been approved or have support for our drone program, which again gives a bigger eyesight of, the particular responding to calls or being able to get a good handle on particular calls. But technology is used for report writing. So there's a lot of efficiencies that come out of technology. We have to be very careful, as we all know, especially when we talk about AI. Putting information into a system that can be shared. We have sensitive particular systems. We have what's called CJIS compliant, meaning that we need to make sure that those who have eyes on these particular type of systems are allowed to have eyes on these particular systems. So we have to, it's a balancing act about how much technology we embrace. Is this something that meets the approval of our elected officials, our residents? But also that we have the funding, because that's another thing about technology, it can be quite expensive. And so we have to be very careful about what technology we use, how it's being used, the tracking, and also being able to, maintain it. When we had transitioned to body-worn cameras, which is a big technology that we use, it wasn't about acquiring the equipment, it was about maintaining and the, archives and the, records and everything. So we really lean into technology, and that came before I came into this particular position. But even now, utilizing technology with some of the challenges that we have is even more important within the right balance and understanding it's being properly vetted. But technology is a huge component in our services, how we deliver them, how we maintain them, and making sure that there is a transparency act to it, as you know, with body-worn cameras that technology is being used for.
Hi, Chief Norman. Thank you for speaking with us today. My name is Elizabeth Evans Draper, and my question is, what would most help you do your job? If you could be given a resource, whether it's manpower, money, or even a particular piece of legislation that would really help you to move the needle in reducing some of the crime statistics, what would be most helpful to you in your department?
Trust. Oh my goodness. I think sometimes we do more work proving that we are worthy of the resources, worthy of the support. Trust, and I've always said this, is the biggest thing to help our department. We have trauma in so many spaces within our community, whether it's our elected official community, whether it's within our business community, you know, are you going to do the right thing with the resources given to you? If there's anything that I can say that if I can get more of, is that trust this department. Trust the leadership. The proof's in the pudding. We're on the right track. Give us that support. And with that comes the resources, whether it's more increased budget, whether it's increased staffing. It's a challenge to hear people say, you know, with policing, I wouldn't want my kid in that. My response is this, then who do you want there? If you can't feel confident enough that that loved one, I have 2 kids. If my kids came to me and said, hey, Pop, I'm coming to the police department, I will be proud. You know why? Because I raised them. I know what they're going to be like. And so too often, we still have those issues of, do you truly, unequivocally, trust your department? Would you trust them with your loved one? It's more than just saying, hey, we support you, thank you. Show it in deed and action. And so that is always a challenge as we work through this, you know, new trajectory of policing in the 21st century. But I say this without hesitation. If there's anything, if you can wave a wand or if you've been around, you know, bewitched, can twitch your nose, give us that trust. And trust that even when we do mess up, there will be accountability, that there will be that type of level of making sure that we make sure we keep our house right. Absolutely. That is what I asked for.
Thank you.
All right, you're just listening in there to Milwaukee Police provide an update on keeping the community safe. And it's another busy Tuesday as I'm Andy Mack now in the anchor chair just past 2 o'clock on the East Coast. And we're going to continue to dive into some of these top stories of the day, including this, a live look from Boston, Massachusetts, as we are learning that at least 4 people were hospitalized, 2 with critical conditions after a truck barreled into pedestrians. We don't know a ton of the information right now, but you can see the crime scene tape up there, people looking on at a scary scene in the heart of Boston. Emergency crews responding to a report of pedestrians hurt in a crash near the area of Neeland and Harrison Streets there in downtown Boston. If you are familiar, just a few blocks away from the Boston Common, a very popular tourist spot, a very bustling city there in Boston, Massachusetts, in that New England area. So you can see plenty of police on hand. We'll kind of call out anybody that we see in terms of who they are, what individuals. I haven't seen necessarily Boston Mayor Michelle Wu. You can imagine she is getting briefed on that right now, but this is just what we're looking at live here on LiveNOW from Fox. Also awaiting different comments from Senate leadership. John Thune, the Republican majority leader from South Dakota, expected to make some remarks. This on the eve of those tariffs being re-implemented, as they're calling it Liberation Day. And you can see the markets reacting in a big way to threats, concerns over what's to come tomorrow. We're expecting to hear from President Trump near the end of the day tomorrow about this, so we'll see what comes from it, but down some 200 points here already on this Tuesday. All right, I'm Andy Mack. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. More top headlines after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. Plenty of live pictures that we're monitoring right now out of Boston, out of Washington, D.C., and of course, the stock market there dipping due to tariff concerns. So we're monitoring all of these here on Live Now from Fox on a busy Tuesday afternoon. We also want to make note of something that's going on the Senate floor right now. Chad Pergram reporting about what's going on with Cory Booker as he continues to speak there from the floor, as he continues to hold the floor for this Senate floor. Booker's now the fourth slot, the longest Senate speeches ever, surpassing the senator from Wisconsin who spoke for 18 hours and 23 minutes back in 1908. Next up is Senator Ted Cruz and his speech. Of course, the record for longest time standing there on the Senate floor is just over 24 hours. So we're continuing to monitor this here on Live Now from Fox, and the Democrats continuing to rally behind some of this. You can see different members of Congress, including the senator from California, Alex Padilla, now speaking, giving him somewhat of a break. But this is still the extended speech for Cory Booker in the works right now. So we're going to keep an eye on that. You can watch the full speech on our YouTube page on Live Now from Fox, so you can go to that and dive into it, because it is a big speech that he is making, an extended speech, and we saw him yesterday start the speech, and it continues into a new day, extending, saying he will continue until he can continue no more. All right, another couple of live pictures that we're continuing to monitor there out of Boston, Massachusetts. This a live picture, as you can see the photographer getting into place as we're learning more about 4 people that were hospitalized after being struck by a truck that hit pedestrians on a sidewalk, also crashed into a Boston building on Tuesday afternoon. Emergency crews responded to a report of a pedestrian hurt in a crash in the area of Neeland and then Harrison in the city's Chinatown section just before 1 p.m. as they saw a Penske rental truck flipped over on the sidewalk, lodged against a Great Wall kitchen supply business there, according to the Boston police and the Boston Fire Department. So this is just a live picture that we're getting up right now from the scene. You can see it there on the right-hand portion of your screen. They're blocking off this, a main thoroughfare in Boston on a busy day. So still monitoring this here on Live Now from Fox, and we'll see if we have any updates from police. We'll hear from potentially the mayor, Michelle Wu, about what's coming up there. But you can see it on the right-hand portion of your screen. This truck on its side after striking pedestrians, 4 hospitalized, 2 right now with critical injuries. All right, right now, though, let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox and take you back out to Milwaukee as they are talking about keeping the community safe. Let's listen into this here on Live Now.
You see what we do. You have a good handle on some of the challenges that we have. Please speak on that. Use that enlightenment for those conversations when we see those news clips, those social media clips. Because Citizen Academy exposes you to your department in a way that others don't have an opportunity or never had the opportunity to engage in. So the door is always open for anyone who wants to have that particular experience there, because we always love to be able to have more people become part of the experience there. So I see that the guy with the horn and the cane's coming up to pull me off the stage. I'd like to leave you with this. It is my absolute pleasure to be able to speak to you all today. I'm so humbled to be here after almost 5 years to have a follow-up conversation about the vision that was bestowed and put forth over almost 5 years ago, 4 years as permanent chief, that we're still accomplishing those particular goals. But I also know it cannot and it will not happen without all of you. So again, I'd like to say thank you. God bless you all. Please stay safe and healthy.
So many parts of that presentation that align with the 4-way test behind us and Rotary's principle of service above self. So thank you. Thank you, Chief Norman, for speaking to Rotary, in the press club today. Consistent with our current effort to raise funds for polio eradication, we'll make a donation to the Rotary Foundation in your name to purchase 50 doses of the vaccine, bringing us closer to a goal of a polio-free world. Thank you. A few quick closing announcements. The parking gate will be open until 1:30, so you do not need a parking validation ticket if you're leaving during that time. Join us next week as we hear from Michelle Thaler, former assistant.
All right, you're just listening in there to Milwaukee officials, including the police, talk about keeping communities safe. So we're monitoring that here on Live Now from Vox very, very closely. Also out of Boston, I do want to put up just this, a live picture one more time as we continue to monitor the latest on this scary incident on a busy Tuesday afternoon into the evening hours. All right, let's sign away for another quick 2-minute break. More top headlines after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Vox. I am Andy Mack. We're going to hopscotch our way through some of these top stories of the day, and there is plenty to get to over the next several hours. We're still waiting right now on Senate leadership, including the Senator John Thune, the Republican leader there, expected to make some remarks. This on the eve of Liberation Day, as they are calling it. On the eve of those tariffs being re-implemented. We'll see what he has to say about this, but plenty of conversations around that. Until then, let's take you right now out to the Senate floor as the marathon speech continues into another hour, of course, surpassing now for the fourth slot the longest Senate speech ever. Of course, next up is Senator Ted Cruz. So it's over 18 hours now. The record, the total record dating back some years is 24 hours and 18 minutes. We'll see if Booker can get that far. You've had some of his Democratic colleagues also chiming in to give him a little bit of a break. But this marathon speech continues to go on, saying he would remain there as long as, quote, physically possible. Let's listen into some of what he has to say there in our nation's capital.
Of human events. Alice Paul, one of my greatest heroes, you know what she did? She caused a heck of a lot of good trouble. Necessary trouble. She is the first American ever, young American in her early 20s, the first American ever to protest in front of the White House. She broke with the older, more mature suffrage organizations and went to the White House and did what she called a silent retreat, a protest. She held up signs quoting President Woodrow Wilson's own words about freedom and equality and say, aren't they true for me? Like a great black woman would later say, ain't I a woman? Don't I deserve rights? You don't think she was afraid? Let me tell you how afraid she was. Hundreds came out to jeer her, blocking the street, and then they arrested her for obstructing public passage. And then what do you do with a strong, powerful woman, you say that she's crazy, and you throw her in an insane asylum. Before Gandhi, sitting in jail before Gandhi, Alice Paul, this young American from New Jersey, goes on a hunger strike. And they don't honor her hunger strike. They shove tubes down her throat, crack eggs into the tube, force feeding her, and thank God for the First Amendment, which is under attack here in America. The freedom of the press, under attack here in America. Look at the dragging the journalist Jeffrey Goldberg right now for doing what? Getting the highest security officials in the land, just showing them the laws that they were breaking. A journalist covered what Alice Paul did. She gets out of jail because of public outrage. She goes back to protesting in front of the White House, and Woodrow Wilson, the President of the United States, finally comes out and joins her in supporting suffrage. You don't think she was afraid, angry, heartbroken, but she did something different. She chose a new and unusual pathway to show that this is not the America I believe in. The poetry of Langston Hughes. America never was America to me, but I swear this oath, America will be. The poetry of Langston Hughes. There's a dream in this land with its back against the wall. To save a dream for one, we must save the dream for all. It's what you do with those emotions that matters. Does it call you to greater service? Does it call you to greater sacrifice? Does it call you to greater love? And let me say one more thing. As we were speaking, I just wanted to bring this up. You know I love history. And this is one of my favorite letters, Alex, my colleague, Senator Padilla. It's one of my favorite letters in all of American history because an obscure, unknown American, obscure and unknown, would never have been known, writes a letter to a powerful, powerful man.
All right, just listening in there to Cory Booker continue that marathon speech as we see John Thune step to the microphone. Let's listen into this here on Live Now from Vox.
We are hopeful that this week we can get a budget resolution on the floor that will unlock the process that will enable us to achieve and to reach those goals. And so we are continuing to move forward with that. And of course, we expect the Democrats to resist us at every turn. But unfortunately for them, when they talk about fighting and fighting and fighting, what they are fighting obviously against, and or for, I should say, is a $4.5 trillion tax increase on the American people at the end of the year. That's what's at stake in this discussion. And what that means, if you put it into kind of just everyday terms, there are literally those who make less than $400,000 a year. There would be a $2.6 trillion tax increase on those wage earners and a $600 billion tax increase on small businesses. That's what's in stake in this conversation. So say, for example, if you're a working family in this country with kids, if we don't extend the existing tax relief by the end of this year, then you will see the child tax credit go from a $2,000 child tax credit to a $1,000 child tax credit. So every family in this country who has children would face per child a $1,000 tax increase. And if you look at the standard deduction, now 91% of the people in this country claim the standard deduction. Well, if we don't take action by the end of this year to extend the existing tax policy, you would see that standard deduction cut almost in half. So from about $30,000 to about half that, again, hitting middle-income families. That's what we are talking about, and that's what we are doing in this process, is working on an agenda that will be good for the American people, will bring down the cost of energy, that will allow them to keep more of what they earn, that will keep the country safe and secure for future generations, and make sure that our southern border is secure. And so all the associated problems that we've had for the past 4 years in the Biden administration are done away with. This president has made huge progress on that front already. We want to be good partners in working with him to achieve these objectives on behalf of the American people. Next up, Senator Barrasso.
Well, all the things that Leader Thune talked about are things that I heard about this weekend all around the state of Wyoming. We use a lot of hunting phrases in Wyoming, one of which is open season. And for the last 4 years with the Democrats, it was open season on high taxes and on reckless spending. And that needs to end, and it's going to end right now. And now what the Democrats want to do even worse is have taxes go up by $4 trillion. It would be the largest tax increase in the history of America, and Republicans are here standing resolved to not allow that to happen. The American people know, and certainly Republicans and all of us know what the American people want. They want things to be affordable. They want a growing, strong, healthy economy. During the first Trump administration, we had the best economy in my lifetime. And I know when I talk to people at home, they want affordable prices, they want good wages. That's what we had that last time. Growing wages, affordable prices. We do not have that coming out of the Biden administration. People want the common sense policies that the Republicans had in the past. They want to return to that, and we are committed to getting America back on track.
Well, we just finished our Tuesday lunch where we had a really great discussion, fact-filled discussion on where we're going this week. So I want to thank our leader, John Thune, for giving us a very precise and very detailed path forward on an extremely important issue in the reconciliation package. This is going to fulfill not just the promise of what President Trump ran on and what he was elected on, energy independence, border security, national security, and then prosperity for every American family, which, as you've heard the previous two speakers, includes not letting their taxes go up, letting small businesses grow, and letting the American people decide how and where they want to spend their own money. So we look forward to this week. We are, I think, very united coming out of lunch and into this. And so I think that this week will be tough, but it will, I think, result in a very meaningful and solid future for the American people.
Sometimes it's just not hard. When I talk to folks in Oklahoma and I say, what is it you need the government to do or not do? It's pretty high on the list to say, don't raise my taxes. Prices under the Biden administration went up 20% with inflation in that 4 years. Please don't raise the taxes. Actually help our businesses to be able to grow by getting out of the way with the regulatory issues. Bring the price of gasoline and diesel down so we can actually do more production and we can get a chance to be able to travel more, secure the border, and make sure our national defense is done. That's exactly the debate that we're having right now. It's what the folks at Oklahoma have asked for over and over again. Quite frankly, Oklahoma is no different than many other nations and many other states in that way. People want to be able to see national security, border security. They want stable prices, and they want some way to be able to tell their families, here's where the government's out of the way, and we can succeed in our small businesses and grow our manufacturing and to be able to be successful. That's the focus of this week. It is the first step of...
All right, you're just listening in there to different senators, Republican senators making comments on the eve of Liberation Day. Let's take you right now to Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, stepping to a microphone on Capitol Hill. Let's listen in to what he has to say.
Make this clear, that rule being brought down means that we can't have any further action on the floor this week. That means we will not be voting on the SAVE Act for election integrity. We will not be voting on the rogue judges who are attacking President Trump's agenda. We will not be taking down these terrible Biden policies with the CRA votes. All that was just wiped off the table. It's very unfortunate. We'll regroup and come back, and we'll have to do this again.
Mr. Speaker, were you asking for too much?
All right, you're just watching there as that was a quick question and answer there. You can see different Fox colleagues, Ryan Schmelz there alongside Chad Pergram and others getting some word from Mike Johnson saying some of the work on the floor will have to wait due to some of those different things unfolding before us. All right, I'm Andy Mack here on LiveNOW from Fox. Let's line away for another quick 2-minute break. More top headlines after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. Plenty to get to, lots to get to here on Live Now from Fox as we are following the top stories there from Capitol Hill. Let's take you back out to Senate leadership, including John Thune making remarks ahead of Liberation Day and those tariffs. Let's listen in to what he has to say.
Yeah, we'll give it every consideration.
Senator, on the baseline.
That's it.
All right, well, that wrapped up very, very quickly on us there from Capitol Hill, but plenty to get to still. We have plenty of other live pictures that we're monitoring. Of course, those were Republican senators there talking about tariffs, other topics on a very, very busy week. We're also monitoring this from the Senate floor. The senator from New Jersey, Cory Booker, continues his marathon speech, saying he's going to go on as long as physically possible, stretching now almost to 19 hours since he started this speech yesterday. All right, we're also waiting here on Live Now from Fox for an update out of Boston, Massachusetts, as 4 people were injured after a truck struck pedestrians on a sidewalk, then flipped on its side, barreling into a building. You can see the microphone set up right there in Boston. We're expecting to hear from Boston police in just a little bit of time. Right now, though, let's take you out to this hearing from Congress on the JFK files, the House Oversight Committee led by Representative Anna Paulina Luna out of Florida. Let's take you out to some of these comments here on Live Now from Fox.
Now, for this hearing, I do have some broad remarks about classification, but I want to start with, I think, really grounding us in who President Kennedy was and some facts about the president and his legacy. Now, we know that President Kennedy's assassination was a defining moment in our history and a genuine trauma for millions of Americans and people across the world. It has been, of course, an object of interest for decades. It's also a very human tragedy. President Kennedy was a son, a father, a brother, and a husband, and we should never lose sight of his family. And they're having to revisit this moment over and over again, as of course it's a
Good afternoon. Is
All right, you're just listening in there to this hearing there taking place on Capitol Hill of this. And I just want to get the audio right here on Live Now from Fox. It went in and out just a second ago. But let's continue to dive into some of these taking place. Let's just listen back in here on Live Now from Fox, and hopefully the audio is correct this time.
Course, over and over again, that America would stand for peace and for justice. And I want to read a quote that he said that America would, quote, pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend, oppose any foe to assure the survival and the success of liberty, end quote. We know he founded the Peace Corps, USAID, and his patience and restraint guided the world through the Cuban Missile Crisis. He reminded us that, and I quote, civility is not a weakness, and sincerity is always subject to proof, end quote. Of course, he broke barriers with our nation's first Catholic president, and in an inaugural address, he reminded us that we all have the power to abolish poverty as a single important mission of the United States and the world to this day. Now, I also share the chairwoman's interest in transparency, and in transparency in a variety of topics. We've worked together on various issues that relates to UAPs, other declassification issues, and we know that in the past, the government has overclassified documents. I think that is a known fact that we should all agree on. This has been a bipartisan priority and discussion for decades. Now, in the past, we've had the House Select Committee, of course, the JFK Records Act, and releases of records, including the most recent, of course, tens of thousands of pages that were recently released. We know that today our federal agencies obviously have in the past obscured information and key facts from the public for too long. Overclassification at the expense of transparency is something we should all take seriously, but also note that it's incredibly serious and a delicate subject. Now, the CIA and the FBI, to be clear, particularly from this period of time in history, were deeply flawed institutions. To be clear again, the CIA and the FBI routinely overclassified documents in many instances, not just on the subject of President Kennedy and the assassination, but in multiple other subjects as well. And so I think it's important that we understand that, particularly during this period of time, there was an overclassification of documents on a variety of subjects. So it's of course responsible that we stick to facts, that we don't speculate, but certainly also allow new information to come into this hearing and for the public. It's important that we recognize that that this process and safeguards do exist for a reason, and I hope our witnesses today will focus their testimony on information which is grounded in facts, in truth, and they can provide this task force with more information. I hope that we have an informative and respectful hearing, and I yield back. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Our witnesses today are Mr. Oliver Stone. Mr. Stone is an Academy Award-winning director and has directed more than 20 feature films, including JFK in 1991. Mr. James DiEugenio. Mr. DiEugenio is a researcher and expert on the assassination of former President Kennedy. He's an accomplished author and has written numerous books regarding the assassination of President Kennedy. Mr. Jefferson Morley. Mr. Morley is a researcher and expert on the assassination of former President Kennedy. He is currently the editor of JFK Facts. And Mr. John Davison. Mr. Davison is senior counsel and director of litigation at the Electronic Privacy Information Center, where he works on a number of issues pertaining to data privacy and protection. Pursuant to Committee on Oversight and Government Reform Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Let the record show that the witness answered in the affirmative. The task force certainly appreciates you for being here today, and we look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your written statements and they will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statements to 6 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it is on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 5 minutes, light will turn yellow, and after 6 minutes, you'll get gavelled. I now recognize Mr. Morley to give an opening statement.
Thank you to all the task force, the House Task Force on Declassification. It's an honor to testify before you. It's a solemn responsibility to report on the disturbing new revelations that have emerged from the newest JFK files. And it is a grave matter to assert that CIA officers were culpable or complicit in the death of a president. So I want fact checkers to have all the evidence that I'm used to support my testimony today. I speak with the benefit of 3 decades of reporting on the JFK story. My first article on the role of the CIA in the events that led to the assassination was published in the Washington Post 30 years ago this week. As I pursued this story, I practiced the tried and true techniques that I learned at the Post. Knock on doors, get 2 sources, follow the money, start with the cover-up and proceed to the crime, and always ask the question, what did they know and when did they know it? I did not start with a conspiracy theory, and I did not go looking for a smoking gun. I started with an open mind and looked for a fact pattern. As I interviewed and reported and researched on this story and the role of the CIA, I consistently avoided judgment on who was responsible, individually or institutionally. My research and reporting simply didn't give me a clear answer to the question, who killed JFK? What was clear over time is a new fact pattern. In the spring of 2023, the CIA fully declassified for the first time its pre-assassination file on Lee Harvey Oswald, the accused assassin who denied killing the president and was killed himself in police custody before he could defend himself. In 2023, the CIA fully declassified for the first time its pre-assassination file on Lee Harvey Oswald, the accused assassin who denied killing the president and was killed himself in police custody before he could defend himself. I have a copy here of the CIA's pre-assassination file on Lee Harvey Oswald, and I'm submitting it for the record. The declassified Oswald file runs to, and fact checkers can confirm this, 198 pages. In the fall of 1963, in November of 1963, this file was held in the office of James Angleton, counterintelligence chief at CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia, not 5 miles from the White House where President Kennedy lived and worked. To be sure, the declassified Oswald file is not a smoking gun. I showed it to journalists whose judgment I trust, and they shrugged. They said this is evidence of incompetence. CYA, they said, cover your ass. I didn't quite believe that, but I couldn't prove them wrong until March 18th. That was the day that the National Archives began posting long secret JFK assassination records that had been withheld from the public view for decades. I started by looking at 9 declassified documents about Mr. Angleton. He was the man who compiled the Oswald file. And when I came to a long secret transcript of Angleton's testimony to the House Select Committee on Assassinations in 1978, my reservations about passing judgment on the responsibility vanished. One newly declassified passage showed that Angleton had lied under oath about his surveillance of Oswald's correspondence while he lived in the Soviet Union from 1959 to 1962. And that, for me, was a tipping point. The transcript, which the CIA withheld from public view for half a century, confirmed a disturbing fact. James Angleton is the 3rd senior CIA officer known to have lied under oath about what they knew about the alleged assassin Oswald before JFK was killed. The first was Deputy Director Richard Helms. He lied to the Warren Commission in May 1964 when he said under oath the CIA had only, quote, minimal information about Oswald before JFK was killed. 198 pages of information cannot be truthfully described as minimal. The second CIA officer who lied was George Joannides, chief of the Covert Action Branch of the Miami Station in 1963. His agents in the top-secret AMSPEL program generated propaganda about Oswald's pro-Castro activities both before and after the president was killed. 15 years later, in 1978, the CIA inserted Joannides into the House JFK investigation, and he blocked any investigation of contacts between Oswald and his AMSPEL agents. Obstructing Congress cannot be considered evidence of incompetence. And this is what I believe in summary. One false statement might be incompetence. A second false statement might be CYA for the first false statement. But 3 false statements by top CIA officers about Kennedy's accused killer, that is a pattern. It's a pattern of misconduct. It's a pattern of malfeasance. If 3 police officers lie about their knowledge of a homicide defendant, that cannot be considered exculpatory evidence. To the contrary, it shows guilty knowledge and criminal culpability. It is, in a word, incriminating. The new fact pattern leads to a new conclusion. We know now what they knew about Oswald and when they knew it. We know now that Richard Helms, James Angleton, and George Joannides were responsible for or complicit in the death of the president, either by criminal negligence or covert action. My recommendations to the task force are 1, secure and release the personnel file of George Joannides, and 2, ask the CIA to provide a public statement answering the question, why did these 3 men lie to JFK investigators? The answers will help fulfill the task force goal, the president's goal, and the people's goal of full and complete JFK disclosure. Thank you.
I now recognize Mr. Stone for an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Luna, Chairwoman. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. You know, I was here 33 years ago. I was sat in one of these rooms in Washington, and I told the congressmen and women about this movie I just made, JFK. And half of them were wondering what all the fuss was about. It was just a movie. And the other half were passionate in responding to the cries of their constituents that demanded no more national security reasons preventing this from getting to clarity on our president's assassination. The Warren Commission of 1964, as it turned out, got us to second base with a lot of unknowns. And what was that? Obfuscations. And it all got crazier and crazier, sides taken on this and on that. And what happened that awful day wasn't clear as to who the heck did this. Killed the president at high noon in Dealey Plaza in Dallas on November 22. And then year by grudging year, we learned in increments a little, but not much more. Often one step forward and two steps back. And now it's 2025. 58 years since Jack Kennedy was killed in '63. Repeat, almost 60 years. That's about 2 generations. Let's say from 1900 to 1960. As a result of the 1992 hearings that resulted from my film, in which I participated, Congress passed the JFK Records Act, which firmly said all the records out unless you have a strong reason to protest our national security. All the reasons, all the records out, which is exactly what this case was, a national security matter. Our president was killed. What is more important than that? Well, the Assassination Records Review Board really tried for a few years till 1998 to get those records out. But they didn't get any cooperation, although mandated by law from the Central Intelligence Agency, which operated and still operates as a taxpayer-funded intelligence agency that arrogantly considers itself outside our laws. They say things like, we will get back to you on that, and they never do. Or they give me a day and I'll come up with a reason why this matter is a national security matter, et cetera, et cetera. Nothing of importance has been revealed by the CIA in all these years, although we know from other records that there's a illegal criminal activities in every facet of our foreign policy in practically every country on earth. Just to begin, Cuba, Vietnam, Indonesia, Egypt, South America, the Middle East. We could write a whole separate history of our country from the viewpoint of the countries. Yet we do not know and are not allowed to know anything about the CIA's true history of the United States, which is almost, I believe, the real story. There are many people, some in this room today, who do care and remember the details and the clues. There are real people alive with the integrity of a true detective, like that of the fictional detective Sherlock Holmes, willing year by year to track this cold case, to not so much prove it or debunk it, but essentially to know. If this so-called democracy of ours has a foundation or a future, a meaning or a purpose for our country, to mean something more than its wealth or its military might, to the people here and all over the world who loved President John Kennedy, who know he really wanted peace in our time. And by that, he said clearly in one of his greatest speeches, not a Pax Americana enforced by American weapons of war, but a genuine peace. A peace he described so beautifully that we could all share in because we all live on this planet. We all breathe the same air. We all cherish our children's future, and we are all mortal. Can we return to a world where we can trust our government to level with us, the people for which this government exists? And if some people in power betrayed our Constitution and chose the path of war over peace, let the rest of us see past the lies and let us hear what we think happened. And with that knowledge, let us forgive, but not forget the transgressions, and let us praise the representatives, Democrat and Republican, who believe with the vast majority of the American people that the truth is the greatest treasure a Socratic soul can attain in this lifetime. I asked the committee to reopen what the Warren Commission failed miserably to complete. I ask you in good faith, outside all political considerations, to reinvestigate the assassination of this President Kennedy from the scene of the crime to the courtroom, which never happened, but which means the chain of custody on the rifle, the bullets, the fingerprints, the autopsy that defies belief, and that if it were a murder, we'd have given to the poorest man dying in a gutter. Let us reinvestigate the fingerprints of intelligence all over Lee Harvey Oswald from 1959 to 1960, his violent death in 1963. And most importantly, this CIA, whose muddy footprints are all over this case, a true interrogation. James Angleton, before he died, who was one of the original members of the CIA, was talking about Dulles and Helms and the others, what he called the Grand Masters. And he's a Catholic. Angleton was a Catholic, in search perhaps of repentance before his death. He did say, quote, if you were in a room with them, you were in a room full of people that you had to believe would deservedly end up in hell. I guess I will see them soon. This is our democracy. This is our presidency. It belongs to us. Treat us with respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stone. I now recognize Mr. DiEugenio for an opening statement.
Thank you, and thanks for having this hearing. I think it's an important subject, and I spent about 32 years on it.
Sir, please turn on your microphone. Thank you.
Do I have to hit this?
Yes, sir.
Is
The
that
big
better?
red button.
Okay, good. Why are we here? Why are we dealing with a subject that occurred over 60 years ago? Well, the JFK case is one that simply will not go away, no matter how much the MSM tries to minimize it or make it disappear. 65% of the public does not buy the Warren Commission verdict of Oswald as the lone assassin. But even more startling, and this is very important, I think it speaks to the point that Mr. Garcia was talking about. over 90% of the public believes that something monumental happened after the Kennedy assassination, that the United States went from a country that was bathed in triumphant optimism after World War II to one that was now covered with cynicism and skepticism. All right, so as you can see, me, Oliver, and Jeff are not alone in those feelings. All right. Now, what's the immediate reason why we're here today is, well, according to a congressional statute, we should not be here. And I'm sure you're aware of this because the JFK Records Collection Act said that in October of 2017, everything on the Kennedy case should be declassified, no matter what. And President Trump actually talked about this about a week and a half before it was supposed to be done. And he said he was looking forward to doing this. And by the way, if you know the statute, he was the only one who could stop it from happening. So on the day this was supposed to occur, he was visited by some higher-ups in the intel community. And under their, I believe, unwise advice, he reversed what he had said. He did declassify some documents, but not all. But before anybody jumps on me, I don't want to say that this is a partisan issue because President Biden was pretty much the same thing, all right? And some would say, like my friend Andrew Eiler here, that he might have been even worse on this subject. Now, during the last presidential campaign, candidate Trump was reminded of this reversal. It was not by the MSM, of course. It was by two independent broadcasters, Joe Rogan and Andrew Napolitano. And I think this was the impetus for him to sign the executive order, which he did. And to his credit, he added the much ignored King case and the RFK case. Now this committee has decided to back that executive order up, which I think is salutary. So hopefully we will now see the final documents on the JFK released over 60 years after his assassination, and hopefully the beginning of an excavation on the RFK and the MLK cases. It's a cliche, but it's true. Secrecy is the enemy of democracy. It's the enemy of the Republican form of government. And an misinformed or uninformed public cannot make good decisions. And a compliant press helps cushion the public from that fact. And this process leads to a loss of belief in both the government and the media. And you can examine every poll out there, okay? And they'll tell you that. When President Kennedy took office, 75% of the public believed in what the government was saying. By the 90s, it was down to 19%, all right? The biggest year drop was the year the Warren Commission was issued, all right? Now, from the beginning, the FBI and the CIA, as these two gentlemen have mentioned, have refused to divulge all the information they have had about the murder of President Kennedy. And I want to use a popular example, which I'm sure everybody here is familiar with. I'm sure you're all familiar because it actually made it into the MSM about the Schlesinger memo. This was the memo written by Arthur Schlesinger at JFK's request to do a top-down reorganization of the CIA because he believed that he was deceived and lied to about the Bay of Pigs invasion. All right. Now, I'm sure you also know that that was censored. About two of the most important pages were censored by the CIA. Okay. These dealt with a very important subject, which is the control of the State Department by the Central Intelligence Agency. That many of these State Department employees overseas are not really State Department employees. They are really CIA guys undercover. And Schlesinger cited the Paris office, all right, which is very important because these guys are trying to overthrow de Gaulle at the time, and JFK gets on the phone with the ambassador and says, look, I don't know what these guys are doing half the time. Okay, so I don't even know if we're involved with this covertly or not. All right, and he was trying, and Schlesinger's memo was trying to get control of that. Now, my friend Andrew gave me, it's bad enough that the 2 pages were cut, but the CIA version of the Schlesinger memo, and you should all know this, the CIA version of the Schlesinger memo cut it by 60%, all right? And of the remaining pages, about 40% of those pages were totally redacted. And this is what I mean. How can you be an informed person when you don't even know this stuff? You know, when you have a first gatekeeper, in this case, the Central Intelligence Agency, keeping you from the wishes of what JFK and Arthur Schlesinger were trying to do. All right? All right. Now, any attorney, which I'm sure we have some here, and any investigator will tell you that you cannot conduct a full investigation unless you have the whole case file. Well, here we are in 2025, still looking for the end of that case file, you know, on the JFK case. Now, let me relate in closing 2 episodes from the last attempt of getting all these documents out there. This is which I'm sure you're familiar with, the ARB, the Assassination Records and Review Board, which my friend here said lasted from 1994 to 1998. When the board had its first meeting with the CIA, they flashed a memo on the wall, and they said, we're going to declassify this unless you have a humdinger of an excuse. All right? And the CIA liaison said, well, I don't have anything right now, but give me a couple of minutes and I'll think of something. This is what these guys have gotten away with. This is what they're used to. Now, when the FBI came in for their first meeting, the review board did the same thing. You know, unless you give us a great excuse, we're going to declassify this document. The CIA liaison came in the FBI liaison came in with a lawyer. The FBI liaison was so shocked, he turned to the lawyer and said, can they really do that? And the lawyer said, yes, they can. All right. So this is the kind of arrogance that you're going to be dealing with. All right. So I really hope that people will learn from the past, learn from these experiences. You got a difficult road ahead of yourselves, and I congratulate you on trying to change things. The FBI and the CIA should not have the last word on JFK's murder. You should.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to now recognize Mr. Davison for an opening statement.
Chairwoman Luna, Ranking Member Garcia, and members of the task force, thank you for the opportunity to testify today about the privacy, transparency, and accountability issues raised by the recent release of documents from the President Kennedy Assassination Records Collection. My name is John Davison, and I am the Director of Litigation and Senior Counsel at the Electronic Privacy Information Center, or EPIC. EPIC is an independent nonprofit research organization established in 1994 to protect privacy, freedom of expression, and democratic values in the information age. As this task force knows well, the assassination of President Kennedy was an event of surpassing historical and political significance, one that has engendered more than 60 years of investigation, analysis, and debate. Today's hearing highlights the critical role that open government laws, and in particular the JFK Records Act, have played in informing that discourse. As the Supreme Court has written, open government laws are one of the key mechanisms for holding the governors accountable to the governed. With that in mind, Congress has rightly established a robust array of public disclosure requirements for federal entities, including the Freedom of Information Act, the Federal Advisory Committee Act, and the JFK Records Act. Having spent decades to secure the transparency of government records, EPIC firmly supports the objectives of the JFK Records Act and the fulfillment of its disclosure mandate. But given that many federal records contain sensitive personal information, Congress has also made it clear that government transparency must be balanced with the protection of privacy. Disclosing personal information is inherently invasive and can expose individuals to a broad spectrum of secondary harms, including identity theft, fraud, reputational harm, psychological harm, stalking, harassment, doxing, and vigilantism. Accordingly, the FOIA, the FACA, and the JFK Records Act all establish that the disclosure of records is not required to the extent that such dissemination would constitute an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. Together with the Privacy Act, these provisions ensure, in principle, that the federal government only disseminates personal information to the extent that the public interest in disclosure outweighs the privacy interest of the individual to whom the information pertains. To fulfill this dual mandate of transparency and privacy protection, federal agencies consistently conduct a detailed review of documents prior to release, redacting personal information, or sometimes withholding records in full, where disclosure would cause unwarranted privacy harm. For example, when processing FOIA requests, the National Archives is ordinarily careful to withhold records about a living individual that, if released, would cause a clearly unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. In the past, NARA has also conducted extensive reviews of documents subject to the JFK Records Act to identify and request the withholding of any Social Security numbers or financial information of living persons. By all appearances, these procedures and safeguards were completely bypassed in last month's hurried release of 60,000 pages from the JFK Records Collection, which led to the public disclosure of Social Security numbers and other private information of more than 400 former congressional staffers and other former officials, some of them still living. This shocking violation of privacy has compounded a national trauma and distracted from Congress's stated goal of informing the public through the JFK Records Act. Security experts, as well as those directly harmed by the breach, have deemed it outrageous, sloppy, unprofessional, astonishing, foolish, incompetent, egregious, almost criminal, and a breach of a first-grade elementary level rule of security. NARA has reportedly begun to reach out to individuals affected by the breach, and the White House has promised free credit monitoring services and new Social Security numbers to those affected. But these steps are too little, too late. The bell can't be unrung. There are several lessons to draw from this episode. First, Congress has mandated that agencies take steps to prevent unwarranted invasions of privacy resulting from records disclosures for good reason. This incident illustrates why those procedures must be followed, even when logistically or politically inconvenient. Congress should explore updates to the FOIA, the Privacy Act, and other federal record statutes to ensure that such procedures are both readily enforceable and followed without exception. Second, while prompt disclosure of public records is essential, fire drills that make it impossible to ensure the redaction of sensitive personal information are a threat to privacy and to the public. Although it is difficult to see how any agency could have completed an ongoing review of 60,000 pages within the 24 hours abruptly allotted, this incident serves as a reminder of the need to adequately fund public records offices throughout the federal government to ensure that they can carry out their weighty and growing responsibilities in a timely fashion. Third, this breach, while deeply serious, is a drop in the bucket compared to the wrongful disclosure of personal information now occurring within and between federal agencies, failing to rein in the ongoing government-wide misuse of systems of records by largely unaccountable actors risks far more dangerous consequences. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
All right, you're just listening in there to testimony there in the first hearing of this JFK assassination led by Representative Anna Paulina Luna there out of Florida. Of course, you can watch the full hearing taking place on our LiveNOW from Fox YouTube page. You can go to that QR code on our screen, open those cameras on the phone, scan that. It will take you right to that. Right now, though, let's take you out to another live event. This one in Boston, Massachusetts, on an update on the truck hitting pedestrians, 4 injured. Let's hear what they have to say as an update.
Officers' arrival, they observed a box truck turned over on its side, as well as multiple people who were struck by the vehicle. EMS responded to the scene and transported 4 individuals to area hospitals. Right now, at least 1 is in critical condition, and the other 3 are at least stable. There were 2 other folks impacted by the accident in some way, but they refused medical attention. Currently, our preliminary investigation seems to indicate that this seems to be more of a tragic accident than anything else. However, it's still under investigation. I think it's important for folks to know this area might be impacted for traffic for some time being, but we will try to get it back to normal as soon as possible. If anyone saw or observed anything that they'd like to be able to let us know about, they can call our tip line, or more importantly, 617-343-4470, our motor vehicle accident, the homicide unit there. Currently, again, there's no deaths reported, but there is someone certainly in critical condition. and we will try to get this area open up to traffic very soon. Okay. Up next is District Attorney.
Good afternoon. As always, in a circumstance such as this, myself and our death investigation team are on scene. There's still quite a ways to go in this investigation, and we will follow the facts where they lead us and do everything we can to determine exactly what happened here. I think it's important to note at this point, at least at this preliminary juncture, we don't have any reason to believe that this was an intentional act. It may very well end up being a tragic action, and a tragic one it is. At this point, we have at least we have one person that's still in critical condition, but we'll do everything that we can to come to a full understanding of the facts in this investigation and make a determination as to whether or not there's any liability here. But right now, I think we're thankful that people other than one person seem to be doing okay. This easily could have been a far worse circumstance given the time of day and how many people tend to be in this area at the time. And so in many ways we're fortunate, but we continue to keep those who are injured, and particularly the person in critical condition, in our thoughts and prayers. Thank you.
Thank you. In addition to our commissioner and district attorney, I also just want to thank EMS for being here as well. Deputy, on behalf of Chief Hooley and to all of our first responders who've been on scene, I want to thank and recognize Councilor Flynn, who has been on scene as well to support the community. This is such a busy part of the city, right in the middle of the day, people going back and forth on their way to get lunch, to support our small businesses, just carrying out their daily routines. And so it is quite shocking to see the scene as it stands right now, and just the scale of damage from the what looks like an accident that occurred. So I want to just again lift up all the first responders and thank them for what they have already been doing and what they will continue to do to keep everyone safe. Hope and send our wishes for a recovery, and to all those who have been impacted. We do have trauma supports available, and they will be in the neighborhood and visiting some of the local businesses and residents. But because so many people have been here and might have seen something quite upsetting and then dispersed, I want to just make sure everyone knows that those services are available if you reach out to the city as well, even if you're not living here in this exact area right now. So again, it is the first reports coming back that it does not seem to be an intentional incident, but such a visible and busy part of the city, it's certainly a shock, and we will look to follow this where it goes in terms of the information that comes out.
Commissioner, of the 6 people that you mentioned, are any of those the driver of this truck?
Yeah, so the driver of the truck is being currently treated, and I think he was upgraded. He was critical, I think, at one point, but I think he's been upgraded.
He's not the person that's still in critical condition?
No, I don't believe so.
Can you give us any insight on what may have led up to this? Was it speeding? Did the driver have a medical problem?
That's all currently under investigation. We'll have to piece together through both witnesses and actually a location that has a lot of cameras. So it's part of our investigation in general. But
and the other people that were injured, were they on the just walking down the sidewalk when this happened?
There seems to be some pedestrians that seem to have been on the sidewalk or maybe in, as I said, the businesses that have been impacted by the turnover truck as well.
Was the truck traveling straight down Nealon Street, or was it rounding the corner from Harrison?
So the direction, location, that's part of our investigation. We'll get more into that maybe much later on. But currently we know enough right now preliminary to seem that it seems more to be a tragic accident. But again, we're still early in the investigation.
Commissioner, was there anything in the truck?
That I'm not aware of. That's more.
It doesn't appear there was anything in the truck.
Have you heard anything about something falling? A witness had told us they might have seen something falling in the truck.
Yeah, again, part of the investigation is preliminary. We don't have all the facts of what happened as far as what's in a truck currently.
Last question. Mayor, do you know anything about the damage to the building and whether or not it's safe? And has the building inspector been out here anything about that particular plaza?
No, there will as with any situation that happens, the city's building inspectors and other processes will be in place to make sure that all of that is assessed. I don't have any more than our first responders do at this moment, but we will be in touch with this particular business owner and the businesses in the neighborhood.
Initially, when we hear about something like this, you immediately think terror, right? Can you just confirm that that's not what happened?
Yeah. So I would say certainly preliminary investigation seems that this was not intentional, right? This seemed to be an accident, but we are currently in an investigation, so it's not over yet. So, however, folks do need to know that this area might be closed down for some time, as we might need to move both the electrical that might be impacted with the street lights, and also the vehicle itself, as well as some of the businesses that have been impacted. So, all right.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Any updates we'll be putting on BPD News.
All right, just listening in there to Boston Police Chief, the DA, the district attorney in that area, and also Boston Mayor Michelle Wu providing an update on that box truck that hit pedestrians on a busy Tuesday afternoon there in the heart of the city. They said that there are 4 injured right now, 1 still in critical condition. They're calling this a, quote, tragic accident. Doesn't believe it to be intentional. They're still investigating some of what happened. They're asking about questions about speeding, about going in a direction, about how this individual potentially lost control as it ended up on its side. And we were watching it earlier on today here on Live Now from Fox, and you could see it high atop there as it crashed into this building there, certainly causing some damage. They also alluded to some of the potentially people that were injured could have been inside of that building, but they also noted the injury to the driver of them, potentially updated from critical to more stable condition. But there's still 4 people hurt, 1 remaining in critical condition after this accident there in Boston on this Tuesday. I also want to put up this statement. As you can see, this yellow box truck with the Penske logo on it. Penske releasing a statement about this incident in Boston, saying Penske is aware of the incident that occurred in Boston. This is an ongoing situation that we're monitoring closely. Penske will be cooperating fully with authorities to support their investigation. Our thoughts are with those who have been injured in this unfortunate incident. Based on our records, the truck involved was out on rent to a commercial trucking company. We have no other information at this time, but they're saying no real intent behind this accident. That is what the preliminary information is saying out of Boston. And of course, we're also following it as eyewitnesses, taking it in, speaking with media outlets there. Let's take you out to some of these comments of a witness that was there initially in the aftermath of this. And of course, some of these images that she saw might have been graphic. Some of the words she's going to say might have obviously a tone to them after this accident. So viewer discretion is advised. Let's listen into what she had to say to media there on the ground.
Like, oh my God, like, then you start thinking, like, will it happen again? Like how can this happen? And, you just had a lot of thoughts and questions running through your mind and stuff.
Did you see the driver of the truck?
No, I didn't, because, like, I didn't see the driver. All I just saw was people lying down, because that was my first priority and stuff.
And can you describe the people lying down? How old were they? Did you see any injuries on them?
That I really can't explain, because, like, yeah, that I really can't explain, because that's kind of hard for me to see and stuff like that.
You said you took some pictures?
Yeah, just the pictures of, not the people lying down, but just the truck and stuff like that.
And you didn't actually see it crash or roll over?
No, all I heard was a noise and that was it. And I ran and saw what happened.
Can you describe that for us again? What you saw, what you heard?
I heard it was a loud boom and that was pretty much it. And I ran and lo and behold, that's what I saw.
Mm-hmm. How are you feeling right now?
Gloria. Rodriguez. It's both. It's Rodrigues with an S at the end.
Just kind of take us back to the beginning, Gloria, where you were, just play it out how it happened.
Okay, so I was at like I just like turned right where like almost where St. Francis shelter is, and I just remember just walking up and stuff like that, and all of a sudden I hear this loud boom, and yeah, pretty much I just saw the accident and stuff.
What was your first thought?
Like, at first when I heard the loud noise, all I heard was like, oh my God, what the heck was that? Because at first I thought it was an explosion, like a bomb went off and stuff. And then all of a sudden I immediately run and see what happened, and I see the truck and stuff like that.
What was your reaction when you saw what you saw on the side?
All I saw was like, oh my God, and my first thought was, is everyone okay? Like, are they alive and stuff like that? Like, just, yeah.
What did you see on the sidewalk?
Just people laying down, some people running over to see if everyone was okay and stuff like that, so, yeah.
Were people conscious, unconscious?
There was some, I remember seeing one person that looked like they were unconscious and stuff, but I saw other people, they were like looking around, seeing what happened, just laying down and stuff.
Sort of in shock.
Yeah, in a way.
How about yourself? How are you doing?
My heart is still pounding and stuff, because again, like the noise is still it's still running through and stuff, but yeah.
When you say people were laying on the ground, were they underneath the truck? Were they up against the wall?
No, I think most of them were I guess most of them right by, I guess the truck and stuff like that. Some were on the sidewalk, some were on the crosswalk, yeah.
Really crazy scene, huh?
Mm-hmm. Like, I was in a car accident back in November and stuff, and I have PTSD, and after that actually triggered my PTSD, so I'm like, and stuff like that. And like flashbacks, and yeah.
All right, just listening in there, a witness speaking to media after this box truck crash there in Boston, and you heard that she just heard a loud bang. She didn't know it was a truck. She thought it could have potentially been a bomb, so that is concerning, saying this was just a tragic accident, though. That's the words of Boston Mayor Michelle Wu. After this happened, several people were injured, one remaining in critical injury at this last update. All right, a live picture right now, as you can see, tow trucks there on hand, potentially flip over this Penske moving truck as it was rented out to a commercial trucking company, according to Penske, potentially trying to get it out of that building and out of the way, because it is a busy time, just about 3:30 on the East Coast. All right, I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack, just about 3:30 on the East Coast. Let's take you back out to this hearing, this task force, as they hold it on the first hearing of the JFK assassination, the files there. Let's listen in to different witnesses, including Oliver Stone, here on Live Now from Fox.
Request from Congress so that this information can actually be reviewed and disclosed in a timely fashion, whether you are concerned about the truth of the statements that you raised at the top of your presentation, or if perhaps you want to understand more about the Trump administration's hateful campaign against trans individuals. Either way, you would require more resources for public records disclosure and requests.
Okay, and just for clarification, Mr. Morley, this is about as nonpartisan as this committee gets. So, good job. Thank you. I'll now recognize Congressman Christian Morphy for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
President Kennedy's grandson, Jack Schlossberg, said conspiracies surrounding JFK's death have shifted focus away from the important lessons of his life and the critical issues of the moment. So I'd like to focus a little bit on some of those lessons and issues. Mr. D. Eugenio, it's the start of baseball season. Go Cubs. So let's begin with JFK's 1960 letter to Jackie Robinson, in which JFK highlighted Robinson's role in the civil rights struggle. JFK said, quote, "I believe I understand and appreciate your role in continuing the struggle to fulfill America's promise of equal opportunity for all. Just last month, President Trump bizarrely ordered DOD to purge its website of all references to Black history, Black veterans, and even the reference to Jackie Robinson's own military service. In response, Mr. D. Eugenio, you posted that what Trump did was, quote, really sick. That's what you said, and that's what you believe, right, sir? Yes?
Did I say that?
Yeah, you did. And
okay, I'm sorry. I don't recall saying that. Okay, maybe I did, maybe I didn't. Okay.
Yeah,
I wish you'd have given it to me before so I could have looked at it.
Mr. Morley, you said that JFK, quote, took great risks on behalf of all Americans in resisting the forces of militarism and racism.
Yes.
Donald Trump, on the other hand, recently eliminated, believe it or not, the prohibition on federal contractors using or maintaining racially segregated facilities. JFK would have rejected what Trump recently did, correct?
You know, I was invited here to talk about the JFK files, and I don't want to make a partisan political issue of it. Like I said, I'm a liberal Democrat, and if in general I had to choose between a conservative Republican like Donald Trump and a liberal Democrat like JFK, I would choose JFK.
Well, let me talk about USAID for a second, because that was something that JFK actually established. Sir, recently, USAID is now being shuttered. Again, that is something that is a very important part of his legacy, and that's something that he would have opposed, obviously, correct?
I think President Kennedy would have said that no government agency is sacrosanct, and I'm sure he would have said that any federal agency that should be abolished should be done in consultation between the president and Congress.
And that hasn't been done here, yes, sir?
Not that I know of.
Let me turn to another topic. Mr. Stone, some of your films, such as Platoon and Born on the 4th of July, were inspired by your own military experiences in the Army when you deployed to Vietnam in the 60s, right?
That's correct.
We have this picture here of you in Vietnam.
Thank you.
I thank you deeply for your service. We actually found a picture of you in Vietnam, and you were awarded the Bronze Star for Valor, correct?
That's correct.
You've written that your Bronze Star was because of your actions during a, quote, mean little ambush, which had cost you a lieutenant, a sergeant, and even your scout dog, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. What was he saying?
He said it cost you
no, that's another incident, sir. That was later on in another infantry unit. That was the reason that led to my Bronze Star. Bronze Star came in August of that year. This wound occurred in October of '67.
Can I ask you about that? It's ambushes like this where sometimes people are waiting opportunistically to fire upon you, but sometimes they have some type of information that allows them to lie in wait for a surprise attack. And part of that information could be your whereabouts or the timing of your arrival, correct?
You're talking about friendly fire or fragging? Is this what you're...
Ambush from the enemy.
Ambush, to be ambushed by your own man? Your own troops? Is that what you're saying?
Ambushed by the enemy, the adversary.
The adversary. Okay. Well, I'm a little confused, but I just want to make the point that yes, there was a tremendous amount of friendly fire casualties in Vietnam, and there's in any war, I believe. In my experience, 10% doesn't even describe it. I think it's closer to 15 or 20% in terms of friendly fire, deaths, and wounds.
Yeah, Mr. Stone, we'd like to thank you for your service to this country. You are a war hero. You have a Bronze Star and a Purple Heart, and I think this committee reflects that. Thank you. The chair would like to now recognize Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Chair Lady. For over 50 years, the assassination of President Kennedy has been shrouded in secrecy and corruption. The American people have been lied to repeatedly by this federal government. President Trump's executive orders declassified the critical documents, I think, is a step in the right direction. But Congress must ensure that the bureaucrats in Washington, D.C. don't get away with what they've done, and they don't get in the way of transparency. Mr. Stone, I know you've talked about chain of custody, and I'd like to hear your thoughts on some of the NBC videos. And I know that since you've already talked about your service to our great country from 67 to 68, you were twice wounded in action. You received a Bronze Star, a Purple Heart, an Air Medal, and the Combat Infantry Badge. And we salute you for your service, sir. Today is the 80th anniversary of the invasion of Okinawa, and that's an island my dad was on. And he told me, he said the Purple Heart was one medal he was glad he never got. Mr. Stone, I'm going to ask for the indulgence of the chair lady and the members if I could just yield my time to you and you to discuss anything you would like to pertaining to this subject and to ask any of the other men up here on the dais with you any questions you would like.
Well, I'd like to point out that in our film, JFK Revisited 2021, which is an important, I hope, members of the committee have a chance to look at it because it is a follow-up to the original film, and it's a documentary made with Mr. Eugenio as a writer, in which we take the evidence from the AARB and we examine as much of it as we can. Included in that is the concept of chain of custody. We interviewed Henry Lee, who is one of the country's leading what would you call him?
He's the leading criminalist in America.
Okay, a criminalist, whatever that. Okay, he was saying to us repeatedly, and he's on camera, a chain of custody has to go from the scene of the crime to the courtroom. Otherwise, it doesn't. You cannot bring the charge on Oswald or anybody. Well, that doesn't exist in this case. We went through this in the documentary. The rifle itself is not the one that is described in the film. It was shown of a man, a detective walking out with a rifle in his arms raised. That rifle does not resemble the one that was bought by Oswald out of the Chicago, supposedly bought by Oswald. Hidell was his name.
The one held up was a Mauser, and the one he allegedly shot him with was a Mannlicher Italian carbine, I believe.
The difference is that the one in evidence is longer. It's about 4 inches longer. It has a sling to it, and it has a screw in the butt of the rifle, which I consulted with some rifle experts, and they said Oswald could not have done that by himself. All right. So those are the differences between the one that the Warren Commission says Oswald actually purchased versus the one that they put into evidence.
No rifle and no bullets, I said. Now, the bullets is even more ridiculous. As you know, there's been a long amount of controversy about the CE-399, the so-called magic bullet, which came out apparently undamaged after wounding seven or eight wounds. We don't have a chain of custody proving that those bullets were ever used. So those are not, they do not match the ones at the 6th floor that were pictured.
And that's the bullet that was found on the gurney, correct? Beside one of the bodies.
Yes, except we don't know which gurney it was found on. Okay. And then if you go to the chain of custody well, let me use this as an example. According to the evidence, all right, that bullet was turned over to the FBI at 9:20 that night. Okay, well, here's the problem. Frazier, who was the FBI ballistics expert, had the bullet at 7:35. How on earth can you have a bullet that hasn't been delivered into the White House? Because that's where the exchange took place. So that's one of the big problems. And I could go on for 2 hours on what's wrong with CE-399 as a piece of evidence. I don't think any district attorney in the United States would even try and submit CE 399 because it would blow up in your face. Concerning the medical that he mentioned, in the House Select Committee volumes, volume 7, page 37, you will see a quote saying that the witnesses at Bethesda did not see this blown out back of the skull, which the witnesses at Parkland Hospital saw, which is strongly indicative of a shot from the front. All right? Well, this is what happened. When the ARB declassified all the medical files from the House Select Committee on Assassinations, that turned out to be a lie, because as many people at Bethesda saw this blown out back of the skull as saw it at Parkland. There's, I think, 21 and 21. So you have a grand total of 42 people. Can 42 people all be wrong? You know? I mean, that just defies imagination.
435 people are often wrong, but that's Congress.
Thank you, Mr. Burchett. Ms. Lee, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and our Ranking Member Garcia for convening today's hearing. And thank you so much for the witnesses for being here. I don't want this task force to get drawn too far down the conspiracy theory rabbit hole when we convene these hearings, because the reality of the CIA's past action is troubling on its own. This dump of documents alone showed evidence of illegal surveillance, break-ins, overstepping of authority. We've even got specific instructions on how to wiretap, including how to use certain chemicals to create markings on phones to tip off spies. But we already knew this was happening. We knew that the CIA committed human rights abuses and illegally surveilled people, which is why the work declassifying these documents is so important. We've got to have transparency, right? So that we can learn to do better, so that we can hold agencies accountable. But being reckless with this sensitive information is also not the way to do it. Declassifying documents around the assassinations of President Kennedy and Martin Luther King Jr. is a serious matter, and we owe it to the American people to get it right. Unfortunately, the rollout of documents we've seen so far has been sloppy and rushed. The release didn't really give us a smoking gun, but it did produce a plenty of collateral damage. Trump's actions have jeopardized the safety and security of hundreds of former congressional and federal employees by releasing their social security numbers and personal information to the public. And for what? To score political points by rushing the release. Many of the people whose personal information has been exposed are rightfully afraid about their identities being stolen and about threats to their personal safety. And people identified in the documents are already being forced to get new social security numbers at a time when President Trump is literally dismantling the agency that administers them. Mr. Davison, President Trump ordered the declassification and release of tens of thousands of pages within 24 hours. Do you think that that was problematic? And if so, why?
Thank you for the question. It was. Going back to January, there, of course, was the executive order requiring the disclosure of all the records in the collection. My understanding is that the process was playing out, that the archives was conducting the review it needed to determine what few bits of these records needed to be redacted to protect, among other things, the privacy of individuals whose information was contained therein. And then that process was short-circuited. And despite awareness at the National Security Council and the archives that the disclosure of these records would cause tangible privacy harm, the rollout was conducted without redactions all the same, leading to the situation where hundreds of social security numbers have been disclosed, creating a quite scary and alarming situation for those whose numbers were implicated, who now have to rush to place freezes on their credit accounts, if they're issued new social security numbers, to update all of that information with all of their various accounts and creditors and so forth. So that it is a serious issue for the people affected, and it could have been avoided with just a little bit more due diligence of the sort that the archives normally exercises.
Yeah, so is there a way that Trump could have protected that personal information?
Is there a way that the president could have protected that information? Yeah, by going through the ordinary process of reviewing these documents and dictating that these particular social security numbers and other sensitive financial pieces of information would not be disclosed with the records.
Certainly, thank you. Mr. Morley, as someone who's read through all of the documents, do you think that the documents could have been better organized so it was more accessible to more people?
I want to say that the release of the Social Security numbers and other personal information was unprofessional, reckless, careless. I'm the vice president of the Mary Farrell Foundation, which sponsors the largest online archive of JFK, RFK, and MLK records. And I was authorized by the president to release this statement about the Social Security numbers. While the MFF is an advocate of full transparency and the JFK Records Act make no exception for such information, we are electing to redact all the Social Security numbers in these records, unlike seemingly mundane document details, which sometimes do add to the history of the case.
Yeah.
Social Security numbers add nothing of value and expose their holders to possible identity theft. Accordingly, when we put these particular documents online in the coming weeks, we will be adding our own redactions to them. We will not be redacting other information. Most other data is long.
Certainly, Mr. Morley. Thank you so much for adding that.
Yeah.
I just want to be clear. An open and transparent federal government is essential for public trust, and declassification is a good thing. There is a way to do this. It is important that we are not sloppy, that we are not rushing things, that we are not doing things in just a haphazard way, as we've seen with so many things that DOJ and the administration has touched. What we want is for this information to be out. We want people to understand the past. Our agencies, the CIA, we need to do it right. With that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Without further ado, I'd like to recognize Ms. Boebert for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to our witnesses for being here today. Hopefully we can stay on topic for the rest of this hearing. We seem to be wrapping up pretty close here. Mr. Stone, you wrote a book accusing LBJ of being involved in the killing of President Kennedy. Did these most recent releases confirm or negate your initial charge? Being involved in the assassination of President Kennedy.
No, I didn't film it. No, I didn't. If you
Yes,
look
sir.
closely at the film, there's it accuses the President Johnson
Okay.
of being part of a complicit in a cover-up of the case, but not in the assassination itself, which I don't know.
What do you think that he was complicit with? Yes, sir. I'll get to you.
The cover-up, well, how about, for starters, appointing Alan Dulles, the head of the CIA, who was fired by Kennedy, to the commission itself, to the Warren Commission. And he goes to almost every meeting, and he's pretty much in charge of the Warren Commission from the beginning. Alan Dulles. That's part of the evidence that points to President Johnson's either incompetence or involvement.
Mr. Morley, I think you had something to add on that.
I think you're confusing Mr. Oliver Stone with Mr. Roger Stone.
It, yeah.
Who?
Sorry.
It's Roger Stone who implicated LBJ in the assassination of the president. It's not my friend
Is that where all the
Oliver
whispers
Stone.
were there? I may have misinterpreted that, and I apologize for that. But there seems to be some alluding of, like you said, incompetence or some sort of involvement there on the back end. And so sorry, I'm going to move on. Mr. Morley, I would like to talk more about the CE 399 and this file. I want the American people to know what's in there, that what was recently released, how that lines up to this, and how we could get more clarity there.
I'm not familiar with the number that you mentioned.
Mr. D.
Are you talking about Commission Exhibit 399?
Yeah.
Okay.
I yield my time to Jim.
All right.
I have more questions for you too,
All right.
Mr. Morley.
The Commission Exhibit 399 has a very wild trajectory, which I think any person familiar with ballistic, would question in the first place. Then the second place is it has a very, very dubious chain of custody. All right, from it was first captured at Parkland Hospital. Tomlinson and Wright, who worked there, turned it over to the Secret Service. Then the Secret Service turned it over to the FBI. Any investigator would want to interview Mr. Wright because he was the security guy who turned over the bullet to the Secret Service. Well, Wright was not interviewed, and there's a good reason he wasn't interviewed. When Josiah Thompson was writing his book, 6 Seconds in Dallas, he interviewed O.P. Wright, who was the director of security at the at Parkland Hospital. And he said, yeah, I'm the guy who gave the, and Thompson put up a picture of CE 399 in front of him. And Wright said, they say that's the bullet that I turned over to the Secret Service? And he said, yes. He says, no, I did not turn over that bullet. And he opened up the drawer, okay, and because he was in charge of the whole security thing, and he pulled out a bullet and says, this is the kind of bullet that it wasn't a hunting round, okay? All right. And so he said, and he was, by the way, he was so stupefied that after the interview, he chased Thompson down the hallway. And he said, are you sure that's the bullet I said that they said I turned over? And he said, yes. And he just shook his head. You know, I can't believe, he couldn't believe it.
Thank you. I would love to go into that deeper. But Mr. Morley, before my time is up, why do you believe that the CIA was surveilling Lee Harvey Oswald in the years before JFK's assassination, and what methods did the CIA use in this surveillance?
One of the documents that was released last month revealed that when Angleton put people on the list for intercepting their mail, his purpose was to approach them to be a contact or a source. So I believe that Angleton, when he put Oswald under mail surveillance, was considering using him as a contact, as a source. The means of surveillance that were used were first mail surveillance, and then Oswald came under photographic surveillance, wiretap surveillance, and contact with CIA-funded groups.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I yield.
I now recognize Ms. Crockett for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. There often isn't too much agreement when it comes specifically to Congress, let alone to this particular committee. And I will tell you that y'all have given me all the feels as someone who had an opportunity to practice law. So when you start talking about things such as chain of custody, these are the things that I used to challenge all the time as a defense attorney. And the reason that I had to make sure that I was here and specifically on today is because on November 22nd, 1963, Texas 30th Congressional District, the district that I represent, became the site of one of the most tragic events in American political history. After being struck by the bullets of an assassin, Lee Harvey Oswald, President Kennedy was rushed to Parkland Hospital, where hardworking physicians from the UT Southwestern Medical Center worked tirelessly to resuscitate him. During the 48 hours between the moment President Kennedy was shot to the moment when Oswald was pronounced dead, Texas 30th Congressional District became the temporary seat of the U.S. government, the temporary seat of the Texas government, the site of the 35th president's death, and the center of the world's attention. While I value government accountability and transparency like most of my colleagues, nearly all the previously classified JFK assassination files are now public and show no evidence of a CIA conspiracy. But what I find funny about this hearing is that the Republicans are here relitigating whether CIA agents lied 60 years ago, but aren't doing anything about the CIA director lying to Congress just 6 days ago. We should be having a hearing on the fact that the unqualified Secretary of Defense and other senior Trump officials were carelessly discussing classified military plans over an unsecure Signal group chat. And instead of providing oversight over the administration's handling of classified information, the Republicans have spent a week trying to convince the American people that the military plans were not classified. So instead of giving a platform to conspiracy theories, and let me be clear, there are holes. I don't want y'all to think that I don't think that there are holes. But when we're looking back, we need to look back so that we can look forward and hopefully do better. So that is why I am bringing us to present day. It might be helpful if we walk everyone through the classification and declassification process, since the Republicans have decided to do it this way. Federal law defines classified information as, quote, information or material requiring a specific degree of protection against unauthorized disclosure for reasons of national security. Federal law also defines disclosure as, quote, communicating, providing, transmitting, transferring, conveying, publishing, or otherwise making available. Congress has long enacted classified information laws that forbid the disclosure of classified information. Separately, Executive Order 13526 puts in place a uniform system for classifying and declassifying national security information. According to the executive order, classified information includes the following, quote, military plans, weapons, systems, or operations, covert actions, intelligence sources or methods, and foreign relations or foreign activities of the United States, including confidential sources. Under the, quote, general responsibilities provision of the executive order, quote, heads of agencies shall ensure the agency record system are designed and maintained to optimize the appropriate sharing and safeguarding of classified information and help facilitate its declassification, not to mention that it's also illegal under federal law to destroy classified documents and information. So this administration is breaking law by discussing classified information over unsecured channels and breaking the law by destroying the evidence of the conversations. We wouldn't be able to have today's hearing if the CIA destroyed the records associated with the assassination of President Kennedy. So, Mr. Morley, wouldn't it be impossible for you to accurately report on the JFK assassination if the CIA and FBI deleted all documents like the Trump administration officials plan to do in the Signal group chat?
The CIA destroyed a lot of records related to President Kennedy's assassination. Again, I didn't come here to engage in a debate about partisan politics. I think everybody agrees about the JFK files. And I want to endorse Mr. Davison's call for full funding of public records offices in the government.
I understand. And Mr. Stone, wouldn't it be nearly impossible to produce a film if there was not a legitimate record of these events taking place?
Well, that's a very good question. Not really. That's a very good question. Not really. I mean, the events unfolded as they did, and right away, from day one, people were pointing out inconsistencies way before there was an official record of this.
Thank you. With that, I will yield.
All right, you're just listening in there to this case, this House task force holding on the first JFK assassination, the JFK files about this, and you can watch it in full on our YouTube page, Live Now from Fox. We'll have that in full for this, the first unfolding there with Representative Anna Paulina Luna leading this case. All right, I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. More top headlines after this.
Well, welcome in here on Live Now from Fox. It is 3:55 on the East Coast and 12:55 on the West Coast. Taking a live look at the stock board where we've gone both directions for the Dow today. Down right now about 0.06% or 24 points. As we always do, we are keeping an eye on the stock market here and we'll let you know of any changes. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. I want to take you out to this live image right now. Can't see him there, but we have seen Senator Cory Booker speaking right here on the Senate floor for about 21 hours. Booker did start his speech on the floor around 7 p.m. Eastern time last night. And as I mentioned, he is still going here and says that he will go for as long as he, quote, physically can. Now, he says he's doing this to show the Democrats' opposition to President Trump's sweeping actions and will stay there again as long as he can. We'll keep you updated here as this does continue. In the meantime, right before the break, we were listening in to that first hearing of the task force talking about the JFK assassination. Let's pop up the audio and continue listening.
His aides that he wanted to, and this is a quote, wait out the commission. He did not cooperate, and like like Richard Helms, they both basically fooled the Warren Commission and deceived them about what they knew about Oswald.
And later, we now have, because of the work of Mr. Stone and others, we have Mr. Angleton's testimony that he gave to the Assassination Committee, the House Select Committee on Assassinations. What insights did we gain from that?
This document was not fully declassified until March 18th, and in there we learned for the first time that Angleton had lied to the House Select Committee when he testified in October 1978 in an office building about 2 blocks from here. And that was never known before until March 18th that he had done that, and that is one of the most significant revelations to come out of this. People will say, oh, well, there's nothing new here. No, there's something new here. The New York Times, the Washington Post have never reported that that 3 top CIA officials lied to the JFK investigators.
Yeah, and the fact that we have 3 CIA officials that lied to Congress for decades, and that it took decades to get documents that should have been released that had very compelling information, and it took 60 years to get that information released, is appalling. And that's why I want to say thank you to all of your work in helping to get this information released.
Thank you.
I'd like to now recognize Mr. Crane for 5 minutes. Oh, sorry. Unanimous consent without objection so ordered.
So I have some more documents I want to enter into the record. Here's from the National Archives, a NARA letter dated 2017 that the CIA withheld docs regardless of the JFK Act.
Without objection so ordered.
Another document from the archives that the Warren Commission did not have original classification authority.
Without objection so ordered.
And then another document from the archives that the FBI's reasoning for redactions dated 2017 in the NARA letter.
Without objection so ordered. I'd like to now recognize Mr. Crane for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Chairwoman. Thank you guys for coming out today. You guys have probably forgot more about the JFK assassination than I'll ever know, so I'm still going to ask you some questions, and I appreciate your, just how dogged you guys have been on this for decades. Mr. Morley, I want to start with you. What is the most interesting information you found in this newest release of documents on the assassination of President Kennedy?
The 9 memos about James Angleton that were fully declassified on March 18th is the most important collection that I've seen so far. There is a lot of information that has come out. Jim mentioned the Arthur Schlesinger memo. That really sets the stage for the alienation between the Kennedy White House and the CIA that lasted for the rest of Kennedy's presidency. So I would say that the Angleton memos and the Schlesinger memo are the most important things I've seen so far.
Thank you. Mr. Morley, do you believe that Oswald was recruited and being handled as a source for the CIA?
I believe Oswald was an agent of influence who was manipulated by the CIA.
Okay. And as I was going through some research, one of the things that I found interesting And please correct me if I'm mistaken here, any of you guys on the panel, but Mr. Underhill, who was a CIA agent himself, who apparently left D.C. the days after the assassination in a hurry, Gary Underhill then confided in a friend that a clique within the CIA had assassinated Kennedy. He also told his friends that he may need to leave the country and that he feared for his life. Mr. Underhill was then found dead 6 months later. I'm going to start with you, Mr. Morley. Do you find those types of stories surrounding Mr. Underhill to be credible?
Mr. Underhill was hardly alone in suspecting CIA involvement of the assassination. President Harry Truman suspected it, President Johnson suspected it, and President Richard Nixon suspected it. So I think that Gary Underhill was a man who worked in the intelligence community and was in a position to know something. His story's not confirmed, but it's consistent with what lots of other people thought.
What was his title? Do you remember, Mr. Morley?
He was not a CIA employee. He was an arms dealer who assisted CIA in acquiring weapons and, shipping them.
Do you know how he died, Mr. Morley?
I don't know anything more than was reported in the documents.
Mr. Eugenio, do you know how he died?
Eugenio.
Sorry about that.
You're not the first one.
Yeah. Do you know how he died, sir? Underhill. Mr. Underhill.
Gary Underhill. Do you know how he died?
Gary Underhill?
Yeah.
Gary Underhill his body was discovered by his friend Asher Burns, who was a magazine writer at the time. And the door was open, ajar a little, and Burns entered the room, and he thought Underhill was sleeping. But as he approached the body, he saw that there was a hole, a bullet hole in his head, all right? Asher Burns was so disgusted by the investigation that came after that he didn't even want to talk about what had happened. But one of the things about the Underhill death is that for him to have taken his own life, the gun was in the wrong hand, okay? All right, so that was one of the most puzzling things, about that particular case. Underhill has been, I believe, very much ignored, by a lot of people. And I'm glad that this memo finally got out there.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Morley, are you familiar with Michael Franchese, who is a capo for the Colombo family?
I've appeared with him twice on the Piers Morgan show. That's all I know.
Okay, thank you. He claims that the mob was involved in this hit since the deal between the Kennedys and the mob was broken after the election. Do you find that to be credible?
I think Mr. Franzene's contention that the organized crime role in President Kennedy's assassination is very clear, and he said that it was common knowledge among the crime bosses who he dealt with that their role in the assassination was to eliminate the chief witness, Lee Harvey Oswald. Mr. Franzene said that both times when I was on Piers Morgan with him, and I believe him.
Yeah. Thank you. This question is more based on the future, or I should say the present day. After 2 assassination attempts of President Trump within the last year, and the little that we now know about Thomas Crooks and Ryan Ruth, do any of you guys on the panel believe that we're seeing history repeat itself?
No.
Mr. Stone?
I expressed my own surprise that so little do we still know about Mr. Crooks and the other assassination attempt. So I would see similarities here.
Thank you. I'm out of time. I yield back.
Thank you very much. I'd like to now recognize Mr. Gill for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Luna. According to Pew Research, trust in the federal government has plummeted from 74% in 1958 to 22% in 2025. That's a trajectory that is utterly unsustainable and in the long term incompatible with democratic self-governance. Unfortunately, a lot of that decline in trust is justified. The JFK assassination the JFK assassination happened over 60 years ago, and we still don't have all of the facts about what happened that day. Mr. Morley, thank you for being here, and thank you for all of your work that you've done on this. Do you believe that the CIA is in compliance with President Trump's executive order to declassify and release the JFK files?
No, there are important records that have not been provided, like the personnel file of George Joannides. I should also note that as we go through these records, there are still redactions in some of these records. Not a huge amount, but we have not had full compliance either in producing all the records or in redacting or completely releasing all the records that were redacted.
And for the record, how many of the JFK files has the CIA released since the executive order was issued?
The figure of 80,000 pages is accurate as far as we can tell, and that's information from several thousand documents.
Are those from the CIA specifically?
Most of the records that were released last month, about 80% of them were from the CIA.
Okay. And how many documents do you believe the CIA still has that either haven't been released or are overly redacted?
Since we haven't seen them, it's hard to put a number on it, but I would put the number in the hundreds. Okay. Hundreds of documents.
Hundreds, okay. And you are one of the foremost researchers on this topic. In your opinion, since the Warren Commission, has the federal government been forthcoming with information related to the JFK assassination?
No. All of this information could have been released a long time ago. By law, all of it should have been released 8 years ago. So the attitude of obstruction and obfuscation from the CIA started on November 22nd, 1963, when CIA officers started lying about what the CIA knew. And that attitude, unfortunately, has continued to the present day.
And we've had several congressional investigations related to these files. During those inquiries, in your estimation, do you believe that any FBI, CIA, or other government officials have lied under oath or deliberately misled investigators?
In my remarks, I identified 3 of them who definitely lied. It's beyond reasonable doubt. Counterintelligence Chief Angleton, Director Helms, and Branch Chief George Joannides.
Mm-hmm. And given the amount of uncertainty that we have related to these files, do you believe that there's information that we'll never know about because, for instance, maybe the information has already been permanently deleted or the figures involved have died?
I'm actually optimistic that we can get to the bottom of this matter. We have a new attitude on the part of the government. We have President Trump's executive order, which strengthens the existing mandates of the JFK Records Act. So I think if the task force and the public and the Congress apply pressure and demand this material, we can get it and we can reach a decisive clarification about the causes of President Kennedy's assassination.
Thank you, and I'd like to yield the balance of my time to the chairwoman.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Gill. Mr. Stone, I'd like to ask you specifically, in talking with you earlier, you mentioned 3 women that were witnesses that had their testimonies omitted by the Warren Commission in regards to seeing Oswald in the book depository. Can you speak to that a little bit, please?
Yes, it's a very interesting piece of information that we put into our documentary, JFK Revisited. It came out of the AR. It came out of the ARB, or it came out from...
I'm not sure if it...
Anyway...
it came out in recent years.
It came out in recent years around that time. Barry Ernst wrote about it and was interviewed in our film, in which he says that in addition to... There were 3 women on the 4th floor who, during the time of the assassination, they witnessed it from above, and immediately they were headed down to see what was going on at a closer angle. 2 of the women went downstairs quickly. The 3rd woman, Dorothy Garner, who was a supervisor, an older woman, watched them go down the stairs. They were down, all this happened within 30 seconds. Oswald was if he was on the 6th floor, which I sincerely doubt, had to be a track star to store the weapon, to run across the floor and go down those same stairs, and appear as he did to Marion Baker in the 2nd floor lunchroom. All of this was highly unlikely, and I think that should be addressed. Two of the women are still alive.
No, Victoria Adams passed away. I think Sandy Stiles is still alive. The Garner, it's called the Stroud document, and it has Garner's testimony in it. All right. This was discovered by writer Barry Ernest in 1999 as a result of the ARB. All right. And it turned out that the Texas Attorney General, Stroud, had talked to Garner, the supervisor, and sent this information to the Warren Commission in the summer of 1964. But you won't find it in any of the Warren Commission volumes, even though it's a kind of important piece of evidence, because Garner said that, you know, she never saw Oswald on the stairs, and the two girls went down before the policeman and the supervisor ward truly came up. So it's very hard to believe that Oswald was tearing down those stairs, you know, and this woman never saw him.
All right, the time now 4:11 on the East Coast and 1:11 on the West Coast. Thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. And you were listening to the first hearing from the task force that is speaking there about the JFK assassination. And they are talking with several witnesses, including a filmmaker, a journalist, and an author. Do want to head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but so much more news to get to here in just a few. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 4:14 on the East Coast and 1:14 on the West Coast. Taking a live look here once again, as we do want to head right back out to this hearing that is underway, the first one of the task force that is taking a closer look into the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. It looks like this one might be on a little bit of a delay, but they are showing both the speaker and the representative who is asking the questions. We want you to be able to see all of it, so let's pop up the audio and listen in.
Has the CIA released since the executive order was issued?
The figure of 80,000 pages is accurate as far as we can tell, and that's information from several thousand documents.
Are those from the CIA specifically?
Most of the records that were released last month, about 80% of them were from the CIA.
Okay. And how many documents do you believe the CIA still has that either haven't been released or overly redacted?
Since we haven't seen them, it's hard to put a number on it, but I would put the number in the hundreds. Hundreds of documents.
Hundreds. Okay. And you are one of the foremost researchers on this topic. In your opinion, since the Warren Commission, has the federal government been forthcoming with information related to the JFK assassination?
No. All of this information could have been released a long time ago. By law, all of it should have been released 8 years ago. So the attitude of obstruction and obfuscation from the CIA started on November 22nd, 1963, when CIA officers started lying about what the CIA knew. And that attitude, unfortunately, has continued to the present day.
And we've had several congressional investigations related to these files. During those inquiries, in your estimation, do you believe that any FBI, CIA, or other government officials have lied under oath or deliberately misled investigators?
In my remarks, I identified 3 of them who definitely lied. It's beyond reasonable doubt. Counterintelligence Chief Angleton, Director Helms, and Branch Chief George Ioannidis.
Mm-hmm. And given the amount of uncertainty that we have related to these files, do you believe that there's information that we'll never know about because, for instance, maybe the information has already been permanently deleted or the figures involved have died?
I'm actually optimistic that we can get to the bottom of this matter. We have a new attitude on the part of the government. We have President Trump's executive order, which strengthens the existing mandates of the JFK Records Act. So I think if the task force and the public and the Congress apply pressure and demand this material, we can get it and we can reach a decisive clarification about the causes of President Kennedy's assassination.
Thank you, and I'd like to yield the balance of my time to the chairwoman.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Gill. Mr. Stone, I'd like to ask you specifically, in talking with you earlier, you mentioned 3 women that were witnesses that had their testimonies omitted by the Warren Commission in regards to seeing Oswald in the book depository. Can you speak to that a little bit, please?
Yes, it's a very interesting piece of information that we put into our documentary, JFK Revisited. It came out of the AR. It came out of the ARB, or it came out from...
I'm not sure if it...
Anyway...
it came out in recent years.
It came out in recent years around that time. Barry Ernst wrote about it and was interviewed in our film, in which he says that in addition to... There were 3 women on the 4th floor who, during the time of the assassination, they witnessed it from above, and immediately they were headed down to see what was going on at a closer angle. 2 of the women went downstairs quickly. The 3rd woman, Dorothy Garner, who was a supervisor, an older woman, watched them go down the stairs. They were down, all this happened within 30 seconds. Oswald was if he was on the 6th floor, which I sincerely doubt, had to be a track star to store the weapon, to run across the floor and go down those same stairs, and appear as he did to Marion Baker in the 2nd floor lunchroom. All of this was highly unlikely, and I think that should be addressed. 2 of the women are still alive.
No, Victoria Adams passed away. I think Sandy Stiles is still alive. The Garner, it's called the Stroud document, and it has Garner's testimony in it. All right. This was discovered by writer Barry Ernst in 1999 as a result of the ARB. All right. And it turned out that the Texas Attorney General, Stroud, had talked to Garner, the supervisor, and sent this information to the Warren Commission in the summer of 1964. But you won't find it in any of the Warren Commission volumes, even though it's a kind of important piece of evidence, because Garner said that, she never saw Oswald on the stairs, and the 2 girls went down before the policeman and the supervisor ward truly came up. So it's very hard to believe that Oswald was carrying down those stairs, and this woman never saw him.
Mr. Stone, sorry, lots of Oswald today. Mr. Stone, one of my last questions for you before we wrap up this hearing. Would you recommend that the task force send a letter requesting NBC make a clear copy of the film?
Certainly, that'd be very interesting. Mr. D. Eugenio and I saw a film of a potential Oswald watching the motorcade go by, which means that he was downstairs at the time of the shooting, and that would be very interesting to see. We couldn't say for sure that was Oswald, but it's a man who looks like him. So I think it would be a very good idea for the task force to subpoena NBC, which has the original film.
Yes, they supposedly have the original. Yeah.
They have the original film. They've refused it twice to be shown.
Yes.
And if this task force could easily get that, and the American public should have a right to judge for itself who was standing there.
First of all, I would like to thank our witnesses for being here today. There are those in our country who may ask why this task force seeks to pursue the truth underlying the facts surrounding the assassination of President John F. Kennedy in 1963. And the answer to that is the truth. Even the truth delayed and justice, even justice delayed, is always worth attaining. And the men and women who have sought answers regarding the assassination of the American President John F. Kennedy for all the world to see have been obstructed and hampered by our own government for over 60 years. This hearing is not meant to provide a definitive explanation of the Kennedy assassination. This hearing demonstrates, however, that the CIA and other components of the federal government have not been honest with the American people that they are meant to serve up until recent efforts. And the American people must hold these agencies accountable, and they can. I've invited Mr. Stone, a filmmaker, to this hearing because he did just that, motivating Congress in the 1990s to pass a law that began the declassification process. And I'd like to applaud our president for continuing this process as he promised to do so. Researchers like Mr. Morley and Mr. DiEugenio have provided new information that helped bring light to some of the darkest days in American history. And I would like to thank the witnesses again and applaud their work. The search for truth continues, and the task force will pursue this at any price. I'd also like to note that we are planning on sending a letter to NBC requesting what you've recommended, Mr. Stone. Before I wrap it up, I would just like to say, do you guys have any statements in closing for the American people?
I would just like to thank you, Chairwoman Luna, for your aggressive, action-oriented approach to this issue. While we diverge politically, it's been a pleasure to work with you, and your leadership is important on this. Like I said before, I think we are making progress.
Thank you. Mr. Stone or Mr. DiEugenio?
Thank you, Chairwoman. I really admire what you're doing, and I wish you the best of success.
Mr. DiEugenio?
I think one of the things that the committee should do is talk to some of the people who are on the ARB, so you can understand just how difficult it was for them and why they couldn't complete their job. All right, I certainly hope that this committee does complete that job. And finally, 62 years later, we'll know everything the government did know about the. One thing that the gentleman down here asked about, see, very few people know there were 3 attempts on JFK's life in November, okay? There was one in Chicago, there was one in Tampa, and then there was the successful one, in Dallas. The Chicago attempt so much resembles what happened in Dallas that if the Secret Service would have given all those records over, okay, then the Dallas one might have been prevented. At the one in Tampa, that one, there was just the opposite of Dallas. You had wall-to-wall Secret Service, FBI, et cetera. And Kennedy was so happy that he got away that he stayed after at the Floridian Hotel and insisted on shaking hands with every single officer that was involved in that attempt. All right? So these are some of the records that are still out there.
Thank you very much, Mr. DiEugenio. And Mr. Davidson?
I'll just thank you again for the opportunity to testify and to encourage the task force again to take all steps possible as this process moves forward to ensure the protection of the privacy of individuals who are named in these records and to ensure that federal public records offices have the resources they need to provide valuable public information to the public in a timely fashion.
Absolutely. I know that, although I do not speak for this administration, that I know that everyone is well aware of the Social Securities and working to the best of their ability to ensure that those people are taken care of. So that is being looked into on our end. Without further ado, without objection, all members have 5 legislative days within this to submit materials and to submit additional witnesses or written questions for the witnesses, which will be forwarded to the witnesses for response. If there are no further business, without objection, the task force stands adjourned. Thank you.
All right, first hearing there of the task force that is looking into several different topics, but also the situation there with JFK's assassination and the release of documents that are related to that. So you heard several lawmakers asking those experts there about that. That includes a filmmaker, an independent journalist, and an author. As there are more of those hearings, we'll make sure to bring those to you right here, as we always do, on Live Now from Fox. Do have to head to a quick break, but so much more live news to get to here in just a few. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 4:28 on the East Coast and 1:28 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next couple hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. Want to pop up this Booker continuing his filibuster there. He has been speaking on the Senate floor since about 7 p.m. last night and showing no signs of letting up anytime soon. We're going to keep an eye on that as it does develop and bring you all of the updates here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I do want to take you out to what we have as the Democratic Women's Caucus. They are speaking right now about the SAVE Act. Now, this is happening live. However, I do want to play it out for you here from the start, which was about 20 minutes ago. Again, it is still going on, but let's pop up the audio here and listen in.
harder for women to vote. It will make it more expensive for women to vote. It will take longer for women to register to vote. Makes you wonder, why don't they want women to vote? Is it because their policies are constantly attacking women? Republicans' bill changes voter registration rules to require documentary proof of citizenship, which for most voters would be a birth certificate or perhaps a passport. But if a woman changed her name after marriage or for any other reason, and I need to point out that 84% of married American women have changed their name. So if you have changed your name, a birth certificate will not reflect your legally married name and your voter registration name. Nationwide, there are an estimated 69 million women, Democrat, Republican, and independent women, who would be unable to use their birth certificates to prove their identity or citizenship to register to vote. It is estimated that 28% of eligible voters, 28% of eligible voters across the country and in each of our districts and Republican districts would be impacted. That is unfair. That is voter suppression. In New Mexico alone, 431,239 women would not be able to use their birth certificate because they changed their name. More than half of Americans do not have a passport. And getting a passport to match your married name is out of reach for far too many women. Passports cost money. It costs a minimum of $130 to get a passport, and it will take 2 months or more to receive that passport. Plus, the nearest passport offices are hours away for many rural women. Rather than letting women register to vote by mail that they can do in so many states right now, married women will have to drive to a passport office with all their documents, wait a couple of months to get their passport back, and then drive back to their election offices with their passport. If you live in a rural area, that's a lot of time off from work, and that is a lot of gas. So that's why we keep saying women cannot afford Trump. Women cannot afford the Republican policies. A couple of the men in the Rules Committee last night said this is no big deal, and that the bill does allow options for women. It does not. There is nothing written in the SAVE Act that would allow a woman to use her marriage license or any other kind of documentation to register to vote. And how dare Chip Roy belittle the hassle and cost that women, but not men, will have to go through just to register to vote. Republicans posted yesterday that Democrats were lying, that the SAVE Act will make it easier to vote. Now you tell me, how is it easier to vote when a woman has to change her name, either back to her birth certificate name or go get a passport, drive a couple of hours, make sure that she goes and shows up in person? How is any of that easier to vote? We ask you, who's really lying? So They are. There's our answer. And I would tell you that New Hampshire, we're not making this up. We know it will happen. In New Hampshire, they just had an election after enacting a similar law. It was a disaster for women trying to register. One clerk outright said the practice is disenfranchising women. Republicans' bills would disproportionately impact working moms and those who cannot afford the costly paperwork. Just to prove what we already know, we are eligible to vote. And not only that, we're going to keep showing up to vote. We're going to keep showing up and pointing out all of the policies that Republicans are doing that are hurting American women. And you know what? The thing is that Republicans and Trump keep passing on a daily basis policies that hurt women. They've just said they're going to defund Planned Parenthood. How dare they take away the services that women rely on to get cancer screenings, to get contraceptive help. It's these kinds of policies that they keep passing day after day that makes me understand why they don't want women to vote. Because we are going to show up and vote them out of office. And now I would like to recognize Representative Brittany Peterson and Baby Sam.
Good. Well, hopefully he has less to say than he did earlier on the floor. But hi, everybody. My name is Brittany Peterson. Proud to be here with Sam. I am proud to stand alongside so many incredible women and moms here in Congress who stood together to make sure that we were actually updating our rules to reflect the needs of the workforce of today and make sure that moms and dads and young families can serve and be represented here in Congress. I don't think anyone has ever said that Congress is a functioning body and works well. We have a lot of barriers to address in the future to make sure that this is a place where you can serve with young families. But this is an important step forward in modernizing Congress, making sure that when you are unable to fly and physically be present, that you aren't restricted from voting and representing your constituents, including after giving birth and taking care of your newborn. You know, when I think about what I went through the night before I came with Sam when he was 4 weeks old, and going back and forth 100 times on whether or not I should leave him at home, who is going to help take care of him alongside my supportive partner, but also not knowing how many days I would be stuck here if they didn't have the votes, and grappling with showing up for a vote in DC because so many lives were on the line in my district, but also worrying about the health and safety and well-being of my newborn. So you all know if you have kids, it's a 24/7 job. You can't just choose to leave your newborn at home. And Sam and I made that venture here for the first time. This is our third time now this week, because our voices matter. It's unacceptable that leadership has been unwilling to pass our resolution to make sure that new parents have a voice here and they're not restricted from doing their job, and especially women. So want to thank all of my colleagues for standing together, and my Republican colleagues, especially Representative Luna, for being such a champion on this. You know, I think that it's a moment that is reflective of what can happen when we actually come together, get to know each other, and don't let leadership get in the way. I am stunned that Speaker Johnson canceled votes this week because of what we did today, and that he knows he only has 2 more days until our resolution will be pulled up. So he's canceling votes and looking for the next ways in which he's going to try to ensure that we don't get a vote on the House floor. This is overwhelmingly supported by both Republicans and Democrats, and by moms and dads, grandmas, grandpas, all of us coming together to make sure that we're supporting new parents. And so we'll keep this fight up, but we're also here today to talk about the SAVE Act, which I'm completely taken aback that they would move something forward that could disenfranchise millions of women. I'm one of the 20% of women who did not change my name after getting married, but most women do. And there have been times in my life where I would not have been able to prove that I was a citizen when going to vote. How many people here know where their birth certificate is? I know I don't. How many people here have an outdated passport? I just recently got mine updated a few years ago. But as a member of Congress, there have been many times in my life where I would not have been able to show up and actually prove that I was a citizen to vote. This is about disenfranchising not just women, but Americans across the country. So the SAVE Act, I know that they're going to continue to, this will come to the floor even though we killed the rule today, but it is absolutely problematic, and we'll stand together as women once again. Thank you so much. And with that, I will give this to Vice Chair Hillary Skolton, my co-parent.
Thank you so much, Brittany, and thank you so much, Chair Leisure Fernandez, for doing this press conference. Well, this was supposed to be a real banner week for House Republicans in taking back women's rights. They rolled into this week ready to put up barriers and obstacles to new moms in Congress and wanted to pass the SAVE Act, which would create millions of disenfranchised women voters across the country. But it was a real mess around, find out situation for them when they came in touch with the Democratic Women's Caucus. At 90 members strong, we put up an incredible resistance. Not only our votes on the floor, but the organizing efforts of getting this message out to the public about how important proxy voting is and how disastrous the SAVE Act will be. You know, the Democratic Women's Caucus had a panel discussion about a month ago with secretaries of state from across the country talking about the detrimental impacts, and the message broke through. As I went back home to even conservative West Michigan, I had Republicans raising their hands at our town halls saying, what is happening with this SAVE Act? You have to stand up. You have to do something. You have to prevent this from becoming law. You know, everyone up here believes unequivocally that, of course, U.S. citizens should be the ones who are deciding our elections. That's not what this bill is about. Republicans are hiding behind the guise of needing to protect our election integrity, when in fact they know full well that if this were the issue they wanted to address, there are myriad other ways that they could go about addressing the issue that they believe individuals are voting illegally in our elections, such as doubling down on prosecutions for individuals who violate this law, getting out public education on voting rights. But what they did instead was to target millions of women, veterans, senior citizens, but almost 70 million women across the country who would be impacted by this law. You know, in Michigan's 3rd Congressional District alone, almost 160,000 women would be impacted. I can tell you, as a busy working mom myself, I barely have time to make a dentist appointment for myself, let alone go and track down my original birth certificate and you know, get a legal change to be able to vote. This is not about election security. It's voter suppression, plain and simple. I stand with anyone, Republican, Democrat, or independent, who believes that democracy works best when more voices are heard, not silenced. That's why we joined, united as a House today to defeat this disastrous rule, and will continue to stand up against these efforts to suppress women's voices at every single turn. I am now honored to turn it over to the Democratic Women's Caucus Policy Co-Chair, Sydney Kamliger-Dove.
Hello, and thank you. I want to first applaud Congresswoman Pedersen for showing up with baby Sam to do the work of the people and her constituents. I want to applaud her efforts and the efforts of Congresswoman Sarah Jacobs, who were leading in our caucus around this discharge petition. It was important that we defeat the rule. It is also important for me to state that while I am grateful that 9 Republicans joined, that the Republican co-sponsor of this discharge petition does not support paid family leave, unlike my Democratic colleagues. So I do think it is important that we share the entire truth. This is certainly about making sure that new mothers have the opportunity to do their jobs, which is representing constituents and being mothers. And it is also important that we still talk about issues that impact women and working families and push members in the Republican Party who want to do right by themselves to also think about expanding that to do right by other women. This is a Republican Party that does not care about women. This is a Republican Party that is inching towards a national abortion ban. This is a Republican Party that is supporting tax cuts for the richest of the rich and is preparing to cut Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security, which will impact hundreds of thousands of women, women veterans, women seniors, women who are disabled. And this is a Republican Party that is gaslighting the American people by telling them that the SAVE Act is going to save them, and it is not. You have 69 million women who still have used their maiden names. That name does not correspond with what is on their birth certificate. And they are going to have challenges when they go to the ballot box to vote. And they are going to vote. They are going to want to vote because women show up to vote when their bodies are on the line, when their freedoms are on the line, when their rights are on the line, when the rights of their children and grandparents and grandchildren are on the line. And the Republican Party knows this. In local elections and state elections across this country, when Dobbs was on the ballot, when reproductive health care was on the ballot, when the rights of women that were being attacked, when those rights were on the ballot, women showed up. And Speaker Johnson knows this, and Trump knows this. They are hiding behind the notion that the SAVE Act will make will prohibit folks who are undocumented from voting. Well, newsflash, people, that's already the law. So let's talk about what it's really about. It's a 2025 version of a poll tax to suppress the vote so that they can continue to do their dirty deeds. And all of their dirty deeds include attacking, demonizing, belittling, shaming, oppressing, silencing, dividing women. And this caucus, through this vote today on the rule, showed that we will not be divided. We will stand united, and we will speak truth to power on all sides. Even when you want a co-sponsored discharge petition, we will still talk truth to power and stand up for all women. And I hope that the Republican Party takes note and sees that we are going to call their bluff time and time again. The Speaker does not have his conference in order. The Speaker does not have his conference in order. We do. I will now call up Equality Caucus.
All right, so we do have to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break right there, but you're hearing from the Democratic Women's Caucus as they are speaking there against the SAVE Act. Let's head to that quick break, but a lot more news to get to here in just a few. My name is Josh Breslow, and you're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 450 on the East Coast and 150 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. Right now, it looks like we're having a bit of a tech issue with this image right here on your screen. But what we are trying to do is bring you this breaking news that is coming in out of South Carolina. We're going to work to figure out exactly what is going on the screen right here, and we'll make sure to bring you any updates here as we do get them. Looks like... All right, looks like we were able to figure that out. So what I'm going to do is bring you that live image right here on your screen. This is coming in from WBTV. Now, here is what we know. 2 people injured in a shooting at a Walmart store in the city of Lancaster, South Carolina. This is, again, preliminary information that is coming in. Lancaster police confirming there was a quote-unquote shooting incident at Walmart located off of Highway 9 Bypass West. Deputies reportedly responding to the shooting on this afternoon, and people were initially asked to quote-unquote stay away from the Walmart store, which is located near several schools and businesses. Officials with the Lancaster Police Department, you can see there on the scene alongside the Lancaster County Sheriff's Office, saying the 2 people were injured in the shooting and taken to a hospital. Again, all this information coming in as we speak. The 2 people injured only identified as men. Their ages and identities have not been released. Now, the injuries did appear to be life-threatening, according to police. They held a news conference here a short time ago and provided just those preliminary details. They also say the 2 men apparently know each other, but again, you can see a very active scene taking place right outside of that Walmart store over in Lancaster, South Carolina. We'll keep you updated here as we do get developments, but we do have to head to one more quick commercial break. A lot more news coming up in just a few. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 454 on the East Coast and 154 on the West Coast. Do want to head back over to the Senate floor right now, as we've been telling you about for the last 22 hours. Senator Cory Booker is on the Senate floor and continues speaking. He says he is protesting against President Trump and his administration. I want to pop up the audio really quickly here so we can listen in.
And he goes through every generation of Americans having extraordinary demagogues. I read Margaret Chase Smith's incredible speech on this floor against the demagogue and the demagoguery within our own party. He talks about the #1 radio show in all of America. The majority of Americans listen to his anti-Semitic screeds. Father Coughlin. He went through them all. And he said, you want to think worry? He said that there was an American general in the Depression. He said his name, I'm forgetting it now, I'm not at my best, and said that this guy was calling for a military takeover of our democracy. You want to talk about authoritarianism? He talked about a senator here on the left, Huey Long, who was calling for the people to storm the Capitol. He went through this all, and he said every single time Nazis in Manhattan at Madison Square Garden, I couldn't believe it. It was unbelievable. I wish people were there listening to this guy as he went through all these times when America was at a crossroads, when we came upon a moral moment. And he said, what happened, how we chose the right path, when people were trashing this document or treading on it or undermining it, when demagogues rose to the highest points of popularity in our land, how did we stop it? Well, he looked at me with some sympathy and said, not you guys, not a senator. It was that the better majority of American people said enough. They chose to define the soul of our country. He gave that phraseology to our president. And he said the soul of America is not the people in office, it is the everyday citizens who choose the better angels of their nature, who choose right over wrong, who recognize a moral moment and know that they have to stand up and bend the arc of the moral universe, or more importantly, steer the ship of our state out of the troubled waters into the clear, open sea. I rose here, and I've gotten into lots of questions with my colleagues, but I rose hoping to read more and more of the stories, as many Americans as I could. And during the night, my friend Chris Murphy and I read a lot of them. You know me well, my friend. You know the truth of all of us in this place. You know the truth of everybody. We're all mountain ranges. We all have peaks and we all have valleys. You, my friend, have seen my valleys, me at my worst. I've failed as a leader at times, or at least come up short from my own personal expectations. You've seen me at some of my better moments. I know we have obligations. I know people are right to be upset or demanding of us right now. Please help us. What are you doing in the face of people that might make it so that that we might not have elections, or might make it so that we do break things in this government that can never be fixed? As one of the speakers that came into our caucus, the people that wrote the book, How Democracies Die. Great nations, great civilizations, forget democracies, don't necessarily die from external threats. They die from internal corruption. Look, think of the Roman Empire. Think of the Soviet Empire, crumbled from its own corruption, failure to live up to its promises and ideals. We are at this moment. I am here to tell you, America, to tell my friends and colleagues and anybody who cares to listen to a senator from New Jersey, that we are at that moment. We're past that moment. Every day things are happening. The 72 days of this administration, God, if there's not enough to upset you, to ignite you, to realize that maybe you and your family are not getting hurt, but other Americans are, our veterans are, our seniors are. We've told their stories here over these last 21 hours, 22 hours. We've told their stories. People are getting hurt. People are afraid. People are worried. And people I don't even agree with are getting disappeared. Law firms that I've known for my entire career, are being forced to kowtow to this president. Universities that should be the bastions of free speech, free thought, free enterprise, intellectual research, academic research, scientific research, are getting torn up by cutting indirect costs. I read stories of PhD programs that are virtually being canceled from the best scientific minds, not being able to build the state-of-the-art labs. The country that has led humanity in scientific invention is taking a blow. And Fareed Zakaria, I read his article here, and he's saying that China is doubling down on investments on the universities as this president is cutting them, unless, of course, you come to the leader and make all these commitments, meet all of these demands. There should be enough already. It should be enough already. And so this is that moment John Meacham told me about. I want us to try in the Senate. I know my colleagues. I see Tammy Bowles. I see Chris Murphy. I see Angela Oswald. I love you guys. I've served side by side with you. I know your passion. I've heard your anger. I've heard your fear. I've heard how you want to fight for this country. But we are not enough. We can do demonstrations. We can do demands. We can try to do things differently. In fact, we must. I will definitely yield to Tammy Baldwin, my friend and my colleague.
To another question.
Thank you very much. I don't have that much gas in the tank, but hold on, let me say it right. I yield for a question while retaining the floor.
So noted.
Thank you.
Senator, since you have taken the floor, which I suppose is nearly a full day now, there have been new...
All right, so we are at the top of the hour here, 5:01 on the East Coast and 2:01 on the West Coast. You were listening in there as Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey does continue his filibuster there on the Senate floor, now reaching 22 hours. So all of this began last night at around 7 p.m. Eastern time, still going here and could potentially break the record of 24 hours and I believe about 18 minutes. We'll keep an eye on that situation, but did want to play some of his comments here as they were coming in. Also want to pop up this live image that we do have. We showed it to you a bit earlier, but we are learning just a little bit more about the situation that is ongoing here over in Lancaster, South Carolina. You can see a heavy police presence. This is right outside of a Walmart store in that location. Here is what we know. And again, a lot of this preliminary, but we know that 2 people have reportedly been injured in this shooting at the Walmart store over in Lancaster. Police confirming there was a quote-unquote shooting incident. Now, this store is located off of Highway 9 Bypass West, and deputies responded to that shooting here fairly quickly and in large numbers, as we saw the police department for the city as well as the county sheriff's office there. Again, during a news conference that was fairly brief, they said 2 people had been injured in the shooting, and it sounds as though a suspect is in custody. Now, the 2 people injured were identified by police only as men, and their ages and identities not released just yet. It is likely there will be a follow-up news conference here, so we'll make sure to bring that to you as it does come in. Now, their injuries do appear to be non-life-threatening, and the 2 males apparently knew each other. The shooting reportedly took place near the automotive section in the Walmart store, and officials said the multiple gunshots were fired in the store as well. So again, it is going to be a very active scene. It might have been a bit different if it happened outside of the store or a ways away. But as you can see, shots were fired inside what we have to imagine was a very crowded store at the time. We're going to keep you posted here, as we always do, on Live Now from Fox as we get more details. And I do want to pop up this live image right here. This is an aerial image of a story that we have been following all throughout the day coming in out of Boston. That is where we know that 6 people were injured after a box truck apparently jumped a curb and crashed into a sidewalk in front of a row of Boston businesses. As you can see, it looks like as we took that live, they did actually kind of fly away from the scene. But again, 6 people injured, and it sounds as though police there in Boston say this was simply a quote-unquote freak accident. All of the injuries here, we're working to gather more information, and we'll make sure to keep you updated if there is another news conference. If you were watching a bit earlier when Andy Mack was on, we did have that news conference that came in about 8 minutes in length, and we'll likely play that for you a bit later on today, again, as we do get more information on all of this. I want to take a quick look at the stock board here as the Dow is still in the red, down about 0.03%. or 11 points. We're going to keep you updated, as we always do, on the stock board. But for now, going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break. A lot more live news to get to here in just a few. Today's special elections to replace Florida's former Congressman Matt Gaetz and Mike Waltz are in two of the state's Republican strongholds. Democrats, though, hoping strong fundraising is an indicator that the races will be competitive. Republican State Senator Randy Fine and Democrat Josh Weil will battle it out for the seat vacated by Mike Waltz, who is now serving, of course, as the president's national security advisor. Fine joining us now with his final thoughts on this special election day. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us.
Thanks for having me. Honored to be here.
Of course. Well, first off, I want to start by asking you overall, what is it that you bring to the table that your Democratic challenger doesn't?
Well, it's a pretty clear choice. I stand with President Trump. He endorsed me. He asked me to run. I'm going to support his agenda. My opponent's major endorsement is Bernie Sanders. He's a proud socialist who's made clear he wants to stop the Trump agenda and impeach him. So that's what's at stake. Do we have somebody from this district who supports the Trump agenda, the MAGA agenda, like it's on my hat, or somebody who wants to stop it in its tracks? That's what's at stake in the election, which is why I need conservatives to go and vote this afternoon. They can find their precincts at voterandyfine.com, find their precinct, and go vote right now.
One thing we've heard a lot about during this race is all the fundraising that's been done by the Democrats in this area. What do you make of all that? Does it make you try a little bit harder? What is your overall thought on that in general?
Well, I have to correct one thing you said. It's not from this area. I've outraised him by a lot from the district. I've outraised him by a lot from Florida. His money comes from San Francisco and Seattle and New York and Los Angeles, places where people don't like Republicans very much. And they're just angry about the Trump agenda. We're working at polling places this morning. Everyone who's helping me is a volunteer. We can't find anybody who's volunteering for this guy. They're all out-of-state workers getting paid. So, I mean, I think that's what it comes down to what do the local folks think? And I think we're going to be fine, especially when they go and vote this afternoon.
How closely do you watch the polling numbers, and do they concern you in any way? Because we know that some people live and die by the polling numbers. Others say, I'm just going to ignore it. They're not even accurate. So what do you think about the polling numbers in general?
There aren't a lot of polling numbers. People talk about them. There's one guy who ran a poll that said people don't like Donald Trump in this district. You know, Donald Trump won by 30 points. The poll everybody keeps talking about has Donald Trump winning by 5. So people should have thrown that thing out the window. What I believe is that people in this district like President Trump today more than they did on November 5th. But what you've had is two things: Democrat intensity, because they're angry. Every time Donald Trump wins, they lose. They want open borders. They want 300-year-olds to get Social Security. That's number one. And second, they vote earlier. We're having incredible turnout today from Republicans because they want to vote on Election Day. And that's why we need every conservative to go to my website, voterandyfine.com, find their polling place, and go. Polls are open until 7, but don't wait. It takes 5 minutes. Go right now.
We said it just a couple minutes ago, but this area that we're talking about is considered to be a Republican stronghold. Is there any added pressure there?
Well, no, there's always pressure. Look, I want to win. I want to win big. I want to send the message to Washington, D.C. that they can outspend us $10 million to 1 with money from who knows where, but the people of Florida stand with President Trump. And I'm optimistic we will deliver that message if people go and vote. Anybody watching this show, if you live in this district, you go to my website, voterandyfine.com, find your precinct. There's 6 different counties, so you got to pick the right county, find your precinct, and go and vote.
My last question for you here. Obviously, we are on special election day here. It is the day of. So for some who maybe haven't voted yet, what is your final pitch to them on why they should choose you and not Josh Weil?
Well, it depends on what they want. My opponent, big endorsement, he made a huge deal about it Friday, was Bernie Sanders. He calls himself a proud socialist. He says he wants the Democrats to take the majority. He wants to impeach President Trump. He doesn't just want to defund the police. He wants to disarm the police. Donald Trump called him a lunatic, and I think he's right. Or you can be with one of the president's most loyal soldiers, the second state legislator to endorse him when he ran for president again, a guy who took a lot of grief for doing that and is totally committed to the Trump agenda. I believe people are going to choose my view of the world, and they can if they go to voterandyfine.com, find their precinct, and go vote right now. It takes 5 minutes. Don't wait. Go right now. It's Florida. You never know. It could rain. Right now, the weather's great. So go and vote, and let's run up the score.
All right, Republican State Senator Randy Fine, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Anything you want to add here before I let you go?
No, thanks for understanding my studio in the car in between polling places. We are out working hard. We'll be here till 7. And I just want to tell people, President Trump asked people to go and vote for me. He did a teletown hall. He really he's looking at these numbers. Let's not embarrass him tonight. Let's put up a big number so we can show President Trump that we really are MAGA country.
All right, Randy Fine, thank you again for being here with us.
Thank you.
And we continue our coverage of the special election in Florida as Josh Weil is the Democrat battling it out with Randy Fine for the congressional seat vacated by Mike Waltz, now President Trump's national security advisor. Weil joining us now to share his thoughts, the final thoughts here. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. Well, first off, I do want to ask you a big question here. What exactly do you bring to the table that your Republican challenger doesn't?
I'm a public school teacher. I've worked in Title I schools for the last 13 years. Public schools, we don't pick and choose which kids we serve. We serve every kid, every family, every day. And that's what we should expect from our elected representatives. It's been very disheartening hearing how many people don't really believe or expect that anymore from the people who are running. But I feel like, the last 4 months traveling around this district, we've done a good job of kind of rekindling that in the voters here.
One thing that we've heard a lot about during this race is all the fundraising that's been done by the Democratic Party in areas that are generally Republican strongholds. What do you make of all of the fundraising efforts and really the money that has been raised?
Yeah, we knew that we were going to have to raise competitive money in order to have an impact on this race. It's one of the things that has really hurt previous nominees here. We've seen over the last 3 cycles, no Democratic candidate raised more than $35,000 over 2 years. We knew that we were going to have to raise competitive money. And we set this campaign up. We built it in the right way so that way we could raise the money we needed to get our message out. We raised over $15 million at this point, and we've knocked on over 700,000 doors in this district. So it's been a tremendous response from the community and from the nation supporting this campaign.
What do you make overall of the polling numbers? Do you pay close attention to those? I know some candidates will say, yes, I kind of live and die by the polling numbers. Others say, that's not important. Polls can be wrong. So where do you stand on that?
Yeah, we rely, polling is one of the ways that we get, information from our district. It's one of the ways in addition to, traveling around, meeting with voters. But in terms of the numbers, looking towards Election Day, we've had very strong, consistent polling data for over a month now, showing us the levels of support that we have in the community that, we feel very confident in. And when those external polls started getting released over the last 2 weeks, look, math teacher, we disaggregated the data and broke it down. And, it was pretty much in agreement with what we were seeing, that, we had a good lead in this race.
Is there added pressure when you talk about an area that is considered to be a Republican stronghold?
We've been running it's been a 4-month sprint in this special election, from when Governor DeSantis announced the race the Monday before Thanksgiving, up until now, April 1st, when it's finally Election Day. I don't know that there's any way there would be more pressure. It's been just a marathon. We've been going full speed through this district. We've met with so many residents here, listened to their concerns and their needs, and we built a campaign around truly serving them. There's so many people here concerned about what's happening to Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare, to our Veterans Administration, and they want someone, they need someone in Washington fighting for them. And so it's, we're here for them. I would be just at a loss of what's going to happen to those programs and for them if, for some reason we didn't wind up winning tonight.
And for some folks, they haven't necessarily cast their ballots yet. They're watching this last minute. So make your case. Tell people why they should be voting for you versus Randy Fine.
Yeah, look, man, your neighbors need this. If you're not directly impacted by what's been coming out of our government over the last 2 months, then, I'm incredibly happy for you. But we have met far too many people who have seen, their veterans checks stop coming in, their doctor's appointments at the VA pushed back 4 to 6 months, issues, accessing or getting through to Social Security for their disability, for their retirement, people who have independent retirement accounts and have seen the value of it just plummet due to what's happened in the stock market. People who, whose cars are nearing the end of the life and they know they're going to need to buy a new one soon. And now they're, hearing stories that the prices are going to go up thousands of dollars because of the tariffs coming. It's been incredibly difficult to afford to live in Florida. And 2025 has only made it worse. And, this is it for so many in our community, to protect our schools, to protect Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare, to protect our Veterans Administration. This community needs someone who will stand up and fight back to protect these systems. And look, man, Randy Fine ain't even pretending to be it.
All right, Josh Wield, thank you again for taking the time to join us here and share your perspective on the final day of voting here, special election day. Anything else you want to add before I let you go?
No, I mean, it's been an incredible campaign. We feel really good going in tonight. We talked about the polls, the data's strong, the response from this community. This is a community that, needs someone. It's been, the fact that for the last 2 months, when all of this has been happening, they haven't had a representative in Congress, has been felt hard. And it'll be my honor to serve this district, every last man, woman, and child in Congress for the next 2 years after tonight.
All right, Josh Wield, thank you again for taking the time to join us. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
And I mentioned that is just one of the races there in Florida that we are all watching very closely here. As for the seat held by Matt Gaetz, it will be Republican Jimmy Patronis and Democrat Gay Vallimont. Patronis is the chief financial officer for the state of Florida, and Vallimont describes herself on her website as, quote, a mother and gun violence prevention activist in Pensacola, Florida, who has devoted her life to improving public safety. Again, polls there do close at 7 p.m. Eastern, so we'll make sure to keep an eye on the results as they come in, and you will be the first to know if you're watching us right here on Live Now from Fox. 5:19 on the East Coast, 2:19 on the West Coast. We are going to head to a quick break, but so much more news to get to right here on the other side. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox 522 on the East Coast, 222 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next hour to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news. We've been showing you here as we are now 22 hours in to Senator Cory Booker's filibuster, as he is speaking alongside some of his colleagues there since 7 p.m. Eastern Time last night, so getting very close to 24 hours, and saying that he will continue to speak there until he is no longer physically able to. I want to pop up the audio right here and listen in as, again, that speech does continue.
Threatening students' access to aid and the promise of higher education. We saw this, Secretary, and this administration lay off half of the staff at the Department of Education several weeks ago, firing over 1,300 staffers. And I want to talk for a minute about who the department fired. And by the way, these are people who are not incompetent. These are people who are not DEI. These are professionals, well-educated. The administration fired civil servants at the department's Office of Civil Rights and shuttered Office of Civil Rights regional offices, including the regional office that handles discrimination cases. And I want to make really clear, and I want the American people to hear this, that what decimating the Department of Education and the Office for Civil Rights means, it means that attorneys who intervene when schools ignore complaints from students who are repeatedly called racial slurs or who are subjected to hateful speech or imagery like swastikas on campus. It provides the technical assistance that schools need to train staff on anti-harassment practices, combat harmful behaviors, and build welcoming environments. And it holds K-12 schools and colleges that fail to keep students safe accountable. It ensures that families have recourse if their child with a disability is not being served appropriately by their district, that if a child is not getting the speech therapy or other services outlined in their individualized education program, that they will have an advocate to help them. And at the time that this administration took over, there were over 270 open Office for Civil Rights cases impacting 1.3 million students in my state alone. Without enough OCR staff to do the job, investigators' caseloads will grow to an untenable level. So we spoke to some of the lawyers that work in the division that serves Maryland schools, and all of these patriotic civil servants, all they want to do is to do their jobs. They want to combat discrimination in our schools. They want to ensure that every child has the opportunity to learn in a safe environment. And these civil servants don't know that that mission is possible, as they and so many of their colleagues are ruthlessly fired by this administration. These cuts are catastrophic. I dare say that they, like so many other decisions by this administration, are wicked. And so, Senator Booker, here is my question. What are you hearing from families in the state of New Jersey as this administration dismantles the Department of Education and slashes opportunities for students and families?
I'm so grateful for the question from my friend, and that's the centering that we've been trying to do, which is, what are families in New Jersey and around America thinking? As you said, the Department of Education, and we read that earlier today, it doesn't dictate or educational policy to states, but it does do a lot to do funding for special needs kids in the states. And so I'm already hearing from parents of kids with special needs and what the impact it will have if those resources are cut. Everything from the programs that help children young people afford college, to programs that I've worked with people that help schools afford advanced scientific equipment so the bright minds, the geniuses of our state and the country can have the equipment they need. This administration is cutting things that are hurting families, and we are hearing from them. We're hearing from veterans, we're hearing from the elderly, we're hearing from people that are taking care of the elderly, we're hearing from people who run our hospitals, we're hearing from people that run our universities and who talk about the science funding and the cutting of PhDs. We're hearing from people who rely on Medicare and Medicaid, who rely on Social Security. We're hearing from people that are appalled that their nation bullies smaller nations like Canada or Greenland. We're hearing from people that are shocked at what they're doing to the most vulnerable people who come to our nation, who have American children, who have American spouse, or being disappeared off of our streets, that have no criminal record. We're hearing from people that don't think it's right that a president should have a meme coin that allows him to enrich himself, to hawk his power and position for even greater wealth. And so I've done everything I can, and I'm going to do more. I've still got a little gas in the tank to elevate those voices. To elevate those voices.
Will the senator yield for a question?
All right, there we go. Senator Cory Booker, as I mentioned, Democrat from New Jersey, does continue that filibuster right now, as he is now in 22 hours, 22 and a half, and it looks like he could reach that record, which is 24 hours and about 18 minutes there. Not sure if he will continue to that point, but he does say he will do so as he is physically able to. I do actually want to take you out to a news conference that wrapped up a short time ago here as we continue a look at our top stories and live events from across the country and the world. Now, we did tell you about this story that broke several weeks ago, a stepmother who has been charged in connection with allegations of holding her stepson hostage for 20 years. Now, there was a news conference held just a short time ago here with attorneys where it looks like they provided an update. I do want to pop up the audio here so we can listen in.
Police went to the home. They spoke to the individual. They reported that he appeared healthy and happy, and that the residence appeared normal and lived in. Almost every other media source, we counted at least 13, ran articles about the pictures depicting the inside of the house and the body cam video that was released. We can only think that this additional information, the photos and videos, were released to bury the truthful, positive information that came out yesterday. Clearly, the police don't want it out there that when they went to the home, the individual appeared happy and healthy, that the home appeared normal and lived in. What was done yesterday was shocking and completely inappropriate. I'll take your questions.
So it was done through a FOI. Catherine Hauser from our station asked the police, and she was very specific about photos. Why would that be a violation if it's a Freedom of Information Act?
So there are exceptions to Freedom of Information Act. There are exceptions for cases involving domestic violence. There's exceptions for cases where the case is still pending in court. In 22 years, I've always been denied when I've wanted information about a pending case. It's very convenient that it is released in this situation. And not just that, it's reckless. It is completely reckless. We are in the middle of a very high-profile case with a lot of attention and a lot of minds made up all over the world. It's not just here, but all over the world, people have convicted her, okay? We were just in court talking about how we need to protect her right to a fair trial. And then to turn around and have this happen days later for no reason other than, I think, to feed the public hysteria.
Will you try to move this trial out of Waterbury to ensure she gets a fair trial?
We may have to do that at the appropriate time. We may file a motion for change of venue. This is being covered everywhere. What we're really going to need is some jurors that can keep an open mind. What we have is millions of people behind their keyboards, behind their monitors, having convicted her without knowing anything about this case. I've seen the evidence in the case. And I'm not moved. I am confident in our case.
Are you confident to be able to find enough jurors that don't know much about this case or haven't created their own opinion about the case yet?
We're going to spend a whole hell of a lot of time trying. Okay? And I hope there are still people out there that will keep an open mind. Because a lot of people haven't. A lot of people think just because of the allegations, she shouldn't have rights. She shouldn't even have a defense. The fact that we're standing here defending this woman offends a lot of people. Well, that's just too bad. So we intend on giving her a defense, and we intend on questioning every juror we can until we find those impartial jurors. And if we can't find them in this jurisdiction, then we will move to another one.
So are you saying that police should have not complied with that FOIA that we all did?
I don't believe the police should have released that information. They initially denied, and then there's a process. I've never gotten anything from the police in a contested situation that quickly. And all of you are reporters. You have experience with FOIA. You have experience with police departments. How many cases do you receive all the discovery from a pending case?
Well, maybe not all of it. I don't mean to interrupt you, but in certain cases, we'll get body camera footage. We'll get, plenty of video pictures, particular evidence when it involves certain cases. Why do you think this is different?
Well, I think this is different because we have a case that is pending in court. There was a denial of the request initially. It is something that the police department could have continued to deny and allowed it to go through the FOIA process, allow it to go to a hearing. No decision or ruling was made. The police department voluntarily turned it over. They were not under an obligation to turn it over at this time. They could have continued to deny the request. They chose to release it. The timing is suspect.
When did you get the photos?
I got the photos only days earlier.
What did you think?
Within a week. So, and here's something that everyone should know about these. When I get these photos, I can't share them with anyone. I can't even give a copy of these photos to my own client because we would get in trouble because the rules prohibit it. But for some reason, the Waterbury Police Department felt it appropriate to disclose all that information now.
What did you think of the photos when you saw the photos?
They were photos. They don't prove anything. In fact, look closely at those photos. What do you see? What do you not see? Those locks. There's exterior locks on multiple doors. Some are a latch. A lot just had a simple keychain. Ask yourself, is that the restraint that's going to keep someone captive 20 years? Where are the handcuffs? Where are the chains? Where are the signs of restraint? Those pictures raise a lot of questions if you look at them objectively. If you haven't rushed to judgment, if you don't look at this through the lens of everything that has been said about my client is true, and you step back for a second, you're going to see that a lot of things don't add up. So the pictures, I think, are put out there to make her look bad because the house appears messy. Oh, there's an exterior lock here. Let's all jump to conclusions. There's a long way to go from these allegations to anything proven at trial.
John, the pictures might not raise a ton of questions, but I think a lot of people what's come out in the press is the 68.7 pounds. That certainly has raised a lot of questions. I know you haven't wanted to explain any of that, but do you understand why that would raise a ton of questions?
Of course.
Some of the specifics in the warrant about not bathing for a while, not getting a haircut for years, the food, the alleged drinking out of the toilet. Do you understand that would raise a lot of questions?
Yeah, and it's troubling behavior. And I don't know why he was drinking out of a toilet. But that was reported in grade school by the principal before any alleged abuse ever began. So let's put that in context, okay? The principal reported that years ago. I think the claim was that he was drinking out of a urinal. Long before any alleged abuse. But no one's questioning that. No one's looking at this objectively. And as far as his weight, I haven't seen any medical records yet. And there may be other explanations for his weight. Ask a doctor. That's not for me to explain. There could be a lot of reasons. And we may raise some more of those questions. But now's not the time for me to guess as to why he was 68 pounds. What I can tell you was there was food in the fridge. There was food in the cabinets. She brought food home.
But was he allowed to eat it?
Yes, absolutely. And You all wanted to hear from her. Thanks to the Waterbury PD, you now have heard from her in that body cam. She was asked, were there locks on the doors? Was the door locked? No. Is the door usually locked? No. Does he have free reign through the house? Yes. Those questions have been asked, and they've been answered.
So where do you think all these allegations are coming from then? I mean, these are very specific allegations in the warrant, tons of them.
Yeah.
So where do you think those specifics are coming from?
I have some thoughts.
What are they?
Those will all come out of trial, because that's the appropriate place for it. Trial, cross-examination. It's real easy for someone to tell a story and everyone just to accept it as true. But when tough questions are asked, and that's what cross-examination is for, stories fall apart.
So what do you do from here?
Hopefully, we stop getting surprises from the police department and we can focus on the job we need to do, and we could focus on preparing this case and fighting it in court. That's where we are going to have this fight. We're going to have it in court. And we're going to prepare every day for that fight in court. And we're going to be ready when that fight comes. I don't want to be going back and forth to court, arguing conditions of release. I don't want to be dealing with news dumps or dumps of files and having to respond to this allegation or that allegation. I'd like to focus on the discovery, prepare a defense, and do the job we were retained to do. We are confident in our case. We're confident in the arguments we're going to make at trial. We hope that we could get our client a fair trial, and we hope that people stop engaging in reckless behavior that puts her right to a fair trial in jeopardy.
Have you heard from the Waterbury Police Department or the State Attorney's Office about why these documents were released and how they were released?
I have not heard from the Waterbury Police Department. I have spoken to people at the State's Attorney's Office. I'll let them speak for themselves, but it is my understanding that this wasn't something that they released. But that's something you discuss with them, obviously.
Can you talk about your motion that you filed today and what you're hoping to achieve with the preservation of documents?
Absolutely. So we've asked, both by way of a letter and by way of a written motion in court, that all communications, all documents, all emails, all memorandum, all information relating to the release of this information be preserved. We question the timing of it, we question the motivation of it, and we question why it was done at all. And all those issues may be relevant. Depending on who testifies at trial, their motivation, if they were involved in the release of this information, their motivation may be relevant. Their biases against my client may be relevant. So we've asked that all this information be preserved. It may be important later to arguments we raise both with respect to venue and to the cross-examination of potential police witnesses.
Was there a gap of time in which your client left the scene? I think there was about an hour in which Ms. Sullivan left the scene and then came back. Is there an explanation for that?
I'm unaware of any issue like that.
Going back to the body camera video, your client says there are no locks on the doors, right? But the pictures show locks.
No, the question was the door locked? And the answer was no.
And she also was asked, did he have free reign of the home?
Correct.
And he says no. She says he did. Can you kind of explain that?
Yeah, she answered it. He had free reign of the home. I don't know why he's saying he did not.
How do you explain the locks that are shown on the photos?
Those were locks that predated her even being in that home. So those locks were on those doors before she ever moved in. And some of those locks remain. You know, and once you walk in the house, the first door to the right has a little chain lock. But then it also has an opening where you could walk out the other side of it. So those were there. They mean nothing.
What about the claim about his teeth being rotten and when he would eat that some of his teeth would even break? Any truth to that?
What I can tell you is the first video I saw of him, he was eating a Butterfinger. I don't know about his teeth, but it seems like that would not be.
Was the video taken
Days after.
Days after?
Yeah.
At the hospital?
I am not. I would prefer not to comment specifically on too much of the discovery. Who knows? Maybe the police have released that video too. I don't have a full grasp on everything the police released. It's my understanding that they've released even more videos than just the one video and the 42 photographs. I haven't been able to confirm it independently, but I believe at least one news source has more body cam videos as well.
Everybody good?
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for the
All right. Thank you.
What was the result of your...
All right, so that was a news conference there with the attorney for Kimberly Sullivan. She is, of course, the stepmother that we told you about several weeks ago, as she is accused and now charged with essentially neglecting her stepson and holding him hostage, he claims, for 20 years. We'll keep you updated there as we do get more developments. We are going to head to a quick break right now, but a lot more live coverage coming up in just a few. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Federal investigators looking into an apparent arson attack and attempted vandalism at the Republican Party headquarters in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Take a look. These photos provided by the Republican Party of New Mexico show just some of the aftermath of that weekend attack. No injuries reported there, including to the firefighters who say they were able to get that fire out in a matter of moments. But again, a lot of damage left behind. Amy Barella is the chairwoman of the Republican Party of New Mexico, joining us now to discuss all of this. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. Well, first off, can you kind of walk me through how you found out about what was going on here?
So my phone rang about 7 o'clock in the morning. I was getting ready for church, and it was somebody that had received notification from our alarm system that there was something going on at headquarters. So I called the executive director, and she was already on her way to the headquarters to see what was going on. And we knew that there was a fire. And so I just immediately, I changed clothes into some mop-up clothes to go clean up the mess and headed to Albuquerque. And it's after sitting down and crying for just a minute, now we are in repair mode and going to come out stronger than ever.
I know it's all under investigation right now. There are several agencies that are involved, but what can you tell me overall about what happened?
We received notification from our alarm system of motion detected about 1 a.m. and we didn't see anything going on. So we just figured it was just a false alarm. And then at 5 a.m., the alarm went off again, and that is when the fire actually ignited.
Have you guys had any sort of prior threats, anything that stood out to you that maybe led up to all of this?
You know, unfortunately, we get threats via email and voicemail almost daily. So there's no way that we can pinpoint which one it was specifically, but the FBI have all of them.
And they're, of course, investigating along with several other agencies here. Had this had any sort of impact on security at your building? What about other Republican headquarters nationwide? Are they maybe beefing up security as a result of this?
I didn't realize until yesterday, I had a whole bunch of state party chairs reach out to me that this is occurring nationally. They're getting broken into, items stolen, vandalism, you know, at many state headquarters. I hope to be able to get them recognized as well, because this is obviously a national problem. As far as our headquarters is concerned, as we rebuild, we are also going to strengthen our security measures for, you know, after hours and during work hours.
And we've heard from some folks that this could be investigated as a potential hate crime. So I have to ask, is that how you view it?
Absolutely. And that is also how the FBI is viewing it as well. This was a blatant attack on the Republican headquarters like this. And I really pray that it is not a result of one of our Congress ladies' comments that she had the night before at a town hall meeting, you know, specifically asking for the people in the crowd to agitate and be the agitators. 5 hours later is when the next notification for our alarms went off.
What would you say to the person or persons who did this? If you could speak with them directly, what would you want to say to them?
Nothing good can result from violent behavior or even any kind of verbal or physical behavior. We can all sit at the table and we can come to a compromise that betters New Mexico. And, you know, they try to intimidate us and silence us because we are fighting for all the citizens of New Mexico. And this is only emboldening me to make sure that I represent all of New Mexicans, because there are so many New Mexicans that are touched by crime in some sort of fashion. And so I am going to make sure that we go through legislation, fix crime policies, do whatever we can to make New Mexico a better place.
How can political leaders here on both sides work together? You kind of touched on this a little bit, but you have Republicans, Democrats. Things are obviously very heated politically nationwide right now. So how can the two parties work together to prevent things like this?
We need to actually sit at the table and address specific legislation to handle crime. Right now, we have our law enforcement agencies that do exactly as they're supposed to do. They apprehend and they charge. But the judicial system is failing us because they are failing to prosecute and releasing the people. We have 3 other instances that happened with our headquarters where people were actually charged, but everybody was released. So this escalates the problem. If we can't fix the small crime, how are we going to address the larger crime?
All right. Amy Barela, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Obviously, a lot of damage we see in the photos, and now there is, of course, increased security. Anything you want to add about this? Anything I left out before you go?
No, other than we are going to come out better and stronger. Our headquarters is going to be remodeled, and we are not going to be silenced.
All right. Amy Barela there, chairwoman of the Republican Party of New Mexico. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us today. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much for having me.
And we did reach out to the New Mexico Democrats. They have responded as well with this statement right here on your screen. It says, quote, "The Democratic Party of New Mexico condemns the vandalism at the Republican Party of New Mexico headquarters as strongly as possible. We firmly maintain that this sort of act has absolutely no place in our democracy and that peaceful discourse and organization are the only ways to approach political differences in our country. We hope whoever is responsible is found and held accountable." End quote. I do want to take you out to a live image that we've been keeping an eye on now for almost 23 hours. You do have Senator Cory Booker, who is on the Senate floor. He has been speaking in protest of President Trump and his administration, the executive orders that he has passed. He says he is representing all Democrats here on the Senate floor as he does provide this filibuster of sorts, getting very close to the record of 24 hours and 18 minutes as he does approach 23 hours. Let's pop up the audio here and listen in.
This parliamentarian, I thought, could rule that the current policy baseline isn't allowed, forcing the Republicans to have to make a choice, overruling or replacing my friend, parliamentarian, somebody that on both sides of the aisle we respect. It's very rarely done. I've been here for 13 years. We've had the same parliamentarian. But that doesn't mean the Republicans won't try, this article assumes, and I guess they did try. They found a way around the parliamentarian. They found a way around the rules of the Senate. They found a way around the ideals of reconciliation and the Byrd rule. They are deciding that the way we're going to do this is break the Senate and make up our own rules. This is how they're going to get a bill through that gives $1 trillion of tax cuts to the wealthiest in our country who are doing very well. Let's not hate on other Americans. I celebrate success. God bless you. But you don't need tax cuts, especially not that are going to be given to you on the backs of the poor, on the backs of our elders, on the backs of our children, on the backs of expectant mothers, on the backs of my mom's, your mom's Social Security. What does it say about our values and our priorities to allow that to happen? Who are we, America, if you don't think this is a moral moment where the character of our country is being tested? I tell you, the Senate has stopped crazy gimmicks like this before, but the persuasive power of Democratic senators probably won't be enough. We as a country, like these economists that are Republicans, that are Democrats, that are nonpartisan, who called out this budget gimmickry for what it is, when is it enough? When they came after journalists, when they came after colleges and universities, research and science, when they came after law firms who had the audacity to defend clients or to represent clients that were suing the president, who, God bless America.
All right, so you're listening there to Senator Cory Booker as he does approach that 23-hour mark. Again, the record held by Strom Thurmond, and that was actually 24 hours and 18 minutes. We'll keep you posted there as that does continue. For now, we are going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break. On the other side, Andrew Kraft will be in the hot seat with everything you need to know on this Tuesday, April 1st. My name is Josh Breslow, and you're watching Live Now from Fox.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft, live picture there at the U.S. Capitol in Washington. Thanks so much for being with us here on this really busy Tuesday night, Tuesday afternoon, depending on where you're watching from here. Like I said, I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to dive into a lot of these headlines coming out of Capitol Hill. As you know, the senator from New Jersey, the Democrat, Cory Booker, has been now going for almost 23 straight hours on the Senate floor, and many are saying, many are commenting that he is likely to break the longtime record for longest floor speech in Senate history. That milestone came in 1957 when then Senator Strom Thurmond of South Carolina went 24 hours and 18 minutes filibustering against the Civil Rights Act at the time here. But what's so interesting and maybe peculiar is that Senator Cory Booker is not necessarily filibustering to stop any piece of specific legislation. He has embarked on this endeavor in order to highlight what he thinks, what he perceives as some of the injustices and alleged abuses of the Trump administration so far, almost now 2.5 months into the president's second term here. And so he just told the Senate floor there while speaking, he has had some help from some of his Democratic colleagues. He has said, quote, "I've still got a little gas in the tank." That was about 30 minutes ago. So it does look like he is shaping up to surpass Strom Thurmond's record there. And this is what we have it. We made this countdown or count up clock, however you want to describe it. And you can see there almost at 23 hours as he is protesting the president's agenda in this marathon Senate speech. So at the bottom of this hour, we're going to be bringing in some of our Capitol Hill reporters to help us make sense as to why he wanted to do this, how he pulled it off, and so many other questions here. So in the meantime, we're about to go back out to Senator Booker there on the Senate floor. Like I said, I'm Andrew Kraft. 3 o'clock here on the West Coast, 6 o'clock there on the Senate floor in Washington. We do have Democratic lawmakers there stepping out on the Capitol Hill steps. Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries. Let's listen.
We just completed a very good meeting between House Democratic leadership and Senate Democratic leadership. We are standing together in defense of the American people, House Democrats and Senate Democrats, fighting hard to build an affordable economy that works for everyday Americans and drives down the high cost of living in this country. At the same period of time, Donald Trump and House Republicans promised to lower the high cost of living. But costs aren't going down, they are going up. Inflation is going up under the Republicans here in the Congress and the Trump administration, while at the same time the stock market is collapsing, eroding the retirement security of the American people. Democrats are focused on driving down the high cost of living. Republicans are crashing the economy in real time and driving us toward a recession. House and Senate Democrats are united in defending Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, veterans benefits, and nutritional assistance for our children and our families, while Republicans are trying to take these things away, stealing taxpayer dollars so they can jam a massive tax break for Elon Musk and their billionaire donors down the throats of the American people. We are standing together in opposition to the GOP tax scam and in defense of the American people.
Thank you, Hakeem. And we had a great meeting. We are all on the same page. Donald Trump is taking away things working people vitally need, all to do tax cuts for the billionaires. He is cutting Medicaid, to do tax cuts for the billionaires. He is strangling Social Security to do tax cuts for the billionaires. He is raising people's prices to do tax cuts for the billionaires by imposing tariffs, which will again help the billionaires get even a greater tax cut. We are united. We know how bad Trump is for the American people, how awful he is. And we will every day, in a unified way, let the American people know all of the things he's doing, and they're finding out already, and they don't like it. We are going to hammer away at Donald Trump. He's hurting the middle class. He's creating tax cuts for the billionaires, and he's destroying our democracy. And our message, our themes, what we believe above all, is going to resonate with the American people. They will learn that Donald Trump is already breaking his promises. I'll bring costs down on day one. They will learn that Donald Trump, they are learning already that Donald Trump is not on their side, and we're going to make that message over and over and over again. And the American people will distance themselves from congressmen and senators who embrace Donald Trump and his ideas. And one final point, not related to this, but related to this. The enthusiasm of Democrats, the desire to fight back, couldn't have been better exemplified than Cory Booker's tour de force on the floor of the Senate. Cory Booker has done an amazing job, not only in the amount of time he'll be spending on the floor. We hope and believe he will break the record. He's close to it now. But on his eloquence in showing the hypocrisy, the danger, the disaster that this Trump, Musk, Doge regime is. He's done an amazing job, and we all salute him.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions?
Thank you.
Sirs?
Okay, so there you have it. These Democratic lawmakers in a show of unity from both the House and the Senate coming out, standing unified, that was their word, against President Trump's agenda. What is so interesting about that is you'll remember now about a month ago when that vote to extend government funding for the next 6 months, remember that's a CR, a continuing resolution, when Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer kind of bucked many members in his own party and voted for that CR, siding with almost all Senate Republicans. Many in his own conference and in his own caucus were very upset that Chuck Schumer did that. But that was a month ago. Now, what you just watched live was a show of unity there with both House Democrats and Senate Democrats standing together on the steps of the Capitol in some type of unison against what they perceive as elements of President Trump's agenda they do not agree with, that they do oppose here. So I thought that was really interesting. We always give the context and analysis here on Live Now from Fox. You heard there Schumer calling Senator Booker's performance a tour de force on the floor. He is now into his 23rd straight hour speaking out there from the well of the Senate. We're going to go back to that right now. We'll see whether or not he stops at 24 hours. That remains to be seen. We don't know when he is stopping. I'll stop talking. You can hear from the senator now. Let's listen.
Paul says, in all good faith, just look the other way because my party is now complicit in these deficits. The other thing is there's a huge hypocrisy factor. Republicans lambasted President Obama to no end for trillion-dollar deficits, and now they have to put forward a multi-trillion-dollar deficit. Mick Mulvaney, Trump's former chief of staff, said in 2020, my party is very interested in deficits when there is a Democrat in the White House. The worst thing in the whole world is deficits when Barack Obama was president. Then Donald Trump became president, and we're a lot less interested in deficits as a party. We don't care at this point. And here's a guy I've mentioned numerous times, Thomas Massie, a Republican member of the House, said earlier this year about Republicans, we have no plan whatsoever to balance the budget other than growth. but what they're proposing is going to make deficits worse. This is what our president is trying to do with the complicity of a lot of people who call themselves deficit hawks, who call themselves fiscal conservatives. They're going to try to blow it through here, gaming the system, creating some kind of scam to obscure the real cost of this, when we all know, them on the Republican side, us on the Democratic side, we all know the truth about these tax increases and what they're going to do, how much they're going to cost. But we're going to play a game, it looks like here, unless more Americans speak up. Republican and Democrat, people who know numbers, who know what we're doing to future generations in this country. This is wrong, and I say again, this is not right or left, it is right or wrong. This is a moral moment in America. What are we going to do? I'm so glad my friend, the senator from Hawaii, is here. I try to keep M&Ms in my desk occasionally if she wants to partake of New Jersey's state product. The M&M was invented in Newark. Truth. Get great trivia here. I'm waiting for the senator from Hawaii, my dear friend, to ask me a question, because I have the floor.
Will the senator yield to a question?
I will yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Okay. I'm glad you mentioned M&Ms. Both of us are lawyers, and I remember I got through the studying for the bar exam by eating mounds and mounds of M&Ms. So I thank you, the senator from New Jersey, for continuing to provide me with M&Ms. I want to thank you, Senator Booker, for standing here for hours on end to push back, to fight against this administration's lawlessness. And in fact, a reporter asked me today, do you think this is a good use by Senator Booker of his time to be on the floor to do this? And I said, anytime any of us gets up and use our voices to counter, to fight against the lawlessness of this administration, it is a good use of our time. So thank you, Senator Booker, for yielding to me and for standing up to the American people. And is it making a difference? Millions of people are watching you, Senator Booker. Millions have watched and are watching you. It's making a difference. So I want to ask you a question about the lawlessness of this administration. As you yourself said last night, quote, these are not normal times in our nation, end quote. In fact, these are the very words that I often use when I meet with anybody who comes to see me from Hawaii, individuals, organizations. I say, these are not normal times. So Donald Trump has made no secret of the fact that he fancies himself a king with total disregard for the rule of law. And from day one, he and his administration have taken one illegal action after another. On his first day in office, Donald Trump issued an executive order purporting to end birthright citizenship, a right protected in our Constitution for more than a century. Birthright citizenship. He tried to unilaterally freeze federal funding for everything from cancer research to disaster aid, funding that had already been appropriated by Congress and that the executive branch is required by law to spend. It is not as though it's up to the president to decide what programs he's going to release money for. Congress already made that determination. By law, he is supposed to expend these funds. But again, he thinks he's the king. He can do whatever he wants. So he's put a freeze on these funds. He's enabled Elon Musk, an unelected billionaire, the richest person in the world, whose only qualification is the more than $200 million he spent to get Trump elected, to run roughshod through our government. Together, they've attempted to shutter USAID and the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, just for two examples. This Consumer Protection Bureau, which has returned more than $21 billion to consumers through its enforcement actions. $21 billion going to our consumers. And apparently King Trump can't stand that, and neither can Elon Musk. These are agencies that do critical work at home and abroad and represent just a minuscule part of the federal budget, but this doesn't stop either Trump or Musk from going after these programs. And Musk's so-called DOGE team has gained access to sensitive databases and payment systems across our government containing the personal information of millions of Americans. So he has access to the Treasury Department database, all our Social Security numbers, our tax payments, all of that. He is running roughshod until stopped by a court on these databases. And they've done all this without any transparency or accountability whatsoever, meaning we still don't know the full extent of where DOGE has been or what they've done. Trump has launched an all-out assault on our federal workforce. He attempted to fire tens of thousands, he actually fired them, who are on probationary status overnight, and only for courts to order them, these thousands and thousands of federal employees in probationary status, to be reinstated weeks later. Talk about chaos, talk about sowing fear. So now he's attempting to reclassify whole swaths of federal employees to strip them of civil service protections and in some cases eliminate their ability to bargain collectively. He fired Department of Justice and FBI officers for seemingly no other reason than their involvement in January 6 cases. Cases they were assigned to as rank and file officials, not as though these people at DOJ and FBI had a choice in the kind of cases they were going to be assigned. They were assigned January 6 cases, and the names of these people, there's some 6,000 FBI and DOJ employees who worked on January 6 cases, and there's a fear that those names would be disclosed. He's going after schools, from kindergartners to universities, as part of his war on diversity, equity, and inclusion. There are many examples of the kind of government overreach that they are exercising through their effort to ferret out what they call diversity, equity, and inclusion, which actually, that is a positive. Don't we want to be inclusive? So I want to give you just one example. There was a teacher in Idaho who had a poster in her classroom that said, "Everyone is welcome here." And there were handprints, different colors, white, black, yellow, handprints. And she was told she had to take this poster down, and that if the handprints were all white handprints, she could have kept the poster up, but she was told she had to take this poster in her classroom that says, "Everyone is welcome here." She took it down at first, but she felt so bad about it that she put it back up, and then she was told by the powers that be at her school that she had a certain amount of time to take this poster down, and otherwise there will be disciplinary action. That is the kind of government overreach that is a hallmark of this administration.
All right, you're listening there to the Democrat from Hawaii, Senator Mazie Hirono, as Senator Cory Booker yielded his time to many of his Democratic colleagues there as he is embarking on this marathon-long speech there that he started almost at this time yesterday. He's nearing 24 hours, and he is, for all intents and purposes, ongoing to break the longtime record held by Senator Strom Thurmond of South Carolina, who in 1957 spoke for 24 hours and 18 minutes, and now Booker going for almost 23.5 hours there. Shows no sign of stopping just yet. This is going to be a key focal point of our coverage throughout the course of this afternoon. We're going to be bringing in some of the reporters who cover Capitol Hill each and every day, talking about the strategy Democrats have deployed and whether or not it will be effective as they continue their fight against the Trump administration here. So a lot of interesting political headlines today. Remember, we also have some of these special elections taking place in districts in Florida, in the Sunshine State, and that major Supreme Court race in Wisconsin. We're going to be getting to all of that in the next few hours, and we'll be monitoring the results as they come in once polls close there. So, like I said, I'm Andrew Kraft. It's shaping up to be quite a political heavy night here. We've got you covered. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's stay in Washington for a lot of these top political headlines. We have a live picture there at the White House. Well, as you know, it's been talked about for weeks now by President Trump. Tomorrow, April 2nd, will be what he has termed Liberation Day, where he will announce a massive tariff policy tomorrow. We were told that that's going to happen at 4 p.m. Eastern time there at the White House. The president will be making this announcement. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says all those tariffs will go into effect immediately after that announcement there. Now, this was pushed back a little bit later in the day tomorrow, presumably, according to some of the reporting out there, after the markets close here. But in the meantime, I want to hear from our colleague, Fox News correspondent Rebecca Castor, on what to expect with this tariff announcement tomorrow. Let's listen.
April 2nd, 2025 will go down as one of the most important days in modern American history.
That's when President Donald Trump plans to unveil a massive tariff plan, including reciprocal tariffs on all foreign nations.
I think it's going to be something that's going to bring a lot of wealth back to our country, tremendous wealth back to our country, actually.
But so far, Trump has shared very few details on this looming plan, including just how aggressive or generous the tariffs might be. But the White House says all will soon be revealed.
He's with his trade and tariff team right now, perfecting it to make sure this is a perfect deal for the American people and the American worker.
I think the president is making it up as he's going along. I don't think he knows, but when he calls it Liberation Day, it could be Obliteration Day.
Most Democrats are firmly against the sweeping tariffs, but even some Republicans are concerned about unintended consequences.
The wrong kind of tariffs on the wrong country at the wrong time could cause inflation.
It may be rocky in the beginning, but I think that this will make sense for Americans and it will help all Americans.
The White House says leaders of several countries have called President Trump to negotiate before tariffs are implemented. And Israel is the first country to announce it's canceling all tariffs on U.S. products. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thanks so much. Back on live there to the White House. We have some great reporting by Fox Business correspondent Edward Lawrence. He says this in his reporting. The president had multiple plans that he was considering. He finally announced last night he has decided on a tariff plan, though the White House has not yet shared that plan. The president says, of course, he wants, quote unquote, reciprocal tariffs on other countries. He has since backed off the true meaning of the term reciprocal. The president says the tariffs will be less than what other countries tariff U.S. goods for the same product in most cases, and is now using the word generous, quote unquote, generous there. So that's according to Fox Business correspondent Edward Lawrence about what to expect with this announcement tomorrow. Now, according to White House trade advisor Peter Navarro, the administration estimates that the reciprocal tariffs will bring in $600 billion in the first year. Navarro saying the separate 25% auto tariffs will bring in $100 billion a year here. So we are awaiting this announcement for tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. And we'll bring it to you live. We'll also have economic analysis and some experts' context breaking down what the impacts to the overall U.S. economy might be once all of these tariffs in this sweeping policy architecture are levied. So stay tuned for that. We'll also be talking about this a little bit later on tonight with some experts as well. Well, speaking of the White House, remember what we call a talker here in the business. Is that many are kind of latching onto some of the comments President Trump made in this interview over the weekend with NBC News when asked about whether or not he was interested in seeking a third term, even though, and albeit it is constitutionally somewhat impossible here. Nonetheless, we have been speaking to legal analysts and constitutional scholars about what potential scenarios could arise if the third term talk persists. We're only in month 3 now of this administration. And so even President Trump allowed for the fact that he is still very early on in his term here. Nonetheless, we're going to be talking about this with the presidential historian, our friend Jim Robineau, a little bit later on tonight. And we want to hear what your questions are about this very question. The 22nd Amendment, could it ever be repealed? Could it ever be reformed, modified, what have you? Remember, the 22nd Amendment allows for only 2 terms for a president in the executive branch. It was ratified. The Constitution was amended in the wake of FDR's 4 terms here. So scan that QR code, go to livenowfox.com/connect, send us your question about a third POTUS term potentially here. And remember, the segment we did yesterday with legal analyst Nima Rahmani said this is all but impossible, though he laid out some very fantastical and far-fetched scenarios where it could ever get to a third potential term consecutively here. So please send us your questions. My colleague Austin Westfall will be asking some of them to our friend Jim Robineau, who is a presidential historian. Now, remember, we posed you the question just about this time yesterday on whether or not you would support the repeal of the 22nd Amendment vis-a-vis allowing for more presidential terms. About 60% of you said no. About 40% of you, though, said yes. So that was the split. About 1,000 of you weighed in on that poll question. So this is going to be yet another day of talking about this. Interesting nonetheless, constitutionally speaking. But in the meantime here, got to get back out to Capitol Hill. Live picture there outside as Senator Cory Booker still continues to filibuster into a 23rd hour here. This is now the second longest speech in Senate history, only behind Strom Thurmond's in 1957. Now, Booker just surpassed late Senator Wayne Morse, the independent from Oregon, for second place in the past few moments. We also know that Morse, at the time, spoke for 22 hours and 26 minutes about the Tidelands Bill in 1953. Morse's oratory was the longest speech in Senate history until Thurmond's in 1957. So it was surpassed in just about 4 years' time. And Booker is about to surpass Thurmond's speech. And it only took, we're never supposed to do math live on the air, it only took about almost 70 years to surpass that record here. So in the meantime, I'll stop talking. We do want to get out to Senator Cory Booker. And remember, at the bottom of the hour, we'll be bringing in some of our reporters who cover Capitol Hill each and every day, talking about what the strategy is behind this speech and why Booker embarked on this marathon filibuster. Let's listen.
Threatening to run primaries with what to me would be a quarter, but to him is $100 million. I'm going to drop $100 million against you in a primary if you step out of line. Or if you dare to say Hegseth is not qualified to be the Secretary of Defense, we're going to drag you through X. We're going to awaken a mob to threaten you. Our founders spoke so eloquently to protect against that kind of corruption, to protect against that kind of egregious tyrannical power that says, only I can save this country. Give me all power. Let me be the strong man. And we know who he respects on the global stage. I was stunned. I thought it was a joke during the election when he said his favorite leader is Viktor Orban. Who's rolled back democratic principles, who's concentrated power. I see, who does he choose to call a dictator? The man who is trying desperately to lead his country in defense against the authoritarian dictator and preserve his democracy? Or does he call the dictator a dictator? No, simple test. Most high school students would simply pass it, but no, he calls a hero a dictator. Do we have any conversations about that in an informal capacity? To talk about the Ukrainian war, which I know people on both sides of the aisle. Mazie Hirono brings up the separation of powers. Why is history's lesson so relevant today? Why do we study history? Why did I learn that in high school, that you study history so you don't repeat the mistakes of the past? You study history to gain inspiration and insight and courage against tough times. You study history to be inspired by heroes who stood up against despots, who sacrificed themselves. What is the lesson in history? How is it relevant to us today? Because the separation of powers between the branches of government has allowed our democracy to thrive for nearly 250 years. And now we have a person in power that's barely being checked. And if the courts check him, what he does to the courts? In the 9 weeks or 10 weeks since Donald Trump was inaugurated, there have been more than 140 federal lawsuits filed challenging his actions. I don't know if another president has, in my lifetime, ever has had 140 federal lawsuits in about 9 weeks. It's a staggering figure. We should consider it a staggering figure. He must be the most sued president in U.S. history. Somebody should fact check that. But at least in my lifetime, I don't remember Reagan, don't remember Bush, don't remember Obama or Clinton or Biden being dragged into court in the first 9 weeks so many times and losing case after case. He may have a record for the most lawsuits filed by a president himself, because he's a guy that says he loves to sue folks. In support of the big lie, he did so many lawsuits and lost them all. The lawsuits against Trump and his administration are not frivolous. Federal judges appointed by Republican presidents and Democratic presidents alike have found Trump's executive actions illegal, temporarily pausing many of them too. Trump's executive actions and the outcomes of these lawsuits have a direct effect on Americans. These lawsuits challenge Trump. Here are some of the examples, folks. And I'm wondering where the American people stand on these lawsuits, not the people who are blindly loyal to him because they believe the lies that he so artfully, creatively, and convincingly tells, but just tell me, where do you stand on these issues? Attacks on veterans who have served our country in the military and civil services. Well, there are lawsuits challenging his right to attack our veterans. There's lawsuits challenging Trump on his attacks on government agencies that protect your grandmother from online scams. I don't know where you stand with the grandmas getting scammed, to defend them, or the president. Lawsuits against Trump because of his attacks on lawful American citizens born in this country and guaranteed their citizenship under the U.S. Constitution. There are lawsuits against the president for withholding National Institute of Health funds that support studies of horrific diseases like Alzheimer's and disrupting life-saving medical research and ongoing clinical trials. Now, if you're a student of history, this is the problem often with lawsuits. Brown versus Board of Education, we celebrated as this wonderful case. It was. But was it obeyed? No, it wasn't. I have a picture of Ruby Bridges in my office because it wasn't obeyed. The court didn't declare this, and suddenly everybody said, hey, let black folk go to school with white folks. No, the president had to call in the National Guard to escort a little girl into a class. That's the problem with lawsuits, is if you have a defiant executive leadership, they'll defy them. These, where you stand? Do you stand with veterans? Do you stand with your grandmothers against online scams? Do you stand with American citizens born in this country? Do you stand with withholding National Institute of Health funding? It was clearly that. We know the majority of Americans are with that, but people are having to bring him to court to fight on these issues. So many cases being done. So many cases I have here before me. So many cases. I could read them all.
Okay, so you still have been listening there to Senator Cory Booker as he is about to, in about 25 minutes, cross this 24-hour threshold where he has been speaking. We're going to step away from that. We do want to talk about it, though. There's a lot to get to that happened on Capitol Hill today. So if you bear with us, we're going to go through so many of those headlines, as we always do, with our colleague at Fox News Radio, reporter Ryan Schmelz, and he joins me. Ryan, good to see you here. I know you've had a busy day there on the Hill. Let's get to the story at hand, the story that's been going on now for more than 23 and a half hours. Senator Cory Booker in this marathon speech, who, yes, Booker has been yielding his time, delegating some of his time to some of his Senate Democratic colleagues here. But he is about to make Senate history. He's about to surpass Strom Thurmond's record that was set back in 1957. What is this all about? How did this come together? Why did Senator Booker decide to, wield this against some of his Republican colleagues, really going after the Trump administration? Is this an effective use of his time and of Democrats' time?
I think it depends who you ask, Andrew, but I think if you ask Democrats, they feel energized by this, especially if you factor in the fact that there are 3 very key elections happening tonight, 2 down in Florida, special elections to fill Matt Gaetz' seat, as well as Michael Waltz's seat in special elections. And you also have a very key Wisconsin Supreme Court race. And if Democrats are able to win just 2 of those races, I think it'll be a big, enthusiastic night for them. And even if they're just able to win the Wisconsin race, as well as come close or at least outperform expectation in those Florida races, I think they'll be able to take this momentum and kind of utilize it. So this is at least giving Democrats something to energize themselves around, especially as you see a number of these Democrats going to the Senate floor and joining Booker and kind of helping him by asking questions and giving him a break from talking. So I think it's given Democrats something to unite around that they really haven't had too much of lately.
Okay, Ryan, before we talk about the contents of this speech, I want to just get you to explain to us what happened before the speech with someone, from what I understand, who works for Senator Cory Booker. Our colleague Chad Pergram got a statement in from Booker's office after the aide was arrested after bringing a gun into the Capitol complex. The statement goes as follows. Senator Booker's office employs a retired Newark police detective as a New Jersey-based driver who often accompanies him to events. The statement goes on to say, we are working better to understand the circumstances around this. What do we know about this here? This happened, from what I understand, before the speech started, right?
This was before the speech started. I believe it was as Cory Booker was coming into the building yesterday. At some point, he came through a security barrier, and then the aide also came through the security barrier, which they are not allowed to do. According to Capitol Police, the standard protocol is that everybody gets searched, including aides that are with their members. So this person apparently walked in. The gun was eventually found on them, and then that person was arrested for having a firearm on the Capitol Hill campus. So we're trying to figure out exactly what the context was for this, or how this was missed, why this wasn't a search that was conducted. Well, we understand there's an internal review going on by security officials right now to kind of get to the bottom of that. But yes, this person did get arrested not too long ago.
So last point on this, I mean, do we have any idea if this aide, this staffer, this driver of Booker's, is he still detained, or has he been charged and released? Do we know?
I do not know that off the top of my head, but what Chad Pergram has pointed out to me is that there have been instances of this in the past where either an employee of a member or somebody from the public walks in, and it's usually an accident when they bring that gun in. We're not quite sure if that was the case in this situation right here, but that's something probably to add for context.
All right, Ryan, while we have you, let's move from the Senate to the House here. I want to play some of this from Speaker Johnson today, and you can help us kind of describe, why this is being described as a loss for the House Republican Conference here. He caught up with reporters. I believe you were there in this gaggle. This was this afternoon. This is what he had to say. Let's listen.
A handful of Republicans joined with all the Democrats to take down a rule. That's rarely done. It's very unfortunate in this case. 96% of House Republicans voted against proxy voting because they believe it's unconstitutional, and they agree that it would open a Pandora's box. And so that's what we just saw. Let me just make this clear. That rule being brought down means that we can't have any further action on the floor this week. That means we will not be voting on the SAVE Act for election integrity. We will not be voting on the rogue judges who are attacking President Trump's agenda. We will not be taking down these terrible Biden policies with the CRA votes. All that was just wiped off the table. It's very unfortunate. We'll regroup and come back, and we'll have to do this again.
Mr. Speaker, were you asking for too much?
Okay, so there you have it. Very brief comments there from Speaker Johnson. Now, after that, I find this interesting. Reese Gorman, our colleague there and friend at Notice, says this: the House canceled votes until Monday in light of today's rule failure, saying this is a huge embarrassment for Johnson. So, Ryan, walk us back. What was this rule? Why did it fail today?
Right. So in order to bring a bill to the floor, and most of the time it has to pass what's called the rule. Now, what Republican leadership did, and also because of the Freedom Caucus, too, they were kind of encouraging this as well. Not all of them, but some members were. They were trying to get Luna's discharge petition, which is a change to the House rules that would allow for proxy voting or remote voting for new parents in Congress for up to 12 weeks whenever they have a child. Now, they wanted to attach this, a motion to table it, so pretty much a way to kill this this change to the rules, to a number of bills that were backed by President Trump. You had the SAVE Act in there, which would have required, photo ID whenever someone who's in the country as an immigrant to register to vote, and would also have another bill that would rein in a lot of these district court powers that Republicans have been focused on ever since a lot of these injunctions have been levied down towards the Trump administration. So this was kind of a way to force Republicans to pretty much vote against the proxy resolution. But you saw at least 9 Republicans right there decide that they wanted to go ahead and kill this rule, vote with all the Democrats, and in many ways a message was made. And what's interesting is Luna made this resolution privileged before this vote happened. So what that means is that when you make a resolution privilege like this, it has to be brought to the floor within 2 legislative days. So Speaker Johnson decided that he didn't want to vote on it this week, so he decided to cancel votes for the rest of the week and try to figure out what they're going to do next.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to be back until Monday. This rule failed 206 to 222. Now, in all of that, though, what was the rule about? What is proxy voting? Why was Anna Paulina Luna and 8 others of her fellow Republicans in favor of this?
So this is a bipartisan resolution that Luna and a couple of other Republicans have worked with Democrats on. It is a proxy resolution, or it's a resolution that would allow for proxy or remote voting for members of Congress who are new parents for up to 12 weeks. So this was something that got some pushback from Republican circles. Speaker Johnson has been passionately against this. And then, of course, you had members of the Freedom Caucus who were passionately against this. And what's interesting is, for Luna, she was a member of the Freedom Caucus up until this week. Yeah. She left the Freedom Caucus because some of the most passionate voices and some of the people who are working the hardest against this resolution were members of the Freedom Caucus. So that really deteriorated that relationship and forced Luna to leave.
So I want to put up this statement from one of Luna's Republican colleagues who voted with her. And this is Max Miller, the Republican congressman from Ohio. He says this: I could not in good conscience vote for an unprecedented rule that would pull the rug out from under Representative Luna's discharge petition that got the required signatures fair and square. I had a baby girl just over a year ago, and in the first weeks of her life, there were some complications. I cannot imagine a mother who has spent 9 months going through the ringer being told you can't be with your infant only because you are one of 435 people. We are the pro-life, pro-family party. As a new dad, I just couldn't support it here. Is there some bad blood here amongst some Republicans? Are Luna and Speaker Johnson, are they good? Are they on speaking terms, or is there some tension?
I think there is some tension. I think where a lot of the tension is between Luna and her former caucus, which was the House Freedom Caucus. She was a member of that ever since she got into Congress, but after she saw the Freedom Caucus members, not all of them, but a good amount of them, fighting so strongly against this proxy resolution, she had to leave the Freedom Caucus. Now, what's interesting, and I like how you pointed out that Max Miller was involved with this, there were 9 Republicans, as you pointed out before, who voted to kill this rule. Well, it was a very diverse group of Republicans. You didn't just have Max Miller. You also had Mike Lawler, who's one of the few Republicans representing a district that Kamala Harris won last November. You also have Greg Steube, who's a very stingent conservative, a very loyal Trump supporter, and I also believe he is a member of the Freedom Caucus as well. So this has become a very divisive issue among Republicans.
Yeah, it's definitely something to watch. And then, of course, Anna Paulina Luna chairing this committee hearing today on the JFK assassination. Our viewers watched a lot of that with some of the witnesses like the filmmaker and director Oliver Stone and others here. Does Luna see this as a success?
She at least sees it as a message that was sent. You know, I think she's trying to make the point that this is something that more and more people are supporting and more Republicans are supporting. You know, the argument against it that you hear from Republican circles consistently is that they feel this is unconstitutional. If you are going to make a change like this that allows for proxy voting, then you need to go change the Constitution. There's also the argument that this could open up the wormhole for more proxy voting in the future that isn't related to new parents in Congress.
And might we add, though, I mean, proxy voting was instituted during the pandemic.
Yep. And some members took advantage of it, including some members who are against this resolution. But at the same time, they'll make the argument that pandemic was very different, that they were opposed to Nancy Pelosi encouraging proxy voting back when it was instituted as part of the House during the pandemic. So it's a big back and forth you see going on. But yes, supporters of this are consistently pointing out the Republicans who took advantage of proxy voting and are now against it.
Okay, so back to Booker very briefly. He's still speaking. Do we anticipate any, I guess, after-action debrief after he is all said and done? Clearly, he wants to break Strom Thurmond's record here. That hasn't been confirmed, but you can make that deduction. Or is he going to even go beyond the 24 hours and 18 minutes? Do we know? Do we know when he's going to stop?
We haven't been getting any indication on when Cory Booker plans on stopping, but the only thing we do know is that at 7:19 Eastern Standard Time tonight, he will have the record for longest floor speech in Senate history. So what happens after that, how long he wants to go after that, we're not quite sure, but the record is just not too far away.
All right, Ryan Schmelz there with Fox News Radio on Capitol Hill. Ryan, good to see you. Thanks so much.
Hey, thank you, Andrew.
All right, in the meantime here, we do want to take a quick commercial break, though. When we come back out to Booker. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're nearing the top of the next hour here. Now, in the next hour, we're going to be focusing pretty heavily on some of these elections that are being held in states like Wisconsin and also Florida today. Remember, 2 special elections to fill House vacancies happening in Florida in their 1st congressional district and in their 6th congressional district. We'll be diving into all of that once polls close and we get some results in next hour. Also in Wisconsin, in the Badger State, a battleground state, as you know, a key vacancy was open after the retiring of a liberal judge on the state Supreme Court. So now this seat is fair game for either conservatives or liberals in this election today here. And it is shaping up to be, I believe it is now already, the most expensive judicial race in not only Wisconsin history, but U.S. history. And that is why this is so significant. And that is why we'll be focusing our coverage a lot on these key elections in the next hour. But first, back out to Senator Booker's marathon speech on the Senate floor. It does look like that he has yielded some of his time to the Democrat from Connecticut, Chris Murphy. Let's watch.
And he took the floor with the intent of trying to block the 1957 Civil Rights Bill. This was the most significant, really the only civil rights bill that had been before the United States Senate in 90 years. Most famously, about 10 years before, when he was running for president as a Dixiecrat, he had said, "There's not enough troops in the Army to force the Southern people to break down segregation and admit the Negro race into our theaters, into our swimming pools, into our homes, and into our churches." And he sat on this floor for just over 24 hours, and he made the case for why this nation should continue to segregate black and white. He started, in fact, by reading every single state's voting rights laws every single state's laws. He read into the record, apparently as proof that every state adequately protected all of its voters and that no additional laws were necessary. He had friends in his cause to preserve segregation that came down to the floor and asked him long questions to give him breathers. At the end of that 24 hours, at around 9 p.m. the following night, he could go no longer. His final words in his 24-hour record-breaking filibuster were, "I expect to vote against the bill." But within hours, the bill passed. It became law. It established the Office of Civil Rights at the Department of Justice. It was not nearly enough, but it broke 90 years of inaction. What you have done here today, Senator Booker, couldn't be more different than what occurred on this floor in 1957. Strom Thurmond was standing in the way of inevitable progress towards equal political and economic rights for Black Americans. It was inevitable only because the people of this nation were standing up at that moment, the beginning of the civil rights movement, to make clear that progress was inevitable. And I say that that moment is so different from this moment because today you are standing in the way not of progress, but of retreat. You are standing in the way of retreat from the rule of law, retreat from our commitment to provide care to the most vulnerable, retreat from our common cause, at least we used to be in common cause, that we would have zero tolerance from corruption at the highest levels of government. And you have recognized rightly that this multifaceted retreat from everything that makes this country so special, and the speed of that retreat over the last 71 days, it is an exceptional moment. You've said that word over and over again. It is not normal what this administration has been doing to rob from us the values that used to unite left and right in this nation. And so you made this bold decision to engage in an exceptional tactic, to declare 24 hours ago that you were going to stand on this floor for as long as you could to try to raise the specter of failure in our fight against this retreat for our colleagues and for the American public. The exceptional nature we have heard so eloquently from you over the course of the last 24 hours, the massive transfer of wealth in this reconciliation bill from the poor and the middle class to the wealthy, the industrial scale harassment of journalists, of universities, of law firms, the destruction of the independence of the Department of Justice, the destruction of the American knowledge economy and the research economy, the use of the White House in violation of the Constitution to make those in power richer. You have laid out the case. And it's funny, I remember this from 9 years ago. When you're sitting in your spot, you haven't moved in 24 hours, you have no idea what's happening outside of this building. You don't actually know how many people in this country have engaged in the conversation that you started 24 hours ago. On one social media platform alone, there have been 150 million clicks on your live stream. This is a country of 300 million Americans. You have been able to pique a conversation here amongst our colleagues, who we need to stand with us eventually against this retreat, and across this country. And I think we are here as we reach a pivotal hour to just say thank you for having the courage, the audacity to bring us on this journey. And so my question is pretty simple. I think you will find when you finally leave this chamber that you have done something extraordinary, that you didn't solve the problem, that we are still a long ways from being able to successfully beat back this retreat, but that you have accomplished something extraordinary. And so I guess that's just my question. When you set out with this idea, when this was starting to germinate in your mind, my question for you, Senator Booker, is what did you hope to accomplish?
I thank my colleague and my friend again. He and I talked about this, that I was challenged by my own constituents to do something different, challenged by my own constituents to do something, challenged by my own constituents to take risks. My staff here, who should get a lot of credit for making it thus far, I'm not sitting down, but I'm mindful of what you said about Strom Thurmond. I'm mindful of that right now as I watch that clock tick for another 20 minutes. I'm grateful for my staff. I'm grateful for the parliamentarians, the clerks. I'm grateful for the Republican presiding officers. I don't know if I want to out Curtis on the note that I'm sorry, the good senator on the presiding officer, forgive me, on the note he sent me, but this is the kind of specialness in this place that I love. I want to tell a few connecting stories. I think some of my colleagues know a few of these, but I want to explain why I started this whole 24 hours talking about John Lewis and good trouble. 60 years ago, when he was on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, he shook New Jersey as he shook the nation. When Bloody Sunday happened, there was a white guy on a couch in New Jersey who was watching TV and was so shaken. This lawyer said, I gotta go to Alabama. He realized he couldn't afford a plane ticket. So this man slumped back down on his couch, and then he said, at a moral moment in America, I'm not gonna let my inability to do everything undermine my determination to do something different. And he got up and said, okay, it was a meager calculation, but it was different. I can afford 1 hour a month of pro bono work. And he called around and he found this woman named Lee Porter, who was heading up an organization called the Fair Housing Council, and said, can you use a lawyer? And she's like, hallelujah, thank you, Jesus. Yeah, we need some help. And they worked together and they designed a sting operation where they would send black families in areas of New Jersey that would not sell homes to black people, where usually the best public schools were. And if they were told the house was sold, they'd send a white couple behind them to expose that the house was still for sale and expose all of this. Well, they had a lot of success getting things written about the severe housing discrimination in my state. And he said that after about 4 years, I got this case file of a black family trying to move to New Jersey, and they were frustrated because every time they look at homes in the places of the best public schools, which happened to be white communities, they said they couldn't find a home. So they did the sting operation. They sent the black couple in. They were told this incredible house was not for sale. They loved the house, so when the white couple went, they just threw in a bid to see if it would be accepted. The bid was accepted. Papers were drawn up on the day of the closing. The white couple did not show up. The black man did. Lawyer Marty Friedman marched in, confronted the real estate agent. You would think 1969, a year after the Fair Housing Act, that he would capitulate, but he didn't. This lawyer gets up so angry, this real estate agent gets up so angry, he punches the lawyer in the face and sings a Doberman Pinscher on the black guy. They get out of there shaken up, and they start writing letters back and forth. The good owners of the home found out what was going on. They were so aghast. They said, let us sell the house directly to the black family. The black family moved in. And 43 years later, the baby from that family became the 4th popularly elected black senator in our country, me. Now, I tell that story because I started with John Lewis 24 hours ago, and it was John Lewis and a bunch of marchers on a bridge that influenced the destiny of my life and my family's life. We're all interconnected. As King says, we're all caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in that common garment of destiny. But I want to tell you the second time John Lewis shook up my life. I was mayor of the city of Newark, and I got called to be on a TV show. I got called by a guy named Skip Gates, who I love, admire, and he calls me and he jazzes me up. He fills my ego. He just flatters me. Hey, I got this show called Finding Your Roots, Cory Booker, and you're a rising star. You're this hot shot. We should feature you in this. And I'm like, oh, great. Oh, don't say that, Skip. But okay, yeah, of course. And then I said, okay, well, who are you going to pair me with? And I thought it was going to be another young hotshot, up-and-coming politician in America. No, he goes, I'm going to pair you with John Lewis. And my heart sank a little bit. Actually, maybe it was my ego that sank. My heart got excited because I know how these shows start. They start with biographies. And so imagine the show starting. John Lewis, hero of the civil rights movement, literally bled the southern soil red for freedom and justice. And then it goes to my biography. Cory Booker, riding his big wheel in suburban New Jersey. The show was unbelievable, mountain and boy. But I got to meet John Lewis. I got to tell him that story, that he changed my life, and I didn't even know it. On a bridge in Alabama, changed the course of events in New Jersey that led to me. Third take on John Lewis. My colleagues know I got here in a special election in 2013. What all my colleagues might not know is I came here with a broken heart. My mom and I came here with a broken heart because I was elected in October, sworn in October, but also in October, my dad died of Parkinson's. That's why I got choked up reading these letters from people with Parkinson's. And so we came down here, we were grieving. My dad was not with us. My mom lost her husband of nearly 50 years, and I'm gonna get sworn in. It's a big event, but my parents and my campaign decided, you know what we should do? Right before you get sworn in or brought over here to be escorted to the president, vice president, that you should go and sit with John Lewis. And so we went to John Lewis's office, and a lot of my colleagues from the CBC, a lot of my colleagues from the House, a lot of my colleagues like here who came over to the House know his office. You walk into his office, and it looks like a civil rights museum, except he's in all the pictures. And this is John Lewis, we who knew him. This was him, mountain of a man. He had already prepared eggs and grits, a good Southern breakfast, and wouldn't let my mom and I get up, and he serves us all, and he humbly is saying, this is why I marched, this is why I sacrificed for history-making days like this. He told us how special this was for him. He told me that he would be right here where my friends are sitting, watching me get sworn in, and how proud he was going to be. In a sense, he stood in for my dad on this floor. And then boom, I'm a senator. I find colleagues and friends here, and I find a lot of colleagues.
All right, you've been listening there to Senator Cory Booker, the Democrat from New Jersey, now in his 24th hour straight there, speaking on the floor. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're in a new hour. I want to thank you for being with us here. We got to take a quick commercial break. Before we do, though, we just got these aerial pictures over this school bus crash near Tucson, Arizona. Take a look at some of these incredible images we just got in. According to Fox 10 in Phoenix, the I-10 is closed in both directions due to this bus crash here. So wanted to make sure we got this in. So officials with the Arizona Department of Transportation saying the I-10 is closed in both directions right now. This is near Tucson, Arizona. Take a look at that. No details, no information yet about what may have led to the cause of this. The only thing we right now know is that the freeway is closed in both directions due to this. Actually, we're learning a little bit more from the Arizona Department of Public Safety. They say the highway is closed in both directions. They can confirm a school bus is involved and there are injuries. And now we have a statement in from the school from where the bus originated. In a statement posted on their website, officials with the Kingman Unified School District said the bus was carrying students and 3 chaperones when the crash happened. The students were members of Future Business Leaders of America, presumably some type of extracurricular group there at the school. Now, the statement also said several students and a staff member have been transported for medical evaluation. And take a look at this. You also see there this semi-truck parked on the shoulder there. Not entirely sure what role, if any, that the semi-truck could have played. We just don't know that. But you saw there the really dramatic scenes of that school bus overturned, shuttering one of the really busiest arteries in the state of Arizona, the I-10. Take a look at that. So this is a very, very scary situation. You see law enforcement, you see emergency management on site there, and you see the school bus lying on its side after this crash. You also see a lot of debris kind of strewn around the bus itself. We do know, though, there were those on the bus taken to the hospital for injuries. We don't know how many. All the Kingman Unified School District has said in their statement is several students and a staff member have been transported for medical evaluation. So we're learning more details, hopefully, from the Arizona Department of Public Safety, the Arizona Department of Transportation. This is happening near Tucson, Arizona. The I-10 closed in both directions over this crash here. Take a look at that. Okay, and so this is near Tucson in the town of Marana. I want to put this up here from their social media account. They say that the Marana PD is assisting the Arizona Department of Public Safety and Northwest Fire with a collision involving a school bus on I-10 near Tangerine. Both eastbound and westbound I-10 are closed in the area, and you see there it's being investigated by the Highway Patrol and the Department of Public Safety there. So wanted to make sure we got this on your radar. If our colleagues and our teams there at Fox 10 in Phoenix are sending a reporter to the scene, we'll make sure to let you know. But in the meantime here, 10 after the top of the hour, let's take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we will be transitioning. We're staying with politics. We're getting a primer on some of these elections that are taking place today, and polls, I believe, just closed there in one of these Florida districts where Floridians are going to the polls today. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. Let's keep it moving with more of these top political headlines. This is the matchup today there in the Badger State in Wisconsin. It's the most expensive judicial race in U.S. history for this open seat on the Wisconsin State Supreme Court between the Democrat, the progressive there, Susan Crawford, and Republican-backed candidate Brad Schimmel. Live picture there over the Milwaukee skyline. Well, that's where we're going now. To Fox 6 in Milwaukee. Our colleague there, reporter Jason Calvi, he is covering this story all day today. He joins me. Jason, we gave our viewers a primer of this race at this time yesterday here. When do polls close? I'm going to ask you the same question again. How do you think turnout's going to be today?
Yeah, we're looking at polls closing at 8 o'clock Central Time, so that's about an hour and 45 minutes, a little bit more than that here in Battleground, Wisconsin. And it's really, really interesting. We heard from several clerks around Wisconsin who are talking about how they're seeing really high voter turnout. This is an April spring election. It's usually something where you don't see nearly the percentage that you see in a presidential election year. But the clerk in Washington County, which is one of the Republican strongholds around the Milwaukee area, Washington County, and the clerk there says she's expecting that they're going to see 70% voter turnout in Washington County. That's a huge number compared to what we saw for previous Supreme Court races in that county back in 2023 and in 2020. The voter turnout there in Washington County was about 55%. Now she's saying they're expecting 70%. So big turnout jump in Washington County and other places around Battleground, Wisconsin today.
All right, and Jason, as we are watching Cory Booker about to make history on the Senate floor here, what are you watching for tonight briefly? Anything?
Oh, everything. I mean, so much is on the line. So, there's certain counties that have flipped from back in 2019, they voted for the conservative candidate. There's 7 of these counties, and then they flipped and voted for the liberal candidates in the following Supreme Court races in 2020, in 2023. So those are sort of your swing counties in this swing state, so to speak. We're looking at Waukesha County, which is that Republican stronghold, as well as Milwaukee County, a Democratic stronghold. We've seen the voter turnout there. We've seen the Republican advantage in Waukesha County kind of trending down in Supreme Court races over the last 2 election cycles. So we're going to see if Brad Schimmel, who's actually the judge in that conservative county, Waukesha County, if being the home court, if he has a home court advantage, so to speak, with the people that might know him very well in his home county of Waukesha. So we'll see if he can turn the voter turnout there and help stop some of the trending down for Republicans in Waukesha County. We'll see what happens. But there's been so much attention here. I mean, you're thinking about the millions and millions, as you mentioned, this record-shattering Supreme Court race now, over $100 million spent on this, and you're seeing people like Elon Musk. He's got 2 groups that have supported Brad Schimmel, the conservative here, with $18 million. The groups, Elon Musk groups, backing Schimmel. You've seen Democratic groups backing Susan Crawford, who's from Dane County, Democratic stronghold in Battleground, Wisconsin. And I mean, really, the money is so intense. So you really can't ignore this race.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jason Calvi there. We got to go. We do appreciate it, though. We'll be following all these results when they come in alongside you guys there at Fox 6. Jason, thanks so much.
Thanks, Andrew.
All right, in the meantime there, we do have to get back, though, to the Senate floor. In Washington, let's move from Wisconsin to D.C. there. Senator Cory Booker about to make Senate history. Let's keep listening.
The ballast of this country, what will anchor us to our ideals, what will call us to new heights, lift our heads, lift our hopes, what will call us to rise is each other. We need each other. We need a greater love in this country. We need a greater fight in this country. We need a greater determination. We can't act as if this is normal times. These people's stories that I wrote were calling out for help. Senator, help me. Someone help me. I'm in danger of losing my health care. Someone help me. I'm a veteran. Look what happened to me. It's not fair. I fought for this country. Help me, help me. I'm worried about my Social Security, and the rural office I go to is being closed. Help. People calling out for help. And what Americans do when people are calling out for help? They built an infrastructure. The greatest project ever, called it the Underground Railroad, where Quakers, white folks, joined with black folks to shuttle people to freedom. What did they do when people were worried and fearful? They called people together from across our country. Let's have a conference. Let's go to Seneca Falls. What did they do when they faced violence? Well, look at the people at Stonewall who stood up, who pushed back, who organized, who won. What do they do when the dogs are unleashed on us, the fire hose are unleashed on us? Look at what they did in Selma. I'm getting close to a record, folks, but there's a room here in the Senate named after Strom Thurmond. To hate him was wrong. And maybe my ego got too caught up that if I stood here, maybe, just maybe I could break this record of the man who tried to stop the rights upon which I stand. I'm not here, though, because of his speech. I'm here despite his speech. I'm here because as powerful as he was, the people were more powerful. But I remind you, all those people who believe like me that we've got to redeem the dream, turn again to John Lewis, because you all know the story, my colleagues, of when the man that beat him savagely, drew blood, cracked bones. Decades later, he was a congressman. That man brought his grandson with him to ask for forgiveness from John Lewis. I heard about this story when I was in the car in Georgia with him. What did you do, John? This man that so viciously beat you, wounded you, bruised you, battered you. What did you do when he came to ask you for forgiveness? What did you do? And a good Christian man of faith, simply said, every one of us needs mercy. Every one of us needs redemption. I forgave him. I hugged him. We wept. And I looked at the boy. This nation needs you too. John?
Would the senator yield for a question?
Chuck Schumer, it's the only time in my life I can tell you no.
I just want to tell you a question. Do you know you have just broken the record? Do you know how proud this caucus is of you? Do you know how proud America is of you?
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, order. The chair does not wish to take away from this moment, but I think the best way to honor this great accomplishment to our guests in the gallery, to make a rare exception and let you stand to show your appreciation, I will not constrain my fellow senators.
Thank you. I'm Chuck Schumer. I have yielded for a question, and you asked me, did I know? I know now. I want to not quite wrap this up yet. I don't want to wrap this up yet. My mom's senator, my mom's been watching. I know Catherine Cortez Masto has a podium in front of her. She can give me a rest. I'd like to go a little further if we can, just a little further. I love, and again, I know people are trying to train each other and all of our media operations, they give the worst images of the people of the other party. But I want to tell you, one of the funny tweets my staff gave me is something Ted Cruz said. Is he's around 19, 20 hours, he said, maybe I should pull a fire alarm. He's going to break my record. I'm going to pause in a moment if she has a question for me to Catherine Cortez Masto, because she's my mother. But I do want to just say again, 2 points to make if I can. One is how grateful I am to my staff. When we decided to do this many days ago, when we decided to do this days ago, they were like, we have to do this. And we started preparing and working on this, and they did an extraordinary job. They were with me late nights, writing. I just feel guilty because they wrote about 10 books and we didn't use all of them. They were really substantive stuff, pulling from Republicans and Democrats in critique of this moment, pulling from Democrats and Republicans, Republican governors that were saying, do not cut Medicaid. States that know, as my colleagues do, that have a trigger, that if the Medicaid funding goes below 90%, they stop the Medicaid expansion. My staff really worked hard to not make this just Democratic voices, to make it people in our country, that Republicans and Democrats, you heard mentioned in the speech, the Cato Institute, the Manhattan Institute, all people who are honest arbiters and are saying that what Trump is doing is wrong, that a budget like this that blows massive holes in our deficit, it will be something our children are trying to pay for. And what are they ultimately paying for that's caused this big deficit? It's trillions of dollars of tax cuts that people like Doge, multi-billionaire Musk will benefit from, but children won't. They did such a good job bringing together authorities on both sides of the aisle. I just want to thank them. I want to thank my cousin Pam and my family. Cousin Pam, like Chris Murphy, was here for the whole time. I want to thank Chris Murphy again. Who never stopped telling me we could do this, we can do this, we can do this, and said, I will stay with you. He's been with me on the floor. I hope you don't look as tired as I look, because you look beat, man. Do I look that bad? No. All right. I want to go a little bit past this, and then I'm gonna deal with some of the biological urgencies I'm feeling. But I'm going to wait here because I have the power, I have the floor. Somebody has to ask me, perhaps from my mom's state, the way that's supposed to work.
So will the good senator from New Jersey yield for a question?
My mom would be so upset with me, my Aunt Marilyn, my Uncle Butch, my Aunt Shirley, all the people that are your constituents, not mine. They would be upset with me if I didn't yield to you for a question while retaining the floor.
Well, first of all, Senator Booker, I have to say, we in Nevada are so proud of you. We are proud to be Nevada Strong. You are one of us. You are definitely New Jersey, Nevada Strong, and so proud of what you have accomplished so far, and willing to stay here as long as it takes to help you get your message across. And I think that's the important moment. We are all here right now. So I want to pose a question to you, actually a couple of questions, but I want to start off and set the stage here, because you have been here now, for over 24 hours. You are missing some of the national news, things that are happening out there. But one of the things I want to point to that is happening that you may not be aware of, and you've touched on it a little earlier today, is this notion that we have now a president who is actually focused on billionaires and tax cuts for billionaires at the expense of the American public. And one of the things we have watched him do is cut funding for medical research. Now, what you may not know is just today I found out that HHS laid off the entire healthy aging branch of the CDC, just today. This office administers Alzheimer's disease programs.
Yes.
And it oversees the funding from the Bold Infrastructure for Alzheimer's Act, and it is a piece of legislation that I was so proud to partner with Susan Collins on, and she has fought for, and we have fought for funding for it, to support caregivers and their families. And Congress just reauthorized this funding. And now we have a president that has stopped the critical work that scientists are doing to try and cure Alzheimer's. And I bring this to your attention, Senator, because like you, and I think like all of us, there are personal moments in the work that we do. My personal moment is my grandmother, who I'm named after, died from Alzheimer's. And she died at a time in Las Vegas when there was not enough research, when there was not enough health care, when there were really not enough providers to understand what was going on. And so for many of us, this fight, not only is it personal, but we recognize the impact that it has outside the Beltway in so many families and lives across the country. And that's what this is about. In Nevada, as of 2023, there are 49,000 people, 65 and older, are living with Alzheimer's. And that's projected to reach 65,000 this year. Not only did we hear that HHS laid off the entire healthy aging branch of the CDC, but Donald Trump also recently terminated a $14,000 NIH research grant that had been supporting Alzheimer's research at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. And he's continued to cut the grant for essential research for so many reasons. We've seen these funding cuts, we've seen mass layoffs, and the impoundment of grants that have already been approved by Congress. This is a violation of the rule of law, and you have been talking about that for the last couple of hours.
All right, so there you see Senator Catherine Cortez Masto, the Democrat from Nevada. They're kind of taking over as Booker yielded his time. But the news is, the headline is, Senator Cory Booker, the Democrat from New Jersey, just made Senate history there with the longest floor speech in the history of the institution there. Quite the milestone in the upper chamber of the Senate there. Long described as the world's greatest deliberative body, and now Senator Booker can claim that he has stood at the well the longest, longer than South Carolina Senator Strom Thurmond. Speaking of South Carolina, South Carolinian there herself, Meg Kennard at the Associated Press, with the AP headline, Cory Booker breaks the record for longest Senate speech previously held by segregationist Strom Thurmond back in 1957. So a 68-year-old record, if my math proves me correct. Chuck Schumer there with this. Senator Booker has broken the record. He's giving a tour de force on the floor of the Senate. His eloquence and showing the hypocrisy, the danger, the disaster of the Trump-Musk-Doge regime. He's done an amazing job. He's channeling the emotions so many are feeling, says Minority Leader Schumer there. And you heard there the applause ring out from the Senate chamber as that milestone was reached. More than 24 hours now, 24 and a half hours now, the senator from New Jersey continues with this. So in the meantime here, we're at the bottom of the hour. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. I told you it was going to be very politically heavy tonight with so many of these top political headlines. When we come back, though, I want to give you an update. We're monitoring the results coming in from these special elections in Florida. We'll have some numbers for you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's talk politics in the Sunshine State. Live picture there over at Daytona Beach, Florida, and that is where we're going. The 6th Congressional District. Remember, this special election taking place today in order to fill the vacancy left by outgoing Republican Congressman Mike Waltz, who now is President Trump's national security advisor. We have a race call. According to the Associated Press here, Republican Randy Fine, they're besting his Democratic opponent, Josh Weil, by quite a sizable margin. We do have A.G. Gankarski, reporter with Florida Politics. He's on the horn here. A.G. joining me. We spoke about this race this time last night, and I was asking you whether or not this was going to be some kind of indicator or bellwether for Democrats, depending on how not as bad they lost in the midterms, 2028, whether or not it would be a bellwether for those future elections. Do you think it's going to be after this result tonight?
You know, I think Democrats can take some encouragement from this. I think Fine will end up around 58, 59%. The election day vote is trending heavily Republican. And, you know, that's why you see the margin moving his way as the count comes in. But, you know, Mike Waltz got 66% in November. Fine will probably be around 60. You know, Weil had a lot of money behind him. That was a good thing for him. But they did close the margin. They did narrow the margin, and that's something they can put in the fundraising emails, is that there was a swing of X points in this district. So when you look at it that way, it was encouraging for Democrats. But, you know, Fine is going to Congress. So,
yeah,
you know, that's ultimately what matters.
So what's the headline here? How well the Democrat did in losing, or how badly the Republican did in winning? Randy Fine did just fine. I mean, we were talking about some of the concerns Republicans had about his candidacy just yesterday. Were they overblown?
I don't think so, because, you know, there really were concerns. I mean, you didn't see any third-party vote. I looked at the Libertarian and Randall Cherry, and they're around 1% or less. So the third-party vote didn't really materialize. But, you know, you do have to wonder if Fine really is vulnerable to a primary challenge. I know Donald Trump will support him, but I think he'll get a more serious primary challenge. Governor DeSantis gave two statements today about Donald Trump, including on the Dana show, where he talked about how Trump got bad advice in endorsing Fine for Congress, and suggested that, you know, voters who didn't necessarily need to turn out for Fine. I mean, you know, figured he was going to win, but that he wasn't a compelling candidate, that he had a problem as a candidate. And for DeSantis and the people who follow him most closely, there is a credibility gap with this guy. So I think you're going to see primary challengers start to materialize this year, because remember, the next election is November for this, 2026.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, how will Fine govern in the House? Much like Mike Waltz, will he join the House Freedom Caucus? Do we know yet?
No, I don't see him as a Freedom Caucus guy. He's just not conservative in that way. He's very pro-Israel. He's the only Jewish Republican in the legislature, or was, because he's leaving. And he brought up a lot of Israeli issues throughout his time, a lot of issues about Jewish security. So I think that's something he's going to want to focus on in this role. You know, other than that, you know, strong American defense and so on. But he'll be a loyal soldier for Donald Trump.
Okay.
Not that the presidents have a lot of them in the House, but he'll be another one.
All right. Speaking of President Trump here, we just got a post on Truth Social about this race here. And it's simple. It's pithy there. Randy Fine wins, all caps, 2 exclamation points from President Trump there. Also, the NRCC weighing in with the statement. Spokeswoman Maureen O'Toole saying this: congratulations to Congressman-elect Randy Fine on his victory in Florida's 6th Congressional District. As a third-generation Floridian, self-made businessman, and as a state representative and state senator, Randy has a proven record of delivering results for his community. No one is better positioned to take up the mantle for Florida families, small business owners, and workers. And you see there, Senator Randy Fine. Remember, he's a state senator currently, and correct me if I'm wrong, AG. He posts the screenshot there of the Truth Social the president just issued there. He says, because of you, Mr. President, I won't let you down. AG, while we have you, can we briefly just go to Florida's 1st Congressional District? There's a special election taking place there And this is Matt Gaetz's seat, the vacancy left after Gaetz resigned the House here. And if we can put the head-to-head matchup there in the 1st Congressional District, I want to get you to comment on who these candidates are, AG. What do we know about them?
Well, Jimmy Patronis, he was a state legislature member for a long time. He was CFO for the last 8 years or so. He's well known around the state. Gay Valamont, she ran against Gaetz last year. I think she got about 30% of the vote, something like that. Didn't do very well. She'll do better tonight because of the special election, because she had about $6 million behind her. But I think Patronis, again, will do pretty well, probably get about 2/3 of the vote. It's just so heavily Republican out there in the panhandle. And Patronis is, a veteran politician. I think, he avoided Valamont for most of his campaign. I think they actually met once. All of that being said, I think Democrats spend a lot of money for, marginal gain here. And sort of like in CD6, they can say, well, the margins are better now than they were in November. And so give us your money for, the midterms. But, in the end, these are safe seats for Republicans, and the Republican machine did what it needed to do to pull it out in both of them.
So polls close in about 20 minutes there, AG. Did Patronis get a Gaetz endorsement?
I don't remember if he did or not. It wasn't really anything he trumpeted. I mean, Patronis was a Trump guy, so Gaetz would have backed him by default. But, it's not like Matt Gaetz is a guy that you really want campaigning with you after he had to leave consideration for attorney general and, going to a different network to be a talk show host. I mean, Gaetz just wasn't going to be help in that situation. This really was Trump's pick. Trump got him through the primary, and Trump's getting him through the general.
All right, AG Gancarsi, we're going to have to leave it at that. AG, I know you got an election night to cover, so we'll let you go. Thanks so much for your reporting and your time.
Thanks for having me on.
All right, in the meantime here, we do have this I want to put up here. Take a look at this photo posted by State Senator Randy Fine. Now, Congressman-elect Fine there as he is going to Washington. A photo there with President Trump. So wanted to make sure we got that in. Let's take a quick commercial break. Still a few more top headlines in this hour when we come back. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Want to get in some more of these top headlines for you on this Tuesday night. Our next ones take us back to Capitol Hill here, live picture there in Washington. A lot of congressional hearings taking place today. Remember, in front of the House Judiciary Committee, the effort by House Republicans to attempt to rein in the federal judiciary. Well, that issue was front and center today in front of the House Judiciary Committee. Fox News' Rebecca Castor has a look at that hearing. Let's watch.
As President Donald Trump battles the judiciary, Republicans in Congress are eyeing ways to keep federal judges from blocking his agenda.
We've seen federal judges out of control. You've got some rogue judges that are literally trying to play the role of President of the United States.
These judges are not rogue. They're actually enforcing the law and the Constitution.
Since January, judges have issued more than 40 holds against Trump's policies, from immigration issues to DOJ. The president wants some of these judges impeached, but Congress, trying to avoid an all-out war with the courts, is instead holding hearings and set to vote on a bill tomorrow to limit judges' rulings.
Every decision made by a judge on behalf of a plaintiff would still go forward, but it would go forward only as to the plaintiff in front of him and not a nation as a whole.
Trump has his eyes set, though, on D.C. Judge James Boasberg after he ordered a deportation flight of alleged Venezuelan gang members to turn around last month. Texas Congressman Brandon Gill filed an article of impeachment against Boasberg, and it already has 22 co-sponsors.
There is going to be the necessity of a pilot, in this case the president, to run the executive branch. That doesn't mean that you remove the authority of these judges. They also need to carry out their duties. But there is room for compromise.
Impeaching judges is also a non-starter for the Supreme Court. Chief Justice John Roberts says it is not an appropriate response for disagreeing with the judicial opinion. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thanks so much. Staying on Capitol Hill, another one of these high-profile committee hearings that you watched live today as the first hearing was held with this task force looking into the nation's secrets, starting with the JFK assassination. This was all helmed by Florida Republican Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, calling witnesses before the committee, including the famous filmmaker and director Oliver Stone, as you know, who directed the film JFK back in the early 90s here. Well, Fox's Jared Halpern has a look at that hearing. Let's listen.
Who killed the president? Oliver Stone's Oscar-winning film JFK, echoing what the director is still demanding today, more transparency.
I ask you in good faith, outside all political considerations, to reinvestigate the assassination of this President Kennedy from the scene of the crime to the courtroom.
Stone was on Capitol Hill Tuesday testifying about the value of thousands of newly released documents on the Kennedy assassination. The files were released last month by the National Archives after President Trump signed an executive order declassifying them.
It's a cliche, but it's true. Secrecy is the enemy of democracy. An misinformed or uninformed public cannot make good decisions.
But scholars and historians say these new documents show nothing new. They allege the evidence still points towards a lone gunman, Lee Harvey Oswald, as being the man behind JFK's assassination. Experts on Capitol Hill, including two who have written books arguing for conspiracies, strongly disagree.
Any investigator will tell you that you cannot conduct a full investigation unless you have the whole case filed.
House Republicans on the task force on the declassification of federal secrets say they hope the files will help solve what they call one of the biggest cold cases in U.S. history.
It is not our objective to reopen old wounds, but to ensure that what happened to President John F. Kennedy can never happen again in U.S. history.
In Washington, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Jared, thanks so much. All right, let's stay away from Washington now, just briefly, from some of those very high-profile congressional hearings. We brought you live here on LiveNOW from Fox. Other top headlines we have to get to emanating out of New York City. We heard from Attorney General Pam Bondi on the Luigi Mangione case. This is what she had to say. Luigi Mangione's murder of Brian Thompson, an innocent man and father of two young children, was a premeditated, cold-blooded assassination that shocked America. After careful consideration, I have directed federal prosecutors to seek the death penalty in this case as we carry out President Trump's agenda to stop violent crime and make America safe again. So major news that the DOJ will now pursue the death penalty against Mangione. But reading more now from the Associated Press, this is the first time the DOJ has sought to bring the death penalty since Trump returned to office back in January. And they, of course, have a vow to resume federal executions after they were paused during the Biden administration. Bondi's decision to do so in the high-profile case against Mangione underscores her commitment to carrying out the president's push for new death penalty cases. Now, Trump oversaw an unprecedented run of executions at the end of his term and has been an outspoken proponent of expanding capital punishment. Bondi's order comes weeks after she lifted a moratorium on the federal death penalty that had been imposed under former President Biden. Now, Mangione faces separate federal and state murder charges for the killing, which, as you know, rattled the business community while galvanizing health insurance critics. The federal charges include murder through use of a firearm, which carries the possibility of the death penalty. Now, the state charges carry a maximum punishment of life in prison. Mangione has pleaded not guilty to a state indictment and has not entered a plea yet to the federal charges there. So in the next hour, my colleague, Christina Evans, will be speaking with friend of LiveNOW, a legal analyst and former federal prosecutor, Nima Rahmani, on all the ins and outs of this major development in this case, at least at the federal level here. All right, back out there, live to New York City, a gorgeous LiveNOW look there over Midtown Manhattan. In the meantime, though, we do want to get one of these other top headlines in. As you know, we have been following all of the developments going on in Lithuania as the search continued for this fourth U.S. Army soldier today as the recovery process continued. We have learned that the fourth body now has been recovered after this training accident there in Lithuania, and we're learning who these three other Army soldiers were, where they were from, what their backstory was. A tragic set of circumstances all around. We heard from Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth today saying, "Today I was informed that the remains of the fourth and final missing U.S. Army soldier from the 1st Armored Brigade Combat Team, 3rd Infantry Division, were recovered in Lithuania. I want to personally extend my deepest condolences to the families of all four fallen soldiers." Caroline Leavitt, press secretary at the White House today, commented on this. Let's listen.
Good afternoon. How are we? Great. Good. Good to see you all. I want to start today by addressing the U.S. Army soldiers who went missing while conducting a mission to repair and tow an immobilized tactical vehicle in Lithuania in the early hours of March 25th. Tragically, 3 soldiers were found deceased in Lithuania yesterday, and it pains me to confirm that today, the 4th soldier was also found deceased. The President, the Secretary of Defense, and the entire White House are praying for the victims' friends and family during this unimaginable time. This is another stark reminder of the selfless sacrifice of our brave military men and women who risk their lives around the world every day to keep us safe. God bless them.
Back on live there to the White House. I just want to put up their names, their faces, and who they were here. We're learning their identities. You see there the Pacific Dante Taitano, also Sergeant Edvin Franco and Sergeant Jose Dueñas Jr. Those were the 3 bodies recovered from that M88 vehicle, that massive armored vehicle that swept into a bog and tragedy struck. We've been talking about this story for the last couple of days with national security analyst and expert Hal Kemper, kind of asking him questions about how something like this could have happened on this training mission. But these 3 U.S. soldiers losing their lives there abroad in Lithuania, and you see their names and their faces. Still waiting, though, for the identity of the 4th U.S. soldier whose body was recovered just today. That was confirmed by both the White House and the Pentagon here. We'll be back in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Let's go back to Florida, Daytona Beach, specifically there. The losing candidate in this special election, the Democrat Josh Weil, about to address his election night watch party. Let's listen live.
Who worked on this campaign, all of yours.
Built a machine designed to get 90,000 votes, which would win up to 40%. All of our organizers.
All right. Unfortunately, it does not look like the audio is coming from the microphone in this shot here at this election night watch party. You see there Josh Weil, who just lost to Randy Fine for this special election here. Let's keep trying. We'll try one last time. All right, unfortunately, it's not the best audio, so we're going to abandon that for now. Maybe it will improve, but in the meantime, still going strong there on the Senate floor, Senator Cory Booker, the Democrat from New Jersey, who has now become the one senator who has broken Senate history, speaking there on the floor for the longest duration of time, more than 24 hours, 24 and a half hours, besting Strom Thurmond's record that Thurmond set back in 1957. Let's keep listening to Senator Booker.
It's 70, 80, 90 million Americans. It's our elders in nursing homes. It's our children with disabilities. It's our moms giving birth that are still giving birth in the country with about the highest maternal mortality rates in the industrial world. It's a moral moment. Who do we stand for? Like Schumer shocked me when he said they're going to use some kind of budget gimmick to push this through. He shocked me, Chuck. I thought this was going to come down to the parliamentarian, but it doesn't sound like it now. It's just going to get done. With the math, and I read from Manhattan Institute criticized it on the right. AEI criticized it on the right. They said, what are you doing? What are you doing, America? You're going to rake up trillions and trillions of dollars in debt that our children and our children's children are going to have to pay for, passing the bucks that will grow. Are you doing that to help people get more access to health care, more access to retirement security, more access to the things we believe in, big ideas like universal child care, paid family leave? No, we're doing that in order to renew the tax cuts that I read conservative budget folks, moderate budget folks, all across the spectrum who said it will blow up our deficit. And the benefits of those tax cuts, not all, let's not use hyperbole, but most will go to the richest people in our country, who I promise you, I celebrate people who've brought their ingenuity and their expertise and their grit and their tireless work who've built wealth in this country. Should not be us versus them, but I'm telling you that those folks do not need another tax cut. And the corporations who came here, you all remember, and said we would like a 25% rate. The people I read said that when we kicked it to 21, not even what they were asking for from 35, it exploded. One of the main reasons it exploded our debt. And we read from conservative groups who just said all these promises that we would grow our way out of our deficit, they didn't materialize. All the promises that were made. Trump, for those who don't remember or weren't here when I read it, was going around telling folks that, oh, my tariffs, this is 2017, my tariffs, the money that I get, that will be what we could pay down the debt. The math that they did was that would account for about 1/750th of the debt at that time. But he used that money to try to compensate the farmers that he was hurting with his tariffs. This is a moral moment, and people are getting hurt, and people are afraid because of the threats to Medicaid cuts. There were people writing in and said $880 billion would devastate me, but even small cuts to services, my whole family, fragile architecture of our finances If you just pull out the transportation money that my disabled child uses, that will crumble my financial world. And so when you talk about the bigger cuts, we know the math. Many states who expanded Medicare have a trigger that if it goes below 90%, all the Medicare expansion goes off in that state and millions of Americans will be hurt. That's not right, guys. That's not right. And so this is the choices we have before us. Our veterans and the VA. I'm mad at you now. You made me get very emotional with your story. We read John McCain's story. We read the stories of the poems of the unknown soldier looking over us and saying, what are you doing to the Gold Star families? What are you doing to the veterans? Are you living up to your promises that you made? Well, right now, with the cuts of tens of thousands, over 80,000 veterans who work for the VA, but even more, because about 20% or so of all federal workers are veterans. And we read stories from veterans in America who are shaken by what's happening, who are losing their jobs but yet all they want to do is serve. They're not what they're being called. They're not leeches. They're not criminals. They shouldn't be degraded for wanting to continue to serve their nation. This is what we're talking about, our veterans, our seniors, our health care, our financial security going forward. I asked the question to all those people who voted for Donald Trump, who believed in him that he would lower your grocery prices. I asked you, look at your financial self. Are you better off than you were 72 years ago financially? Well, the answer for most people who believed in him is no, because he didn't set out to do anything to lower prices. He set out to rename the Gulf of Mexico, to threaten Canada, to say I'm going to take over Greenland. He's done a lot of things, 140 executive orders. Many of them actually drive up your costs, make it more expensive to enroll in the ACA, reduce a lot of the tax credits there. He's increased your costs. He's taxed your bedrock services. Stock market tumbles, your 401k accounts are less. Inflation is up. Consumer confidence is down. This is what the voices we brought into this chamber, the voices of our constituents, red states, blue states, the voices of Democrats and Republicans, Republican governors, Democratic governors. We brought all the people that are saying, no, this is a moral moment, not left or right, right or wrong. And so I've tried over the last 25 hours and 1 minute to center the conversation back on what will we do of good conscience. People who are saying, I serve this country, I risked my life, shouldn't be able to keep my job. People are saying, this country once made itself the envy of the world because we invested in high quality education for every child. I don't like what's going on at the end of the Department of Education. People are saying, I worked harder than I ever have, but the prices on everything in my life are getting higher. People who are saying that the America I learned about in school, the one where people's rights are protected, the people are saying that why are we yet again going through another healthcare battle that threatens millions of people? The people are saying that I'm worried about the financial security and the future of my country, the voices of folks. And so I end by saying simply this, where I started was John Lewis. I don't know how to solve this. I don't know how to stop us from going down this road. Chuck Schumer's now told me that they're greasing the skids to do these things. I'm sorry, but I know who does have the power. The people of the United States of America. The power of the people is greater than the people in power. It is time to heed the words of the man I began this whole thing with, John Lewis. I beg folks to take his example of his early days where he made himself determined to show his love for his country at a time the country didn't love him. To love this country so much, to be such a patriot that he endured beatings savagely on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, at lunch counters, on freedom rides. He said he had to do something. He would not normalize a moment like this. He would not just go along with business as usual. He wouldn't know how to solve it. But there's one thing that he would do that I hope we all can do that I think I did a little bit of tonight. He said for us to go out and cause some good trouble, necessary trouble, to redeem the soul of our nation. I want you to redeem the dream. Let's be bold in America, not to demean and degrade Americans, not divide us against each other. Let's be bolder in America with a vision that inspires, with hope It starts with the people of the United States of America. That's how this country started. We, the people. Let's get back to the ideals that others are threatening. Let's get back to our founding documents, that those imperfect geniuses had some very special words at the end of the Declaration of Independence. It was one of the greatest in all of humanity declarations of interdependence. When our founders said we must mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. We need that now from all Americans. This is a moral moment. It's not left or right, it's right or wrong. Let's get in good trouble. My friend, Madam President, I yield the floor. Madam President, thank you to the pages, thank you to the parliamentarian staff, thank you to the clerks, thank you to the doorkeepers. There are so many people that make this place special. I kept you up all night, kept you up 24 hours. I just want to say thank you. Thank you, everybody.
All right, as you see there, finally there, Senator Cory Booker, the Democrat from New Jersey, yielding the floor and standing there as he yields it, listening to all the applause from those there inside of the chamber. Of course, we've been following this very closely here on Live Now from Fox, as we know that the Senator Cory Booker set a new record for the longest floor speech in Senate history, having held the floor for at least 24 hours and 19 minutes. That was the record that he needed to pass in order to break it. Of course, we know the previous record was held by Senator Strom Thurmond from South Carolina. It was 24 hours and 18 minutes. Again, we did want to bring this to you here on Live Now from Fox, as we've been following it very closely in our newsroom. We are, though, in a new hour. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox, and thanks to my colleague, Andrew Kraft, who was with you for the last few hours as we went through some of today's top stories, and we're going to continue to do that. But first, we do have to take this opportunity to step away for a 2-minute break. But on the other side, much more coverage of today's top stories. Also, before we step away, I want to show you this live look that we have there as well. We are expecting to hear from Senator Cory Booker. As we know, he just wrapped his speech there. He's also expected to step out of the chamber and talk and answer some questions with reporters. If he does so, we'll make sure to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. As promised, we are going to continue with some of today's top stories. And in just a little while, we'll be turning our attention to New York City. I want to show you this live look that we have there as well. There in the Big Apple, we'll be focusing on the Luigi Mangione case. We have an update as now federal prosecutors are being urged to seek the death penalty. We'll be speaking to some of our experts as we take a look at the case as a whole and what could possibly come in the next few months. And in the meantime, as we were just paying attention and listening in there in Washington, D.C., showing you a live shot that we have there of the U.S. Capitol building, Senator Cory Booker, the Democrat from New Jersey, just wrapped up his more than 24-hour speech there on the floor. He was able to break the record for the longest speech. In fact, he surpassed it by more than 40 minutes. Previously, that record was held by the senator from South Carolina, Strom Thurmond. He set that record back in the 1950s. At this time, though, let's go ahead and listen back in there to those remarks that are happening on the Senate floor. Let's listen into Senator Joni Ernst. She's there from Iowa.
Strategy.
Now.
I urge my colleagues to support his nomination. He is the right leader at the right time for this critical role. Thank you, Madam President. I yield to the gentleman from Idaho.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise today in support of President Trump's nominee to be ambassador to NATO, Mr. Matthew Whitaker. First, the good news. NATO remains more than ever relevant to the security of the United States and to Europe. NATO is stronger today than it has ever been. Putin made a horrible mistake when he attacked Ukraine, thinking he would split NATO. He did not split NATO. He made it stronger. Indeed, we've added 2 additional nations to NATO, and Putin has picked up another 800 miles of border with NATO. Now the concern. Unfortunately, some NATO members have taken the alliance and America's support of it for granted. Our European allies have left the heavy financial lifting to us, and by many of their own admissions have not pulled their weight in defense spending. Dramatic investment from NATO members is in our collective defense is absolutely necessary. Mr. Whitaker, as our next ambassador to NATO, will help President Trump preserve the fidelity, commitment, and integrity of NATO. He will encourage our allies to rise to meet the challenges of an increasingly dangerous world. And he will help our allies understand that this must be a true partnership. It's a tough job. I urge my colleagues to support Mr. Whitaker as he takes on this challenge as our next U.S. ambassador to NATO. And Madam President, I ask the Senate execute the order of March 27th with respect to the Whitaker nomination.
The clerk will report the nomination.
Department of State Matthew Whitaker of Iowa to be United States Permanent Representative on the Council of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization.
The question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, as you see there, we were waiting, and we just heard from Senator Mike Crapo, the Republican from Idaho. But of course, the big storyline of what's happening right now there on the floor. They're about to take the vote there to see if they were going to confirm the nomination of Matthew Whitaker. I want to show you this tweet that we have there from the Senate press gallery. Again, they just wrapped up, of course, the 24-hour speech that happened from Senator Cory Booker, who held the floor for 25 hours and 5 minutes. This all started back at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on Monday. But of course, the next set of business is now going on there on the floor. They're expecting a vote on confirmation for the nomination of Matthew Whitaker to be representative on the Council of NATO to begin shortly. So we'll keep our eyes on this, and if we get any updates, we will bring them to you here on Live Now from Fox when this vote happens and what the outcome is. All right, in the meantime, let's take this opportunity to step away for another 2-minute break. On the other side, though, as promised just a few minutes ago, we're going to be heading to New York City as we're taking a live look there in the Big Apple, talking about Luigi Mangione as the Department of Justice is now seeking the death penalty in this case. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. As promised before we went to break, we're heading out to the Big Apple to cover some of the top stories that we're seeing there. Do want to put up this tweet that we have there from the Associated Press. This was breaking news earlier today. Attorney General Pam Bondi is now directing prosecutors to seek the death penalty for Luigi Mangione. He's the man accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. So if you aren't familiar with the story, it grabbed national headlines late last year. Back on December 4th, 2024, Brian Thompson, United Healthcare's CEO, was gunned down in the early morning hours as he went to enter the side entrance of a Midtown Manhattan hotel. This is where he was scheduled to speak at an annual investor conference on the behalf of his Fortune 500 company. But of course, we do know that the killing then was followed by a days-long manhunt. And now Luigi Mangione, the man accused of gunning down Brian Thompson, is facing the death penalty. And so now to bring into the conversation now, Nima Rahmani, our legal analyst. Nima, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, this is big breaking news when it came out. It was announced that the DOJ is now, they're being directed to seek the death penalty in this case. What are your initial thoughts? Why is this happening behind the scenes?
Christina, I'm not surprised, and I think we're going to see a big shift here with this Attorney General Pam Bondi and the Department of Justice. Obviously, look, this is a big case. We've been covering it extensively here on Live Now because of who the victim was, right? We're talking about the CEO of a healthcare company, and there's a lot of folks who are watching that have very strong views about our health insurance industry. And you're talking about a brazen murder in the middle of the day in Manhattan in broad daylight, and the plotting and the planning and the manifesto. But what's also interesting about it is how much support Luigi Mangione has. I've never seen so much support for an accused murderer. And I don't know if it's because who his victim was, or his intelligence, or his looks, or the fact that he comes from privilege. But this is the type of case before the death penalty was announced that I thought there's the real possibility of jury nullification. But now this has to potentially shift the defense strategy. Do they try to defend the case and swing for the fences to try to get a not guilty? Or do they try to work out some sort of deal where he pleads to take the death penalty off the table? It's going to be very interesting to see how the defense lawyers handle this case now.
And Nima, I want to bring up the statement that we have there from Attorney General Pam Bondi. Of course, as you mentioned, she's very new to the job, stepping into this role within the Trump administration. And this is what she had to say. She said Luigi Mangioni's murder of Brian Thompson, an innocent man and father of 2 young children, was a premeditated, cold-blooded assassination that shocked America. After careful consideration, I have directed federal prosecutors to seek the death penalty in this case as we carry out President Trump's agenda to stop violent crime and make America safe again. Another element, though, of this, Nima, is the fact that the last federal execution was back in January of 2021, before the Biden administration was able to impose a moratorium on them. It's interesting to see this being brought back up, of course, in this very high-profile case. Do you think that this was all constructed behind the scenes to, again, push more of a political agenda as it pertains to this case, even though this was a very violent crime?
I do believe so, Christina. This is really all political. And like you said, when Biden was leaving office, he commuted the sentences of most of the people on federal death row, with very few exceptions. So now, obviously, you have Donald Trump, you have a new administration, and they're trying to send a message. New York, a blue state, does not have the death penalty. So even though Luigi Mangione was charged stateside, he could only face the possibility of life in prison. So you have the feds stepping in, and you don't typically have these state and federal prosecutions happening simultaneously. Even though it's allowed, it doesn't violate double jeopardy because they're dual sovereigns. It's not something you typically see. We have seen them recently in a couple of high-profile cases, but they were really civil rights cases. Derek Chauvin for the murder of George Floyd, and the McMichaels and Roddy Bryan for the murder of Ahmaud Arbery. But the fact that you have Luigi Mangione charged by the state and the feds for a murder is atypical. The fact they have the attorney general, who ultimately is the decision maker here, it has to be her in deciding whether to seek the federal death penalty. She talks about the premeditation, it being cold-blooded. That's certainly an aggravating factor here. The fact that this was maybe an act of terrorism, we know he's charged with that stateside, again, an aggravating factor. But you don't have the typical aggravating factors that you have in death penalty cases in state court, where you have multiple victims, you have extensive criminal history. You know, this isn't someone who did it based on race or religion, who shot up a school. This is one victim, and albeit a very high-profile, successful one. But a lot of this logic applies to many murder cases in this country. So the question is, are the feds going to step in and start seeking the death penalty in more cases in states like New York, in states like California, where there is no death penalty or there's a moratorium on the death penalty? This really may shift things, and you may see the feds get involved, Christina, in cases that have been typically handled by states and local prosecutors.
And that's going to be an interesting shift, Nima. I also want to go through, for folks at home, some of the charges that he is specifically facing on the state side. There in New York, he's facing murder in the first degree, which is a Class A1 felony. It's just one count there. Murder in the second degree as well. Criminal possession of a weapon in the third degree and second degree, as well as the fourth degree as well. Also, criminal possession of a forged instrument. When we're talking about some of these specific charges to New York, and you're talking about the fact that now that the death penalty could potentially be on the table, how will that affect? You say we don't typically see these state and these federal trials going on simultaneously, but what could be the outcome if he's convicted there on the state side first? Which one comes first?
Well, generally speaking, the federal case will go first. Feds tend to have priority, even though the state filed first. So the question is, how does the defense handle this? You know, oftentimes, if you are a defense attorney and you are handling a death penalty case, your job is to keep your client alive at any cost. So typically, we'll see some sort of deal being negotiated. So someone like, for instance, is representing Brian Kohberger. That's your typical death penalty case for victims, for Idaho college students. So oftentimes what the defense lawyers will do, they'll try to negotiate a deal, plead to life in prison without the possibility of parole, to take the death penalty off the table, to save that client's life. So oftentimes the death penalty can be used as leverage in these types of cases. If there is no death penalty, then the defense may say, you know what, whether I plead or whether I push the case to trial, I'm going to get the same sentence from my client anyway, which is life. So I may take my chances with the jury. The other thing that happens is when you have a death penalty case, Christina, you have a guilt phase and you have a penalty phase. Sometimes what defense lawyers will do is they'll plead guilty to the murder and then they'll argue against death in the penalty phase. We saw this happen with Nicholas Cruz, the Parkland school shooter there in Florida, where he pleaded guilty to many counts of murder and attempted murder, but argued mitigation at sentencing. And the jurors ultimately there, a small minority, but enough, ended up sparing his life. So you could see this case tried where the defense argues not guilty to walk away entirely. You can see a plea, or you can see this hybrid approach where they plead and accept responsibility for the murder, but argue against death at sentencing.
Let's talk about some of those approaches that his defense may take. Is insanity on the table? Do you think that they could also try to take that route to say he wasn't sane, he wasn't in his right mind? We've heard so much from family members and friends behind the scenes saying they hadn't heard from Luigi in months leading up to this incident. Do you think that's the approach that they might take on?
They may, but legal insanity is a very high hurdle. The standard requires the defense to prove, the burden's on them, not the prosecution, to prove because of a mental disease or defect, the defendant did not know the nature and quality of his actions. Basically, he didn't know right from wrong. Here you have someone who traveled from Georgia all the way to New York State, plotted and planned this execution. He had a ghost gun. He had a manifesto. He had an escape route with an electric bike. He was able to flee to Pennsylvania. This does not strike me as someone who does not know the nature of his actions, Christina. I don't think it's a good defense, but it may be the only defense in this case because there's so much evidence against Luigi Mangione. We've all seen that video. There's his DNA at the scene. There's his fingerprints on those shell casings that we've all talked about. And again, that manifesto that was on his person when he was arrested, that ghost gun that was in his backpack. There's a lot of evidence in this case. So it's going to be very difficult for the defense to argue that it wasn't him or that he didn't intend to do it. And certainly no self-defense or other type of argument that would negate the intent in this case. It's going to be a very hard case to defend, setting aside the sympathy factor, which I think looms very large. And there's been surveys that have been conducted that say upwards of 10% of people support what Luigi Mangione did. And that's important because, of course, they only need 1 out of 12 jurors to hang this panel.
And it will be something that we continue to follow here on Live Now from Fox. Again, our thanks to friend to the show, Nima Rahmani, legal analyst, here to help us break down the very latest as it pertains to this case. Thanks so much, Nina, for joining us.
Thanks, Christina. See you soon.
All right, we did want to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox, but as promised just moments ago, Senator Cory Booker now stepping up to the microphone, speaking to reporters after his record-breaking speech.
As a guy who's grew up with with legends of the civil rights movement myself, of my parents and their friends, it just would seem wrong to me. It always seemed wrong. I had this hope that Chris Murphy would do it, actually. So I definitely had it on my mind, but as Chris and I joked, I'm 9 years older than when he and I did it for 15 hours, and my back was sore and my legs were hurting, so I just didn't know if I could, so I didn't want to set any expectations. The mission was really to elevate the voices of Americans, to tell some of their really painful stories, very emotional stories, and to let go and let God do the rest.
Your stamina.
Oh, I'm sorry. talked to a lot of people. I copied some of the things we did for 15 hours, so I fasted for days into it. I stopped drinking water a long time ago. I think that had good and bad benefits. I definitely started cramping up from lack of water, so if some of you really drink nothing, at the end I was just trying to do something to stop my muscles from cramping. So there's just a lot of tactics I was using to try to make sure that I could stand for that long.
Senator, do you feel like after all of this that your speech moved the needle in any way, and do you think Democrats should employ this tactic going forward to protest the Trump agenda?
I just finished. I haven't had much time to digest or think about it. I think that, you know, and you guys have written about it and talked about it, there's a lot of people out there who are asking Democrats to do more and to take risks and do things differently. This seemed like the right thing to do, and from what my staff is telling me, a lot of people watched, and so we'll see what it is. I just think a lot of us have to do a lot more, including myself.
Senator, I was going to say, I don't know if you've seen the reaction you've gotten, but millions of likes on TikTok. There are people outside this building with signs praising you for what you were doing. So can they expect more of this from you? Is this the future of Democratic resistance in the second Trump administration?
I don't want to speak for Democrats. I speak for myself. My team and I have really been struggling in this period. Democrats have to own up for a lot. I think that we've contributed to where we are. I'm not just talking about losing an election. I'm talking about a lot of the ways that the partisan politics of this country have worked, and we should be stepping up and saying we accept a lot of responsibility for this moment. But we also have a lot of responsibility for meeting this moment. And so my staff and I have talked a lot about other things that we can do to contribute to the larger cause of our country right now. And I'm hoping that, especially as social media, you all know that's my responsibility with the caucus. I want to think creatively and listen to my constituents, and I felt a lot of them really pushed me to do this, and I was glad that we were able to tell a lot of their stories.
Senator, to follow up on Mani's question, and I'm sorry to be crude here, but there's been a lot of speculation about whether or not you're wearing some kind of device, like a catheter or a diaper, and I'm sorry for even asking you this question. I feel weird about it. But were you wearing anything that allowed you to not have to go to the bathroom for 25 hours?
I don't want to send a doctor to get mad at me. I don't want my doctor to get mad at me. But I really spent time dehydrating myself beforehand, so I did not have to go to the bathroom.
You didn't have to go to the bathroom at all for 25 hours.
My challenge was that my strategy was to stop eating. I think I stopped eating on Friday. And then to stop drinking the night before I started on Monday. And that had its benefits and it had its really downsides. And so instead of fighting or figuring out how to go to the bathroom, I ended up, I think, really unfortunately dehydrating myself. And I'm a former athlete, so I know when you get dehydrated, you get a lot of cramps. That was the biggest thing I was fighting, was that different muscle groups were starting to really cramp up. And every once in a while I have a spasm or something that, so it's just a lot of physical challenges, definitely making it that long for a guy. As I said, as Murphy and I joked, we're not the same spry in our 40s like we were 9 years ago. So I'm just really grateful. And I will tell you something, a lot of folks prayed with me, a lot of folks prayed for me, and I'm a person of faith. Many of us have never had these conversations, but my family, we prayed, my colleagues who share my faith, and some of you might have seen it right before. Lisa Blunt Rochester and I prayed right there on the Senate floor, and I just knew, I didn't care. I didn't want to carry any weight in my pants, so I took everything out from my wallet. But the one thing I kept in is a Bible verse I love. It's Isaiah 40:31. But they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as if on eagles. Sorry, I don't have my glasses on. They shall run and not be weary, and they shall walk and they shall not faint. So I just really leaned on faith that we could get through this, and I'm just so grateful for my colleagues who really covered me in prayer, for Warnock who prayed with me last night. I could go through the folks. So I just put myself into it. I did what the constituents were saying, do something different, take risks. And once we crossed that 15-hour that Murphy and I did, he and I checked in with each other and we said, let's keep going. And what was amazing to me is we created a lot of material. We had a really good case. I don't know what we're going to do with this, because we didn't get through maybe half of the things that we wanted to share with the American people. But in the end, I think that what was what was really important to us is that people heard the voices, the real, authentic voices of Americans who are afraid, hurting, angry, demanding, frustrated, and also that they felt some of my heart.
Democrats have struggled in recent elections. Do you think you sent a message tonight that you might be the future of this party?
No, God bless America. No, I'm just trying to step up, as we all should be thinking about doing. We all need to step up and lead, not just Democrats. I tried to make that point. This is a time America needs some leaders who are not about what we're against, but about what we're for. And I'm really hoping that, as I said, a new generation of leaders in America are going to come as that generation's heroes, like John Lewis and John McCain, are being called home. It's time for us to lead boldly again. Where's our country that can start thinking of visions that are not about defeating another political party, but about bringing us to a new era in our country where we can be a light unto nations.
Thank you, guys. What's the first thing you're going to do when you get home? Check your wiring?
I'm going to go back to my office.
We're going to check the wiring. Don't worry. Need your readiness.
All right, as you see there, wanted to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. Those were the remarks that Senator Cory Booker, the Democrat from New Jersey, had to make after his record-breaking speech, where he spoke there on the Senate floor, I should say, for more than 25 hours and 5 minutes to be exact. Again, he answered a lot of questions that folks had, but at the end saying that after that length of time, he still didn't get to everything that he felt that he needed to say to the American people. So wanted to bring you that here on Live Now from Fox, but we're going to continue with our coverage of politics here and the special elections. We've been focusing on them for the last few hours there in Florida, and we also have an update. I want to put this up there on your screen. Florida District 1, we do have with 93% of those estimated votes now counted. We now know that Jimmy Patronis is the projected winner according to the Associated Press. He was going against the Democrat Gabe Valamont there in that district. They were running for that seat that was they're going to replace Matt Gaetz. Of course, you know, Matt Gaetz was initially there going to be in that seat before he was nominated by the Trump administration to have a position there in the cabinet. That fell through, but the seat was still open. So now I want to bring into the conversation my colleague Andrew Kraft. He was with you last hour when the other district in Florida, Florida District 6, was also called. Andrew, of course, we've been watching this. What are your thoughts as you're looking here at these results that have officially come in?
Yeah, Christina, good to be with you. Obviously, this is a good night for House Republicans there. This is not necessarily surprising. These were solidly red seats in solidly Trump districts there in Florida. We just got the race call. Now, who's Jimmy Patronis? He's the former CFO of the state of Florida. He's a close DeSantis ally, and he bested there Gabe Valamont, the Democrat. Now, Gabe Valamont also ran against Gaetz last cycle, coming up short, obviously. But to your point, this seat became open after Gaetz was first picked as Trump's first choice to be Attorney General. We know how that story ended. He withdrew from consideration for that and resigned that seat, leaving this vacancy open there in the House. And so remember, Christina, we've been talking about all of this, that House Republicans and the Trump White House were getting especially concerned about their very, very slim margins, so much so that they pulled the nomination of Elise Stefanik to go to the United Nations over some of those concerns. But like I said, I just want to reiterate, this is a good night for House Republicans there, especially in the state of Florida. Jimmy Patronis will now serve out the remainder of this 2-year term there in the House. We'll have to see whether or not he's going to run for the seat again in 2026 for re-election. I would presume that he would. But Jimmy Patronis now going to Washington there. And so remember, we had been talking about whether or not these special elections were going to be some type of indicator or bellwether to see how Republicans were faring after all of the news coming out of the Trump administration, whether voters were responding to them either positively or negatively. And so you're not really getting much on that front about either how Democrats are doing or Republicans are doing. But I think it's pretty safe to say that no surprise here with these two special elections there in Florida, the 1st Congressional District and the 6th Congressional District. returning to Republican hands there. Now, some watchers of this who follow politics very closely were trying to see how well the Democrats would do even in the Democrats' loss, if that makes sense, to see whether or not they could gain ground from the 2024 results, whether or not Valamont or Weil kind of encroached on Trump's margins there in these particular congressional districts. We'll have to wait and see when all is said and done, when all the votes are counted. But Florida does this extremely quickly, extremely rapidly here, getting these race calls. So wanted to get this on everyone's radar here. But like you said, Christina, these are not the only elections we're following today. Now, in about 20 minutes, polls will close there in Wisconsin for yet another major race that we are following, and that is this open seat on the Wisconsin State Supreme Court. And so we're about to get results in once polls close there in Wisconsin. We've been talking with our Fox 6 Milwaukee colleagues about how national this state Supreme Court seat is there in Wisconsin. A liberal on the court retired, and so now it's a 3-3 split between conservatives and progressives there on the Wisconsin State Supreme Court. A liberal retired, and so this is for the majority of the Wisconsin State Supreme Court. Will it stay a liberal majority, or will it now become a conservative majority? That is the question once polls close there in Wisconsin. This is a very highly watched race. A lot of money has been poured into this race there in Wisconsin. It's not only become the most expensive race in Wisconsin for a judicial seat, but the most expensive race in the United States in U.S. history for any judicial seat. And so we'll be monitoring those results very closely once the polls close there in Wisconsin at the top of the next hour. Christina.
Absolutely. And Andrew, we also heard from President Trump as well. Of course, we heard from after the polls closed initially in District 6 as well, but he just put this up on Truth Social, saying that both Florida House seats have been won big by the Republican candidate. The Trump endorsement, as always, proved far greater than the Democrats' forces of evil. Congratulations to America. And we did hear a bit earlier today from Weil. He was there in that district giving a concession speech. Unfortunately, the audio wasn't good enough for us to carry it here on air for Live Now from Fox, but he spoke pretty quickly after he did eventually lose that seat. And so, like you said, I've been listening to some of the conversations that you've been having with some of these political analysts and folks really looking to see how things will shape up as well. So it's been interesting to watch. I'm hoping we can put up some of those results that we had initially from the 6th district as well there in Florida, as we can see the margins there. But Andrew, you were able to bring that to folks live on air as well.
Yeah, we actually do have a statement in from the Weil campaign, from Weil himself. I'm just going to read it in part. He says this, Christina. Quote, the numbers didn't add up in our favor today. He said, we shouldn't be disappointed, however. This race was closer than anyone ever imagined. He said, in a district won by Mike Waltz by 32 points, we closed that gap by a historic margin. He says, an incredible gain. He says, this progress is because of our grassroots supporters across the country and the voters in this district, Democrats, Republicans, and independents who believe in a brighter and kinder future, saying, this result is also a warning sign to Donald Trump, Randy Fine, and the unelected oligarchs taking apart the government. He says, should they continue to steal people's hard-earned money and benefits like Social Security and Medicare, defund education, focus more on culture wars than lowering costs, the backlash is only beginning. So presumably that's what you're going to hear from these losing Democrats tonight, that they eked out and carved out space in the margins, so to speak, doing a little bit better than the Democrats in 2024. But of course, ultimately coming up very short there in these two Florida congressional districts, these special elections, the vacancies, Christina, now filled.
And you were just talking about also what we're looking for in Wisconsin. I want to put this up as well so folks can know what we're monitoring here. This is Susan Crawford versus Brad Schmel. So Schmel, I should say. Again, you were talking earlier today with some of our partners there. in Wisconsin as they're preparing for this. They were talking about the high turnout as well, Andrew. If I'm not mistaken, they said that in one of those Republican strongholds, 70% is what they expected to be the voter turnout there for this election. It's going to be interesting as folks are flooding to the polls to make sure that their voices are heard and seeing where this is sort of weighing out, as this is one of the most expensive judicial races in U.S. history.
Yeah, we're going to be watching Waukesha County, which is somewhat of a Republican stronghold. Also Dane County, home to Madison, Wisconsin. Election officials there said today polling locations were quite busy. They were operating normally as well. But just to reiterate the point, Christina, this contest is the most expensive court race on record in U.S. history. Spending has exceeded $90 million. We know Elon Musk has injected himself, Christina, into this particular race. You were here this weekend. Musk was in Wisconsin holding rallies on behalf of the conservative-backed Schimmel there. And so we'll just have to wait and see, when these results come in, when polls close in about 15 minutes, what this is going to be. So a lot of people are watching this. Well, why is this so highly watched, Christina? This is just one seat on one state's Supreme Court. You know, though, Wisconsin is a battleground state. Trump claiming winning Wisconsin in 2024. The court likely, though, will be deciding key issues like abortion, like redistricting, also about protecting public sector unions there in the state, also about voting rules in the state as well. So who controls it could be a factor in those major key issues come 2026 in the midterms, come 2028 for the presidential election. That is why this one seat on one state's Supreme Court is so highly watched.
And it will be something that we're following here on Live Now. As Andrew Kraft just said there, those polls are expected to close within the next 15 minutes. We've been getting these results fairly quickly, at least in Florida. We can be hopeful for Wisconsin, but of course, whenever those results come in, we'll certainly bring them into folks.
That's right, Christina.
All right, we did want to bring that to you as breaking news here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take this time to step away for a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. As promised, we're going to continue on with some of these top stories that we are following. And the topic about Trump tariffs has been, of course, going on for the last few months as they are set to take place at midnight tonight. Those auto tariffs will begin. So let's check in with Fox's Rebecca Castor. She has much more on what we can expect.
April 2nd, 2025 will go down as one of the most important days in modern American history.
That's when President Donald Trump plans to unveil a massive tariff plan, including reciprocal tariffs on all foreign nations.
I think it's going to be something that's going to bring a lot of wealth back to our country, tremendous wealth back to our country, actually.
But so far, Trump has shared very few details on this looming plan, including just how aggressive or generous the tariffs might be. But the White House says all will soon be revealed.
He's with his trade and tariff team right now, perfecting it to make sure this is a perfect deal for the American people and the American worker.
I think the president is making it up as he's going along. I don't think he knows, but when he calls it Liberation Day, it could be Obliteration Day.
Most Democrats are firmly against the sweeping tariffs, but even some Republicans are concerned about unintended consequences.
The wrong kind of tariffs on the wrong country at the wrong time could cause inflation.
It may be rocky in the beginning, but I think that this will make sense for Americans and it will help all Americans.
The White House says leaders of several countries have called President Trump to negotiate before tariffs are implemented. And Israel is the first country to announce it's canceling all tariffs on U.S. products. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
All right, our thanks to Rebecca Castor for that story. So, of course, something that we're following very closely here on Live Now from Fox. Let's step away for our final 2-minute commercial break. Stay right here with us. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. As promised before we went to that 2-minute commercial break, we're now focusing in on President Trump and his announcement around tariffs. So we do know that businesses on both sides of the border are now bracing for a potential trade war. This as President Trump slaps a 25% tariff on the auto industry starting late tomorrow. Fox's Caroline Elliott is now joining us live from Montreal, Canada, with just a few hours left before these tariffs are set to go into effect. Caroline, what's the update?
Yeah, Christina. Well, we do know that President Trump's auto tariffs will begin tomorrow, as you just said. But we're also hearing from businesses right now who are really stressing, as well as consumers who are concerned these tariffs could make car prices go up in the near future. We've been talking with some businesses on both sides of the border in Canada and the United States, and we're hearing a lot of concerns that President Trump's tariffs, again, could make the car buying experience gets a lot more expensive. In fact, some drivers have even rushed to dealerships to buy before those tariffs go into effect. Now, Auto Montreal, that's a dealership in Quebec that exports cars into the U.S., they tell us not only will business slow down for them, but their company may have to stop business with the U.S. altogether.
I don't think that we will be able to continue exporting cars to the States if the 25% tariff stays through. This will definitely mean a lot of layoffs in the automotive industry.
Now, President Trump says the goal is for companies to move production to the United States. And White House officials tell us these tariffs could generate trillions of dollars of tax revenue in the next decade. Christina.
All right, again, Fox's Caroline Elliott live there in Montreal. It's been a story that we've been following here on Live Now from Fox, as so many people are going to be affected. We appreciate you for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, we did want to bring that to you. In the meantime, though, let's continue on with our coverage of some of today's top stories. And now still live there in Washington on the Senate floor. Let's listen back in to them as they're continuing to speak. Of course, this all comes on the back of Senator Cory Booker having his record-breaking speech there over 25 hours. Let's listen back in.
Recipients' legal rights to the funds. And then they were distributed to the bank as fiscal agent for the recipients, all in regular order. Enter Trump's corrupt Justice Department through two colossal Trump suck-ups. The acting Deputy Attorney General, Emil Bovee, and Ed Martin, the interim United States Attorney for the District of Columbia. Martin is an activist MAGA type, a lawyer for January 6 attackers, who had criticized this fund even before he was appointed interim. Bovee and Martin cooked up asking Martin's U.S. Attorney's Office to freeze the climate fund by opening a criminal investigation so they could assert that the ongoing investigation justified the freeze. Their problem? They couldn't point to a crime. Oops. The career criminal division chief, an experienced veteran prosecutor, at the U.S. Attorney's Office pointed out that launching a criminal investigation without evidence of a crime, what prosecutors call predication, is a violation of prosecutorial ethics and Department of Justice policy. That warning from the career prosecutors to MAGA Martin, that's red flag 1. But the MAGA U.S. attorney didn't listen to that warning from his career staff. Instead, he demanded that the career criminal chief resign. He forced her out. Well, that's another big red flag. Red flag 2. With the criminal division chief out of the way, Martin still couldn't find one staff prosecutor in his office to pursue the matter. Now, you remember in the Nixon Saturday Night Massacre, they had to fire all the way down to Robert Bork, who became notorious for ultimately doing the dirty deed for Nixon. But here, no Bork, no prosecutor would sign from this big federal prosecution office. That's red flag 3. Martin then proceeded in his own name alone. That's red flag 4. As a former U.S. attorney, I can assure you there is almost always a career attorney's signature on every pleading filed. And bear in mind that Martin is not some rare legal whiz. He'd never spent a single day as a federal prosecutor before he got this gig. And here he was, fumbling around by his lone MAGA self. So no surprise when Martin presented his request to the federal magistrate judge, the judge denied the petition. That's red flag 5. And it's a massive, flapping red flag to anyone who has served in a U.S. attorney's office. Federal prosecutors never want this to happen. So they triple check and backstop every application to ensure that they are ironclad. In my U.S. attorney's office, a federal judge shooting down one of our warrant applications would have set off internal reviews. That should be what's known in the medical field as a never event. It's a shocker, particularly with the U.S. attorney presenting the petition in person. Even that series of disasters didn't stop this scheme. Somebody started shopping the case to other U.S. attorneys' offices, hoping that some other office would try again in a different district. Well, shopping a case around U.S. attorneys' offices after the matter has been shot down in court, that's red flag 6. It seems that no other U.S. attorney's office has been willing to go before any court with this hot mess. But somehow, a federal prosecutor down in Florida, ordered Washington-based FBI agents to start questioning EPA employees about the grant program. Well, we're going to find out more about that. But meanwhile, in a related case, a different federal judge blew up the EPA administrator's administrative effort under Trump's executive orders to freeze these funds. And they defended the freeze with the same pretext, that there was fraud that needed to be prevented. Well, the judge asked, tell me about the fraud. Show me some evidence. There was none. The judge noted in her decision that for all the big talk, the administration could produce, her words, no evidence to support that claim. So a second federal judge shoots down the scheme. We're up to red flag 7. Compounding this prosecutive fiasco, both Martin and EPA Administrator Zeldin unleashed a barrage of public comments, flooding the information zone with public accusations of fraud. The same accusations of fraud that the career U.S. attorney staff rejected and the magistrate judge determined to be unfounded, and the judge said DOJ and EPA had offered no evidence to support. Well, that's a problem. Unfounded accusations of fraud are what lawyers call defamatory per se, and derogatory public comments about the subject of an investigation is trouble under multiple Department of Justice policies. The administration officials' public comments were out of bounds. I've been a U.S. attorney. You don't get to do that. Discovery in civil litigation will likely ultimately reveal the depths of the misconduct, the potentially unlawful motive, and their potential liability for their misconduct. We are not at the end of this yet, but what we see is real weaponization, not MAGA phony claims of weaponization, part of a political propaganda campaign to excuse the criminality of the dear leader. Here, all these red flags of actual weaponization are flying. Internal warnings that the case had no merit, removing officials for disagreement, proceeding without a career attorney, getting shot down by a magistrate judge, case shopping after the disaster, hunting for FBI agents to harass career civil servants for managing properly congressionally appropriated funding, making derogatory public comments, and all without evidence. Compare that to the federal criminal cases against Trump. There's no record of internal warnings being ignored that the cases had no merit. There's no removing of officials for disagreeing with the case. No pleading was ever filed without a career attorney signing, just signed by a politico. No application was ever shot down by a judge. Indeed, the Mar-a-Lago warrants were judicially approved. Despite very aggressive lawyering for Trump, no finding of a prosecutor's violation of department policy was turned up. No matter had to be case shopped to other districts after falling apart in one district. No harassment by FBI agents with no court pleading to back them up. And no derogatory public comments ever made outside the pleadings the government filed. Red flag count in the Trump cases, 0. Red flag count in this sorry episode, 7. If Trump's corrupt DOJ will go through all of this just to grab properly appropriated climate funds, imagine what they're capable of with really bad stuff. We are in store for lots more actual weaponization in the coming months and years under this corrupt administration. So, easy for me to say that this will be continued. I yield the floor.
All right, we did want to bring you some of those remarks there from the Senator Sheldon Whitehouse there as he is delivering remarks there on the Senate floor. We've been keeping a close eye there on the Senate floor. A lot of activity has been happening over the last few hours. Of course, we're just coming off of Senator Cory Booker's 25-hour-long speech that happened there. He just wrapped up about an hour or so ago. And in the meantime, more business as usual as well. Want to put up this post that we have there from the Senate cloakroom as well. So it's official. Confirmed 52-45, the confirmation executive calendar number 40 of Matthew Whitaker now to be the United States permanent representative on the Council for the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, also known as NATO. So if you've heard this name before, but maybe not exactly sure why, I do want to give you just a bit of background as well on Whitaker. He was elevated to acting Attorney General back in November of 2018. happening. This was shortly after Republican losses in that year's midterm elections. This is when Trump then ousted then Attorney General Jeff Sessions. We know that, of course, Trump never forgave Sessions for recusing himself during the special counsel Robert Mueller's investigation with ties into his 2016 presidential campaign there in Russia, with Russia. So also want to put up this video that we have there as well, but it is official that Matthew Whitaker will be the ambassador to NATO. Again, he was Sessions' chief of staff and then previously served that very short period of time as acting attorney general. This was just for a 3-month stretch as well. So wanted to bring this to you here on Live Now from Fox. Again, that vote was confirmed, and we were able to bring to you 52 to 45. All right, let's take this time to step away for a 2-minute break. On the other side, though, more of today's top stories. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. As we are continuing to cover some of these top stories, we've been telling you about some of these elections and special elections. We've covered them so far throughout the night as they're coming from Florida, but another race that we're also looking at as those polls just closed there in Wisconsin. Voters are having their say on a hot button race that could sort of offer a barometer on how Americans are feeling at this point within President Trump's second term. So we do know that Republican-backed Waukesha County Judge Brad Schimmel and Democratic-backed Dane County Judge Susan Crawford, those are the two candidates in today's state Supreme Court race, which is technically nonpartisan, but it has become the center of a political firestorm, as well as the target of millions spent linked to tech billionaire and, of course, key Trump advisor Elon Musk. This is now officially the most expensive judicial race in U.S. history. And we also have some shots coming into us from Wisconsin as we're still awaiting for some of these results to come in. Again, those polls officially were set to close there in the state as we're waiting for those results. And we've got some shots as well live of the watch parties that are set to happen. So as you can see there in the top box there on your screen, Brad Schimmel's watch party, folks are still in there piling in as we're waiting for some of those results, as well as the Crawford watch party. It's going to be happening there in Madison, Wisconsin, a podium set up. So we're going to be keeping our eyes very closely on some of these shots, but we also have this one as well. Inside one of those tabulation centers where those votes are currently being counted. If you're able to see there on the bottom of your screen as we're getting this live shot in, we are expecting a press conference update as well. All of those microphones sitting down there. Hopefully we will get that in the next few minutes as we're waiting on those first votes to come in. So again, this is a very important race, and right now they're seeing historic turnout according to our partners there in Wisconsin. We do know that, again, a lot of folks are going to be focused on this race and seeing how it plays out, as it kind of is going to be a way for us to see how the initial Trump presidency is going. Of course, those two seats that were available in Florida that were up, District 1 and District 6, both went to the Republicans earlier today. So keeping a close eye, as I said, on some of these shots that we have coming into our newsroom. We'll continue to do so as we get updates as well. In the meantime, though, a bit earlier today, we heard from Democrats there on Capitol Hill as they spoke about the signal leak and what they would like to see come of this. Let's listen into some of those remarks here on Live Now from Fox.
By our Secretary of Defense apparently was to blame the reporter who was inadvertently let in on this chat. That is the responsibility as the Secretary of Defense saw it. I have no words for the kind of attitude that he has taken. And to date, I don't think that this administration or the Secretary of Defense or anybody involved has said this should never have happened, it will never happen again, because what is there to think about? One should never have these kinds of discussions on an unsecured channel and an unsecured platform. So as mentioned, today we had a confirmation hearing of President Trump's pick to be the chair of the Joint Chiefs. And this is a person who understands the importance of the kind of conversations that should take place on a secret channel. And he obviously said that he has never had this kind of conversation on an unsecure channel, and how important it is to protect what he called the element of surprise. Because these are very, I think the word risky applies. These are risky missions. And the element of surprise is important. How surprising is it, I asked them, if these kinds of discussions are occurring on an unsecure channel, on an unsecure platform? So the people who were put at risk, they've written, I believe, to op-eds, how they felt that they were put into harm's way by this kind of discussion taking place in this way. And so far, we have not heard this administration own up to it and to say it will never happen again. Our service members deserve better, and of course our country, our national security issues are at stake. And this kind of carelessness, a lack of taking any responsibility, is what is par for the course with this administration, not only in this instance, but and just about everything else that the administration is doing, because this is an administration that governs by fear, chaos, and total unaccountability. So we are calling on accountability here, although I must say that considering that we are asking for an investigation, et cetera, by other Trump nominees who are just totally loyal to him and not to the Constitution, what one wonders what kind of independent investigation can really occur. But as I said, there is nothing to think about. This should never have happened. It should never happen again. And we need an administration that says it will never happen again. There's nothing to think about. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hirono, and my colleagues, Senator Kelly and Senator Blumenthal. As you know, last week I used some pretty colorful language to call Pete Hegseth a liar. On second thought, I'd like to change it a little. I'd like to call him a disgrace as well, because every classified detail he leaked over that Signal chat, he put our troops in greater and greater danger of being shot down. So as a former Army helicopter pilot who was nearly killed when the enemy got too good a shot at my own aircraft, I paid in blood for my right to ask these three simple questions. First, how dare Pete Hegseth risk these pilots' lives for no apparent reason? How dare a man who is supposed to lift up our heroes let them down so badly? And how dare the Trump administration try to get away with sweeping this security breach under the rug, declaring case closed with no repercussions for anyone involved, with Trump going so far as to call this crisis a, quote, glitch. Well, I've got news for you, President Trump. Putting our troops and their families in unnecessary danger wasn't just a glitch. It was an inexcusable, grave mistake, as was choosing Pete Hegseth to be their Secretary of Defense. Listen, Cadet Bone Spurs couldn't tell you the meaning of the word sacrifice if he had a dictionary open to it right in front of him. But unlike our president, our heroes are willing to risk the unimaginable for our nation. In return, they deserve leaders who actually respect their sacrifice. Leaders who actually give a damn about keeping them out of the kind of needless, reckless danger that Hegseth put them in last month. The Trump administration might be trying to cover this up and get everyone to hurry on to the next news cycle, but I refuse to let them do so, because we still have absolutely zero indication that they just won't do this all over again. We still don't know how many other group chats there were, or currently are, where Trump officials are leaking other state secrets to God knows who, and we still don't know what the hell the administration is doing to address any of this. To me, it's clear. If Republicans actually care about our troops like they claim to on the campaign trail, then they must do the bare minimum here. They must join me in demanding immediate congressional hearings, as well as an independent investigation looking into every official who was on that chat. My Republican colleagues must remember that they serve the people of this country, not Donald Trump's ego. They must understand that our troops sacrificed for our nation, not a wannabe king. And if Pete Hegseth doesn't have the dignity or courage to do the right thing and resign from his post, then Donald Trump must fire him immediately. Because every moment that Hegseth remains Secretary of Defense, his incompetence emboldens our adversaries. It weakens our national security, and it makes Americans less safe. And every second that Trump dodges holding him accountable, the president is giving the middle finger to all those who wear the uniform, just like he has so many times before. Our troops deserve better than the Trump administration's fake patriotism and false promises. They deserve real, actual answers. They deserve actual leadership. Thank you. With that, I have time for a few questions. Go ahead.
So, in the immediate aftermath of this coming to light, there was a Washington Post article about government officials using Signal. We know it's on the phones. It was approved not for classified use like what we're talking about here, but it was approved and it is on government phones. Will this investigation encompass sort of the government-wide use of Signal and take a look at clarifying those use cases?
I think that could be a subsequent look, but the first thing we have to look at is the DOD's use of the Signal and what happened on this particular evening and what happened before and are there continuing to be Signal chat groups that are being used with our top national security experts who are basically putting the nation's secrets out there for anybody to hack. Yes.
Republicans that have welcomed an Inspector General investigation, have they given any indication that they are open to congressional hearings if there are findings in that particular investigation?
I think they're running scared from President Trump and they're keeping their heads under, in the Army we call that the defilade position. They need to step out and do what's right for the American people and stop protecting Trump's ego, and they need to also call for a congressional investigation into this. Yeah.
Blumenthal mentioned the time that an IT investigation could take, considering what there's very clearly asked for an expedited investigation. Do you think that the acting IG will actually be able to conduct that investigation, and do you feel at all supported by the call for such an investigation?
I support the call for the investigation, but I also think simultaneously there should be a congressional investigation. That can certainly happen much quicker. I mean, at the very least, let's get all of those electronic devices. You know, if this has happened and it was anybody else in the DOD at a lower level, the first thing that would have happened was that somebody would have come in and grabbed everybody's electronic devices so that they could do a forensic analysis of all of those devices. As far as I know, that has not yet happened. There's a Records Act where they're supposed to turn over all of the text, the chats that was in that that was active that night. And in fact, I think there's a judge has ordered it for them to preserve it. I don't think that has been turned over either. So I think there are immediate things that can happen, and then there can be the IG investigation with the acting IG. That can certainly move forward. Mm-hmm.
Senator also, along with Senator Lee, mentioned having a senior official from the White House come in and do a closed brief to the committee to sort of discuss what happened and the information. Do you feel like that's going to actually yield any information to and provide any answers, or do you feel like that's more just a move to play through?
Well, I'm looking forward to hearing what that individual has to say when it happens. But again, I won't know till they come in front of us. I suspect it's a move to placate. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
All right, we did want to bring you those moments from a bit earlier today as those Senate Democrats are calling for special counsel in what's being called Signalgate. So just for a little bit of background here, if you're not aware of what's been happening over the last few days with those developments, we do know that more than 30 Senate Democrats have now called on Attorney General Pam Bondi, this to appoint a special counsel to investigate the Houthi signal chat scandal, as the White House is, of course, insisting that the case is closed on how that journalist there for The Atlantic was looped into high-level military discussions. So again, we did see that there were 31 Senate Democrats who wrote a 6-page letter to Bondi there on Monday. They did say, in addition to the reckless inclusion of a journalist there in the chat, we are deeply concerned about the serious breach and the proper handling of such information and deliberations. So we'll continue to follow this here on Live Now from Fox. And what we do know is that those lawmakers said that appointing a special counsel is appropriate in cases where the Department of Justice may have a conflict of interest. I want to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox, but as we've been following so many other live updates that we're getting, of course, we know those polls have also closed there in Wisconsin in this special spring election. Let's listen in.
Issued 55,000, just over 55,000 ballots. As of 8:30, we have counted 48,249 ballots. So we're moving at a good clip. No more ballots will be coming into central count. So it's the ballots that we have are the ballots on the floor. And so we hope to be finished fairly soon, in the next few hours. And then, of course, once we finish, we still have to do the formal download, and then that also then heads physically to the county, where the results to the public will be available for the central count calls. So now that the polls are closed, the polling locations are now reconciling their numbers. If there are still voters in line, they are going to continue to process those votes. Like I said, we've expanded our team out there, and so they've been sending resources as necessary and have been communicating with our chiefs and making sure that they have what they need.
I'm sorry, you said how many absentee ballots have actually been processed so far?
48,249.
Okay, and how many did you receive total?
Just over 55,000. So we're doing really well.
How many absentee ballots are in hand here at Central Count that have yet to be processed?
I don't. So we know 48,000 have been processed. I don't have the number of how many we have returned yet, but I can get that to you later or soon. But we are moving at a good clip. If you've noticed, the buzz is a little quieter. There are no more ballots, from what I can see, that are having to be sorted, which means everything that's on the floor is what we're going to see. So we are doing really well in terms of time.
And as for those polling locations that ran out of ballots, did it end up just being 7, or did more end up?
It looks like we had reported a 7. There may have been a few more, but as I said, we were moving through so quickly to get those ballots replenished, so it was kind of a moving target. But the 7 that we had initially, looks like, was Lancaster, German Immersion, Sign Language, Milwaukee Sign Language, Parkview, Indigenous Peoples Park, 53rd Street and 95th Street schools. But it looks like those have been resolved. And like I said, any voters that are in line, thank you for your patience. You will still get to vote as long as you are in line by 8 p.m.
Is there any commonality as far as the area where all these locations are, and can you explain why that might be?
Again, I think it was just a historic election with unprecedented turnout. Typically for a spring election, we see between 20 to 40% turnout, towards the last few weeks as the attention came upon this election. We increased 65% turnout, and so I'm assuming that there's going to be places so we're even higher than that. So, you know, of course, we always work towards operational excellence, so we're definitely going to learn from this experience and overestimate every chance I have now.
Do you know how many ballots you had to have printed to get to
I don't have the total number. You know, I don't have the total number. I just know that, so I'm here at Central Count. We have a whole triage center also at City Hall. They took the lead on a lot of that printing. So we were really just calling to try to, the priority was getting those ballots to those locations.
Can you explain because we don't know how long it takes from the moment you make a phone call or what have you to the print location? How long does that printing process take? And
it does take some time. I mean, it's probably, sometimes it can be upwards of an hour depending on the printer. It can be a little slow. I mean, you know, obviously we want to make sure that that ballot's accurate, that it's going to process the machine appropriately, so you have to make sure that it prints correctly.
And are any of the shortages going to delay results in any way, shape, or form?
I don't anticipate it to have any kind of severe impact, but I don't even think it's the delay as much as just the unprecedented turnout. Now our chiefs are focusing towards reconciling, and so that's going to take some time.
Understanding how the shortage happened, does every polling place get the same number of ballots?
No.
How do you estimate that?
So we work towards using previous elections. We do busy locations, registered voter turnout, you know, like college universities, we usually focus on like election day registrations. And like I said, for a spring election of this type, you know, we target towards like a 40 to 50% turnout, and we saw a lot higher numbers this election.
Do you use a uniform formula citywide so everyone gets 50% of their turnout?
It depends. It depends on the location.
Do you have a sense for when you might finish tonight? I mean, we're looking at before midnight?
I'm thinking before midnight, yeah. We're hopeful. Yeah.
And do you think it'll be before midnight that you're actually taking them to the county, or
yes.
just upload it to the county?
Yes. Yeah, no, I think that we'll take them to the county before midnight. I'm feeling pretty confident right now. So, yeah, it's 8:30, right? Yep, 8:30 at 48,000, we're doing pretty good.
Have you had any issues with absentee ballot counting today? I mean, how has it all gone?
No, it's been pretty smooth sailing. Yeah, so again, even with absentee numbers, it also was record-breaking. You know, the last spring election, you know, which was also a high turnout for historically for Milwaukee, we counted 35,000, just over 35,000 ballots for that Supreme Court race in 2023. We're at 55,000 here, so I mean, that's a huge shift. And then for early voting, we went from 13,000 ballots, about 13,000 for early voting in 2023 to over 20,000 this election. So Milwaukee was very excited to vote.
A question about the ballots that have been processed. Does that also include ballots that maybe were considered spoiled, cured? I guess is that number encompassed within that?
Are you talking about for Central Count or?
Yeah, for absentee ballots, right?
Okay, like so when we process absentee ballots, we don't spoil ballots here. So these ballots are, people come into the mail, they're not cured here because all of that should have happened prior to. What happens here is the ballot eligible? You know, does it have its witness signature? Does it have its voter signature? If everything complies, we open that ballot and then we process it. Sometimes what'll happen is if the ballot gets damaged, you know, it'll get a tear and it doesn't process through the system, we have to reconstruct that ballot. That's what we do. It's a bipartisan team that does that so that we make sure that that voter's vote does count.
Is there an indication of how many, like, I guess, that needed to go through that process out of the?
I wouldn't know that offhand. I mean, it's just it's normal part of the election process. You know, like paper tears happen all the time. So we didn't see anything major. Sometimes you'll have, like, if the the ballot is too close to the mail opener machine, you might have a ballot tear, but that didn't happen here. We've done a really good job of training our workers to tap those envelopes down.
I know you said you ordered additional ballots ahead of this election. Did you also have to staff up? Like, what other preparation went into making sure that you could get through this whole election, given the increase?
Yeah, so we did staff up. Once we saw our early voting numbers tick up, we staffed up. I mean, the great thing, though, and the part that makes me so proud about being this job is that Milwaukeeans and our poll workers here are amazing. Like, I didn't have a problem recruiting people. I mean, people stepped up to work. Even in these last few hours when we needed to find extra couriers, I've got 10 extra people that stepped up to do it for us. I mean, so it's pretty amazing. Makes me proud to be a Milwaukeean that people took that effort. And so I think that really helped to move along the process despite the lines.
How much did you have to step up? Do you have those numbers?
I don't, but I mean, typically we're staffing in the thousands. Polling locations is over 3,500 people is typically what we staff. Here at Central Count, we have over 125 people. So as you'll see in the operations center, it is packed. So we staffed up pretty well, and I think that's also why we're doing so well in terms of the numbers moving quickly.
How many polling locations are active today?
We had 180 polling locations. All right, all good. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, as you see there listening in as those officials, they're talking about the election results and voting data that they're so far getting in as well. We've been watching this shot for the last few hours here as we're getting into our newsroom. Of course, we know that those polls did close there officially, so the voting and the counting is ongoing. So we do know that no more ballots, which as were just said there, are coming into the central count. But of course, those polling locations, she said there are 180 of them. They are still reconciling those votes, and those who are still in line at this point are still able to vote. So this has been a higher turnout than in recent years for this special election, but we do know that millions of dollars have been spent to either land Brad Schimmel or Susan Crawford there with a seat on the Wisconsin Supreme Court. So after months and months of campaigning and millions of dollars spent on advertising as well, we are still awaiting those results. So I want to put this up there on your screen. This is where we're sitting at now. We here at Live Now from Fox are relying on the Associated Press for our numbers as they come in. So we do want to continue to show you this as we're getting some of these updates. Right now, though, Susan Crawford, the more liberal judge, is now in the lead with 53% of the vote. A little more than 143,000 votes so far in her favor, with Brad Schimmel trailing behind with 47%, but only 12% of those estimated votes now in at this point. So again, the outcome will determine whether or not the state's highest court will lean more conservative or liberal. But the contest is the most expensive race on record in the United States, with spending nearly $99 million. This is according to a tally by the Brennan Center for Justice. Republicans, though, supporting candidate Brad Schimmel include President Trump and his billionaire advisor Elon Musk. Musk himself contributed $3 million to the campaign, while other groups that he funded poured in another $18 million. Musk also gave $1 million each to 3 voters who signed a petition that he circulated against quote-unquote activist judges. But Susan Crawford has benefited from campaign stops from Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Of course, you know him very well. He was Vice President Kamala Harris's running mate as well. So wanted to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. We're also getting an update on Twitter from former President Barack Obama as well. He's speaking out on X saying, Wisconsin, Judge Susan Crawford will work to protect your rights and freedoms. So get out there and vote by 8 p.m. You can find your polling place, and he linked it there. If you have any questions, also allowing folks to call the assistance hotline as well. So former President Barack Obama deciding to speak out as this race, again, is really important to see where things are standing right now in our country. In the big picture, though, the winner of the court's open seat will determine whether it remains under a 4-3 liberal control or reverts to a conservative majority. Of course, the court will likely be deciding on cases that surround abortion, public sector unions, voting rules, and congressional district boundaries as well. So we'll be keeping a very close eye on this race and also some of these watch parties that are ongoing right now. I want to put this up on your screen now. Our partners there at Fox 6 are also there on the ground talking to some of those at Brad Schimmel's watch party that's happening. They have some live music going on. We'll be monitoring some of these shots and listening in as we get some of those updates as well. All right, well, we do want to take this time to step away for a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us on Live Now. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. As promised, we're continuing on with some of today's top stories. And let's take it back to crime for a second here. A very, very popular public trial is happening right now for Karen Read. We do know that jury selection is currently underway. My colleague Andy Mack was able to speak to experts earlier today talking about this trial and what's to be expected. Let's listen in to that interview.
Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. This is round 2 of the Karen Read trial in Boston. She is accused of killing her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe. And this comes after the first prosecution ended in a hung jury, a mistrial. Read is charged with second-degree murder, manslaughter, and leaving the scene of a deadly accident in January of 2022. And of course, we are following this very, very closely since that first trial. It garnered plenty of major headlines, a high-profile case. Jury selection begins for round 2, part 2 in court again, and we have already seen plenty of twists in this. Let's bring into the conversation our friend, criminal defense attorney of Tympanic Law, Matt Tympanic. Matt, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox, and this is going to be very, very interesting to say the least. How much of a challenge will it be for the prosecution, also a challenge for the defense in this second iteration?
In any kind of criminal case, the burden is always on the Commonwealth, the prosecution, to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. That burden never shifts to the defense. So in and itself, it's always very difficult to prove a criminal case. That being said, this case has already gone through the motions once. It went to trial. There was a hung jury. There was talk about whether they acquitted her on 2 of the charges. But this time around, the Commonwealth has seen their case. That first trial was the defense's best shot at an outright acquittal. Still possible in the second trial, but usually it's always in the first case that has the best chance. In this case, now the prosecution knows how the conspiracy was playing with the jury. From reports, it didn't seem like any of them really bought it, but there were still real questions about the lead investigator, Trooper Michael Proctor, as well as the investigation itself, as well as the integrity. So it's definitely going to be a challenge in this case.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how both the defense and the prosecution changes their game plan, their strategy going into it. And of course, the jury selection is going to be a critical component of this, as now we know some 2,000 people are amongst the jury pool that they'll decide from. Will it be difficult to find an impartial jury based on the high-profile nature, the national headlines this case got the first time around?
It's definitely going to be very difficult. I think I saw reports that of the close to 100 people they interviewed today, they impaneled only 1 person. And that's because vast majority of the people in this case have heard about the case. There was a good percentage that already opined an opinion about the facts and circumstances, and some even admitted that they've created a bias towards this case. So if today is any inclination of what the next few weeks are going to have in store for the prosecution and the defense in picking this jury, I think it's going to be very difficult. They're going to eventually get there, but you're going to go through thousands of people in Norfolk County to find 12 to 16 people who will serve on this jury.
Yeah, and it's interesting when we look at them picking this jury to look back at what happened on the first trial, because there is now a juror that has now been appointed there as part of the defense for Karen Read. How unusual is that in your mind, and could that benefit Karen Read in the long run?
That it feels like something out of a Lifetime movie or some kind of true crime fictional movie as well. I've never heard of that ever. It's not illegal. It's not unethical, considering she didn't participate in deliberations, and she's not going to actually tell the jury in this trial that she served as a juror in the first trial, because that would have the ability to create some kind of bias or mislead the jury, or in a situation where they're asking, are we getting all the facts from the first trial? Are they leaving something out? Is there a reason why this went to a first trial? So that juror has absolutely a right to serve on Karen Read's defense team, but she can't talk about her experiences and talk about the first case.
All right, that is going to be interesting to look at. And of course, we're going to talk about it time and time again. But of course, during the first trial, there were allegations of a police cover-up, the arrest of an online blogger accused of intimidating witnesses, the firing of a lead investigator, and also lingering questions about a Google search made overnight. How will the judge have to weigh some of this, what they allow into this case, and how different will it be than the first time around?
It's definitely going to be a situation. One of the biggest things was this idea of a third-party culprit defense, meaning that somebody else had killed John O'Keefe. In the first case, they tried to pin the finger at Colin Albert, Brian Albert, and Brian Higgins. Just yesterday, Judge Beverly Canonian made a ruling that said that Colin Albert cannot be put forward as a third-party culprit, meaning they can't argue that he was the one who did it. She said there's sufficient evidence, and she specifically said barely sufficient evidence that Brian Albert or Brian Higgins can be put forward as a third-party culprit in this case. As to the Google search, that's going to be another point of contention. That's a question of fact for a juror. So when you have kind of evidence and there are evidentiary issues about whether it's admissible, questions of law are decided by the judge, and questions of fact are decided by the jury. So the Google searches, the credibility of the witnesses, as well as the credibility of the investigation and this conspiracy are all questions of fact for the jury, and they will decide as such.
And I want to ask you, because it's interesting to look at this as our perspective to see how it might be different than the first time around. Of course, Jennifer McCabe there on the stand, there was a lot of what we were talking about in terms of this Google search and whatnot. In terms of some of the witnesses, will we see some people we haven't seen before? Will they be the same testimony? Are we expecting that?
Yes, you're going to see new witnesses. One of the witnesses I expect to be called is Mr. Aidan Kearney, who goes by the name Turtle Boy. The reason is in the pre-trial, before the case got to trial, a special ADA Brennan requested the phone records and the messages between the defendant, Karen Reed, and Mr. Aidan Kearney. The expectation is there might be some kind of communication between them about potential witness intimidation. I think a grand jury decided against that, but it's Special ADA Brennan says there potentially is evidence showing consciousness of guilt, because if you didn't commit this act, you wouldn't probably be telling a blogger to target specific individuals. So he is very likely to be a witness in this case, which he wasn't in the first case.
Yeah, this is just getting going, and the social media aspect, the media aspect in general is something that is shining a light on so many different aspects of this. I do want to ask you, because we're not done with twists and turns in this case. Far from it, I can only imagine. In terms of what comes next, I want to ask you location and also charges. Do you think there's a potential change in location on the horizon, or a potential change in charges, or anything else that might throw people off in the future?
I definitely think that if they were going to do a change of venue, would have been done already. If this case doesn't end with a conviction or a mistrial, it's possible that they're like, we need to start this over in another jurisdiction. I don't think any new charges are going to be added, because since the jury's being impaneled, it's already too late to change the charges. But I definitely think we are in store for twists and turns. I think that the vehicle data from Karen Reed's vehicle, the Lexus, is going to be more thoroughly examined in the first trial. There were reports about whether she went back to the resident after this alleged pedestrian strike, but that's just all conjecture. I definitely think Special ADA Brennan is going to introduce evidence that ADA Lally did not introduce in the first trial.
All right, it's going to be interesting. Anything else of note, because there's so many different prongs to this case around Karen Reed, especially in where the second case, the second trial of it. Anything else you're watching for, Matt, before I let you go?
I'm definitely watching, and a reminder to everybody. It's like, this case is being tried in the courtroom. It's like, that's when you see somebody in the witness chair, that's the only place where facts and evidence can come from. They don't come online. They don't come from bloggers. They come from witnesses arguing facts. And that's what this case is going to be decided on. If the Commonwealth does not prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt, the defendant should be acquitted. But if they do, she should be convicted. And that's the system. And it's the best one in the world, however flawed it may be.
Yeah, we'll see what comes of this. That first trial, we watched it unfold before our eyes. We'll see it one more time. All right, Matt Timpanek, thank you again. I appreciate your time, your perspective here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you, Andy.
Well,
All right, we do want to thank my colleague Andy Mack for doing that interview, giving us an update on everything that's happening there with the Karen Reed trial. Of course, we know it's garnered so much public attention as the jury selection is now ongoing. 92 potential jurors were there in that Massachusetts courtroom today for the retrial of Karen Reed. Also putting up there on your screen a tweet that we have from Fox News. This is the reaction. What happened when Karen Reed entered the courtroom? She's the woman, of course, accused of killing her police officer boyfriend. She gave a thumbs up to those supporters as she arrived there for this second murder trial. So again, read from those insiders who were in the courtroom saying that she smiled and her lawyers turned to introduce themselves to the first pool of potential jurors. She now has 5 lawyers there in the courtroom with her, including Victoria Judge. This person served as an alternative juror during Reed's first trial. So wanted to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to continue on with our coverage of more of today's top stories, but we do have to step away now first for a 2-minute commercial break. Stay with us. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Of course, we are continuing to follow the big news right now out of Wisconsin. I'm going to put this up on your screen. This is the race that we've been following for the last few hours, and we've got an update there. So, of course, we know that millions of dollars, though, have been spent to land either Brad Schimmel or Susan Crawford a seat on the Wisconsin Supreme Court, and those are our updated numbers. So right now, Susan Crawford there, she's the more liberal-leaning judge. She's sitting there with more than 545,000 votes and 57% right now. She is beating Brad Schimmel. He currently has 403,000, closing in on 404,000 with 43% of the vote. Right now, an estimated 42% of those votes are in as they're continuing to tabulate them. We just heard from those officials there in Milwaukee. They're at one of the voting counting sites as well. I want to put that up on your screen just so you can see what's happening as those poll workers are still right now working. And you can see these shots. Sometimes our reporter interruptible as he stepped into the shot, but we were watching there and listening to those updates. But of course, again, millions of dollars have been spent on this seat. But the big news that comes out of this one, the winner of the court's open seat will ultimately determine whether it remains under a 4-3 liberal control or it will revert to a conservative majority. The court, though, in this upcoming cycle will likely focus on cases that deal with abortion, public sector unions, voting rules, and congressional district boundaries. So very important topics. We're going to continue to watch as we're getting some of of those updates in. Also want to show you a live look that we have there inside of the brunch party that's happening right now for Brad Schimel. He's had several musical guests step up there on the stage. We've been watching them. We don't cover or carry some of these live performances here on Live Now from Fox, but of course, if Brad decides to step up and make any comments, we'll bring them to you as well. This shot also reporter interruptible, but we wanted to bring those updates to you here on Live Now from Fox. But that's going to about do it for my live time here on the desk. And in just a few moments, my colleague, Austin Westfall, who joins me now, will be up here. Austin, it's been a very, very busy day. I'm sure you have a bunch of things also set up for your time on the desk. What will you be focusing on?
Yeah, we got a lot going on. I mean, this next hour is going to be jam-packed. We are going to pretty much get set up for back-to-back interviews and live hits with reporters for the entire hour. We're going to be covering the races in Florida and in Wisconsin. That's going to be some of our primary focus tonight. We're going to be hitting with reporters in both states to give us the latest on the election results and what it means for their communities and for the nation as a whole. Some of these races can be proven as bellwethers. After all, Wisconsin is a battleground state, and so we'll be watching those races closely. We're also going to be checking in with Melanie News-Hilton. She's one of our supply chain experts who's going to be joining us for the latest on everything tariff related. There's so many questions about tariffs every week this past month. It's been headline after headline. We're all trying to keep up with it, and people who work with supply chain issues and work with companies to give them the most efficient supply chain experience, they're all working really hard to figure this all out in real time, just like we are. So we're going to be touching base with Melanie and getting the latest on everything tariffs. There is expected to be a big announcement tomorrow afternoon, by the way. President Trump is expected to make a big announcement on tariffs. If you want to watch that announcement live, we'll carry it for you in full on Live Now from Fox tomorrow. Moving on, in the rest of the hour, we're going to be speaking with presidential historian James Robinault about something that was tossed around a lot over the weekend, which is the idea of a third presidential term. Is it possible? And if so, how? That's what we're going to be talking about with Robinault. There's a lot of questions about whether or not there's loopholes and whether or not President Trump can actually, in fact, run for a third term. By the way, that's our viewer question for the night. You can send us your question for when we talk with James, and I'll try and speak for a little bit of time here so we can give you all time to take out your smartphone, point the camera at that QR code, and then you're going to want to click on the Ask Now tab when it opens up the link. The Ask Now tab is what you're going to want. Again, send us your questions about a third presidential term. There's been a lot of discussion, especially this past weekend, about whether or not it's actually possible. James Robinault and I are going to be discussing some of Trump's remarks. The president over the weekend did say that it is in fact possible, and it is in fact something he's thinking about. So what's the strategy behind some of that language, and is it actually possible that come 2029, we could still be talking about a Trump presidency? So if you can, again, I'll just say this one more time. If you want to pull out your smartphone, point your camera at that QR code, we'll be speaking with presidential historian James Robinault in the next hour or so, and we can share your questions with our expert, and you might see your question on TV. We will be speaking with Dr. Alon Burstein as well about everything Middle East related. So many headlines. Not only are we going to be talking about the latest in Gaza, but also related to tariffs. Israel said that they're going to get rid of all tariffs for U.S. Imports to Israel. So we're going to be breaking down that with Alon and some of the fighting that we've been seeing not only in Gaza, but also in the West Bank. Perhaps the biggest headline having to do with the Middle East today, Christina, though, is that President Trump announced that his very first international visit this term is going to be to Saudi Arabia. A lot of times, presidents go to the UK for their first visit. President Trump appears to be making Saudi Arabia his first international visit. That's something he did during his last term as well. So Alon and I are going to be discussing the implications of Saudi Arabia and the U.S. and so many other Persian Gulf states having such a good relationship. You know I can't leave you off the hook on April Fool's Day, Christina. Folks that watch us on the nightly here, they know that around this time of night, when I'm talking with our anchors, I like to quiz them, I like to stump them, I like to give you a little bit of a challenge, and there's no better day to give you some tricky questions than here on April 1st. So what I have in front of me, Christina, are 5 quote-unquote trick questions.
Okay.
Now, I went online and I just searched for tons and tons of these things, and I picked out 5 that I had heard before. So I tell you that just to say that you have a fighting chance to get these.
Thank you.
You have a fighting chance. You ready for number 1 out of 5?
Let's go.
Here we go. You can catch me, but I can't be thrown. What am I?
A cold.
Bingo. 1 out of 5 so far. A man once said he went 35 days without sleep. How's that possible?
A man once said he went 35. I have no idea. I'm going to pass on that one.
He went 35 days without sleep. It's obvious. He slept at night. Christina.
Oh. Technical.
On to number 3. How many months have 28 days?
This is a trick question, though. Oh, all of them, yes, because
Okay.
February has 28.
This is when things start to get a little sketchy.
Right.
When your producer is right next to me and he is clearly feeding you answers, it's not even like you guys are on a headset or anything. You guys are talking across the room.
This is a think tank here at LiveNOW from Fox. We all work together. Austin, it's all about camaraderie. So, yes, thanks to my producer, Caleb, for, whisper shouting that, all of them over to me. But, yes, February has 28 days.
Yeah. We're not done yet.
Okay.
I'm watching you, Caleb. I'm watching you. All right, what has hands but cannot clap?
A clock.
Oh, you're doing really well tonight. Okay, you got. I'm gonna say you got 2 so far, 2 out of the 4. So far, half and half. This makes or breaks whether or not you get the majority of them correct. What goes up but never comes down?
That's one I've heard before, so I feel like I should know the.
It's something that our producers actually give us a hard time about sometimes.
What goes up but never comes down? I'm trying to, again, see if my think tank in the room there has the answers. They're stumped as well.
There's no cameras on anybody, but everybody's looking at Christina going, I don't know.
Oh, my goodness. We tried. It was a pass-fail.
Your age goes up but never comes down.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Austin, you've done it. You've stumped me. We officially got, if it was pass-fail, we would have failed tonight, but we had fun doing it. Isn't that the whole point of this? We had fun?
Absolutely. And you know what? If anybody else wants to at me on Twitter and send me some more trick questions, I'll feed them to Christina off the desk so we can keep...
We'll keep it going.
Giving her a hard time, even when she gets off the hot seat.
We will definitely keep it going here. So again, Austin has a show that's jam-packed, ready for you. Want to show you that question one more time there on your screen before he officially hops up there. But I know, again, you'll be in good hands as we're continuing through some of these last top stories. But make sure you're sending in your question. As Austin said there, they'll be discussing that conversation that's happening about whether or not President Trump could be there in a third term. So we'll continue to follow that here on LiveNOW from Fox. But again, another thing we've been following here over the last couple of hours is the Supreme Court race that's happening there in Wisconsin. We now want to check in with our partners there at Fox 6 as they're just getting into their coverage of this evening and the race. Let's listen in.
Now, with breaking news.
It is a historic election. We are receiving reports of certain locations that have run out of ballots and running low.
Now in Fox 6 News at 9, the polls have closed, but not without some drama. A ballot shortage in the city of Milwaukee. What it means for this historic spring election.
And rain and snow moving into the area tonight, and this rain is really going to pick up for the morning commute. I'll show you how it will affect you coming up.
But we begin tonight at 9 with breaking news, a ballot shortage in the city of Milwaukee. This all unfolding right around 6 o'clock tonight.
City election officials had to scramble to get ballots out to multiple polling places. Bill Miston is live at Central Count with the update tonight.
Yeah, a wild series of events here this evening as Milwaukee election officials worked to try and get ballots to voters in precincts as some polling places had run out of ballots or others were very low. Now, here at the Central Count, about 30 minutes ago, the Milwaukee Election Commission said it had processed more than 48,000 absentee ballots here. Now, the Election Commission says it received nearly 50,000 ballots in total, so about nearly 50,000 ballots in total here on the floor at the Central Count. So that is a return rate of more than 90% of just absentee ballots. Now, earlier this evening, reports of low or no ballots at Milwaukee polling locations, including long lines here at this polling location. Some other polling locations ran out of ballots. The Milwaukee election...
Hello, everyone.
Hold on one second. We're getting an update.
Results of the flash drive in about 5 minutes. Up in the front here by all of the giant water pipes.
All right, an update now. In about 5 minutes, they're going to be clearing the flash drives to take the results from the central count here to the county. About 7 polling locations, though, had no ballots. The Milwaukee Election Commission says it printed more ballots and also sent out electronic early voting machines to ensure voters who were still in line by 8 p.m. could vote. Now, the Election Commission said it had increased its expectations for voter turnout heading into the election to about 65% and expects that the number will surpass that.
Just a historic election with unprecedented turnout. Typically for a spring election, we see between 20 to 40% turnout, towards the last few weeks as the attention came upon this election. We increased 65% turnout, and so I'm assuming that there's going to be places that were even higher than that. Of course, we always work towards operational excellence, so we're definitely going to learn from this experience and overestimate every chance I have now.
Right now, it's unclear of how many extra ballots were needed. The Election Commission expects that they will be finished with their tabulation, both here as well as reconciling the numbers at polling locations before midnight. Reporting live at the Central Count in Milwaukee, Bill Miston, Fox 6 News.
Bill, forget midnight. I mean, we just heard. This is interesting. They report all the numbers at once, and they say in 5 minutes they're going to start doing the piece of their equipment, right? The flash drives. It goes on there. We could get these numbers pretty soon here.
Well, those numbers have to be reported back to the county. So again, the results are physically brought from where they're tabulated to the county to be reported countywide. So at that point, once those are uploaded into and added to the county's totals, that's when we'll know what those results are for the city of Milwaukee.
I wonder if this happens during our show. Here we go. Bill Miston. Interesting stuff happening down there.
And we're in the squeeze mode, you can see. So as those results come in, you'll see them on your screen and also online.
Let's get to the numbers. This is the big race being watched all around the nation right now. The state Supreme Court race. Waukesha County Judge Brad Schimmel trailing Dane County Judge Susan Crawford 57% to 43%. About half the vote totals have come in now. Again, that'll be a big deal when those Milwaukee numbers come in, whenever that happens.
Milwaukee, Dane County, Brown County are some of those counties that typically trend Democrat. So we'll see if that is a factor, or the WOW counties. We're talking about Washington, Ozaukee, and Walworth counties, I believe. In the race for state superintendent for public instruction, Brittany Kinzer and the incumbent Jill Underly were on the ballot. Right now, 55% for Underly, Brittany Kinzer, 45%. But again, it's still early to call this race.
We do have a race that has been called. According to the Associated Press, the voters have approved a statewide referendum related to voter ID. For years, Wisconsin state law has required a photo ID to vote. This referendum will make that law part of the state constitution, giving it more protection from the state courts and future legislation. So we'll get to all of the campaigns in just a moment. It's something we're also watching tonight. It's our weather.
Snowflakes, heavy rain.
Fox 6 Milwaukee coming in with their weather updates. We will continue to follow Fox 6 Milwaukee as the night progresses. We wanted to make sure we brought you the latest election news. We're actually looking at election officials. This is a live image. They might be taking questions. Let's actually listen into this. I'm curious if this is a Q&A. Again, this is a tabulation center in Wisconsin.
I'm sorry to focus on this.
Please.
All right, 260. I'm gonna do it on both, and then we'll know. Just initial, saying that you've seen it.
So what they're doing there is we've been watching as earlier they held a press conference at this very location. Now they may be working toward actually tabulating some of the results. So You know what? Let's. We see Fox 6 Milwaukee is still on air with their newscast. They're continuing to cover the races in and around their jurisdiction there. It's like they're going out to a reporter. Yeah, so that's Sam.
I have been to in that a band is the headliner, and it's not just any band, it is Brad Schimmel's band, Forward to the Floor. In fact, when we were here, allowed in when the doors opened at 6:30, he was just treating us like any other gig. He was setting up cable, he was putting boxes away back in the hallway, he changed, he came down, he played a number of songs with the band. But at about 8:45, as a lot of the national political experts started to take hard looks at the numbers, make some early calls, he told the crowd he was going to take a break. Then the music went acoustic, and the amp, if you will, was turned down some in here, and the feeling has been more subdued. You see at a few tables here and there, people gathered around either cell phones or laptops, motioning toward the screen as if they're analyzing the numbers and results from county to county. About a half hour ago, we spoke with Justice Rebecca Bradley, again, member of the Wisconsin Supreme Court. She's really acted as a surrogate for Brad Schimmel's campaign, and she was thinking and she was confident in saying that the voters wanted something new and, I guess, a return to a conservative majority. Take a listen.
Justices are not supposed to be making policy. We're supposed to leave that to the political branches, and I think that's why you're seeing a lot more attention on this race because of the gross politicization, and my colleagues have gone way beyond the judicial realm in their decision-making to make purely political decisions. I think the people will reject that tonight.
As you can see and you can hear behind me now, the band is back out, but Brad Schimmel himself is not up there. As I scan around the room, we do not see him. Not sure what the campaign's plans are, given the number of calls that are coming in, again, without the Associated Press just yet. Should something change, we'll bring it to you. For now, we are live in Milwaukee. Sam Kramer, Fox 6 News.
I don't think Sam's got vocal cords by the end of tonight. All right, Sam, thanks. We'll check in with you soon. So much is on the line, and we're getting clues on where the state is leaning tonight.
Our political reporter, Jason Calvi, is here. He's been crunching the numbers all evening. So, Jason, what are you landing on?
Well, right now I can tell you I'm talking to Democratic sources. They're feeling very, very, very good. You heard it in Bria's report there where the crowd started cheering. So much on the line tonight. Control of the Wisconsin Supreme Court. Liberal or conservative, you voted, you've decided. And I want to dig right into the numbers and get some clues here. Let's go to Kenosha County. It's a swing county in a swing state. Let's look at there. Look at Crawford with 53% of Kenosha County to Schimmel's 47%. The county voted for the winner in the last 3 Supreme Court races, conservative 2019, then flipped liberal in Kenosha County in 2020 and 2023. That's what they are tonight, going with Crawford so far. Let's move on to Milwaukee County, that Democratic stronghold, Milwaukee County, where the liberals have had steady growth in the past 3 Supreme Court elections. A 10-point move to the left from 2019 to 2023. Now you see 2025, 73%. That's about what Janet Protasiewicz got back in 2023. Let's move on to Waukesha County, the Republican stronghold, Brad Schimmel's home county. When conservative Brian Hagedorn won the state Supreme Court race in 2019, he won 68% of Waukesha County. Look at where Schimmel is, just not good enough to win this race right now, at least what we're seeing with these early results, 58%, not strong enough in Waukesha County. In Dane County, that's Susan Crawford's home county, Democratic behemoth. Most recent liberals have won about 80%, so she's on par with where her or her colleagues on the left have been getting in Dane County. It all comes down to this: after all the campaign ads, after all the door knocks, after all the mailers, these are the results from the most expensive court race in American history. $100 million. The world's watching. This is the first election under the new term of President Donald Trump. Kim?
So much money. You talk about the mailers, my mailbox, stuff like yours and everyone else every single day. It now is over. In the race for the state superintendent for public instruction, look at these results that we have so far. Brittany Kinzer, she is the challenger. The incumbent, Jill Underly. Right now, we're looking at 53% to 47%. But again, some of those major counties that we're waiting for results from, Milwaukee County, Brown County, Waukesha County, have yet to be reported. So this could change. And we've got live coverage of both campaign events tonight. Kenzer is in Wauwatosa, Underly is in Madison. We're watching both of the camps. We'll check in with our crews there in just a few moments.
For a closer look at all of tonight's elections results, this is the place you want to go. Take your phone out right now. Zap that QR code you see on the screen with your smartphone. It will take you right to our election results page. Really interesting stuff on there as well. You can find it on the Fox Local app and on fox6now.com.
Voters are picking their future tonight, and later this month, NFL teams will do the same. The draft is coming to Green Bay.
Remarkably, it's not the first time Wisconsin has...
All right, we wanted to bring you the latest election coverage from Fox 6 in Milwaukee. We'll, of course, continue to bring you any events that happen live, including victory speeches, concession speeches as the night progresses. We'll also dip back into Fox 6 Milwaukee as the coverage necessitates as well. In the meantime, an interesting live look coming into the newsroom right now. Let's pivot over to the big island on Hawaii. Look at that. Kilauea with a massive fissure spewing lava into the sky. It is time for us to take our first break of the hour. We're going to be checking in with Fox 35 Orlando's Manny Martinez. He's going to be joining us because it's election day in Florida as well. We'll be right back. Welcome back in Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall. Live look at Daytona Beach, Florida on this Tuesday evening, 10:17 on the East Coast, 7:17 out west. Two Republican candidates have won a pair of special congressional elections in Florida, giving Republicans a little bit of breathing room with their narrow House majority. Florida Chief Financial Officer Jimmy Patronis has won the race in the 1st District to replace GOP former Representative Matt Gaetz, while Republican State Senator Randy Fine won the 6th District race to replace GOP former Representative Mike Waltz, who is, of course, now President Trump's national security advisor. Speaking of Randy Fine, Fox 35's Manny Martinez was at the Randy Fine victory party. What's going on out there, Manny?
Well, Austin, this was a race with a lot of national attention, big money as well. And in the end, the results, the AP called it right around 7:30, a little more than a half hour after 7 o'clock when the polls had closed. And so that means that Randy Fine will be on a flight tomorrow morning to Washington, D.C., and he will be sworn in then as Florida's 6th District representative. So in his victory tonight, Fine spoke directly to President Trump. I counted at least a dozen mentions of the president. In fact, Fine said that he credits the president for his victory, and Fine has had the president's backing throughout the entirety of this campaign that's just a few months long. Now, the congressman-elect also talked about the money that was in this campaign. The Democrat in this race, Josh Wheel, a school teacher and a single dad, backed by the Democrats, raised more than $10 million. And it was a showing that was nearly 10-1 compared to what the Fine and Republican team put up in terms of fundraising. But in the end, it was still a double-digit margin of victory for Fine in a seat the Republicans won by more than 30 points when Mike Waltz ran for the seat back in November. Here's what Randy Fine told reporters tonight about the margin of victory.
I don't think you can. It's a special election. You have to look at the turnout. I mean, there were twice as many people that voted. I don't think you can read much into it. We won by double digits. We're super excited. It was an incredibly powerful victory, given that many of you said I was going to lose over the last week, and clearly we showed that wasn't any risk.
So Fine continues the Republican dominance of this District 6 seat here in Florida, but Democrats, Austin, they are celebrating tonight's numbers, and here's why. Wheel said that this race was closer than anyone ever imagined, and the head of the state Democratic Party calls Wheel's performance a historic overperformance. Those are her words, saying a double-digit swing tonight serves as a warning to Republicans in Congress. Nikki Fried adds, there are no safe seats in Florida in 2026, finishing with any Republican in a Trump plus 15 seat or closer should be scared about their re-election chances. So Republicans were confident about this seat the entire time. Democrats are getting a positive outlook out of this result as they look forward to elections coming up in just a little more than a year. But Austin, Fine says that serving in Congress is a full circle moment for him because as a teen, he interned on Capitol Hill. Austin?
Wow. Fox's Manny Martinez reporting for us live tonight. We'll see you soon, Manny. Thanks. All right, so let's slide away for a quick commercial break. As we mentioned just moments ago, tariffs have been top of mind for so many reasons. It's a complex subject, and it may be getting more complex tomorrow. We're going to be checking in with one of our experts. After a quick commercial break, we'll be right back. All right, welcome back. I'm Austin Westfall. We do have a race call. Let's get to it. We're just hearing now that Susan Crawford will out Brad Schimmel as we've been following this expensive judicial race in Wisconsin. Today, voters decided what is being called the most expensive race, in fact, for a judicial seat there in Wisconsin. So we do know now that Susan Crawford will be headed to the state's Supreme Court. Millions of dollars have been spent to land one of these candidates in the seat on the Wisconsin Supreme Court. Schimmel was backed by Republicans, Crawford by Democrats. So Crawford coming up with the victory, and now we just saw, and it looks like we might have just missed, as Schimmel was giving a concession speech, and we are still looking out for any movement on the Crawford side. We'll be looking out for perhaps a victory speech from her. We, again, can confirm now, the Associated Press calling it, that Susan Crawford, the Democrat backed in this race, again, winning the most expensive judicial race in U.S. history, keeping a liberal majority on the Wisconsin Supreme Court. So what we're going to do next is we're going to, and you know what, let's actually go back out to Fox 6 Milwaukee for a quick second as they're going to analyze some of the results we're getting in. It looks like they're speaking with their analysts and experts right now. Let's watch a little bit of Fox 6 Milwaukee.
There's a lot of cameras in these rooms tonight. This broadcast is being taken nationally tonight. There are people from around the country who are focusing in on this race. Is this a referendum to the presidency of Donald Trump that a lot of the national media has been saying? It seems to be pointing that this is some sort of indication of that?
The national media loves to have one simple explanation. There is no one simple explanation. But yes, it was a rejection of President Trump's record for the last 3 months. It was a rejection of Elon Musk. But it was an endorsement of Crawford as a person, Crawford's ideology, and the Democratic Party.
We heard from a lot of voters today and some very strong supporters of President Trump, liking the way the country's going, voted for Brad Schimmel. 11 percentage points is what Crawford won by, so this wasn't really close.
It wasn't close at all. In fact, for Wisconsin politics of the last decade or so, this is a blowout. You know, this is just totally a staggering result. And I think it's telling us that the Democratic Party is not a damaged party. It's not damaged goods. And that the people who are motivated to vote, in a sense, you could call them the angry voters, the unhappy voters. The angry voters voted for Trump in November. The angry voters voted for Crawford tonight.
This is going to send a jolt, though, across the country, especially for Democrats who felt beaten down over the last few months here, especially with the presidential election. And a lot of people.
All right, we wanted you to listen into a little bit of Fox 6 Milwaukee's coverage. We did, again, we did hear from Brad Schimmel. He's the person who lost this race, and we did hear his concession speech moments ago. We've re-racked it. Let's play it from the beginning.
So when I set out on this journey, it wasn't what I wanted to do. I mean, all of you heard me say this 1,000 times. I didn't want to do this. But I knew it was important, and I knew I had to put my all in. And I just want to thank God. He's been with me every step of this. Every time I worried, every time anxiety crept in, he lifted me up. I got through this, and I'm grateful to my Lord and Savior for the opportunity to hear it comes. And I need to thank Sandy. You know, in past races, when the kids were littler, I turned her into a single mom during those races. Not crying, Og. And I gotta get through this. I turned her into a single mom in those previous races because she had to do her chores, my chores, the kids' chores, because they don't do their chores. This time I turned her into a political widow. You know, the kids are older, in their 20s now, and I was just gone. The last 16 months, I've been gone. Last weekend, for my brother and sister-in-law, who lived in the house next door, to finally see me for a while, they had to come on the campaign trail with me. I had an amazing team, you know, from Benjamin in the beginning to Patrick and Jacob and Colin, Brittany and Ethan, Nate, Kirsten, everybody. Made amazing, amazing team helping me. You guys didn't leave anything on the field. I didn't, but neither did you. Love you too, man. Thank you. We did it. You did all the work. You put all your heart into it, and I can't thank you enough for everything you did to try to make this a success, but just didn't work. And yeah, I've called Judge Crawford and conceded. No. You gotta accept the results. Just yeah, right. I'm not up here making any joke. This is the numbers aren't gonna turn around. They're too bad, and we're not gonna pull this off. So thank you guys from the bottom of my heart. God bless you. God bless the state of Wisconsin. God bless America. We will rise again. We'll get up and fight another day. If this wasn't our day. Thank you guys. God bless you.
Brad Schimmel speaking just moments ago as we watch this event closely. We've been looking out for a victory speech from Susan Crawford as well. We have a live shot of her victory party where we are starting to see people step up to the podium. Let's listen in.
What an amazing victory.
We should be specific here. That is not going to be Susan Crawford, but let's listen in and let's see if they're introducing her.
Stage like it. Newly elected, and I could not be more proud than I am tonight to be standing on the stage and shortly introducing to you Justice-elect Susan Crawford. Susan understands the importance of an independent judiciary. She cares deeply about the role of courts and our judicial system. Susan cares about each and every one of the people of this state. She knows that the people of Wisconsin are smart, they're hardworking, good values. They want a system of justice that works for everyone. Susan cares deeply about the 5.9 million people that call Wisconsin home. And I know that when she will be sitting there on the bench, when she will be sitting on the bench, she will be standing up for the people of Wisconsin. Ladies and gentlemen, it thrills me to introduce tonight Justice-elect, the future of the Wisconsin Supreme Court, Susan Crawford.
Thank you. All right, Wisconsin, we did it. Oh, yeah. You know, just moments ago, I received a phone call from Judge Brad Schimmel conceding the race. And I want to thank him. He was very gracious, and I wish him and his family well. And to the people of Wisconsin, thank you. Thank you for trusting me to serve you on the Wisconsin Supreme Court. This campaign has been an incredible, life-altering experience in so many ways. And I'm so grateful to have earned the trust and support of voters across this great state. And I'm here tonight because I've spent my life fighting to do what's right. That's why I got into this race, to protect the fundamental rights and freedoms of all Wisconsinites. Yes. Growing up in Chippewa Falls, I was blessed with a loving family. Yeah, Chippewa! Yeah! It was a great community where people watched out for each other. And my experiences growing up in small-town Wisconsin shaped me into the person that I am today. Someone who values hard work, common sense, honesty, and who can tell right from wrong. Someone who watches out for people. But I've got to tell you, as a little girl growing up in Chippewa Falls, I never could have imagined that I'd be taking on the richest man in the world. For justice in Wisconsin. And we won. I've spent my whole career fighting for Wisconsin as a prosecutor, a lawyer, a judge, and now a soon-to-be justice on the Wisconsin Supreme Court. Standing up for our fundamental rights and freedoms, protecting Wisconsin families and communities. My promise to Wisconsin is clear. I will be a fair, impartial, and common sense justice on the Wisconsin Supreme Court. And I want to thank everyone across the state who helped to get us to this point. I'm here because of you. To every volunteer who made this happen, for every phone call, every door knocked, every text sent, every postcard written and mailed, it all paid off. Thank you so much. To all of my friends and colleagues, thank you for your unwavering support, friendship, and words of encouragement. To my campaign staff, led by the incredible Cassie Finelli. There she is. Thank you for all of your work to make this happen. All the late nights, all the long drives. I'm so grateful to all of you for all your work. Thank you. She's the best. They're all the best. To all of our partners and everyone who worked so tirelessly to get us to this point, thank you. And to my friends, justices, Ann Walsh Bradley, Justice Rebecca Dallett, Justice Jill Karofsky. And Justice Janet Protasewicz. You know, I am so humbled to have had all of your unwavering support and encouragement since day one in this race. And to Ann, although no one can truly fill your shoes, I am incredibly honored to succeed you on the Wisconsin Supreme Court. You leave an incredible legacy of service to our state. And you are the embodiment of fairness and integrity, and I'll try to make you proud. It's true. And to my family who stand with me here today. My husband, Sean. My kids, Fred and Maisie. My brothers, Eric and Philip, who are here somewhere. There they are. My nephew, Evan. And to my mom and dad and the rest of the family watching from home. Thank you for all of your love and support and for standing by me throughout this crazy journey. and to Petra and Phoebe, our furry friends. And to my mom, happy birthday. I know how glad you are to see the TV ads end. So today, Wisconsinites fended off an unprecedented attack on our democracy. That's right. Our fair elections and our Supreme Court. And Wisconsins stood up and said loudly that justice does not have a price. Our courts are not for sale. And you have entrusted me with great responsibilities, and I will carry them out with honesty, dedication, and integrity. I will work hard each and every day to uphold our Constitution and administer justice for the people of Wisconsin. I look forward to working with my colleagues on the Wisconsin Supreme Court to deliver fair and impartial decisions. And while we celebrate tonight, I want to share some words of the great Honorable Thurgood Marshall, which I find fit the unprecedented moment we are living in. Democracy just cannot flourish amid fear. Liberty cannot bloom amid hate. Justice cannot take root amid rage. America must get to work. In the chill climate in which we live, we must go against the prevailing wind. We must dissent from the indifference. We must dissent from the apathy. We must dissent from the fear, the hatred, and the mistrust. We must dissent because America can do better, because America has no choice but to do better.
All right. Democratic-backed Susan Crawford winning this race. You see the results there on your screen. She beat out GOP-backed Brad Schimmel, as it stands right now, with 73% of the votes tallied. Crawford has a 56% share of the vote. She's up by 11 points. Again, the most expensive judicial race in U.S. history, and what it means with Crawford's victory is that the Supreme Court, in an all-important battleground state, will remain on the liberal side. So Susan Crawford wrapping up her speech in Wisconsin. It is time for us to slide away for a quick break. We're going to continue with our regularly scheduled programming in a moment. Welcome back. I'm Austin Westfall. It is election night in 2 states, at least in portions of 2 states. This is what we just brought you. Susan Crawford will win the seat on the Wisconsin Supreme Court. We just saw her victory speech conclude. We see some emotional supporters there in the crowd as she just stepped off the stage. Let's get back into some of our regularly scheduled programming, though. We've got a lot to cover as it relates to tariffs. The White House says that President Trump is moving ahead with new reciprocal tariffs on Wednesday and new auto-related tariffs on a Thursday. But we can't be much more specific than that because very little specifics about the tariffs have been announced. This brings another big week of uncertainty for businesses, consumers, and investors who are waiting to learn more about the size and scope of the new trade barriers. Melanie Noose-Hilton is a supply chain expert who joins us tonight. Melanie, as always, it's good to see you. So you and I have had a bunch of these conversations at this point, and there's always a lot of confusion swirling around because there's policies that haven't been announced yet, especially in the case of today. We don't exactly know what tomorrow's announcement is going to look like, but wide-ranging tariffs could very well be possible tomorrow, and it may impact prices for businesses and subsequently consumers. How do businesses prepare for the unknown, Melanie?
Well, if I knew the specific answer to that, I'd probably have a lot more money and be retired. But I will say, I recently read an article from the Council for Supply Chain Management Professionals in their Supply Chain Exchange digital publication, where they talked about a variety of strategies that businesses can employ. Now, these range from something as straightforward as diversifying supplier networks, of course, utilizing foreign trade zones, which to your earlier point are becoming more difficult to navigate as the tariff landscape keeps shifting. Tariff engineering, which is maybe an interesting and controversial practice, of course still legal, is another recommendation. And last but not least, and probably something worth exploring, is raising prices, which I think is top of mind for consumers, and certainly one of consumers' biggest fears in all the volatility that's been going on economically.
Live look at the White House on this Tuesday evening, 10:49 in the nation's capital. President Trump has been in office for 70 days, Melanie, and there's been supply chain and tariff uncertainty for almost that entire time. You work with lots of businesses. What's the biggest concern that you've heard directly from them? What are the biggest challenges that they say they're facing?
Well, tariffs are not just a one-time increase. I think the cost implications of this on these multi-layered, complex global supply chains is so significant. And it ranges from the beginning, where you source materials, all the way through to production, transit, and delivery to consumer or patient. And as you know, some supply chains are even more critical because we're talking about medical devices and pharmaceuticals that relate to patient outcomes. So I think fear continues to be that nobody knows what's going to happen from day to day, and that it isn't very simple to just change your supply chain. So you want to act with speed and alacrity, and it's really difficult to do. Supply chains are quite well entrenched, and I think we've talked in the past about the difficulty of moving operations under duress.
Kind of in that same vein, Reuters says that the tariffs could upend the global trade system. They use the word upend. My question for you, is the global supply chain resilient enough to survive large curveballs? Did we learn things from the pandemic that might be able to help us out with uncertainty today?
I think some companies have. I actually saw an announcement about a week ago from J&J that they're investing $2 billion into a biopharmaceutical manufacturing facility in North Carolina. This is part of a broader strategy they've employed to deploy $55 billion over the next 4 years to accelerate innovation. So I would say those lessons came from the pandemic. Additionally, Bain Consulting said that they have seen an uptick in businesses that are looking at nearshoring, and I would say reshoring at this point, because nearshoring typically means Canada and Mexico, and we know those are two of the most front and center countries that are part of these tariffs. But Bain found 81% of companies plan to bring their supply chains closer to home, which is up from 63% just 2 years ago. However, only 2% of businesses have accomplished this. So to the earlier point of it taking, in some cases, 5 to 10 years to move significant supply chain operations, still a long road to go on this. And I would say that your industry leaders will be poised to be resilient in spite of the volatility, but a lot of mid-market players and people who would typically take a wait-and-see approach are going to struggle.
One more thing before we go. Tomorrow will be the big announcement. Presumably, we'll learn a lot more about what's going to be put into place and who it's going to impact. What are you going to be listening for tomorrow?
The impact, for one, on consumer confidence, which I think has been waning, and we're seeing struggles in that area as well. But I think secondly is how businesses respond and who responds, because people will be looking for leaders to make bold statements about what they're going to do to combat the concerns around tariffs. And I think that supply chains that digitize, that have great visibility into their data and have resilient trading partner networks are poised to succeed, and how they respond to anything that gets announced tomorrow, I think, will be a leading indicator for the rest of us.
Melanie News-Hilton, as always, we appreciate you with GS1 US. We'll talk soon. Appreciate you. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to slide away for a quick break. Dr. Alon Burstein is going to be joining us in a moment, but take a look at this live image from Kilauea. This is live on the Big Island, where one of the most active volcanoes in the world has sprung a fissure. And look at how far into the sky that lava is flowing. My goodness. 7:53 here, Pacific Standard Time, approaching 11 p.m. on the East Coast. We'll be right back. Welcome back. I'm Austin Westfall, a live look at the Gaza skyline. Now, in the Wednesday morning hours, actually looks like there's some lights flashing there that we don't normally see. Be curious to know what that might be. There's a lot to discuss, as usual, with the Israel-Hamas war and the Middle East at large. Standing by is Dr. Alon Burstein, as always. Alon, it's good to see you. We also got this live look of Jerusalem as well. I want to ask you about something that's in the wider Middle East first, though. Axios has confirmed that President Trump is going to be traveling to Saudi Arabia soon for his first foreign trip this term. The president said the trip will be next month or maybe a little bit later and will include stops in Qatar, the UAE, and other places outside the Middle East. Axios says at the moment, Trump does not plan to visit Israel on this trip. President Trump's first international trip during his first term was also to Saudi Arabia alone, and it was around the same time in his term. What are the implications for Trump's close relationship with Persian Gulf countries, especially as it relates to Israel, Iran, and the future of the Israel-Hamas war?
Good to see you, Austin. There's a lot of symbolism, first of all, when it comes to the first visit of presidents of the United States. And similarly, we recently saw a very, very declarative move with a new prime minister was appointed in Canada, and customarily, the first visit of the prime minister to the United States, he chose to go specifically to France, Europe, in order to signal the relationship with the United States is not going as well as possibly it was in the past. Similarly, historically, it was often not really customary, but it just was generally tended to happen that U.S. presidents, their first trip to the Middle East, started with Israel or involved Israel. That broke over the years. I think Obama was one of the first to break it, and then Trump continued. So in that sense, it's not really breaking with tradition, but it's also not reversing the tradition and saying, I'm again going to signal that in the Middle East, my first point of call is in Israel. He is signaling something, though, as you said, to the larger region. Saudi Arabia is very much a key state in the regional alliance that the United States is trying to forge against Iran. In the larger Islamic world, the two sort of balances of power are between Iran and Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia sees itself as the leader of the Islamic world, primarily the Sunni world, Iran, the leader of the Shiite world. The United States has historically allied with Saudi Arabia, and this includes also alliances with places like Qatar, Bahrain, United Arab Emirates, to some extent also expanded to Jordan, but Jordan's always tried to be neutral. And I think Trump is, first of all, trying to signal that the United States still has an interest. Saudi Arabia has been very weary after the fact that Trump proved also in his first term to be relatively unpredictable. Saudi Arabia also said it's possible they'll have to develop their own nuclear program. Maybe they can't rely on the United States. I think Trump wants to start in a different direction, wants to show Saudi Arabia we have what to work with together, and then probably we'll see a little bit more of tough politics later on. That's been sort of Trump's strategy with a lot of these different countries. But he's trying to signal that there's what to work with in Saudi Arabia and that he's still invested in building this larger coalition vis-a-vis Iran. Where does Israel fit in, and will Israel be on his trip? I'll say it probably also involves what's happening in the war. I think to a very large extent, both Israel and the United States would not want images of Trump meeting Netanyahu while the Houthis fire a missile and all of a sudden the leaders are being rushed into a bunker. I think that's an image that for both of them would be very important to not have. And it's something that the Houthis, for example, would very much like to achieve. So I think that a lot will depend on what are the dynamics in the war right now. But the signals are strengthening Saudi Arabia, strengthening the connections to the what is commonly called the moderate Sunni alliance against the Houthis, Iran, possibly whatever is going to develop in Iraq. And an interesting question I'll say in this also is, where does Syria fit in? Syria was part of the axis with Iran. Now there's been the revolution there. Ahmed Ashara is, at least according to his ethnic denomination and religious denomination, more on the Sunni side. So he would tend to be more allied with Saudi Arabia. He also hates Iran for the years that they backed Assad. At the same time, he is not an automatic ally with Saudi Arabia. There's bad blood between them because of history, his historical involvement with Al-Qaeda and things like that. And possibly also, Trump is also going to look to how does Syria fit into stabilizing the region. But that's now my own guess. There's been no implication that may happen. I would imagine that Saudi Arabia and Qatar are thinking about that, so they may try to bring that up with Trump as well. Syria is still under very heavy sanctions from the United States, from the Assad era. So possibly they're going to try to bring that up.
We were just talking with Melanie News Hilton about tariffs, and tariffs actually came up between Israel and The U.S., there were some headlines about this recently. Israel announced today it's lifting all tariffs being imposed on U.S. products, and this is coming at the direction of Netanyahu and other Israeli leaders. Netanyahu says that the move is aiming to cultivate more competition in the market, make the economy more diverse, and reduce the cost of living for the people of Israel. But alone, it may not be a coincidence that this announcement was made one day before President Trump's next big global tariff announcement. Would you also agree that it also may not be a coincidence that Netanyahu would curry favor with the White House ahead of some pretty big decisions in Gaza?
Absolutely. One of the things that we have seen time and again, and at times I think even you and I spoke about the differences in the meeting between Trump and Netanyahu and Trump and Zelensky. Netanyahu understands Trump. According to rumors that circulated during Trump's first term, Netanyahu had an entire team of specialists that were training him on how to talk to Trump, how to make sure that he's on Trump's good side. When Israel commandeered a lot of equipment and information about Iran's nuclear program, Netanyahu did a big show and tell and had PowerPoints up. And there was, according to, again, leaks from the prime minister's office, they had actually done research on what are the words that Trump likes to hear. What are the words that will get his attention? Because Netanyahu has realized that it's all about the personal relationship between the sides. Similarly, using this language, not just canceling the tariffs, which obviously is a signal to the United States, with Trump saying that everyone has been gouging the United States and stealing from the United States, Canada, France, the EU, everyone in the world, Israel being the one to stand up and say we're canceling all tariffs. And then using that language, we want to foment competition. We want to foment an open market. We want to talk specifically about housing that relates also to things Trump likes. It's all strategic move. It's all strategic move. It's all a move to get Trump to, again, feel like Netanyahu is his close ally. And also on the economic sort of geopolitical idea, also in front of these tariffs, because you never know where Trump's going to all of a sudden turn his attention next. And as the war deepens, as Israel again gets embroiled in Gaza, and we don't know what exactly is going to happen with the Houthis. There's been also more activity in Lebanon. Israel is still very, very dependent on the United States for diplomatic protection and for the shipment of armaments. So Netanyahu knows this and is being very careful to make sure that no matter what happens, Trump remembers that Netanyahu is on his good side.
Just past 5 a.m. in Gaza. Let's talk about Gaza. On Monday, the IDF ordered evacuations for the southern Gaza Strip, specifically residents of the city of Rafah and parts of neighboring Khan Yunis. The civilians were told to leave immediately for a humanitarian zone and they were told to move to this zone, by the way, because of, quote, intense operations that are to be had in these regions. Alone, have these operations started yet? And how much of Gaza's population is in these areas? Lots are in Rafah, we know.
So this is the largest evacuation order that the IDF has given since their return to fighting on March 18th. You see on the map here, this is the entire southern region of Rafah that has been ordered to the humanitarian zone in the Al-Mawasi region. That is very important for a number of reasons. First of all, the region that the IDF now ordered Palestinians to evacuate, said this is going to become a war zone, is actually a fifth of the entire Gaza Strip. So a fifth of the area in the Gaza Strip now has been declared an active war zone, and the population has been ordered to evacuate to the humanitarian zone. That's important fact number one. Important fact number two is that contrary to the areas in northern Gaza, to the areas in Gaza City, and even to areas in Khan Yunis, Rafah never experienced a full evacuation during the first rounds of fighting. Rafah became this diplomatic battleground between Israel and the United States, Netanyahu and Biden, Israel and Europe. Everyone said that Israel cannot invade Rafah, and then it invaded Rafah relatively slowly, and there was never this mass evacuation of Palestinians. As a result, Rafah did experience less ground fighting as far as the IDF is concerned, and less of a purge going house to house trying to root out Hamas operatives and infrastructure, unlike Khan Yunis and unlike northern Gaza. So that's what the IDF, I think, is signaling its intent right now for the regions of Rafah. How many people are there? At this point, it's very hard to know, because prior to the ceasefire of January, there were 1.8 million Palestinians out of a total population of about 2.1 million who had condensed themselves into the humanitarian zone in the Al-Mawasi region. Since the ceasefire, though, they have been allowed to leave. A lot of them have gone back up north. A lot of them have gone back to Khan Yunis. So at this point, it is very difficult to know how many Palestinians are in each of these different regions. I would estimate that in Rafah, we are talking about at least 400,000 people in the region that has been designated that has to be evacuated, possibly more. Rafah in general was a very dense area, but the IDF is signaling that this is its next focus. I will say that an hour ago, before getting online, there were initial reports in a couple of different news sites in the Middle East that the IDF has begun its ground invasion of Rafah. I haven't seen any reports of that from the IDF or from Palestinian sources on the ground right now, but it has been reported by the IDF that there was massive airstrikes that were happening in the Rafah region, which is typically the way the IDF would go about the ground invasion. There would be an evacuation order issued a day or two before. This was issued yesterday. Then major airstrikes followed by a ground invasion. So possibly that is happening, possibly not, but the IDF is, even if it hasn't begun to happen, the IDF is certainly signaling its intent that it is going to happen in the immediate future.
One more thing before we go, again, on Gaza. You and I were talking offline about the fact that it looks like there's been an increase in violence in Gaza and in the West Bank. Here's something that happened yesterday. The Red Cross movement is expressing outrage after they say 8 Palestinian medics were killed along with 6 civil defense first responders and 1 UN staff member by Israeli forces in southern Gaza. This is per the BBC. The outlet says that 5 ambulances, a fire truck, and a UN vehicle were struck one by one in Gaza on March 23rd. That's according to the UN. The 15 bodies were recovered from a mass grave on Sunday. Israel's military said troops fired on vehicles that were, quote, advancing suspiciously without headlights or emergency signals. And then the IDF also said a Hamas operative and 8 other terrorists were among those killed. So, Alon, how likely are we to get to the bottom of what's right or wrong in these types of he said, she said situations? Is there a way to get to the bottom of it?
There's no way to ever convince people who aren't going to be convinced. That's point number one. Like, these things are used for political purposes. Unfortunately, violence from all sides is used for political purposes to justify they're more wrong, they're more wrong. And as far as the political level is concerned, it almost doesn't matter what actually happened because it's going to be used by one side or another. What we do know about the facts on the ground is, first of all, 15 people are dead. No one's denying that. I always go by, first of all, what are people not denying? Neither the IDF nor Palestinian sources are denying that 15 people are dead. Neither the IDF nor Palestinian sources are denying a couple of basic facts. Everyone agrees that shots were fired at ambulances and shots were fired at emergency vehicles. This happened on March 23rd. After that, the IDF buried the bodies and then told other Palestinian medical services where they can be found. On this, no one has any dispute. Then there start to be different versions. According to Palestinian sources, ambulances were fired upon purposefully. Then, as more ambulances started to get to the region, each one of them was fired upon again. Eventually, 5 different trucks had gotten there, and they kept on being fired upon by the IDF. In turn, the IDF said that it fired on vehicles that had advanced, as you said, suspiciously, said didn't have any headlights on, and had not coordinated their emergency vehicles coordinated with the IDF when they're supposed to go to a certain area, but they're not coordinated where they were going. This was also, March 23rd is the day that the IDF ordered the evacuation of Tel Sultan in southern Gaza, where this happened. So the IDF saying it had said this is going to be a military zone. Palestinian sources said yes, but this happened before the evacuation order was given. Again, at this point, they're disagreeing. Another very important fact that this I'll say, it's interesting what each side is saying. The bodies were excavated earlier today and yesterday, and Palestinian sources are saying that some of the bodies were excavated and that their hands had been tied behind their backs, showing that they were executed after being taken out of the vehicle, not just shot from afar. The IDF didn't deny that. The IDF simply ignored that. When there was posed questions, the IDF repeated what it had said about shots being fired. So that's in terms of who said what. The last thing I'll say, the IDF did say that one of the people killed was Muhammad Ibrahim Abu Shukairi, who is a member of the Al-Qassam brigades, so a militant figure. And then it said that 8 more people were part of Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. That wording is important. Saying someone is part of the military wing is saying they're an active fighter and a legitimate target, as opposed by international rules of war. As opposed to saying people are Hamas members, that could be that they are part of the medical establishment or the civil defense units, which Israel considers a legitimate target, but the UN does not. So that's where we start to get the discrepancy. But no one's disputing the fact that those deaths happened and that they were fired in ambulances. The exact context, I dare say we may never know, or if we do know, it's only going to be after, you know, the guns fall silent in history books when people go through archives and possibly interview people and et cetera. Right now, each side is simply sticking to their stories.
Documenting these things can be a tough task. Alon uploads his own Middle East recaps to his personal YouTube channel. As always, Alon, good talking to you. We'll see you soon. Have a good night.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Let's slide away for a quick commercial break. Live look at the White House on this Tuesday night, 11/11 on the East Coast, 8/11 out west. Presidential historian James Robinault joining us in a moment. We're going to be discussing whether or not a president can run for a third term, something that's been a topic of discussion as of late with President Trump. We'll be right back. Welcome back. I'm Austin Westfall. President Trump said over the weekend that he's not joking about trying to serve a third term. There is a constitutional barrier against continuing to lead the country after a second term, though. The 22nd Amendment says that no person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice. Still, President Trump says there are methods to do it. Presidential historian and author James Robinault is here. So, James, FDR was the only president to serve more than 2 terms. Why was the 22nd Amendment implemented after his death?
Well, I think that, if you go back to the beginning of the country when George Washington served, there was no limit on how long a president could sit. And there were a lot of arguments about it in the Constitutional Convention. And Washington surprised them all after 2 terms and said, I'm done, and established this 2-term policy. That became not a constitutional amendment, but it became a norm or a practice that all the other presidents followed. And, would come on the radar screen, for example, when Teddy Roosevelt assumed the presidency a couple months into McKinley's second term when he was assassinated. And so he served out a whole bunch of McKinley's term and then ran again, but then said he wasn't going to run again. Then he came back and said, I am going to run again, 4 years later. So it's always been kind of tested. Once we got to Roosevelt, I don't think he got into office thinking that he would, serve be elected 4 times to the presidency. But once we got to 1940, and that was going to be his 3rd term, Europe was in flames, and the United States was on the verge of entering this catastrophic war. So I think, Eleanor Roosevelt got up at the convention in 1940 and said, this is no ordinary time. We need this leadership right now. And so he took it, and then once again, he was elected in 1944, despite the fact he was visibly dying at that point. I mean, he was really sick. So I think what people felt after that Roosevelt experience was, we don't want to repeat this. We want it to be very clear somebody can only serve 2 terms, because we don't want to have this entrenched power, even at dire times. So that's really what came out of this. It was somewhat partisan against the Democrats because it was Roosevelt, but it was also, I think most people thought, we don't want to have kings. We don't want to have entrenched power. And so they passed this 22nd Amendment in I think it was 47.
Yeah.
While Truman was president.
Washington basically set the precedent. And so was it technically the honor system between Washington and Truman?
Yeah, it really was. As I said, nobody knew how to interpret, for example, what do you do with somebody like Teddy Roosevelt, who really serves out most of McKinley's second term, because McKinley was elected in 1900, assassinated in 1901. And Roosevelt said after what would be his second term, the term after that he wasn't going to run again. And as a result, Woodrow Wilson became president. From that point forward, the only person I know of who thought about testing the 3 terms was Wilson himself. I think we talked about this, where after his second term, it was at the end of the First World War had ended, and he was stroke-ridden, and he still wanted to maybe make a try at it, but that failed. And so from there on out, it really was everybody just accepting that there was this norm that 2 terms is it.
We did ask our viewers to send in some questions about this. Taylor in Arkansas says, the president has said there are methods. Trump has said methods are there that will allow him to run for a 3rd term. Taylor asks, what is he referring to? And will this pave the way for all future candidates to run for a 3rd term? Are there potential loopholes, commonly discussed loopholes for the 22nd Amendment, James?
They're not commonly discussed, but the law reviews have them. There was a law review done in 1999, University of Minnesota, that then was updated in 2016, in which these law professors say, yeah, the drafters left a loophole in this because it says you can't be elected to a 2nd term. So, but there are other ways to become president aside from being elected. You could be appointed, you could be a vice president, and your president dies, and you become president. There are multiple ways you can enter the office, not through election. So they limited it to, you can't be elected for a 2nd time. And when Trump is talking about that, I think he's really referring to these law review articles where they look at the various scenarios where somebody could serve 2 terms, elected, and then, for example, Trump becomes Vance's vice president, and then Vance steps down and he becomes president again. This probably would be accepted under the way the thing is written. And there's very complex arguments back and forth, but I would recommend this University of Minnesota law review if people really want to deep dive into it.
So you've already touched on this, but I'd like to put a fine point on it. Has there been any examples of people challenging the 22nd Amendment in modern history, at least?
Well, if you read enough of this stuff, you'll see that after George Bush's 2 terms, there was a try of thinking at it. After Obama's 2 terms, there was a try at thinking at it. After Reagan's 2 terms, there was a try at thinking at it. And people, I think, understood that the only way to get there purposely would be to defeat the amendment, to come in and have an agreement. Okay, Vance, you're going to run for president, but as soon as you win, I become president. I'll be the vice president, and that doesn't violate this. I think a Supreme Court would not allow that if you're purposely trying to evade a very clear amendment. But if you're in a circumstance where, say, for example, a guy's president for 2 years or 2 terms elected, and then is made Speaker of the House, who's in the line of succession, you don't have to run for Speaker of the House. You don't have to be an elected official. I don't know if you remember this whole discussion about Trump being, elected as the Speaker of the House. And so it's Vice President, Speaker of the House, and if both the president and vice president are gone. But all of those scenarios are accidental going into the presidency. They're not purposeful planning and, doing it in a way where you're going to be the president at the end of the whole thing and you have an agreement. That just would be a fraud on the Constitution, I think blatantly illegal.
So I think one thing that some people have thought about when they hear the idea of a third term is, could Trump be talking about a third term in an effort to minimize the discourse about him eventually being a lame duck? So could there be that type of strategy to this? Maybe he's not actually considering a third term. Maybe he's more just laying the groundwork so that he doesn't feel like a lame duck in the second half of his term right now.
Yeah, he is known for bringing up very controversial issues when he's under stress. For example, Signalgate, is really troubling right now. And I think he's trying to take the attention off that to something, another shiny object to take a look at. On the other hand, I'm not so sure that he is lying about the fact that he's telling the truth, that he's thinking about it. I think that he believes in his power, his popularity, and I think that he could do it if he really wanted to. So, but, by that time, he's going to be pretty old, older than Biden was when he ran. And it just, I'm not sure that people would accept, a deliberate plan to get around the 22nd Amendment. If they're serious about doing this, what they would do is repeal the amendment, which was done one time with one of our amendments. The Prohibition Amendment was repealed when Franklin Roosevelt became president in 1933. So you went through the amendment process, which is you have to go through both houses of Congress or have a convention, and then 3/4 of the state have to ratify. But if they really want to, move towards having a third term, do it through law. Don't do it through a loophole or, a runaround that is patently an attack on the seriousness of the statute, or in this case, the amendment. I mean, it means, I think, what it says. They don't want people to be president for more than 2 terms. And despite the fact there's loopholes there, I think people would look very harshly at it if it was intentional, deliberate conduct to get around it.
James, as always, good talking to you. We'll talk soon. Thanks for joining.
Great to talk to you.
Let's slide away for a quick break. We're back in 2 minutes. Welcome back. I'm Austin Westfall. Earlier today, Elon Musk joined The Five on Fox News cable channel. They spoke about the Department of Government Efficiency and much more. Let's watch.
President Trump's tech support, Elon Musk, has been shaking up Washington with his Doge crusade to cut government waste as he becomes public enemy #1 for the Democrats, who are hell-bent on destroying his companies and making him the boogeyman of tonight's special elections. One of those races, Musk says, could affect the destiny of humanity. The billionaire has been rallying voters in Wisconsin to get behind conservative Brad Schimmel in today's high-stakes Supreme Court race. Elon Musk joins us now for an exclusive interview. Thank you so much for joining us, Elon. We are thrilled to have you on the Five.
Thank you for having me.
We're delighted to have you. So why is this race in Wisconsin so important? And what is your response to Democrats who've tried to make tonight's elections a referendum on you?
Well, the reason tonight's elections are so important is that the judge race will decide whether the Wisconsin districts get redrawn. They're going to try to gerrymander Wisconsin to remove 2 Republican seats. And as you know, the House is currently Republican by a razor-thin margin, which means that losing this judge race has a good chance of causing Republicans to lose control of the House. If you lose control of the House, there will be nonstop impeachment hearings. There will be nonstop hearings and subpoenas. And they're going to do everything possible to stop the agenda that the American people voted for. When they voted for President Trump with a popular vote and the House and the Senate in November, they're going to do everything possible to stop the president's agenda. And so it's incredibly important that people in Wisconsin go out and vote right now, contact their friends and family, contact their neighbors, and take them to the polling stations, which close at 8 p.m. Tonight. You can actually register to vote and vote today. It's an extremely tight race. This is a race that will be decided by maybe 0.5% or 1%. It's really neck and neck. And so this could be decided by a single voter, potentially. That's how close it is. And if you know people in Wisconsin, call them right now and ask them to go and vote. And again, ask them to bring their friends, their family, their neighbors. This is a crucial election. There is also a ballot initiative to enshrine voter ID in the Wisconsin Constitution, which is essential for election integrity.
Okay. You know, the interesting part of that is for years, people have never really understood, Elon, the significance of this Wisconsin State Supreme Court race. But you make it very clear in terms of gerrymandering and the attempt then, obviously, to change the number of people, congressional seats in Wisconsin. So thank you for that. So we're going to go around the table and continue to ask some questions. So I'll start with you, Greg Gutfeld.
All right, Elon, great to see you, as always. I have 2 questions.
Yeah.
I have 2 questions. One, I've noticed in the past you seem incapable of being risk averse. If you see something you want to try, you try it. And so I'm wondering, what kind of advice would you give to a young person whose fear of failure keeps them from taking risks that would actually enrich their lives, whether it's career or personal life? And my next question is, when the hell are you doing my show? I've left voicemail messages. I've sent carrier pigeons. I get no response.
Well, I'll be happy to do your show. I've seen pieces of your show, and it's very funny. Actually, it's my style of humor, so I look forward to doing your show.
Awesome.
With respect to what to tell young people, I think it's always good when thinking about something that you're afraid of. When thinking about fear, look fear straight in the eye, and it will disappear.
Okay. All right.
The nature of fear is that people don't look at it.
Yeah.
Look at it directly, and it will be gone.
All right. Thank you. Good advice. All right. Jesse.
Jessica, look at me. Look at me. Face your fears, Jessica. Elon, how are you? I'm Jesse Waters. Good to see you. I'm not going to beg for you to come on my show.
I know it'll happen eventually. You said the other day you uncovered some evidence that there was massive Social Security fraud and that arrests were imminent.
Yes.
What can you tell us about that? And what can you tell us about what you've seen politicians do to make massive amounts of money off of the federal government, like Nancy Pelosi? Please.
Yes. So we've encountered, there's really so much fraud. It's deciding what should be prosecuted first, because it's such a long list. You have to actually prioritize the list. We convey the list to the Department of Justice. The DOJ has a process that they go through to review and think about it. The wheels of justice turn slowly. In fact, obviously, I have a maniacal sense of urgency. So to me, when I see that terrible fraud has happened, I'm like, why haven't we arrested someone already? But as the saying goes, the wheels of justice turn slowly but surely. And I think probably the person that stole 400,000 Social Security numbers, at least, maybe more, will be arrested hopefully this week. With respect to the non-governmental organizations, these sort of fake NGOs, I think there needs to be a number of arrests in that regard as well, because these are fake charities where mostly Democrats, I don't want to be clear, there's sometimes a little bit of Republican in there, because they sometimes throw the Republicans a bone to say, hey, be quiet about this. So that's where you start getting the uniparty thing going on. But it is overwhelmingly to Democrats, and they give give billions of dollars to NGOs run by Democrats that then go through a whole network of additional NGOs. It's a giant money laundering scheme. Really, at this point, I think the word NGO and money laundering are almost synonymous.
Okay.
Wow. Thank you.
Makes sense to me. Kennedy?
Hello, Judge. And hello, Elon. Welcome to the Five. Great to talk to you. So let's talk a little bit about some of the anti-Tesla violence. Your car company was...
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, it was a leftist dream come true. It was technologically advanced. It was the word of mouth was better than any car company, arguably, on the market. And now the left is trying to make it a pariah by tying their anti-Elon politics to violence. How do you talk the unhinged off the ledge, and how do you counter that violence that you're seeing at Tesla dealerships?
Yes, it is remarkable that there is so much violence. People have burnt cars, they've fired bullets into dealerships, they've scratched swastikas into Teslas of the innocent people that they're just going about their lives. They've done nothing wrong. And Tesla's done nothing wrong as a company. And so I find it ironic and incredibly hypocritical that the same Democrat politicians who would want to throw someone in prison for 20 years simply for watching things at January 6th, but not actually doing any violence, you don't hear a single word from them about the actual violence happening against Tesla. What incredible hypocrites they are. It's outrageous. I mean, really, this is fundamentally a case of terrorism. It's wide-scale domestic terrorism with the purpose of intimidation, and it's harming innocent people. It's really terrible. And I think what we actually have to get to are the people who are organizing and paying for these attacks and protests. That's who we really need to go after, because the people who are actually throwing the Molotov cocktails, they are the foot soldiers. Right. But we need to go after the generals, and we're going to do so. The president has made it very clear that we're going to go after those that are paying and organizing these violent attacks. And Attorney General Bondi has said the same thing. I believe that is exactly what will happen.
Do you know who they are?
We're coming for them.
Do you know who those generals are?
We know. We do.
Yes. And hopefully the prosecution will be for RICO and an organized criminal enterprise, which makes the penalties even more serious. And now to Jessica.
Yes, absolutely. These are serious crimes where the organizers and pushers of mass violence will go to prison for a very long time.
That's right. Okay.
And I hope they see this segment.
Well, we'll play it again. Jessica.
Okay, well, liberal Tesla lover here. My sister has 2 in her family, so have not thrown any Molotov cocktails recently. But I wanted to talk to you about what DOJ has been doing. So you've been making cuts to a lot of the agencies that have open investigations and regulatory battles with your companies. At the same time, you continue to get billions in government contracts. Tesla gets billions in subsidies. How do you explain that to the American people?
Well, everything that DOJ does is an open book. So I think the most transparent the most transparent organization in government ever. Every single DOJ action is listed on the DOJ.gov website. It's also listed on the X handle. So if anyone has a concern about any one of those actions, they can bring that up, they can raise that. And I do want to say, like, sometimes we make a mistake. Nobody bats 1,000. We will at times make a mistake, we'll act very quickly to correct it. I am under such an extreme spotlight, so much scrutiny, that it's literally impossible for me to get away with anything nefarious. And obviously, nor do I wish to. So this is a case where we have radical transparency. We're actually willing to admit that we do make mistakes. Often people are not willing to admit they make mistakes, but we are. But we want to emphasize we fix them quickly, and we're trying to do the right thing for the American taxpayer, for the American people. And I think history will be the judge that what we've done here and what we're doing is a very good thing for the strength and future of America.
Okay. So, Elon, for one last time, why don't you remind the viewers why the election in Wisconsin is so important to America as well as the Trump agenda?
Absolutely. So the reason that because it does seem like, why isn't this rather a small thing? And it's happening, ironically, of course, on April Fool's Day. This is not an April Fool's joke. This is very real. So a judge race election in Wisconsin will decide whether or not the Democrats can gerrymander Wisconsin in order to remove 2 House seats from Republican to Democrat. Because of the razor-thin margins in the House, that would mean potentially a flip of the House from Republican to Democrat. That means at the next election, roughly less than 2 years from now, the House will then immediately take action to stop the president's agenda. And it's always worth reminding people the president was elected with a majority of the people of America, a meaningful majority of the popular vote. So all the president is trying to do is implement the will of the people. And they're trying to stop the will of the people through judicial trickery. And in fact, in general, there is a huge problem with activists that are actually politicians in judges' robes. And that needs to stop. It's undermining the integrity, the reality, and the perception of the integrity of the legal system of the United States. And these fake judges should be ashamed of themselves. They're just pretending to be judges, but they are not. They're making the law instead of implementing the law. It's wrong.
Yes, and they're activists. And you say that you can both register and vote today?
Yes, you can both register and vote today.
All right, and you've been listening in to Elon Musk speaking earlier today on The Five. You're taking a live look at the White House right now. We are going to slide away for a quick commercial break. Back in a moment.
nearly empty. With so few migrants coming into the U.S.,
Welcome back in Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall, a live look at the White House on this Tuesday evening, 11:41 in the nation's capital, 8:41 out west. We've also got this awesome image of Kilauea on Hawaii's Big Island. You see that huge lava fissure that's spewing lava into the air. My goodness, one of the world's most active volcanoes, looking pretty explosive in Hawaii tonight. Before we wrap up our coverage for the evening, let's listen into a little bit of the White House press briefing. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt taking to the podium, giving some remarks, and then taking questions from reporters.
While conducting a mission to repair and tow an immobilized tactical vehicle in Lithuania in the early hours of March 25th. Tragically, 3 soldiers were found deceased in Lithuania yesterday, and it pains me to confirm that today, the 4th soldier was also found deceased. The President, the Secretary of Defense, and the entire White House are praying for the victims' friends and family during this unimaginable time. This is another stark reminder of the selfless sacrifice of our brave military men and women who risk their lives around the world every day to keep us safe. God bless them. On another note, at our southern border, there is more massive news. Southwest border crossings in March fell to the lowest level in American history, down 94% from March of last year under President Biden, when 137,000 illegal aliens poured across our wide-open southern border. Thanks to President Trump's leadership, Border Patrol agents are now back to doing the jobs they signed up for, securing the border, rather than serving as travel agents for illegal aliens. The Los Angeles Times captured the Trump effect on the border with a recent article. Their headline read, "California-Mexico border, once overwhelmed, is now nearly empty." With so few migrants coming into the U.S., they wrote, "Shelters that once served migrants have completely closed." Deportations of illegal aliens who threaten the safety of the American people are also continuing at a rapid pace. Over the weekend, the United States military transferred a group of 17 violent criminals from the Tren de Aragua and MS-13 terrorist organizations to El Salvador. And an illegal alien who was released by the Biden administration into our country was just arrested in Georgia and charged with the horrific killing of Camelia Williams, a mother of 5 and grandmother. The suspect has now been indicted on charges of malice murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, rape, aggravated sexual battery, and necrophilia, which, for those who don't know, necrophilia is a sexual obsession with a corpse. This suspect was ordered to be removed in July 2023, but the Biden administration allowed him to stay. This case represents the ruthless murderers, rapists, and pedophiles who Joe Biden and Democrats let into our country over the past 4 years through our southern border. They should have never been here in the first place. Keep this in mind the next time you see Democrats protesting future illegal alien removals from our country. President Trump is focused on fulfilling his greatest obligation, to keep the American people safe and to defend our country from violent invaders. Looking ahead to tomorrow, April 2nd, 2025, will go down as one of the most important days in modern American history. Our country has been one of the most open economies in the world, and we have the consumer base hands down, the best consumer base. But too many foreign countries have their markets closed to our exports. This is fundamentally unfair. The lack of reciprocity contributes to our large and persistent annual trade deficit that's gutted our industries and hollowed out key workforces. But those days of America, beginning tomorrow, being ripped off are over. American workers and businesses will be put first under President Trump, just as he promised on the campaign trail. The president's historic action tomorrow will improve American competitiveness in every area of industry, reduce our massive trade deficits, and ultimately protect our economic and national security. President Trump's economic vision is rooted in common sense. America will offer companies the lowest taxes, energy costs, regulations, if they make their products right here in the United States and hire American workers for the job. It's simple. If you make your product in America, you will pay no tariffs. We have already seen a number of the largest companies in the world respond to this economic approach. For example, Project Stargate, led by Japan-based SoftBank and US-based OpenAI, and Oracle, announced a $500 billion private investment in the United States-based artificial intelligence infrastructure. Apple announced a $500 billion investment in U.S. manufacturing and training. NVIDIA announced it will invest hundreds of billions of dollars over the next 4 years in U.S.-based manufacturing. And the Taiwan semiconductor manufacturing company, TSMC, announced a $100 billion investment in U.S.-based chips and manufacturing. These are just a few of the investment announcements that have already been made, and it is clear that President Trump's America First approach is already working. In our new media seat today is Mark Halperin, the co-founder and editor-in-chief of Two Way, a new live video platform that builds communities around interactive conversations with leaders and content creators from every subject area. Mark and his colleagues welcome all voices into discussions that are spirited but respectful. They have over 37.5 million video views, over 3.6 million watch time hours since the platform began just last year. This is new media in its truest sense, allowing the people to ask questions, make comments, and be an active part of engagement on the most important issues facing the country and our world. With that, Mark, please kick us off, and welcome to the briefing room.
Thank you, Caroline. Appreciate it. I'll ask you a question about tariffs and then one from one of members of our community about education. It's perceived by some that companies or countries, if they change their policies either before tomorrow or after tomorrow, can have the president alter what he's planning for that country or that sector. Is that a possibility? And if so, what factors the president consider in making those changes?
Well, the ultimate change for these companies and these countries, Mark, will happen when they decide to do business in the United States of America. And as I just laid out, they will face no tariffs at all if these companies choose to invest here in the United States and to move their production and their manufacturing here to the United States as well. As for tomorrow, the president will be addressing the decades of unfair trade practices that have ripped our country off and American workers off. It has hollowed out our middle class. It has destroyed our heartland, and the president is focused on reshifting our global economy to ensure that America is once again the manufacturing superpower of the world.
So if they do something today or later in the week that's a pledge for future activity, would that be good enough potentially to alter the policy?
Again, the president has been looking at the very unfair trade practices of the past. Certainly, the president is always up to take a phone call, always up for a good negotiation, but he is very much focused on fixing the wrongs of the past and ensuring that American workers have a fair shake.
So if someone calls after tomorrow and says, hey, I'm ready to make a change, he'd be open to that?
The president is always open to taking calls.
Okay. A question from one of our community members. Katie Reeves is a school teacher in Wisconsin. She's taught K-8 in public, independent, private, and private schools. And here's what she wanted me to ask you. She says, I see the elimination of the Department of Education as an excellent first step in the improvement of our school system. Do you see any further role the federal government can take beyond this, possibly in promoting the expansion of voucher programs or reducing the influence that teachers' unions hold over our schools?
Well, first of all, I want to thank Katie for her service to our country and our nation's children. Being a teacher is the most noble profession that we believe one can have. And the president said in his remarks when he signed the executive order to dismantle the Department of Education that he loves our teachers. And in part, this order is to empower our teachers to have greater decision making in the classroom. Nobody knows our nation's children and our students better than our teachers who are with them every single day. As for the federal government's role, to get to the heart of Katie's question, the president has made it clear to Linda McMahon that we need to find other places within our federal government for critical programs regarding education. Pell Grants, Title IX, lawsuits, etc., civil rights lawsuits, all of that are critical functions, special needs programs, nutrition programs, but there are other places throughout the federal bureaucracy where those things can happen and work. The Department of Education has been a very bloated bureaucracy. We spent trillions of dollars on this department, and for what? Our children are worse off as far as education goes today than they were when this department originated, and that's very concerning to the president. So,
on the two issues she cited, are those priorities for the president? School education choice, vouchers, and diminishing the role of teachers unions?
The president is very supportive of both of those things, particularly when it comes to school choice. He has said that school choice is the civil rights issue of our time, and he wants every child, regardless of zip code, socioeconomic status, how much money their parents have, to be able to go to the school of their choosing that best suits their educational needs. And he is going to empower state and local leaders to make those decisions on behalf of our nation's children. Thanks for being here, Mark. Jeff.
Just changing subjects for 1 second. The administration has expressed a complete confidence in how all the deportation flights to El Salvador were conducted. But now that the administration has conceded that there was an error of one Salvadoran national, will there be any reviews conducted? And does the president express any thoughts on the one error that was disclosed in court last night?
Well, first of all, the error that you are referring to was a clerical error. It was an administrative error. The administration maintains the position that this individual who was deported to El Salvador and will not be returning to our country was a member of the brutal and vicious MS-13 gang. That is fact number one. Fact number two, we also have credible intelligence proving that this individual was involved in human trafficking. And fact number three, this individual was a member, actually a leader of the brutal MS-13 gang, which this president has designated as a foreign terrorist organization. Fact number four is that foreign terrorists do not have legal protections in the United States of America anymore. And it is within the president's executive authority and power to deport these heinous individuals from American communities. It is a promise he campaigned on. It is a promise he is keeping. And every single person in this room should be grateful for that, considering especially MS-13 is very prevalent and prominent here in the District of Columbia, in Maryland, and in Virginia. And the president, the attorney general, everyone who has been involved in these operations is focused on eradicating these criminals and terrorists from our communities.
The vice president said he was a convicted member of MS-13. What evidence is there to back that up?
There's a lot of evidence, and the Department of Homeland Security and ICE have that evidence, and I saw it this morning. Steve.
Has the president fully made up his mind on the level of tariffs to impose tomorrow? We keep hearing about a 20% flat rate.
The president said last night he has made a decision and a determination. I was with him in the Oval Office earlier, and he is going to announce that decision tomorrow. I don't want to get ahead of the president. This is obviously a very big day. He's with his trade and tariff team right now, perfecting it to make sure this is a perfect deal for the American people and the American worker, and you will all find out in about 24 hours from now.
And are the car tariffs going to go in?
And if you want to watch that, by the way, we will carry that live on LiveNOW from Fox. We do need to slide away for a quick break, so we're going to take a step away from the White House press briefing. President Trump is expected to announce his tariff plan tomorrow. We will carry that live for you, raw and uninterrupted. You've been taking a look at this awesome shot of one of the world's most active volcanoes. That's Kilauea right there on Hawaii's Big Island. We are going to slide away for our final break of the hour, our coverage continuing in a moment.